I just accidentally brushed against Mrs. Silky Stocking's buttocks, and the next second, I unexpectedly heard her bold thoughts, what a handsome security guard. My cart is broken, come help me quickly. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the Listening to Women's Hearts system. As long as you assist female residents in need, you'll receive random rewards. Quickly embrace this superpower and help Mrs. Silky Stocking solve her problem. Under Mrs. Silky Stocking Li Yarou's guidance, you helped carry all her belongings home. Li Yarou smiled and handed you a bottle of water. You're the new security guard, right? Thank you. Congratulations, host, on completing your first task. Reward, passive skill, heart-fluttering natural scent. Your body will emit an aroma that fascinates women, and their fondness for you will grow continuously upon smelling it. After hearing the system's voice, you were about to turn and leave when Li Yarou's high heels slipped unexpectedly, causing her to lose balance and lurch forward uncontrollably. Instinctively, you reached out and caught her slender waist. Are you okay, sis? A unique fragrance lingered around Li Yarou's nose, and she subconsciously took a deeper breath. Only after hearing your words did Li Yarou realize she was being held, her face instantly burning red. Coming to her senses, she felt dizzy. What am I doing? I'm sorry. Flustered, Li Yarou tried to break free from your embrace, but for some reason, her knees went weak, and she nearly fell again as she stood up. Take it easy, sis. Li Yarou tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear with one hand, her cheeks flushed and her gaze alluring. I am fine. Thank you. So sturdy. What's that scent on him? This fleeting moment of charm and her inner thoughts made you pause. Since you've always worked out, your physique is stronger than most, and the scent, it must be the system's reward. Well, sis, I'll leave you to it. I'm heading downstairs. With that, you quickly turned and descended the stairs. Once you had completely disappeared around the corner of the staircase, Li Yarou closed the door and slumped to the floor. She took a moment to calm her racing heart, recalling the scent she had smelled. Curiosity stirred within her. What kind of fragrance was that? It smelled so good. Lost in thought, Li Yarou drifted into endless fantasies, her face growing redder and her breath becoming heavier. At night, as you walk along the road near the residential area, a woman's voice suddenly echoes in your mind. Bastard. Always busy, probably busy sweet-talking someone else. What's the point of living like this? Hearing this inner voice, your heart jolts. Scanning your surroundings under the streetlights, you recognize the woman as Li Yarou, a resident you encountered earlier in the day. However, her unsteady gait suggests she's not in a good state. Clutching a liquor bottle and taking occasional swigs, glancing behind her, you notice three shady figures gradually closing in. The system issues a task. Resolve Li Yarou's hidden crisis immediately. Reward, perfect physique. Narrowing your eyes, you grab a high-powered flashlight and follow. Li Yarou staggers down the street, her heart filled with desolation. At 30, she should be in the prime of her life, mature, charming, and enjoying herself. But her husband often stays out all night, fooling around, and for 6 years now, she hasn't been treated well. Muttering to herself, her high heel catches on the curb, causing her to stumble and fall. After several failed attempts to get up, she slumps to the ground, her consciousness fading. The three men trailing behind her pause for a few seconds before quickening their pace. Bro Lei, she's not moving, must be completely wasted. Ha, she's a real catch. As expected of Bro Lei, always patient enough to wait for the perfect moment, Li Lei, walking at the front, turns around with a lewd grin. I just happened to notice her drinking when I was out with the boys earlier. She lives in that high-end neighborhood nearby, hardly ever see her around. Never thought she'd get drunk like this tonight. After waiting so long, the opportunity finally came. Li Lei licks his lips excitedly. One of them hesitates. Bro Lei, she looks like she's married, won't this cause trouble? Li Lei scoffs dismissively. From what I've seen, she lives alone, no man around. Women like her are the easiest to handle. Besides, she's too drunk to think straight. What are you scared of? The last of the trio, chastised, forces an awkward laugh but grows increasingly eager at the thought of what's to come. Another man's eyes gleamed with a cunning idea. Lei, since she seems like a good catch, why not make some extra money? She's already drunk anyway. Li Lei hissed in a low voice. Don't be stupid. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't touch anything on her. If you want trouble, don't drag me into it. Forget about money when doing this. See those woods over there? Just move her in there, finish the job, and leave. Thanks to the new neighborhood, there is no one at this point. It's really God's help. Li Lei smiled smugly, and when he was almost walking to the place, he suddenly thought of another thing. Did you guys bring your stuff? The two companions were thinking about the beautiful things that were going to happen in a while. When they heard this, they were confused. What stuff? Li Lei was furious for a while. Two idiots, this Li Lei dug into his pocket and took out two packages that resembled disposable gloves and threw them. Remember, don't throw them away after use, take them with you. What a ing waste. The three of them tiptoed to the side of Feng. The evening breeze blew on Feng, who was already drunk and unconscious, and didn't have the slightest reaction to the impending danger. Under the streetlight, it made her delicate arms even whiter. The bottle of wine fell to the side, the wine spilled and soaked most of her dress, looking wretched. Li scanned up and down and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Really superb, ah! Small head behind the head, Li still did not hold back, reaching out to grab. Feng, who was quietly running over through the shadows, saw this scene and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He directly accelerated and jumped in mid-air. A standard night flying kick kicked out raw. Mard, dare to touch my owner. Before Li could touch Feng's body, his entire body was kicked out by a huge force, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, covering his arm and screaming miserably. Since Feng dared to come to interview for security guards, his physical quality was absolutely excellent, and he had also played soccer for 2 years in college, so his leg force was definitely enough. Not to mention that this flying kick was infused with the strength and weight of his entire body. However, he had a sense of proportion, kicked the shoulder area. If it was the waist, spleen and stomach, it would not have ended well. After kicking the first person, Feng didn't just stand there. Seeing the two subconsciously turned back, Feng aimed at the eyes of the two people to open a strong flashlight, such as the sun's blinding light, so that the remaining two people's eyes have a kind of burning pain, instinctively closed their eyes inside of the head. Mard, dare to ing sexual harassment. Feng's mouth cursed, another small padded step side kick, heavily hitting one person's stomach. This person screamed miserably, took 2 steps back, covered his stomach and fell to the ground, constantly dry heaving. Then there was another positive kick, accurately hitting another person's stomach. Under the intense pain, this person's features were tightly twisted together, trembling and curled up into a shrimp shape. Drool splattered, in the light of the flashlight to see clearly. Kicking the stomach would cause a person to experience nausea, fainting, vomiting, etc., and lose the ability to fight for a short period of time. The 3 men didn't even get a good look at Feng before they fell to the ground and screamed. Ah, who the sneaked up on me? Not far away, Li, who had been kicked away, covered his shoulder and screamed loudly, followed by a burst of fiery pain coming from all parts of his body. Through the light, Li could see that his exposed arm had already had large abrasions, which were covered with sand and dirt, and there were also a few places that looked like they had been scratched by sharp stones, revealing bloody wounds, which were continuously oozing blood. Who the hell are you? Li cursed out loud and turned his head to look at the person who attacked him. However, in the next second, an incomparably dazzling ball of light appeared in his field of vision, forcing him to turn his head back at an even faster speed. The light was so blinding that he didn't dare to look directly at it. Grass, turn off the flashlight if you can. Li covered his shoulder and struggled to stand up. The curses from his mouth didn't stop. At the same time, his heart was also a little depressed. Who the hell fights with a flashlight off? And turn on such a strong light? Afraid of not being able to hit the target? But not waiting for him to stand up, Feng turned a corner, another burst of trotting power, the same Leo flying kick. Once again, he kicked Li out, landing just next to the other two. I'm your father. Feng walked over, the strong flashlight kept shining on the other person's head and never moved away, lifting his foot to kick. I'll let you ing stalk, I'll let you ing pick up the corpse. A mouthful of, a kick for a punk. He didn't know why Feng was drunk like this, but none of that was a reason to be picked up. So he kicked up extra hard. Who the are you, dare you let me stand up? Don't take a picture, don't take a picture. Don't hit, father, I'm wrong, please, don't kick the face off. Li constantly screamed out, but on the contrary, there was still no way to open his eyes, the light was just too blinding. Feng did not say anything, just a kick. This kind of person wouldn't change, give him a good psychological shadow. In the back, Feng, who was paralyzed on the ground, her eyelids trembled slightly. When the strong light swept past her at the very beginning, it irritated her eyes. The darkness in front of her eyes violently appeared with large swaths of bright light, causing her consciousness to become dazed and semi-conscious. Stalking. Picking up bodies. Together with the curses and screams from the side, it stimulated her consciousness more and more. Feng struggled to open her eyes, but only opened a small slit. Not far ahead, a radiant person was kicking something. Feng stretched out her jade arms to support her body, wanting to sit up, but failed several times, and just stuck to the ground, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at the glowing person in confusion, her whole brain confused, not knowing what had happened. Mard. Feng felt unrelieved and kicked the trio several more times. If you don't want to go to the station, get the out. This situation Lu Feng could only beat them up under the pretext of protecting the owner. He couldn't do more. After all, Shenfang was still down in the back. Strong flashlight has been irradiating the face of the three people. The three people simply do not dare to look directly at, also cannot see Lu Feng's appearance. Feeling no longer beaten, the other side said hurry up and roll. The two little brother forced the body pain struggling to get up, pulling up Li Lei limped away. The strong flashlight kept shining on the three people until it turned into the corner of the street and disappeared. This thing is quite useful. Back then, if Deja had this thing, he wouldn't have to care about me borrowing light. Lu Feng laughed to himself and turned off the flashlight. If I had this when I was a kid, I wouldn't have been beaten up all the time. Mission completed. Reward issued, perfect body. A stream of heat appeared out of nowhere in Lu Feng's body, quickly transferring to all the limbs and bones. The stamina consumed just now was instantly restored, and his entire body was filled with strength. Refreshed, it felt great. It was just a bit smelly. But he didn't have time to check the reward now. His female owner Shenfang was still lying behind. Chapter 5 Happy Birthday. Lu Feng quickly came to Shenfang's side, pulled the other party's arm and helped her sit up straight. Sister Shen, I'm Lu Feng, we've met during the day, I even helped you move things. Preventing Shenfang from being scared, Lu Feng first explained his identity and took out his own cell phone, taking a picture of his face. Shenfang's body swayed and fell directly into Lu Feng's arms. The familiar and nice-smelling aroma broke into her nostrils and her consciousness became confused again. Lu Feng. It's me. Where am I? At. Just now there were 3 people who were scheming and following you, but they were all kicked away by me. The light is so bright. That's my flashlight. Deja. Lu Feng. Xiang. Shenfang murmured, saying some unclear words, the whole upper body lying in Lu Feng's arms. The soft delicate body made Lu Feng's heart beat a little faster. Come on, Sister Shen, let's go home first. Lu Feng tentatively helped Shenfang, but the latter was completely powerless and couldn't stand up at all. After saying sorry, Lu Feng directly picked Shenfang up in a princess hug. The other party didn't react much, but instead, a pair of jade arms smoothly surrounded Lu Feng's neck, his head leaning on the chest position. His mouth didn't know what he was murmuring. Splat. A high-heeled shoe fell on the ground. Lu Feng glanced sideways at the white calves and delicate jade feet. The other high heel's heel was also broken one. Holding it like this will be more comfortable for you. Lu Feng didn't know if this was talking to himself or to the confused Shenfang. First, he squatted down to pick up the fallen high heel, then he used his golden koan independence, propped up Shenfang with his right leg, took down the other high heel with one hand and hung it in his hand. The whole process was smooth and silky, effortless. Is this the perfect body? Sure enough, it's not bad. Princess hugged Shenfang leaned on Lu Feng's sturdy chest, the faint aroma lingered on the tip of her nose, an unprecedented sense of security surrounded her tightly. This was something she had never felt in the 30 years she had been in this world. Subconsciously, she tightened her arms again. Miao Yong returned to the security room and looked outside the neighborhood. Many people had returned from their walks and meals, but the familiar figure had yet to appear. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. When he saw the person in his arms, Miao Yong was dumbfounded and went out and swiped his card to let Lu Feng in. This is your friend? Sort of, a homeowner I recognized during the day. I don't know how to get drunk and be tracked down, sent those people away, I brought her back. Lu Feng said. Look at each other's arms close to the tight woman. Miao Yong's expression gradually became dumbfounded. Owner? You mean, you just came here today and met a beautiful owner, then you heroically saved her at night and directly hugged her? The other party still doesn't resist? Well, that seems to be the case. Lu Feng slowly nodded his head. Miao Yong gave a thumbs up, awesome. Your show, I am not as good as. Then Brother Yong, I'll send her back first. By the way, this is your flashlight, a big help. Small thing, go ahead. Lu Feng carried Shenfang back to her house. Good thing her house is a combination lock. Holding Shenfang's finger, opened the door. There were a few empty wine bottles scattered on the entry panel. On the coffee table towards the inside was a large cake with an extinguished candle. After carrying Shenfang inside, Lu Feng glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a number 30 on the cake. Today is Sister Shen's birthday. Lu Feng's eyes flickered with a thought as he carried Shenfang into the bedroom. There were some intimate clothes scattered on the bed, and this, coupled with the drunken beauty in his arms, caused Lu Feng's heartbeat to continue to accelerate. test a cadre with this? Which cadre couldn't withstand such a test? Sweeping these clothes aside with one hand, he placed Shen Feng on the bed. At first the other party still hugged his neck and didn't let go, or Lu Feng gently coaxed her a few times before letting go. When he was a child, he often helped Mother Superior coax his crying siblings in the orphanage. This matter, he was familiar with it. Looking at Shen Feng, who was lying on the bed, her hair was disheveled, her eyes were red, and the 2 tear stains were clearly hanging on her face, which had a kind of broken sense of poignant aura. The line of sight shifted downward, the skirt that was mostly soaked with wine stuck to the body, outlining a delicate figure. After taking a few deep breaths, looking at Shen Feng's sleeping face, Lu Feng helped her cover the quilt and walked out of the room. Luckily I'm a decent person, or else you'd be finished, Sister Shen. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the big cake with only one bite and the extinguished candles, Lu Feng sighed and looked towards the bedroom door. Looking at the size of the cake, it should be 10 inches. It wasn't at all a portion for one person to eat, coupled with the fact that one person was drinking like this, it was hard not to let people associate it with what had happened. Forget it, it's just by the way. Lu Feng got up, went to the kitchen to find a kettle and started boiling water. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Feng began to check the system rewards from earlier. Host, Lu Feng. Physique, 6'8", average 5. Ability, eavesdropping on female host's heart, heartwarming body scent, perfect body. Lu Feng tapped on the ability details and the introduction was simple. Perfect body, enhance 2 points of physical attributes. The most aesthetically pleasing male body and maintains the effect permanently. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, so powerful? Let me conk out. Looking around the living room, he found the bathroom, opened the door and went in. Raising his eyes, he was unable to look directly at the several pieces of sheer fabric. Indecent exposure. Lu Feng came to the mirror and directly took off his clothes, and then he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The self in the mirror. Standard inverted triangle, broad shoulders and narrow waist, full of aura. 2 pectoral muscles bulging, 8 abdominal muscles clearly defined, each muscle is tight and full, such as carefully carved works of art, slightly sideways, mermaid line hidden. Move your body, the bones issued a click sound. I'm so great, I have 8-pack abs? Lu Feng marveled. Not only that, his original height of 182 came to 185, and his already handsome face was even more handsome. Clenching his fists with force, his biceps bulged and his arms were full of power, definitely not that kind of flamboyant. Worthy of a perfect body. Well. What is this? Chapter 6, A Man Like Deja. Lu Feng moved closer to the mirror and rubbed his thumb on his arm, a layer of grayish-black keratin fell off. Putting it under his nose and smelling it, there was a pungent fishy odor. The perfect body also had a cleansing, the coolness was really cool, the stink was really stinky. Glancing at the bathroom inside the toilet, Lu Feng dismissed the idea of going inside to take a bath. After all, he was in someone else's house, so he could just wash his upper body, and he would take a bath when he got home. Lu Feng turned on the faucet and yanked a few washcloths and wiped them on his body. Wiping one, blacking one. As the washcloths wiped, the wiped areas directly revealed clean skin. Luckily the complexion hasn't turned too white. Inside the bedroom. Shen Feng opened her hazy eyes, her mind in a daze, and saw the familiar surroundings. Why was she at home? Forget it, it's not important. The stomach was a bit turned over. It's hard, want to vomit. Shen Feng stumbled towards the bathroom holding onto the wall and pushed the bathroom door open with force. In a trance of vision, she saw a muscular and handsome-looking man lying on the sink, pouring water on his body. Since Lu Feng had a heartwarming body fragrance on his body, plus he had just saved Shen Feng. So Shen Feng was not conscious and not afraid, just a little puzzled and foolishly opened her mouth. Who are you? Lu Feng was dumbfounded, how is this still awake? Shen Feng's body staggered, she couldn't control her body to fall forward, Lu Feng was shocked, and rushed over with an arrow step to help her. Sister Shen, I'm little Feng, are you alright? Shen Feng raised her head, her cheeks with a reddish color, smiled dementedly, little Feng, I'm fine. Vomit. Feeling this warmth, Lu Feng's expression stiffened. Sister Shen, this wave of your mouth, you really succeeded in sneaking up on me. It can't be helped, this time it is really necessary to wash. Lu Feng helped Shen Feng to sit on the toilet, then directly took off his dirty pants. Dip the washcloth into the water, wipe off the dirty stains at the corners of Shen Feng's mouth. Shen Feng's eyes were half open and half closed, and her pretty face even took the initiative to come up and let Lu Feng wipe it. I don't know what is being muttered in my mouth. In the arms of a beautiful drunken beauty, constantly testing Lu Feng's willpower. Seeing that there was no desire to vomit anymore, Lu Feng carried her back inside and went to the bathroom to take a shower himself. The speed was fast. 5 minutes to shower, 5 minutes to wash clothes. It was good that it was summer and the half-dried clothes wouldn't be cold. Lu Feng put on his clothes and left the bathroom. Poured the boiled hot water into the insulated kettle, and poured half a cup into a mug. Put these on the bedside table in the bedroom. This would be a little more convenient in case Shen Feng woke up in the second half of the night and wanted to drink water. After doing this, Lu Feng intended to leave. When his hand was placed on the door handle, his body lurched and he looked back at the cake on the coffee table. Finding a pen, he carefully wrote a few words on the toilet paper and put it on the nightstand, pressing a corner with cosmetics. Lu Feng then turned around and left to go home. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, shining on Shen Feng's face and illuminating the words on the toilet paper on the nightstand. Happy birthday, Sister Shen. Carrot carrot. The next morning. The sunlight shines on Shen Feng's eyes through the gaps in the curtains, and her eyelids tremble slightly. After a few seconds, she slowly opened her eyes. Into her eyes was the familiar ceiling. Where am I? After a night's hangover and just waking up from sleep, Shen Feng's consciousness was still a bit unclear. Jade arms propped up her body to half sit up. I remember, wasn't I drinking last night? Shen Feng murmured and opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse. Fragmented fragments of memory crossed her brain, a familiar figure surfaced in her mind, and the tip of her nose seemed to still be lingering with that good-smelling aroma. Lu Feng. Stalking. Memories are like shells on the beach, gradually revealing their original appearance after the sea ebbs. Not everyone would forget what had happened before after a hangover. Shen Feng rubbed her temples and began to seriously recall the events of last night. Yesterday was her 30th birthday, and as in previous years, she bought a big cake and drank some more wine. The wine ran out and went out to drink. Then fell down on the way home. Someone got into a fight. Thinking about it, the memories in my mind became clearer. It wasn't a fight, it was someone stalking myself and getting into a fight. Getting drunk by yourself, someone following you, and scheming to pick up a corpse. Shen Feng's brain turned quickly, and with these factors it was easy to think of the worst-case scenario, and the expression on her face instantly turned pale. She still has confidence in her own looks and figure, although it can't be said to be a national color, but it is also considered a small gesture. Usually buy wine to drink at home, used to relieve stress or to help sleep, but this time on her birthday, the wine she bought earlier was quickly finished, and it was really hard inside, so she couldn't help but pour 2 bottles of wine at the barbecue stand. In the home to drink foreign wine, outside to drink beer, coupled with the evening breeze, recalling the suffering of the first half of life, it is easy to get drunk on the head. Shen Feng swiftly lifted the quilt. It was still yesterday's skirt, although it was a bit scattered, but there was no sign of that violent tearing, but the place that was soaked with wine last night was already sticky, emitting some wine stench. This was a relief to her. Frowning slightly, Shen Feng continued to recall backward. One could only remember being very bright, very bright. A person with a glowing body blocked in front of her, kicking and punching the 3 people who were following her. After chasing away those 3 people, this glowing person came over to pacify her. The glowing person. When she thought of this, Shen Feng's eyes instantly gained a few more colors. If the memories in front of her were a bit confusing, but this person's face was remembered incomparably clearly. The cynical gangly face carried a strong concern. Lu Feng. It was him who saved me, Shen Feng murmured. In that situation, if Lu Feng hadn't appeared, she didn't dare to imagine what kind of nasty abuse she would have suffered. Her heart couldn't help but be flooded with strong gratitude. At the same time, it also inwardly kept blaming and warning herself that she would never drink like that outside again. Thinking about last night's light. Di Jia. You really appeared in front of me like Di Jia. The corners of Shen Feng's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of a smile that she herself did not even notice appeared on her face. Recalling further, it seemed like she had been carried home by Lu Feng. A trace of embarrassing shyness appeared on her face. All in her 30s, still rubbing herself against someone else's embrace like a little girl. But it really smells so good and warm. Recalling further back. Shen Feng rubbed her eyebrows, got up at night to go to the toilet, as if she vomited all over him. Shen Feng's shy expression slowly solidified. Not knowing why, this memory began to become clear. Xiao Feng was washing his face in the toilet? I wanted to throw up and ended up throwing up all over little Feng. He didn't mind wiping my mouth. Feng suddenly felt like she didn't have the face to go see him. No matter what, it's better to thank him properly. Feeling the dryness in her throat, she was just about to go down and drink some water when she turned her head and saw the kettle and half a cup of water on the bedside table. Without thinking about it, she knew that Lu Feng had boiled the water. This was because she herself only boiled water to drink during special times of the month. What a thoughtful little guy. When she was about to pick up the water cup, Feng saw the toilet paper pressed with cosmetics next to it. At first, she thought it was casually placed here, but when she picked it up and saw the handwriting on it, her entire being fell silent. Happy birthday, Sister Shun. Carrot carrot. Chapter 7 Rich Woman Finds Her Door. A few seconds later, Feng's body gradually trembled, and a crystal teardrop flowed down her chin and dripped onto the bed. Then another drop, another drop. Thank you, Lu Feng, this is the best gift I've ever received. Feng raised her head, her eyes reddened, but her mouth was tinged with a smile. For the first time in 30 years, someone had said this to her. She took out an unopened cosmetic box from the drawer, opened it to remove the contents, and put this particular piece of toilet paper in as if it were a treasure. Then pulled out a couple more sheets of toilet paper and wiped the teardrops from her face. The stench of alcohol surrounds the body, and it is necessary to hurry to take a shower to be able to do so. Just out of bed, the body swept, a few things fell to the floor, issued a clang 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 sound. Look alone, Feng froze in place. Then cheeks rose, a touch of redness, quickly spread to the entire face, beautiful and beautiful. The things that fell were naturally items that were used to relieve stress on weekdays. Feng's teeth bit her lips, her face shy. In that case, Lu Feng hugged himself back. Wouldn't all these things let him see? Feng used her fastest speed to pack up these things and put them in the drawer of the nightstand. This way next time he comes, he won't see it. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Patting her face, it rolled. After calming her inner agitation, she pulled the curtains, changed her skirt, her exquisite figure was exposed in the air, her jade feet stepped on slippers and entered the bathroom. Feng stood in front of the mirror and stretched her waist, showing her exquisite curves. Inexplicably, she thought of Lu Feng again. I don't know what came to mind, her face became flushed. Turning on the nozzle, the water flowed from the top down, dispersing and coalescing. Not a moment later, the bathroom water vapor filled the air. Fairview Mansion main entrance, security room. Lu Feng pushed the door in, saw Miao Yong and smiled a greeting. Brother Yong, good morning. Miao Yong, who was looking at the monitor, turned his head and said in surprise, good morning little Feng. Ha, how do I feel that you have gotten taller? It seems like you have become handsome again? Miao Yong walked over and compared the height of the two with his hand. Last night it was almost the same, how come he was a head shorter this morning? Have you? Lu Feng looked in the mirror and laughed, it's probably because I slept well and grew again. Ooh, if you say so, I can't stay up late at night. Miao Yong laughed, and in his heart, he didn't care, he just took it as it was dark last night and didn't see it clearly. Let's go Brother Yong, then I'll go on patrol. Good, walkie-talkie remember to turn it on. Lu Feng just left not 2 minutes ago. Wang Lang walked in, with his suit fully dressed, came to the mirror and kept organizing his clothes and hairstyle. Miao Yong had a strange feeling as he watched. It was natural to dress up so carefully in order to show a handsome side to the owner, so maybe there would be a rich woman who would look at him. Wang Lang is the image post, his looks are no nonsense, 185 big and tall. Before Lu Feng came, it is indeed the first handsome man within the security team. And did have a passing rich woman look at him, but the tonnage of the rich woman seems to be a bit mismatched, was Wang Lang righteously rejected. What he wants is the kind of young and gold beauty, shy to him to ask for contact information, and then send him a car, house. He then refused, the other party and then forcefully sent to him. He had no choice but to accept, and said that not allowed to send again, the other party is more inclined to him. Unfortunately, up to now it has not been realized. Even the owner's contact information is not available. Okay, if you touch it again, the clothes will break. Miao Yong joked. Wang Lang awkwardly stopped his hand and coughed dryly, got it. Remember to tell me if you can't stand. I have patchouli water here. Miao Yong shouted. The security guard's work was actually quite boring. Miao Yong took out his cell phone and swiped the video, letting out a laugh every now and then. Knock knock. A knock came from outside the door and Feng walked in. Hello, may I ask if Lu Feng is there? Having only met him twice, she didn't even have the other party's contact information. Feng cursed herself for being an idiot. Miao Yong got up to look over and froze for a moment. It wasn't because the person was good looking, but the looks were a bit familiar. It was the female owner that Lu Feng carried back last night. Why are you here looking for someone? Strange, didn't the two of them add their contact information? May I help you? Miao Yong asked. I'm looking for Lu Feng, I have something to tell him. Shen Feng said flatly. Her temperament was gentle but she exuded an air of rejection. Miao Yong secretly said that it was not good, this tone, this attitude. It can't be that something happened last night that shouldn't have happened. Good looking doesn't equal good talking. He's not here, why don't you come back later? Miao Yong said stiffly. Shen Feng couldn't help but frown. She had just taken a shower and put on a beautiful makeup, wanting to come over to thank Lu Feng, but it turned out that he wasn't here. Seeing Shen Feng's frowning expression, Miao Yong thumped inwardly. Can you help contact him? I have something urgent to find him. Shen Feng said. Miao Yong took a deep breath and said in his heart, Little Feng, buddy can't stop him, you're on your own. Then I'll use the walkie-talkie to contact him for you. Saying this, Miao Yong took the walkie-talkie and walked to the house inside and closed the door. Shen Feng was a bit puzzled, just contact, what was the point of closing the door? Inside the house, Miao Yong opened the walkie-talkie and contacted Lu Feng. At this time, Lu Feng is sitting in the patrol car, happily eating melon. The ability to listen to the voice of the heart is simply a melon-eating artifact. Whose heart does not have a little secret? Not far in front, two beautiful women walking side by side, with a big smile on their faces, but inwardly spitting at each other. Still think your husband loves you, yesterday also with just recruited in the nanny cuddling it. Still laughing, you don't even know that your husband is keeping two mistresses outside, right? Lu Feng slowly drove away from the side. He was about to find a place to touch fish when Miao Yong's voice came from the intercom on his waist. Little Feng, what did you do yesterday? The woman you carried back yesterday came over and asked for you by name, she looks like she's a bit fierce. Lu Feng froze for a moment. The woman you hugged yesterday? Shen Feng? Looked a bit fierce? It couldn't be. Could it be that she came to find trouble for herself? Alright, I'll go over now. Lu Feng turned the car around and drove towards the gate without slowing down. Miao Yong pushed open the door to the room, he's headed back. Shen Feng nodded and came to the window, finding a stool to sit down. Trouble you? The doorway stood guard. Wang Lang's eyes drifted to the security room from time to time, and he naturally paid attention to Shen Feng. Shen Feng's appearance and figure were the most extreme level in the entire neighborhood. Although her assets were not the richest level, she was still considered a rich woman. Usually when the other party came home, he would take the initiative to greet her and use it to deepen his impression in the other party's mind, and the other party would nod in response. How did she come here? Wang Lang was a bit puzzled. The owner basically would not come to the security room except for some special circumstances. It just so happened that Shen Feng looked out the window. Wait. Could it be that she came to look for me? Wang Lang's eyes lit up. Right. The logic was right. As the number one handsome guy in the security team, who would he look for if not himself? These bitter days were finally coming to an end. As for Lu Feng, he didn't even think about it. A new little security guard less than half a day old had nothing to do with him. Wang Lang exhaled a mouthful of hot air, pretended to be thirsty, and walked towards the security room. Shen Feng lifted her cell phone from time to time, looking to see if her hair was messed up and her makeup was broken. Miao Yong was even more puzzled, looking in the mirror again and messing up her hair. At the doorway, Wang Lang simply straightened his collar and hair, revealed another charming smile, and pushed the door in. After seeing Shen Feng, he put on a surprised look at Miao Yong and asked, "Who is this?" Shen Feng looked over and saw that it wasn't Lu Feng, and then moved her eyes away and continued to look out the window. Miao Yong casually replied, "It's here to look for Lu Feng." The smile on Wang Lang's face instantly froze. Looking for Lu Feng? Not here to find me? But a rich woman is in front of you, it's all about expressing yourself courageously. Wang Lang took a paper cup and caught some water and put it next to Shen Feng. Hello, I'm the security guard here, Wang Lang. Lu Feng just came here yesterday, he might not understand some of the business well, if there's anything you need help with, you can also look for me. Miao Yong next to him looked at him with contempt. What do you think I don't know? Lowly. Shen Feng gave him a strange look and faintly said, "No need." Wang Lang's smile once again froze, even his mouth was trembling a little. No, on what grounds? Isn't he just a little bit more handsome than me? Wang Lang was still planning to hold out for a bit when Lu Feng pushed the door in. Seeing Lu Feng, Shen Feng's originally flat and watery expression instantly blossomed into a smile, and her pair of beautiful eyes also became bright and moving. She directly got up and walked towards Lu Feng. "Little Feng, thank you for sending me back yesterday." "Small thing, I can't watch a big beauty like Sister Shen being bullied on the side of the road," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Don't drink so much outside in the future. If you insist on drinking, tell me." "Will you drink with me? I'll pick it up." "Bah, immodest." When she thought of last night, without Lu Feng's appearance, she couldn't even imagine what would have happened. Shen Feng's eyes became softer and softer. Leaning closer, the faint fragrance of Lu Feng's body was again transmitted into Shen Feng's nostrils, and looking at that sturdy chest, again, she couldn't help but recall the hazy yet profound embrace of last night. There was even an urge to hug on it regardless. This thought startled her, and again made her pretty face blush slightly. What was going on with herself? Not to mention that she was already married, the age gap was too big. Although the air conditioning was on in the room, Shen Feng still felt a little parched, her rosy little mouth exhaling hot air. "Little Feng, let's go out and talk, the house is too stuffy." "Okay, then go to my patrol car, there's also a small air conditioner." Lu Feng raised his chin at the patrol car outside. Lu Feng pulled open the door and signaled Shen Feng to go first. He walked behind and also sized up Shen Feng's dress. Unlike yesterday's light green long skirt, today's Shen Feng wore a long gray waist-bound hip-hugging skirt, which had a greater visual impact, revealing her amazing figure. Further down, the hem of the skirt revealed a section of smooth calves, a pair of delicate feet stepped on high-heel sandals. The high heel was about 8 centimeters or so, her height was almost 1.75 meters, and her whole body was full of popularity, exuding a strong imperial sister's atmosphere. Lu Feng walked behind, his sight always couldn't help but aim automatically. Chapter 8: Sincerity of Apology. Although it was hot outside, after walking a few steps, Shen Feng's heart slowly calmed down and immediately stopped and turned around. Lu Feng was still controlling his eyes, trying hard not to let it aim automatically. He didn't pay attention to Shen Feng, who turned around in front of him and directly bumped into him. Shen Feng let out a cry of surprise, her body instantly lost balance and tilted backwards. Lu Feng quickly reached out his hand and wrapped it around Shen Feng's slender waist and hugged her in his arms, a cloud-like softness instantly passing through his entire body. "Sorry, Sister Shen, I got lost in thought." Shen Feng raised her head with palpitations, her hand gripping Lu Feng's shoulder tightly. Not far behind her, Wang Lang, who had just pushed the door out, gritted his teeth and grunted when he saw this scene. "Damn it, it was clearly me who came first. Surprisingly, I let you catch it first." Shen Feng was held in Lu Feng's arms, the breath coming from her face made her heart beat faster, and that emptiness in her heart was infinitely amplified. Tilting her head slightly, a nice aroma lingered between her nostrils, and ghostly, she took another deep breath. "Smell it again, it smells so good." Waiting to react, Shen Feng subconsciously raised her head, just in time to meet Lu Feng's dismayed eyes. "No, sis, it's a bit perverted, ow. Am I some kind of reincarnated Tang monk? Smell it, then eat it?" As if reading Lu Feng's eyes, Shen Feng's face swished red, embarrassment and shyness coming in like a tidal wave. "No, it's not like that." Shen Feng scrambled to break free from Lu Feng's arms, her heart that had just calmed down beating violently again. "There's a very fragrant smell on you, it smells good, never smelled it before," Shen Feng explained. "Body fragrance," Lu Feng said. "Men also have body odor?" Shen Feng was a bit surprised. "Yes. That's really rare, right? Add a friend, I'll treat you to a meal tonight." Shen Feng shook her cell phone. But I'm more able to eat." Scanning the code to add a friend, Lu Feng flirted. Shen Feng raised her eyebrows lightly and said, "Sister has money, eat whatever you want." "Then I'll be polite." While chatting, the cell phone in Shen Feng's bag rang. Shen Feng glanced apologetically at Lu Feng. "Sorry, I'll take a call." A few seconds later, Shen Feng's cultivated eyebrows frowned slightly. "Why, didn't we talk about it before?" Lu Feng stood by the side, quietly listening to Shen Feng's heart. "The model has a temporary fever? Falling off the chain for me at such a crucial time?" "I know, I'll go over right away, you guys contact some more models." Shen Feng hung up the phone, her mood becoming irritable. After graduating and working for 3 years, and after her marriage didn't work out, she started a women's clothing brand studio on her own. Because of a solid knowledge base, coupled with the contacts she had accumulated while working, the studio had grown into a company. Although compared to the kind of first-line brand, there is no kind of celebrity promotion, but because the clothing with good materials, design heart, gradually also accumulated a lot of fans, there are tens of millions of dollars in revenue each year. Recently this month, Feng intends to try to expand the scale, try men's clothing. So half a month to work overtime to get a lot of clothes. The result is that when you want to shoot today, the model had an accident. The model schedules are all arranged in advance, and now that there is a temporary accident, it's not always possible to find qualified models. Mission: help Feng solve the current problem. Reward: fighting proficiency. Feng raised his eyebrows and triggered another mission. Sister Shen, you're really a deep treasure. Little Feng, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something on my side. I have to go to the company first. Can you send me to the parking lot? Feng's speech took on a bit of urgency. No problem. Feng walked towards the patrol car. Do you need my help? You? Feng was just about to refuse, when her afterglow caught a glimpse of Feng's side face, and under the sunlight, the whole person became even more handsome. Wait. Feng pulled Feng's arm and tilted her head to look at Feng's face. Wasn't there a ready-made handsome man beside himself? The height was also enough. The temperament was also good. Little Feng, sister still really needs a favor from you. Feng said. I opened a company, but the model suddenly had something to pigeonhole me. Can you temporarily fill in? It's very simple, just take pictures. No problem. Feng nodded his head painfully. However, my appearance fee is very expensive. Upon hearing this, Feng looked at him with stunned eyes, and the expression on her face gradually calmed down. How much? Feng stretched out 5 fingers. Feng's expression remained calm. 5,000 is it? No problem. 5 dishes, not even one less. Feng said decisively. The two men opened their mouths almost at the same time, and when they heard each other's words, they were stunned and stared at each other. 5,000. What 5,000? Feng was surprised. 5 dishes? Feng also froze. Feng quickly reacted, revealing a look of pain. Sister Shen, I didn't expect. Wow, I treat you as a friend, but you talk to me about money. I'm really overwhelmed. Feng's face was embarrassed. A little overwhelmed? No. Not really, I thought you were going to. Because of some things in her family, Feng had developed the habit of solving problems with money. Yesterday Feng saved her. She was grateful to Feng. This time, when this kind of thing suddenly appeared, she thought that after the matter was over, no matter whether it was a success or not, she would wrap up a big red packet and give her thanks again. A few $1,000s was really nothing to her. Until Feng just said the appearance fee and extended 5 fingers, Feng's heart went cold. It's still about the money. But when Feng said 5 dishes, Feng was confused and her mind didn't turn around. After reacting, she realized that she was the only one who was imagining things. In the end, she made a big mess. Feng sighed, his expression filled with despondency. Heartache. Sister Shen, so this is the kind of person I am in your heart? No, little Feng, I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. Feng stepped forward and pulled Feng's hand, her face full of apologies. Really? Really? Apologizing is about seeing sincerity. Feng had a bad smile on his face. Feng's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, her eyes were watery, and her nose lingered on the faint aroma of Feng's body. Her guts grew all of a sudden. In the next second, in Feng's stunned gaze, Feng's upper body leaned forward, and her rosy lips gently printed on his face. Apologizing like this counts as sincere, right? However, before the words were finished, Feng directly wrapped one hand around Feng's willow waist and aggressively kissed up against the slightly opened mouth. Feng's beautiful eyes fiercely rounded, cherry lips were domineering kissed, shocked her small hand constantly patting Feng's arm. Feng did not move at all. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Feng's petite body even harder, his palm clasping the back of her delicate neck, and the amazing curves of his body were tightly fitted together. Gradually, Feng's struggle became lighter and lighter, her breathing became disorganized, her moist eyes slowly closed, and she stood on her tiptoes to actively cater to. Chapter 9: Falling into the Coil Cave. That's what I call sincerity. Feng had a bad smile on his face and wiped his lips with his hand. There was still lipstick residue on it. Bah, little pervert. Feng blushed, her pair of moist eyes glaring at Feng. She didn't know why, but she had a great fondness for this little guy who had saved her life. Thinking back now, she was still a bit enamored with the feeling she had just had. The moment she let go, there was a feeling of emptiness. The body that has been empty for more than 5 years seems to have been awakened to something. Little guy, I didn't see it, but it's quite domineering. There's a feeling that I can't kiss you enough, and I want to kiss you for a while longer. Xiao Feng's body odor smells good too. I wonder if he'll think I'm old. College students should be very energetic, right? Xin Fang's cheeks flushed, her mind wandered, and some heated images began to appear. These heartfelt thoughts, however, were all heard by Lu Feng on the side. Boy. Sister Xin, you're a bit yellow in the heart. I just want a sincerity, why do you still want me to start a family? Xin Fang coughed dryly, the redness on her face faded a bit. Little Feng, there's sincerity, let's go to the company quickly. Lu Feng reached out and made a pleased gesture, get in the car. 2 minutes later, the patrol car stopped in front of a Paramera. This is it, let's go. Xin Fang took out the key and woke up the car. Lu Feng parked the patrol car to the side and frowned when he saw Xin Fang's high heels. Mission, correct Xin Fang's driving mistakes. Reward, driving proficiency. Oh wow, another mission triggered. Xin Fang opened the car door and sat in. Lu Feng had good eyes and saw a pair of flats on the passenger side. Wait. Lu Feng quickly walked over and bent down from the driver's side to get the flat shoes. Without saying a word, he pinched Xin Fang's jade feet and took off the high heels. When he helped Xin Fang with her slippers last night, the lighting was dim, plus he was in a hurry to send them back, so he didn't look very closely. Now under the incandescent light of the parking lot, Lu Feng saw it clearly. Jade feet snow-white crystal, toes rounded and small, nail surface coated with a layer of light pink nail polish, the arch of the foot has a beautiful line, just like a crescent moon. Is it going to be here? To not go upstairs, really not traveling car also line, oh. Seeing Lu Feng's action, Xin Fang was a bit puzzled, and spoke with a bit of trembling, Little Feng, you are. Hearing Xin Fang's heartfelt voice, Lu Feng's hand that clutched the jade foot couldn't help but push a few more points. Sister Xin, I didn't see it, so you are this kind of person. But it's better to do business first. Lu Feng moved his gaze away, grabbed the jade feet and stuffed them into his flat shoes, then put the changed high heels into his arms. Sister Xin, you can't wear high heels while driving, you wear flats, I'll hold the high heels for you. After saying that, Lu Feng took the high heels and walked to the co-pilot and sat down. Mission completed. Reward issued, driving proficiency. Countless unfamiliar yet familiar driving skills and knowledge surged into Lu Feng's mind like a tidal wave. After a few seconds, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed by. Rubbing his fingertips up and down, the current him possessed the ability to easily drive any vehicle. Not to mention ordinary vehicles, even airplanes and tanks were at hand. Xin Fang stepped on her flat shoes, and while she was relieved, there was an empty feeling in her heart. If just now Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng's hands are so big, also very strong, and his body also smells good. What am I thinking about? Lu Feng listened to Xin Fang's heart and his face remained unchanged. People's hearts are yellow and yellow, people's hearts are yellow and yellow. Sister Xin, we have to go. Xin Fang snapped back to her senses, her cheeks flashed with a touch of redness. Right, let's go now. A few seconds later, a Paramera sped out of the parking lot. The entrance to the neighborhood. Wang Lang's posture was like a pine, standing straight there, thinking about what just happened. His heart was still a little indignant. A small security guard who just came here is not just a little bit lucky to know the female owner. What can I do if I know? I also know. Besides, do you know women as well as I do? Just then, a roar of a steam whistle came from the rear. Wang Lang habitually raised his hand in salute, which was one of the duties of the image post. A Paramera with open windows slowly pulled out from beside him. Wang Lang's afterglow swept over. A woman with outstanding temperament and stunning appearance was sitting on the driver's seat. Another rich woman. It seems a little familiar. Isn't this the one who was in the security room just now? The Paramera advanced, and when Wang Lang saw the figure on the passenger side, his expression gradually froze. Lu Feng? Why would Lu Feng be sitting in this car? Wang Lang yelled in his mind without understanding. That seat was clearly for me to sit in. Why are you sitting in my seat? However, because of his professionalism, Wang Lang did not make any unusual moves, just that his eyes kept staring at Lu Feng with a deadpan stare, and his chest was heaving a bit. Lu Feng felt something in his heart and turned his head to look. After seeing that it was Wang Lang, he even raised his chin and waved to say hello. You waved a fart's hand. Wang Lang gritted his teeth and watched the car go away. Car. Shen Feng casually asked, your friend? Lu Feng shook his head, just a security team, count them as acquaintances. Oh yeah, little Feng, how's your figure? Not bad. Half an hour later. The car drove into the underground parking lot of an office building. The two entered the elevator. Nervous? Shen Feng looked at Lu Feng with a smile. Not bad, but it's true that I haven't been exposed to this before. Lu Feng shrugged. The elevator stopped at the 13th floor. Lu Feng followed Shen Feng and looked at both sides curiously. The people passing by greeted Shen Feng and then curiously swept Lu Feng. Tall and handsome, but wearing a security uniform, was it some new shooting program? Shen Feng led Lu Feng to the innermost room and pushed open the door. There were many cameras and filming equipment placed inside, and quite a few people were busy. Lu Feng swept a glance. Surprisingly they were all girls, almost 11 or 12 of them. All of them were high in color. Because it was summer, many of them were wearing short skirts and shorts, revealing their white legs, and all kinds of sexy, flirty poses were constantly alternating. There were even 2 people wearing only underwear, and when they saw Lu Feng looking over, they didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, and even straightened their chests. Mr. Shen. A short-haired girl wearing a revealing navel dress and loose-fitting work pants on the lower half of her body walked over. Holding a tablet in her hand and wearing large silver-framed glasses, the whole person looked competent. Xiao Wan, her secretary. Mr. Shen, everything is ready over here, the models can shoot when they come. Xiao Wan said. Shen Feng nodded and gave up half of her body, revealing Lu Feng behind her. Just in time, let's start straight away, this is our model. Hello big guy. Lu Feng greeted graciously. Wow, big handsome guy, hey. So handsome. The face value is so much better than the last one, right? Where did Mr. Shen find him? It's catching up with the stars, right? It can't really be any star. A few girls in the back looked over with glowing eyes, chattering and discussing excitedly. Chapter 10, like? So astringent. They were in this line of work and had seen simply too many handsome men. But Lu Feng's face value directly caught their eyes. Perfect features, deep eyes, a tall body, and an extremely outstanding temperament. It was simply the perfect male lead that came out of a novel. Xiao Wan, who was beside her, also looked dumbfounded for a split second, and thinking that she was working, she hurriedly lowered her head again, and then stole a glance at Lu Feng a few moments later. Handsome is really handsome, but why is he wearing a security uniform? But also handsome. A few bold girls had already come over. Handsome guy, have a girlfriend? Handsome guy, come on, let me change your clothes. Handsome guy, can you add a friend, let's eat together later. Xiao Wan coughed dryly. Go, Mr. Shen is still here, work first. She has been following Shen Feng since the company started, and has never seen any boys around Shen Feng. But today there was, and looking at General Manager Shen's appearance, he was in a good mood. It felt like the relationship was not simple. Let's put on makeup first. Shen Feng said, and took out some more shooting notes given by the brand. The makeup artist looked at Lu Feng, who was sitting on the chair, and after freezing for a moment, he was a bit clueless. What's wrong? Shen Feng asked suspiciously. The makeup artist spread his hands. Mr. Shen, with this handsome man's face, he basically doesn't need to use makeup, just simply do his hair. The corner of Shen Feng's mouth rose in an imperceptible arc. Then just get some hair, then change your clothes and shoot it directly. First take a set of pictures out to see the effect. A few minutes later, Lu Feng stood up and looked in the mirror. It felt like the hair hadn't changed much. One of the girls yanked a mobile hanger full of clothes with protective sleeves. Try this first. Lu Feng took it. It was a set of black shirts. Holding it in his hand felt like the material was comfortable. Lu Feng didn't make any pretense, he directly took off the top, revealing his perfect muscle lines. Wow! A gasp rang out in the room as all eyes fell on Lu Feng. What beautiful abs! Can I touch them? Wow, these muscles, I can't, I'll go to the restroom. Ming people don't talk in the dark, I'm craving for him. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Consider me, I'm good at everything. Shen Feng was reading a document and turned her head to look over when she heard the noisy voice behind her. Upon seeing Lu Feng's perfect body, her beautiful eyes widened violently. Recalling the words from the car. This body is called okay? Smooth muscle lines, full pecs, and neat abs. It was simply a walking Greek statue. I would believe it if you said it was carved out. Shen Feng's throat rolled up and down a bit, her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't stop looking at him, especially when she thought of kissing Lu Feng only a short while ago. Her entire body was heating up. In the face of all kinds of words of tigers and wolves, Lu Feng did not wimp out, and greatly did a few bodybuilding moves, showing off his muscles perfectly. It drew the women in the room to surround them and exclaim in shock. Finally, there were those who couldn't help themselves. A pair of small hands gently touched his back, another pair of small hands touched his abdomen. Lu Feng snapped and slapped away a small hand, but soon another small hand touched him. Hey, sis. Your little hands don't seem too clean, can I just touch them? Slap. Lu Feng slapped away another downward hand. What are you doing? That's another price. Damn it, I want to touch it too. Humph, it's nice to be touched, but you don't know how to refuse. I should have touched her first. These are a bit too much, and the little fish is still squeezing upwards. It's not as big as mine. Shen Feng had a calm look on the surface, but inwardly she was thinking nonsense. Lu Feng was flooded by various perfume odors, surrounded on all sides by the bewitching formations laid down by the enemy, and when he heard Shen Feng's heartfelt voice, he instantly came to his senses. With one force, his arm stretched forward, touching the roots of many formations. After hearing only a few cries, directly rushed out of the soul-obsessed formation. Although this vertigo formation is good, it is not as good as the Patriarch's 1/10,000th Ah. Ahem, it's better to work first, or else your general manager Shen is going to get angry. The lady stole a glance at Shen Feng and found that the other party's face was cold. Humph, this little bastard, I should have known not to bring him here. It was supposed to be my own. Do they have my figure? Do I have a thin waist? Have I got a nice ass? Lu Feng came directly to Shen Feng's side with small steps and coughed lightly. Quick, work. Only then did the women parted reluctantly, and before leaving, Xiuwen even had the audacity to take advantage of the chaos and ruthlessly touched Lu Feng. Lu Feng? Boys must protect themselves when they're out and about, or else they'll end up trapped by the vertigo formation. The shooting began. This wasn't Lu Feng's first contact with the modeling industry. In the past, he had always done his appreciation on the internet, not realizing that he would now have the opportunity to become a model. Who called him handsome and well-built? Just standing there was a perfect blockbuster. As long as one was handsome to a certain extent, shaving one's head and wearing a plastic bag would look good. Not good looking? That's still not handsome enough. Waiting for the time to change pants, the women also playfully said, there is no changing room here, directly in this change on the line. Don't take sisters as outsiders. Shen Feng drove these people away and brought Lu Feng to the changing room alone. When no one was around, Shen Feng put her hands around her chest and said with a grudging face, Little Feng, how dare you hide this from me? Is this what you call an okay figure? Look at those little girls craving for it. Really, I haven't touched it yet. Lu Feng hemmed and hawed, it's not like I wanted to give Sister Shen a surprise. Shen Feng hummed lightly, her tone filled with sourness, it feels great to be surrounded by that group of little girls, right, which one do you like? I will introduce you. Introduce, ah. Then I have to think about it. Lu Feng cupped his chin and put on a thoughtful expression, I like. It's. Shen Feng froze for a moment, I asked you, you really said it. Immediately, he lost his head a little. Not happy. Lu Feng looked like he didn't see Shen Feng's look, broke his fingers, and opened his own mouth, good looking, attractive, long legs, good body, front and back. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Shen Feng was dumbfounded and said, I'm asking you which one you like. Aren't you simply horny? Lu Feng looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand. Yes, I like these. Ah, you have all of these. Shen Feng's breathing stuttered, her pretty face colored with a blush, and her hot earlobes almost burned. Her throat rolled gently, and her shell teeth lightly bit her red lips. Little Feng, is he confessing to me? Lu Feng, with a face of rightfulness, pointed to Shen Feng's figure. Look, whether it's looks, temperament, or figure, you alone crush everyone in the room on all fronts, so what did I pick them for? Shen Feng's voice was like a mosquito fly. She was a light, mature woman, but her eyes hid a young girl's helplessness. Okay, I know, don't say it. Stop it. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth rose, of course, I can't be thick-skinned. Saying that, Lu Feng let out a bad smile and directly pulled up Shen Feng's hand and pressed it onto himself with a fearless face. I'll take a little loss and dedicate it to you alone. Shen Feng exclaimed, but her hand didn't let go, and after touching a few handfuls with a red face, she quickly pulled her hand away again. Quickly change your clothes. Chapter 11, is it a coiled silk cave or a vertigo formation? Little Feng, turn sideways, tilt your head, wow, so cool. Cold expression, killing aura, give me a killing aura. Yes, so cool. Dim the lights a bit more, shall you, don't touch while you're organizing your clothes. Forget it, I'll help him change. Hee, I'll touch it too. Yes, just wear half of the shirt, bared. Sister Shin, can we take Xiao Feng's portrait? The internally digested kind, absolutely healthy. Lu Feng, question mark. During the shoot, Lu Feng naturally couldn't help but be posed by the stylists and costumers, and someone would always take the opportunity to eat his tofu. At the back, Shin Feng couldn't help it, her beautiful eyes glared and she simply did it herself. Cheap others, not as cheap as yourself. She had a solid knowledge base, and quite a few people here were brought out by her own hands. Little Feng, don't move, I'll organize your clothes. Don't wear your pants that high, I'll adjust them for you. This is a bit tight, right, change to a bigger size. You take a break, I'm going to the restroom. There are a lot of clothes to shoot, and the process is rather tedious. After the shooting was done, it had to be pictured, out of the picture, and then sent to the brand, and only after the brand passed it could it be considered finished. However, because of Lu Feng's super high face value, there was almost no need to deal with it in the later stages, and the brand passed the program directly. They even asked Shin Feng privately where they found such a good model. In response, Shin Feng only said that it was her friend, not in this business. After everything was finished, the time had already come to evening. The photographers, makeup artists and post-processors present were all first-class beauties. At this moment, however, they were all unimaginatively paralyzed on sofas and chairs, and some even simply sat on the carpet. The doors here were all swiped to enter, and only they had access. It was cleaned up so well that they could usually just sleep here when they worked overtime. Lu Feng was the only one to enjoy this beautiful view. After all, the body had been strengthened, so this exercise was nothing. Being watched by Lu Feng, a few bold models even stretched their legs in front of him. It turned out that there was more than just silver and white flowers. Lu Feng blinked, and suddenly felt that the vertigo formation was activated again. Half an hour later. The girls giggled and waved Lu Feng off from work, and there were a few girls who felt sorry that they had wanted to have dinner with Lu Feng, but Lu Feng used the excuse that he still had to talk to Shin Feng about things. Hearing this, these people's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them, letting out a meaningful sound and leaving. Office. Shin Feng lazily sank into the sofa, her petite body gently undulating as she breathed, her waistline tightening, forming a graceful arc under her skirt. Legs folded, the hem of the skirt slid down to the root of the thigh, revealing delicate white skin. Lu Feng looked straight and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wasn't lying, the beauties in the entire room, combined, couldn't even compare to Shin Feng. Little Feng, thank you so much, otherwise it would really be too late this time. Shin Feng said gratefully. To open up the market, the first order was especially important, and the brand side found this time was not small. If it succeeded this time, it would be good for the company's future. Lu Feng waved his hand, small thing, just a show of hands. Mission completed. Reward issued, fighting proficiency. In an instant, Lu Feng's mind suddenly had countless more knowledge about fighting, grappling, and even one-hit kills on the human body, and his hands and feet became extremely sophisticated. After reading it, Lu Feng was suddenly enlightened. The fighting proficiency granted by the system was a product that appeared after fusing the entirety of fighting and martial arts in the world. There was only one purpose, to capture or kill the enemy with the fastest speed and at the smallest cost. Killing techniques Lu Feng chanted in his heart. Slightly clenching his fists, his body was filled with power. Then he opened the panel again. Host, Lu Feng. Physique, 8-9 average 5. Abilities, eavesdropping on female host's heart, heartwarming body scent, perfect body, driving proficiency, fighting proficiency. Seeing the increased body mass, Lu Feng pondered. When he obtained perfect body, his physique grew from 6 to 8. When he obtained fighting mastery, his physique grew from 8 to 9. This was an incidental gain, it was really good. As he was thinking about it, a gurgling sound came from his stomach. I've been so busy until now that I forgot to eat. Shin Feng beside him snorted and laughed. Let's go, take you to eat. Underground parking lot. The two of them came to the front of the Primera. Shin Feng just wanted to get into the car, then thought of something. Little Feng, do you have a driver's license? Why don't you drive? Shin Feng didn't think much about it, most guys aren't interested in cars. Sure. Lu Feng took the keys and sat directly in the driver's seat. Shen Feng sat in the passenger seat, and after buckling her seatbelt, she amplified the young woman's charm. Lu Feng turned his head to look. What do you mean by fine branches bear fruit? Bad, I became a human heart yellow. Feeling this gaze, Shen Feng straightened her chest, the corner of her mouth revealed a smile. Does it look good? Good looking. Want to see something else? Want to. Think beautifully, Shen Feng teasingly laughed out. Little pervert, drive. Normally Shen Feng would hardly have any males around her, and she didn't like having males close to her, but being looked at by Lu Feng, not only would it not be difficult, but instead, it would give her a feeling of stealing joy. Not to mention that both of them had kissed. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. Then you have to sit tight, so you can see what it means to be an old driver. After saying that, Lu Feng directly started the car and rushed out from the parking space in a flat drift. Shen Feng let out a cry of surprise, and after reacting, she slapped Lu Feng's arm in dissatisfaction. Brat, scared me. Drive slowly. Lu Feng didn't show off his cool car skills anymore and went out and drove out of the company parking lot normally. Sister Shen, where to eat? What do you want to eat? Lu Feng thought about it. Just a whole lot of home-cooked food. Home-cooked food, ah. Then why don't you go buy some vegetables and then come to my house to eat? Shen Feng said. Then I'll have a blessed day. Go buy some vegetables first, then go home. Lu Feng yelled and started the car. Hearing this, Shen Feng was in a bit of a trance. Go buy food first, then go home. What distant words. Lu Feng's afterglow swept a glance at Shen Feng, and he who could listen to his heart naturally heard these words. It seemed like Sister Shen had encountered something before. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng parked his car at the curb of the mall. The pair of handsome men and beautiful women attracted frequent turns from passers-by. The two went in side by side to buy groceries and pick and choose. To Lu Feng's surprise, Shen Feng was very skillful at these things and always found fresh vegetables. Shen Feng stroked the falling broken hair on her ear and said, Enough vegetables, go buy some meat. Okay, come get it for me. Lu Feng habitually took the vegetables from Shen Feng's hands and carried them himself. Shen Feng was stunned for a moment, as if there was something more in her heart. Arriving at the place to buy chickens, Shen Feng picked the biggest one. After weighing and checking out, the two walked towards the outside of the mall. Lu Feng was holding vegetables and meat in both hands. Shen Feng was holding a small bag of vegetables in one hand and a small bag on her shoulder. Talking and laughing, they looked like a couple who had been in love for many years. Just as the two were about to walk near the car, a knife-wielding teenager rushed out from the side alley. He rushed straight to the side of an old woman wearing a green cheongsam who was walking, and the people around him let out a gasp of surprise and scattered in all directions. The knife-wielding teenager grabbed the bag on the old woman's arm with force, saw no way to yank it down directly, and swung up the brightly shining knife and chopped it up. Just as the knife was about to slash down, a big foot kicked over from the side. It hit the robber solidly and sent him flying with a kick. Chapter 12, The Fighting I Just Knew, You Chop Me with a Knife? Because of the distance and the fact that there was no time to store power, the kick didn't use much force. The robber fell on a row of shared bicycles, endured the pain, and stood up again. At this time, Lu Feng also got a good look at the other party. Denim jacket, white sweater, face waxen, dark circles under the eyes covered with blood, expression grim, at a glance not very old. He had seen a similar look before, the same classmates even chartered an internet cafe. The look was similar to this. Nima. The robber stood up, his expression grim as he rushed over, the sharp knife in his hand waving haphazardly. The direction was right at Shen Feng. Next to the store, on the other side was a row of shared bicycles, narrow space to hide. In the heat of the moment, Shen Feng directly pushed Lu Feng to the side. Little Feng, dodge. Lu Feng's eyes were icy cold, his stance didn't move, and he protected Shen Feng behind him with one hand, sidestepped the knife, and raised his palm and fiercely pumped it. I just learned fighting skills, can I let you hurt? The sound of the slap was crisp and loud, the force was full, and it directly smacked the knife-wielding teenager's head, and the whole person was unsteady, falling onto a row of shared bicycles. You want to cut me? Lu Feng cursed loudly. Grass mud horse. The robber climbed up in a daze, cursed, clutched his knife, and slashed over again. Lu Feng's body didn't move, dodged, and then slapped him hard. Oops, still want to cut me? The robber fell to the ground again, the left side of his face was swollen high, and the slap marks were clearly visible. The whole person was smacked and his brain fell into a daze. With Lu Feng's current strength, the force was very well controlled. 2 slaps guaranteed to knock this kid out and not overly hurt him. The force was just right, and the dizziness didn't hurt his brain. Lu Feng slowly put together the dishes he just bought and grabbed the knife from the empty plastic bag. The heart is still a little proud. Finally used this skill. When I was a kid, I watched Conan and used a handkerchief or glove to grab the murder weapon, and I thought about when I would have the opportunity to do so. I didn't think I'd grow up and actually come across it. Gotta be strong. Shen Feng reacted from the fear, grabbed Lu Feng's arm and repeatedly observed, "Little Feng, are you okay? Are you hurt? Did it scratch you?" Lu Feng touched her hair. "Don't worry, it didn't touch me." Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, and then pounded Lu Feng's chest, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, with a crying tone. "You scared me to death." All right, it's all right," Lu Feng kept comforting. Seeing the murderer being captured, the crowd of onlookers around him let out a burst of applause. Lu Feng pacified Shen Feng, came to the store next to him, asked for a plastic bag, rolled it into a rope, and tied up this robbing kid behind his hands. I didn't expect this kind of high-traffic place also dared to come out to rob, afraid of not packaged accommodation. Package brain is not clear it. After doing all this, Lu Feng picked up a mediocre bag on the ground and walked towards this old woman who was robbed. "Are you all right?" Lu Feng asked. The old woman took the bag, and after seeing Lu Feng, her eyes lit up. It's fine, thank you young man, it's so handsome." Seeing that it was an older one, Lu Feng took a stool from the side snack bar and helped her sit down. The old woman had fine lines at the corners of her eyes, silver sideburns, her hair was tied up by a greenish-gray hairpin, and there was an amiable warmth between her eyebrows. Eyes gleaming, the corners of her mouth hung with a seemingly light smile, her speech was not slow and unhurried, her hands and feet carried a graceful air, at a glance it was not an ordinary family. "You sit, this kid did not scratch you, right?" "Nothing, good, a robbery only." The old woman smiled softly, although she was stunned in the moment just now, but now she has slowed down. "Thank you, young man." Lu Feng, it's all right. You can be genuinely big, but also a robbery only. But see, this old woman has no abnormal expression, face always ripples with gentle smile. Lu Feng also put down the heart. Look at the body, dressed in not expensive, extraordinary temperament, should be a have seen the world. This old lady always grabbed his hand, he is not good to force to break free. "I saved you, right? You also can't move against me, ah. Young man really handsome, ah, there is no object, ah." The old woman smiled and asked, "I have a daughter, still single, why don't you guys get to know each other?" Lu Feng? A blind date also depends on the occasion. Is it appropriate now? Cough. Shen Feng, who was on the side, coughed hard and smiled at the old woman before taking Lu Feng's arm as if she was swearing sovereignty. The old woman stopped talking, just always with a soft smile on her face. 2 minutes later, Uncle had hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, he froze on the spot. A teenager with the left side of his face swollen high and his hands bound was leaning against a row of fallen shared bicycles, and was chrysalising continuously. Next to a tall and handsome boy and a beautiful-looking young woman stood beside an extraordinary old woman chatting. The three of them had cloudy expressions and didn't seem to think there was anything unusual at all. What strange combination. A middle-aged police officer stepped forward. "I'm Li Yarou, who called the police. Where are the robbers? What's going on here?" Lu Feng raised his hand. "Hello police uncle, I'm the one who called the police." Shen Feng covered her mouth at the side and said to herself in her mind. Surprisingly, calling the police uncle, little Feng is so cute. It's a good thing you didn't call me Aunt Shen in the first place, otherwise you'd have to teach this kid a lesson. Lu Feng heard this heartfelt voice, his face remained unchanged, and he secretly made a note in his heart. You still want to teach me a lesson? This revenge, I'll mark it down. What's going on here? Li Yarou pointed at the robbing kid who was chrysalis on the ground, his brows furrowed. Who tied him up? This is illegal imprisonment, do you know that? Quickly untie him. Lu Feng, this kid is the robber. Li Yarou. Lu Feng, the robber is this old man. Li Yarou. Lu Feng, and robbed with a knife, the knife is here. Li Yarou took the plastic bag, looked at the knife inside, the light of the light, bright and shiny. After a split second of silence, he said with a straight face, but then again, treating this kind of unstable prisoner is to tie up. One of the officers in the back crouched down and checked the state of the robbing kid, and was shocked to see the left side of the face that was swollen high up. You're hitting him too hard, it's a bit of a defense. Li Yarou frowned. What's going on? Lu Feng's expression was calm. This kid grabbed grandma's bag, then rushed through the crowd and ran to us to chop me. I gave him 2 slaps to calm him down in order to prevent us from being killed by him. Li and Min prevented being killed by him. Although talking rough, this was too rough. Lu Feng pointed to the camera above. There's surveillance here. 2 minutes later, after watching the surveillance, Lian Min's expression became odd as he looked at Lu Feng. Saying 2 slaps, it was really 2 slaps. Directly slapped this robbery over. The strength is really not small. Lian Min did not say anything more about over-defense. The surveillance showed that the knife was chopped into the face, and did not fight back, waiting to die? Guts quite big. The knife are split in front of your eyes before you hide, practitioners? A small security guard only. Lian Min nodded. He was also considered a peer, but this is also a trip with us, make a record, it's quick. Lu Feng nodded painfully, no problem. Lian Min walked over to the bashful old woman again, his voice slightly raised. Are you alright? You also have to trouble yourself to come with me, you can contact the family. The old woman slightly leaned back, her expression slightly disgusted. You don't have to be so loud, my ears are fine. Lian Min. Well, this trip is really worth it. Behind him, the 2 police officers have already escorted the robber boy to the car. They're all moving their knives, the situation is serious. How do you 2 go? Lian Min looked at Lu Feng and Shen Feng. Get in a car with me. Lu Feng waved his hand and refused. No need, our car is right next to us. After saying that, he pressed the car key, and the paramera on the side of the road flashed twice. Lian Min froze for a moment and subconsciously said, are security guards making so much money now? Lu Feng waved his hand and said, that's not it, this car belongs to my rich sister. Lian Min, ? Chapter 13 Lessons for the Birth Family. In the police station. A few people finished making statements. Lu Feng also knew that the old lady was called Zhao Jingshu and was 65 years old. But well-maintained, looks and temperament younger a lot. On the contrary, Lian Min heard this name a little familiar, and always felt that he had heard it somewhere. Robbery boy came here, seems to be even more unafraid, mouth constantly yelling something. I am not old enough, I have someone at home, I did not hurt anyone, I am just playing. And he was constantly cursing Lu Feng. This makes Lu Feng a little regret. I should have known that the smooth hand to beat his mouth crooked good. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged couple rushed in, the very parents of the robbing kid. Seeing their son, the 2 of them immediately shouted loudly. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of my son. Who beat my son's face like this? Was it you? Hurry up and arrest him. He was just playing around with a knife. Who said he robbed? He's still a kid. Why are you getting serious with a kid? Did he hurt you? Hit him so hard, officer, hurry up and arrest him. Lian Min rubbed his brow, afraid of encountering this kind of guardian. After exhaling heavily, his eyes became sharp and he drank, quiet. What are you shouting for? Lian Min had dealt with many similar cases. If he didn't put some pressure at the beginning, it would be endless later. The middle-aged couple was instantly subdued. Lian Min opened the surveillance video and continued to speak. Your son robbed with a knife, the circumstances are serious, there is surveillance video here, it's all evidence, look at it yourselves. The injury on the face is this young man's defense shot, compliant and legal, what else is there to say? The words just fell. The middle-aged woman yelled directly, my son did not rob, he is just playing with a knife, who did he rob? Wouldn't it be better if I compensated her? The middle-aged man touched his own son's face, turned his head and rushed over to Lu Feng, cursing, Mard, you're the one who hit my son, right? Saying that, he didn't care about the police officers around him and directly pushed and yelled over. Lu Feng's eyes were calm, his right hand lightning fast clamped down on the other's wrist. He wanted to cut me, I gave him 2 mouths to sober up, it's already fair. The middle-aged man's face reddened, his wrist that was swinging his fist could not move at all, it was clamped by a huge force, and the force was still increasing, pinching the raw pain. Lian Min realized that something was wrong and hurriedly stepped forward, separating the 2. What's going on? What's going on? Fighting in the police station. Both want to go in right. Lu Feng had an innocent look on his face. Officer Li, as you can see, he was the one who wanted to hit me, I was passively defending. The middle-aged man covered his wrist, continuously sucking in cold air. The moment he was clamped down, it felt like his wrist was going to shatter. He looked at Lu Feng incredulously, such a kid, how is he so strong? The middle-aged woman rushed over, holding her husband, and shouted sternly, what does he know as a little kid? What are you taking seriously with a kid? Upon hearing this, everyone present was speechless for a while. What a classic speech. Li Yanmin didn't want to talk nonsense and said, "The offender is over 16 years old and needs to take legal responsibility. The case is a criminal case. If you have an opinion, you can go to the court to appeal. The victim is over there, you can negotiate with the other party whether to understand or not." Li Yanmin said, walking over to Zhao Jingshu's side to prevent the couple from getting emotional and hurting her. However, Li Yanmin was clearly overthinking it. Even after the scene just now, she still looked unfazed by the situation. Hearing the topic come to her, Zhao Jingshu pointed to herself. "Me? I don't understand. He robbed me with a knife. I'm not feeling well in my head. My heart is not feeling well. I'm a little nauseous. I can't walk, so I'll sentence him however I want. If it wasn't for this handsome young man who saw justice, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get up today." As Zhao Jingshu said this, she also covered her chest and made a painful appearance. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth next to him twitched. "If I hadn't seen that you just got into our car handily and pulled me into a chat, I would have really believed your words." However, Lu Feng didn't want to waste more time here. "Officer Li, there shouldn't be any more business for us here, so we'll leave first." Li Yanmin nodded his head. "Good, follow up. Please keep your phone open for us to reach you." "No problem." Lu Feng walked over to Zhao Jingshu's side again and slapped the jerky couple away, the latter nearly stumbling. "Grandma Zhao, then we'll leave first. You inform your family to come pick you up earlier." Zhao Jingshu nodded her head with a big smile. "Fine, what a good boy." Lu Feng and Shen Fan turned to go out, but before they could take 2 steps, they were pulled by the middle-aged woman. "You can't leave. You beat my son like this, you have to pay for it. Compensate $500,000. Lu Feng indifferently turned around and grabbed the other party's hand that was gripping his arm with force. The pain caused the middle-aged woman to keep screaming. "Pain, pain, pain, grab him, he intentionally hurt me. Pain, 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 Officer." The middle-aged woman screamed out miserably, and with her other hand, she tried to slap Lu Feng's hand away. Li Yanmin was startled and rushed forward with an arrow step, separating the two and looking at Lu Feng seriously. "What are you doing?" Lu Feng spread his hands and looked innocent. "I didn't do anything, I just peeled her hand away." "She's in pain like that, and she's still talking about peeling it away. You stay back for now." Li Yanmin walked to the middle-aged woman again, rolled open the other's sleeve, and was instantly confused. The arm was intact, not to mention bruises, not even a red mark. Li Yanmin face gloomy down. He felt as if he was fooled. "People are not hard, what are you shouting?" Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged woman was equally dumbfounded. The pain just now really wasn't something she faked, it really hurt to the bone, but how was there no trace of it? Even now it was still vaguely painful, the whole arm had no strength, and the eyes that looked at Lu Feng were shocked and fearful. On the side, Lu Feng's face was unchanged and he sneered in his heart. This was all thanks to the fighting arts gifted by the system. After integrating all the martial arts and martial skills in the world, Lu Feng had a very clear understanding of the human body's large and small acupuncture points, muscles, and bones. As long as he mastered the technique, it only took a little bit of force to cause the human body to produce immense pain, which was not yet visible on the outside. In these next few days, this arm wouldn't even think about exerting itself. Not only her, that middle-aged man's wrist would also be sore for days, and he wouldn't be able to use any strength at all. Lu Feng wasn't some good guy in the traditional sense of the word. He could go and help others when he could, but he wouldn't hold back in the face of bullying from others. "Officer Li, we can go now," Lu Feng said indifferently. Li Yanmin nodded his head and let out he felt that this kid was evil, so it was better for him to hurry up and leave. This matter had nothing to do with him anyway. Watching Lu Feng and Shen Fan leave, the middle-aged couple wanted to say something, but thinking of the pain that had just occurred, they didn't dare to speak again. Turning their heads, they dropped their gaze on Zhao Jingshu who had been robbed. "Old thing, why don't you go die?" The middle-aged woman covered her arm and cursed in a low voice. "Ms. Zhao, has your family arrived? Why don't I contact them for you?" Li Yanmin asked. The old woman glanced faintly. "No need, it should be soon. If there's something, just talk to me." "Old woman, don't be ungrateful. My son was just having fun with the knife, he didn't even touch you. Who knows if you're intentionally touching the porcelain. Nowadays old men and old women, are just looking for trouble." The middle-aged woman is still shady. "Watch your words, the surveillance shows that it was your son who robbed her bag with a knife," Li Yanmin said seriously. The middle-aged woman was still about to say something when she heard the roar of a car from outside. Chapter 14, Brother, Catching a Rich Woman on the Second Day. The sound of high heels came from far and near, and a few people walked in quickly outside. At the head of the group was a girl in a long beige dress with an outstanding temperament, and under her long soft hair was a cool and ascetic face. Upon seeing Zhao Jingshu sitting unharmed on a stool, Lin Shua sighed in relief. Grandma, are you alright? You called to say you were robbed, are you hurt? Lin Shua half kneeled beside Zhao Jingshu, carefully inspecting the other party's body. It's fine, Zhao Jingshu said. Lin Shua still checked carefully and confirmed that there was no problem before she sighed in relief. Grandma, you scared me to death. Go back in a while and let Dr. Wang take a look at you, I'll take care of it here. After getting up, the intimacy on Lin Shuya's face disappeared, replaced by a face like frost. She was just having a meeting at the company when she received a call that her grandmother had been robbed. After confirming that it wasn't a scam, she hurried over, but luckily there were no accidents. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Lian Min. Lian Min walked over with an incredibly serious expression. Inwardly, he was constantly cursing the robber. Marred, this has stirred up a big mess. Just now, he felt that this woman looked familiar, and it was only after he approached that he confirmed this person's identity. Miss Lin family, the heir of the Yunsheng Group, acted thunder and lightning, the company across the real estate, restaurants and hotels and other industries, assets of tens of billions of Linhai City, one of the largest taxpayers. And just heard her call that Zhao Jingshu grandmother? Lian Min glanced at the young man who was still yelling about the protection law. This kid, so lucky, he won't have to worry about food and shelter in the future. Are you the granddaughter of this old woman? The middle-aged woman walked over to take a look. Who would have thought that Lin Shua wouldn't even look at it and directly conversed with Lian Min? Officerly, please recount the matter to me. Although Lian Min was not at the scene at that time, there was a surveillance monitor, and with Lu Feng's and the onlookers' descriptions, he was able to restore the matter. Lin Shua looked at the surveillance and was slightly stunned. The picture showed Lu Feng smacking the robber's mouth. Even though she had seen a lot, it was the first time she had seen this method of subduing a criminal. In other words, my grandmother was the victim from beginning to end, right? Yes. Alright, my secretary will follow up the whole process afterward, we'll leave first. Leaving behind these words, Lin Shua walked towards the door with Zhao Jingshu on her arm. After walking up to the secretary, she whispered, "This kind of scourge, don't come out." The middle-aged woman still wanted to walk up and say something, but she was stopped in her tracks by a man and a woman. Just talk to me if there's anything, I'm Mr. Lin's secretary and this is our lawyer. Lin Shua was too lazy to care about these things, the secretary would take care of it. Behind her came the faint sound of the secretary's conversation. No, he's just a kid. It doesn't matter, we'll go through the normal legal process, we'll have a specialized lawyer to butt in. Outside the police station. Grandma, you said you took a walk, you brought your bodyguard instead. Lin Shua held Zhao Jingshu's hand, the frosty smile on her face melting away as she complained. The law and order isn't quite good now, I didn't expect this to happen. Zhao Jingshu said. Luckily your old man was smart and didn't call my parents, otherwise there wouldn't have been another round of chatter, maybe the police station would have turned over. Lin Shua joked. I'm not afraid of the two of them. By the way, that young man's name is Lu Feng, you have to thank him for me, he's handsome and polite, why don't you guys get to know each other? Zhao Jingshu said half-jokingly. Grandma! Why are you messing around again, I don't even know the person. Lin Shuya's cool face flashed with a touch of helplessness. No matter what family, as long as they reach the age, they would be urged to get married. Blaming me? How old are you already? You can't look at this or that, you have to find one that understands you, what with the need for soul fit, I'm just afraid that you'll go over there with a book in your next life. Zhao Jingshu was dissatisfied. Since I'm going to live my whole life, I have to find one that understands me. Lin Shua said to herself. Lu Feng and Shen Feng traveled all the way home unimpeded. When they came to the entrance of the neighborhood, they remembered that they seemed to have skipped work all day. Sister Shen, wait for me if I need to, I'll go talk to them. Lu Feng drove the car to the side and stopped. Go together. Shen Feng opened the door and got out. Security room. Captain Chen Tai was frowning at the roll call. Miao Yong secretly said that it was not good, it was now 8 o'clock, how come little Feng had not come back yet, and he did not reply to the messages he sent. Where is Lu Feng? A flash of displeasure flashed in Chen Tai's eyes, why haven't you seen anyone all day? Miao Yong hurriedly opened his mouth, Chen team, there is an owner in our neighborhood who is looking for Xiao Feng, maybe he went out to help, he just told me that he will be back soon. Owner? Chen Tai frowned slightly, what is the owner looking for the security guard for? Something should also be looking for the property. Yes, this I also saw, when I was standing guard in the morning, I saw Lu Feng and a property owner go out. Wang Lang stepped forward and said. In the morning? Chen Tai's brows frowned even tighter. Then isn't this missing a day? This had only just joined the company, right? But this time he went out is indeed too long, and the owners can't affect our work. If it's all like this, then how can we maintain the safety of the neighborhood? Wang Lang said in a righteous manner. Miao Yong's eyes stared. He was wondering how Wang Lang could have spoken to Xiao Feng just now, but he ended up waiting here. Wait for him to come back and let him come to me. Before Chen Tai could finish his words, the door to the security room was pushed open. Lu Feng and Shen Feng walked in side by side. Without waiting for Lu Feng to open his mouth, Shen Feng took a step forward and faintly said, Captain Chen, I asked little Feng to do something for me, it should be fine. After all, isn't your purpose to serve the owners? Chen Tai's eyes stared after looking at the visitor, and the displeasure on his face was instantly replaced by a smile. There were quite a few rich people in this neighborhood, but they were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. After all, there are those who harbor mistresses, those who rent houses, and those who package personas. In comparison, although Shen Feng couldn't be said to be in the highest category, she was still a very honorable owner. After all, people are also tens of millions of dollars of companies, although he also has a backer, but the hand is not a smile. Although he was a bit displeased, Chen Tai did not show it and said, Of course we security guards serve the owners, Xiao Feng did a good job, make sure Miss Shen is satisfied. Upon hearing this, the other security guards cast envious gazes over. It's only the second day, and you've caught a rich woman? Wang Lang's eyes were red with envy, his fists clenched tightly. What right? All this was originally mine. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and had a strange look on his face. They say that soft rice smells good, and today buddies have eaten a little bit of it. To those brothers who haven't eaten it, it does smell good. Alright, then you send Miss Shen home first. Chen Tai's face was kind and turned cold again. You guys should get off work too. Miao Yong came to Lu Feng's side, seeing Shen Feng beside him. He secretly gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. Little Feng, you're great. Lu Feng revealed a Nike smile, low profile. Leaving the security room, Lu Feng and Shen Feng walked towards the Primera on the side. When the crowd saw that it was Lu Feng who got into the driver's seat, their eyes snapped wide. Nobody, you've only been here for the second day and you're driving a rich woman's car? So modeling is good and so popular? Chapter 15 The Yellow of the Human Heart. The two returned to Shen Feng's home. Counting the times, this was Lu Feng's third visit. Returning home, Shen Feng seemed to have put down 10,000 pounds of burden and instantly relaxed. Little Feng, feel free to sit down, I'll take a bath first, it's just too hot. Take a bath? Lu Feng was confused. No, Sister Shen, I'm still here. Shen Feng cocked her head and spat out, so what? Then poofed out a laugh. What for? I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll eat you? Shen Feng was still relatively at ease with Lu Feng, not to mention saving herself in that situation. Moreover, this kid won't peek at my bath. Should I lock the door? This kid will not suddenly in excitement put me. Quite handsome, body is also good. Thinking about it, Shen Feng's face also became rosy. Lu Feng heard these heartfelt voices and his face was odd. It turns out that when a lone man and woman share a room, are the inner activities of girls so wild? Shen Feng suppressed her wild thoughts and flirted, little pervert, no peeking oh. Lu Feng had a straight face, no problem, I can down 3 bowls of rice just by listening to the sound of the water in the shower. Leaving a string of silver bell-like laughter, Shen Feng walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Of course I didn't lock the door, what door do I lock in my own home? After taking off the clothes and skirts on the body, a set of rich and delicate body revealed, Shen Feng did not rush to take a bath, look in the mirror, and then straightened up. The figure is still very good, thanks to regular exercise, the thighs seem to be a little thick. It feels as if it has expanded a little bit again. Not a moment later, the sound of water in the bathroom rang out, and water vapor filled the air. In the living room, Lu Feng took a bottle of ice water and poured it down in one gulp. The whole person was much more awake. Hiss, what a strong attack, it almost induced my evil fire agitation. An hour passed quickly. During this time, Lu Feng had been sitting in the living room and playing with his cell phone, not walking around or rummaging through things. Going to someone else's house and being at peace, this was a point of politeness he still had. As for the last time, it was a complete accident. Lu Feng swiped his cell phone, and within a few seconds, he swiped past a dancing video. Strange, the videos swiped today are either dare or uniform evil. Inside the bathroom. Shenfang hummed softly, the bath towel dried the water droplets on her body, a small towel wrapped around her hair, and after doing a series of work such as moisturizing, she was just about to push the door out, and then slammed the door shut. She remembered, there was still someone in the house. Little Feng was still there. Because she was always the only one in the house, Shenfang used to walk straight to the bedroom to change into her pajamas after taking a shower. Now that little Feng was in the living room, how could she go out directly? Shenfang looked at the clothes she had changed again, and looked embarrassed. Should she wear the clothes she had worn during the day? No, wouldn't that be a wasted shower? Shenfang's teeth lightly bit her red lips, she could only let Xiaofeng help her get a dress. Thinking of this, Shenfang slowly opened her mouth, her voice with some trembling, little Feng, are you still there? Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa, and he heard Shenfang's heartfelt words within the bathroom just now. Taking a bath without clothes? It seemed like he had seen this plot somewhere. Hearing Shenfang's call, Lu Feng quickly responded, Sister Shen, I'm here, what's wrong? Can you come over for a moment? Shenfang shyly said. She really didn't have the strength to speak out loud, it was just too shy. Lu Feng thought about it and walked over, standing in front of the bathroom door. Sister Shen? Little Feng, can you help me get a piece of clothing from the bedroom? I didn't bring any clothes in. Shenfang nervously finished her words, her tone taking on a tremor. No problem, which one to take? Any of them are fine, just pick a pajama in the closet. Lu Feng turned towards the bedroom, listening to the sound of slippers far away. Shenfang also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Lu Feng would come in directly, but also a little lost what was going on. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched, is this a fickle woman? It is not possible to enter, nor can it be retreated. The bedroom was a lot tidier than last time. Lu Feng glanced at the bed, the decompression toys he had seen before had disappeared. Let me pick one, and gave me the upper strength. Lu Feng opened 2 closets in a row and finally found pajamas in the 3rd closet. Worthy of being a rich woman, there are so many pajamas. Lu Feng didn't mess around, and used the palm of his hand to simply ruffle them and find one that he liked. Not, find one that fit. After 10 seconds or so, Lu Feng looked at a black pajama revealing a clear smile. Shenfang organized her hair and did not know what kind of pajamas the summit would take. Thinking of the various clothes in her closet, Shenfang was a little hot in the face. Because I live alone, some of the clothes are very bold, after all, wear it for yourself, you can also get a good mood. Shenfang was now torn. On the one hand, she wanted to dress conservatively because of her status. On the other hand, she had a great affection for Lu Feng and wanted to show off her good figure. But the thought of the age difference, which was already 10 years old, gave Shenfang an inexplicable sense of taboo in her heart. Is this considered to be thinking of seducing Xiaofeng herself? Shenfang's mind was wandering, but these thoughts were just thinking in her head. Anyway, Xiaofeng doesn't know, I will wear whatever pajamas he takes. Shenfang tried to comfort herself. Lu Feng heard all of this clearly. People's hearts are yellow and yellow. However, he didn't think of doing anything born. A heartbeat is a heartbeat, and actions are actions. Sister Shen, the clothes are brought for you. Lu Feng's voice came from outside the bathroom door. The bathroom door opened a crack, water vapor filled out, and a jade arm stretched out from it. Lu Feng, however, put the clothes back again and laughed. Sister Shen, I can actually close my eyes. Shenfang was shy and annoyed. Bah, you little pervert, when I come out, your eyes will definitely stare bigger than a light bulb. Lu Feng hemmed and hawed and put the pajamas on this jade arm. After getting the pajamas, Shenfang quickly took her hand back. When she saw this nightgown, Shenfang's eyes couldn't help but widen and her cheeks quickly became flushed. It was a black translucent silk nightgown. Shenfang pursed her red lips, this little pervert. Cheap him out. A moment later, she unfolded the pajamas and slowly put it on her body. Chapter 16 Cooking Together. The bathroom door slowly opened and Shenfang slowly walked out clutching the corner of her nightgown. The black silk nightgown wrapped around her exquisite figure, her delicate collarbone was stained with a few drops of water that slid down along her skin. The slender waist was casually tied by the skirt, under the hem was a pair of long, plump legs, and the shaking droplets of water followed all the way down, converging on the pair of tiny jade feet. The wet tips of her hair rested on her neck, and her face was still flushed from the bath, the whole person revealing a languid atmosphere. Lu Feng swallowed his saliva with difficulty, looking a little stunned. Shenfang spat, little pervert, have you seen enough? Only then did Lu Feng return to his senses and honestly said, didn't see enough, simply didn't see enough. Feng hummed lightly, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and her heart was a bit joyful. Looks like I'm still very attractive. Feng came to the sofa and spread her half-dried hair, saying, "Little Feng, you go take a shower too, I'll cook now." Feng didn't refuse. After all, he had sweated a lot during the day and his body was a bit uncomfortable. Going into the bathroom, Feng took off his clothes at light speed, and just when he wanted to find a place to put them, he saw the clothes that Feng had changed out of earlier. A small section of black fabric was exposed. Feng's eyes didn't fluctuate much, it wasn't so perverted. Take a shower, take a shower. Feng turned on the nozzle, and in the next second, a miserable scream echoed in the bathroom. It's so hot. 15 minutes later, Feng walked out of the bathroom. Sister Shin, do all you girls bathe in such high water temperatures? It's too hot. Feng was washing vegetables and said without turning her head when she heard this, is it? I think it's just right. Feng. He was a perfect body, but not invulnerable to water and fire. Feng fished the dishes out of the water basin and turned her head. Seeing Feng's naked upper body, she immediately blushed. Why don't you wear clothes? Feng spread his hands. With a straight face, it's not that I don't have any clothes, it's fine, just think of it as me suffering a bit of a loss and letting you look at it for a few more moments. Bah, who wants to see you? Although the words were said so, Feng still had a red face, and her afterglow looked over from time to time. What sturdy muscles, I really don't know how they were practiced. The arms are also very strong, completely invisible in clothes. Is this the so-called thin in clothes, neat in clothes? Hiss, who can stand this, I want to pinch it, this is the so-called little wolf dog. Hiss, who can stand this, I want to pinch it, this is the so-called little wolf dog. Feng's eyelids jumped. Hey, Sister Shin, don't be so serious on the surface and so dirty on the inside. If you keep thinking about it, you won't be able to pass the trial. How could Feng, who was himself, think? Heartwarming body fragrance plus perfect body, the killing power of women is simply unrivaled. Especially since he also had the favor of saving Feng's life, the good feeling rubbed off on him. Feng turned her head away, she couldn't look anymore, if she looked again, she wouldn't be able to eat today. Little Feng, you go play for a while, I'll cook first. Come along, I'll help too. Feng went forward and took the dish in Feng's hand. Mission, assist Feng in cooking a dish. Reward, culinary proficiency. Seeing the system mission, Feng raised his eyebrows. This mission is simple. You can still cook? Feng was a bit surprised, the words came out of her mouth before she felt that she said it with a bit of ambiguity. Sorry, I didn't mean that, I was just a bit surprised. Feng put the vegetables on the chopping board, waved the knife skillfully to cut the vegetables, and casually said, yeah, I learned it in the orphanage when I was a kid. Hearing this, Feng froze. Orphanage? Little Feng, you're an orphan? Right. Feng felt hard inside all of a sudden. I'm sorry, Little Feng, I didn't mean to bring this up. Feng smiled sagely. Paradox, it doesn't matter, it's long past, I'm not living well now. The more Feng smiled easily, the more Feng's heart ached in her heart. It was hard to imagine how hard it was for this spontaneous big boy when he was a child. Sister Shin, if we don't cook again, we will have to drink the northwest wind today. Feng reminded. Feng finally returned to her senses and joined in cooking together. What Feng didn't expect was that Feng, a company president, was so skillful in cooking. However, he didn't think much about it, all attributed to it being the other party's hobby. Not long after, the kitchen pinged with the sound of cooking. Sister Shin, the meat is also cut up, let me mix a cold dish. Okay, Little Feng, do you like eggs? I'll beat a few more. Yes, a few more, fragrant. Make another soup. The two of them tacitly exchanged. Although it was their first time cooking, they cooperated intimately with each other and did not appear to have their hands full. The kitchen was such a place. Just because there were more people didn't mean they could do it faster, and there were times when with good cooperation, 2 people could reach the speed of 5. Mission completed. Reward issued, culinary proficiency. Feng's fingers lashed out as countless knowledge about cooking flooded into his brain, and in a few seconds, he had mastered all of the world's cooking skills and culinary knowledge. Even his own 5 sense organs had greatly strengthened their sensitivity and flexibility, making it easier to recognize ingredients and handle them. Feng looked around and grabbed a thick carrot, pressing it under the knife. The cleaver sliced sharply, and before the carrot could react, it turned into a thin, cicada-like slice. Picking up a slice at random, one could even see the light behind it. I'm awesome, Feng sighed in his heart and ate this carrot slice. Then, Lu Feng continued to deal with the ingredients, especially dealing with those that needed to be shredded and sliced first, as if he had gotten a fun toy, humming and slicing happily. Next to him, Shen Feng was in a bit of a trance. The chopped ingredients were neatly stacked on the chopping board, and next to her, there was someone who didn't mind her and cooked with her. Everything seemed so harmonious and beautiful. She quietly looked at Lu Feng, who was still happily chopping vegetables. In her memory, this seemingly simple image was a luxury she had begged for. Far away from home, that nominal husband, even at the very beginning when he was fervently pursuing her, had never promised to cook with her, and even washing dishes was too much of a waste of time. Not to mention leaving her out in the cold for 5 years. Recalling further back, there was only her own tiny body working alone in the cramped kitchen, cooking for the family. And now, this most simple wish since childhood was realized at this moment. Shen Feng's beautiful eyes couldn't help but cover a layer of water mist. Some broken places in her heart were gradually filled. The knife in her hand unconsciously crossed, cutting a slit in her finger, and blood instantly permeated out. Hiss. The pain pulled Shen Feng back to reality, and she couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. What's wrong, Sister Shen? Lu Feng was cutting the slices and turned his head when he heard the sound. His expression became serious when he saw the bleeding finger. Pulling Shen Feng, he walked to the living room. Sister Shen, do you have a medicine box in your house? It's under the coffee table. Lu Feng carefully sterilized the wound and cleaned the bloodstains, after which he put on a band-aid. Sister Shen, you really have a big heart, moving the knife and still dare to be distracted. Lu Feng packed up the medicine box, got up and continued, but it's really a misadventure, you're blessed with a mouthful. Lu Feng rolled up his non-existent sleeves. Let's give you a taste of Master Lu's cooking. Chapter 17, hourly unaware of the moon, calling it a white jade plate. Shen Feng sat on the living room sofa, looking at the kitchen with a complicated face. In her childhood memories, her father and brother were waiting for dinner, her mother alone had to cook for the whole family, and then when she was a little older, it was her who came to cook for the whole family. Lu Feng was the first man to join her and even let her take a break to cook. Inside the kitchen, Lu Feng methodically stir-fried the vegetables, turning the pan upside down with one hand and sprinkling the seasonings with the other, and the pan swished with a fierce flame. With a flick of his wrist, the aromatic ingredients traced a graceful arc in the air and steadily fell back into the pot. The entire kitchen is filled with tantalizing aromas. Half an hour later, Shen Feng looked at the dishes on the table in surprise. The milky white fish soup was bubbling hot and fragrant. The surface of the sweet and sour pork ribs was covered with a layer of tantalizing luster, and a glance at it gave her a feeling of appetite. Emerald shrimp are neatly arranged in the shape of a flower, and the edges of the plate are painted with a sinuous pattern in the sauce. Bunchered tofu and back-to-pot pork. A dinner that was a whole mix of Chinese and Western. The only dish, scrambled beef with eggs, was made by himself. 15 minutes later, Lu Feng came over with tomato and egg soup. The dishes are ready, start eating. Shen Feng didn't even serve rice, picked up her chopsticks and clamped a piece of fish meat to her mouth and blew on it, then couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. The delicate fish meat exploded in the mouth, mixed with a small amount of soup spread on the tongue. Shen Feng's eyes lit up, so delicious. Then she couldn't wait to taste the other dishes, none of which were colorful and flavorful. Stop. Can not stop. The two long plump legs under the table unconsciously twisted up, and her face also had an extra point of flushing. Lu Feng looked at Shen Feng devouring and slightly intoxicated look, face oddly open. Sister Shen, you eat slowly, don't get excited in a moment. Burst clothes. Shen Feng looked puzzled. What explosive clothes? Lu Feng found out the anime Spirit of the Halberd, found an episode of the girl bursting clothes scene to Shen Feng to see. Various wanting actions and seductive sounds appeared on the screen. Looking at Shen Feng's face flushed. Don't watch such strange anime. Lu Feng cried out in injustice. Sister Shen, this is a serious food anime, the whole thing is about cooking, half of my interest is still cultivated by it. Food tomato? But why? Is it like that? Shen Feng said shyly. Ahem, the production features law. Shen Feng nodded seemingly understandingly, pondering in her mind. So Sha Feng likes this kind of I also have Have? Let me treasure expert take a look. Lu Feng also couldn't wait to taste a bite of the dish he made. With one bite, there was indeed an urge to burst his clothes. Colorful and fragrant, worthy of me. Shen Feng also nodded approvingly. Indeed, it's really delicious, not the least bit better than those chefs outside. She went out to socialize, although she couldn't talk about eating some state banquet, but she was also often out in big hotels and big restaurants. The dishes that she remembered, no matter the flavor or aesthetics, could not compare to Xiao Feng's cooking. Thinking about this, Shen Feng was a bit puzzled. Little Feng, you have such good cooking skills, why don't you go become a chef? Lu Feng swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, cooking is just a hobby, if you do it too much, you'll get tired, which is not as comfortable as a security guard, just cook for your family and friends. The two of them winded up eating their meal. When the chopsticks were put down, Shen Feng wiped her mouth, thinking of how she had just wolfed down her food. She could not help but look a little shy. There was no way, it was really too delicious. Just throw the dishes in the dishwasher afterward. On the sofa, Shen Feng lethargically leaned back and touched her small stomach. It hurt a little to hold on. Today's meal is twice as much as usual. Lu Feng looked at the paralyzed leaning Shen Feng and his gaze gave a start. Noticing Lu Feng's eyes, Shen Feng was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? No, just suddenly thought of an ancient poem. Lu Feng said. What ancient poem? When I was young, I didn't know the moon, I called it a white jade disc. Shen Feng recited it twice, and combined it with Lu Feng's gaze, her pretty face colored with a blush. Because of the posture, the loose clothes slid down a bit. However, Shen Feng didn't cover it up, instead she opened her mouth greatly and said, does it look good? Good looking. Yours looks good too. Lu Feng was stunned. Bad, he was molested again. Shen Feng's eyes flowed and the corners of her mouth rose. Little wolf dog, who's afraid of who, maybe who's taking advantage of who? For Lu Feng's eyes, Shen Feng didn't feel uncomfortable, and even had a small feeling of joy in her heart. Lu Feng moved his gaze away, it would be impolite to look any further. At this time, Shen Feng's cell phone rang. An unseen cell phone number. Little Feng, I'll take a call. After picking up the phone, when she heard the voice on the other end of the phone, Shen Feng's expression slowly stagnated, and then under Lu Feng's gaze, her originally smiling face instantly grimaced, and her gentle temperament became cold and piercing. What are you calling me for? What does your lack of money have to do with me? Scram, I don't have money either, don't even think about it. You're playing around by yourself, now you remember me, what did you say back then? You have quite a few women around you right now, what are you looking for me for? Zheng Xiaoming, I'm telling you, from the moment you left here, we are no longer related. Shen Feng clutched the hot cell phone in death, her whitened knuckles looked like they were about to crush the phone, and her tone was unprecedentedly cold and trembling. Scram! With a final curse, Shen Feng hung up the phone. At the same time, far away in the country of meters. In a lighted bar box. 7 or 8 men were sitting in the box, surrounded by a dozen or so dancing women with brilliant lights. Hearing the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, Zheng Xiaoming's expression on his face became hideous, and he slammed his cell phone onto the ground with a loud snap. This. The surrounding people saw the strange, but instead snorted with laughter. Xiaoming, you can't do this, the phone is hung up, ha ha ha. It's too bad if you don't have any money, then you'll have to miss out on this investment. It's okay, if you miss this time, there will be another time, it's just that Xiaoming you have to reflect on it A big laugh came from around, a few people lit a cigar and soon the room became smoky. Zheng Xiaoming took a cigar handed over by his friend and took a hard drag. As soon as he thought of what had just happened, the anger in his heart couldn't stop surging, his face was livid, his eyes were red, and surrounded by smoke, he was set off like a stern ghost. This is waiting for me to return to the country. One of the people around him took his shoulders. Oops, okay, today is out to play, not enough money, this time, make less, today I treat. This time it's my problem, next time, wait for my funds to turn back. Chapter 18 Shen Feng, go and cherish me. Hanging up the phone, Shen Feng's chest rose and fell violently. 6 years ago when he left the country, he didn't make a single phone call, and now he is calling to ask for money. Although the feelings between them have long been broken by default, but after this phone call, Shen Feng's heart still appeared difficult to suppress. In the beginning was really by the fresh society lost his eyes, blind to see such a man. The emotions in her heart continued to surge, sadness, anger, disappointment. Until relief. Sister Shen, are you alright? Lu Feng leaned to sit over and asked worriedly. When Shen Feng saw Lu Feng who sat over, the good-smelling aroma broke into her nostrils again, her eyes instantly reddened, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. Little Feng, can you drink some with me? No problem, I'll drink with you. Shen Feng opened a bottle of red wine and poured half a glass before directly drinking it all in one go. Half a glass of red wine stabilized her emotions, and she spoke to herself, Little Feng, do you know, I'm actually married. Lu Feng didn't interrupt her speech. The phone call just now, combined with the intermittent heartfelt voices he heard, he also guessed 7 to 8. When I first graduated and entered society, everything I came into contact with was curious and fresh. Because my family was poor when I was a child, so I have always been very progressive and worked hard. It was at this time Zhang Xiaoming appeared, also just now called me for money, after leaving the country but never contacted my husband again. Shen Feng smiled miserably. At that time, I was foolish, although I kept my guard up, but I was still impressed by his sugarcoating, thinking that he could be good to me, and I got married after knowing him for 2 months. At first it was fine, but it turned out that not even a year later, he often stayed out at night, and after that, he even said that he went abroad to do business and left for 6 years. 6 years? Shen Feng became emotional. If you don't like me, why did you mess with me? But fortunately, I filed the divorce notice long ago, and it's no longer relevant to him. She smiled miserably. Xiao Feng, do you think I'm living a failed life? Saying this, another half glass of red wine went down. Looking at the weeping Shen Feng in front of him, Lu Feng didn't know where the courage came from, and went forward to hold her in his arms. Sister Shen, I don't think you have failed in life. On the contrary, I think you're very successful. That dog man gone is that he's blind, it's that he's not blessed. A woman like Sister Shen, it's too late to cherish her. How can you still be cold? Lu Feng clenched his teeth and continued to speak. If he doesn't cherish it, I'll cherish it. Feeling that wide and warm embrace, smelling that heart-resting fragrance, the string that had been taut in Shen Feng's heart snapped in an instant, backhanding Lu Feng's waist and sobbing even harder. More than 6 years of aggression and disappointment exploded at this moment. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Lu Feng had no distractions in his heart at this time, only pity. After a few minutes, Shen Feng's sobbing movements decreased and slowly got up from Lu Feng's arms. Lu Feng loosened his arm, but his palm was still gently patting on Shen Feng's back, like he was coaxing a sleeping child. Red eyes, eyelashes still stained with teardrops, a few strands of hair messy sticking to the forehead, intermittent sobbing, so that the kind of gentle temperament of Shen Feng body a few more points of pity. Shen Feng just looked at Lu Feng and let out a giggle. Are you coaxing a child? Lu Feng had a gentle smile on his face. Sister Shen now is really quite like a child. I'm 30, I'm old, and I'm still a child. Who said that? Look at your face, go out and say it's 18 and someone will believe it. Lu Feng said with conviction. Shen Feng twisted her body, and it was only then that the two realized that just now, Shen Feng was so agitated that the two bodies were already tightly stuck together. Lu Feng just wanted to retreat, but was held tightly by Shen Feng's arm. Not waiting for him to carefully feel that sense of oppression, he heard Shen Feng open her mouth. Little Feng, what you just said, is it from your heart? Lu Feng's expression was serious, of course. In the next second, a touch of tenderness flashed in Shen Feng's eyes. Her body leaned in and kissed him. Lu Feng could not stand this provocation, and immediately launched a counterattack. Shen Feng's charming eyes, jade arm around Lu Feng's neck, murmured in his ear, cherish me. Lu Feng's breathing aggravated. At this time, if he still did not understand what the meaning, simply do not be a man. Picking up Shen Feng, he walked into the bedroom with big strides. The next morning. The sunlight shines through the curtains on the bed. Shen Feng's eyelids slightly trembled, slowly opened, rolled over his arm toward the side, but hitched in air. After a short period of concentration, Shen Feng sat up violently. There is really no one around. Shen Feng, panic in her heart, hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, also do not care about the body without a wisp, stepped on slippers and hurriedly walked towards the outside. Just pulling open the door, he heard the sound of rice stir-frying coming from the kitchen, and the familiar figure made Shen Feng's heart settle down at once. Hearing the sound, Lu Feng twisted his head to look. Woke up, I thought you would sleep a little longer. I'll make a soup, you taste if it's good, breakfast will be ready in a while. But the way you're acting, it's kind of distracting me. Lu Feng teased, but the action of turning the pot upside down did not stop. Shen Feng walked over and put her hands around Lu Feng's waist. Thought you were going straight away. Lu Feng put down his spoon and patted Shen Feng's arm to show comfort. Cherish when you say cherish, I proved it well last night. Shen Feng didn't say anything, a touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Half an hour later, Shen Feng elegantly wiped her mouth and held her fragrant cheeks as she looked at Lu Feng, who was wolfing down her food. Little Feng, I'm going to the company in a while, do you still want to go on patrol? If you don't want to go, just resign, or come to my company. Lu Feng burped and waved his hand to refuse. No, patrolling is quite good and not tiring. Shen Feng didn't force it, anyway, she had money, big deal, she supported it. Chapter 19, glowing because of yesterday's beauty treatment. After warming up for a while longer, Shen Feng drove to the company. After arriving at the company, in the face of the employees' greetings, Shen Feng also responded with a smile, making many employees puzzled. Although the usual Shen Feng could not be called cold as ice, but she was also calm, which had a smile on her face today. President Shen seems to be very happy today. Right? Hey, is there some big cooperation? Possibly. Almost walking to the office, she happened to meet her secretary Chiu Wen. Seeing Shen Feng, Chiu Wen froze. Mr. Shen, did you go for a beauty treatment last night? The color is really good. Recalling last night's events, Shen Feng's lips rose. Yeah, met a great beautician. Oh. Chiu Wen nodded with seeming understanding. The effect is really good. When I'm on vacation, I'll get it done too. Shen Feng revealed a wacky smile and didn't say anything. By the way, Mr. Shen, Fan Ji is here and has been saying he wants to see you. Chiu Wen said. Shen Feng froze. Who is Fan Ji? It's the man who was supposed to be the model who came yesterday but pigeonholed us because he was sick. Chiu Wen said quickly. Shen Feng realized and frowned. What is he doing here? Said that he got well and came over for a shoot today, but I already told him that the shoot was over yesterday. He didn't believe me and just relied on not leaving. Chiu Wen said helplessly. Where is the person? The parlor. Inside the parlor, a man with center-parted hair and a slightly effeminate look was sitting inside, lowering his voice and making a phone call. It was none other than Fan Ji, as Chiu Wen called him. Didn't you say they were too late to find another model? Aren't you bluffing me? Hell knows where she found them. If she spills the beans about me breaking my contract, you won't be able to get away with it either. Seeing the figure outside the corridor, Fan Ji hurriedly hung up the phone and acted as if nothing had happened. Shen Feng pushed the door in and walked to the opposite side of the sofa to sit down. Without waiting for Fan Ji to open his mouth, Shen Feng said with a bland face, Mr. Fan, you've come at the right time. I happen to have something to look for you. Fan Ji's face was delighted. I really can't stay away from me after all. As a first-tier model, he had countless fans. At first, after receiving Shen Feng's appointment, he was too lazy to say yes. After all, in the companies he worked with, the small women's clothing company was just average in size. Until he saw Shen Feng's appearance. The boss of this company was surprisingly so good-looking. How many times better looking than the previous bosses and artists he had worked with? Fan Ji instantly had bad thoughts. The modeling circle was chaotic, each had their own needs, and there was simply not too much of the bosses underwriting models. Although Fan Ji was a model, but with this face and good figure, he also had an ambiguous relationship with many female bosses. But the day before the shoot, a boss who had worked with him before called him, hoping that he could pigeonhole the shoot on the same day. Just to mess with Shen Feng's cooperation this time. Fan Ji of course did not agree. Modeling is the most important thing, is credibility, but there is no way. The other side said that if he did not agree, he will be his own little thing to shake out. Fan Ji had no choice but to pigeonhole Shen Feng for this shoot. I thought it would be okay to postpone it for a day, but today I came over and learned that the shooting was already over. Damn it! Mr. Fan. Shen Feng spoke blandly. Our contract was filmed yesterday. It was you who breached the contract first. The liquidated damages have been written on the contract. Please pay in time. Finishing dryly, Shen Feng got up and walked towards the outside. Fan Ji's expression froze. This was different from what was imagined. Mr. Shen, please wait. Fan Ji rushed to Shen Feng in 3 steps and stopped her. The pungent scent hit her face. Shen Feng frowned slightly and took a step backward. Chiu Wen, who had been following Shen Feng as a transparent person, took a step forward with a solemn face and reached out to stop Fan Ji. Really don't know what's good for you, breaching the contract and still coming. It's better to have the little Feng that Mr. Shen brought in. Just his looks alone are far better than this guy, not to mention his body is still so great. I do not know what is the relationship with Mr. Shen. Is he Mr. Shen's brother? Then can I have an in-depth conversation with him? Chiu Wen was rambling in her head. Fan Ji smiled sarcastically. The fact that he could hook up with female bosses was by his bedside manner. It didn't mean that he really had the ability to talk to these bosses on an equal level. It's like this general manager Shen. Fan Ji quickly organized what he was going to say in his head. Yesterday I was really sick. It was very hard. I should have resumed sunlight. I'm very sorry for the impact I brought to your company. I've heard that your company is moving into men's fashion. Let's do it this way. Excluding the compensation shoot, I can also shoot a set of promos for free. I believe that with the amount of fans I have, I can definitely help your company ride the wave. Fan Ji squeezed out a smile on his face. Free one-time shooting of promos, this will satisfy you now. But it's about squeezing out other slots, damn capitalists. Feng shook her head. No need, Mr. Fan, we already have models that we can work with on a long-term basis, and the default payment I would like to settle within the deadline. If there's anything else, you can butt heads with my secretary. After saying that, Feng raised her head and left, not even staying here for more than 5 minutes. Xiaowen nodded politely. A lawyer will follow up to butt heads with you. Over here, Lu Feng got dressed and had already come over to report for duty. Because he had taken leave in advance, and because he was not clear with Feng and Chen Tai's eyes, he didn't say anything. Miao Yong gave a thumbs up. Awesome, it's rare to see Chen Tai so pleasant. Lu Feng smiled and started the patrol car to start today's patrol. The king called me to patrol the mountain Na. Lu Feng hummed a little song, listening to the hearts of the passers-by, wherever there were people going, especially the kind that came in pairs. This security guy is so handsome. Lu Feng, good eye. There's entertainment material for the night. Lu Feng, this one is even. If I faint in front of him, will he give me artificial respiration? Lu Feng, sister, this depends on the face. Came to the parking lot for a normal patrol round and just wanted to go out. Hey, finally came back with me, but also shy on the afternoon with a little what? I don't know if I'll like it, forget it, let's get drunk first. Strange melons appeared in the melon field. Lu Feng looked along with his heart and his eyelids jumped. A wide-bodied, loosely waisted rich woman sat on a tall, thin, handsome boy as he stepped out of the car and strutted towards the elevator. Where did the cappy beast come from? Lu Feng's eyes are very good, far away from the woman's face can be seen pouncing on the makeup. Not to mention, with Lu Feng's experience of having worked at a construction site, the putty was quite even. The boy barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face, and even catered to the other's movements. Lu Feng didn't dare to go over and ran away. The flower language of the wireball is stoicism and wealth. Brother is a tough guy, I admire you, have a wonderful night. Chapter 20 Social Terrorism Illustrator. Lu Feng drove his patrol car and continued to eat melon. Suddenly, another strange heartbeat broke into his mind. Tang Yuan, come down quickly, that dog is gone. What to do? Are you unable to get down? Is the rope stuck? Why don't you get someone to help you? There came a person, it's very simple, first say hello, then seek help. Walked past. Here comes another one, this time it must be possible, and walked. Again. What to do? Who come to my rescue? Lu Feng was surprised, soup dumplings, that dog, what the hell? Following the strength of the heart sound, Lu Feng looked around. Soon, in a green grove of trees in the small area, he heard a faint catcall. Inside was a path for walking, the patrol car couldn't drive in, so Lu Feng had to get off and walk. After walking a few steps, he saw a weird girl standing under a tree. When he said it was weird, it was actually just that the dress was out of place with the current. 35-degree weather, wearing a black long-sleeved loose sweater. The yardage was on the large side, and the sleeves were so long that they covered both palms, but as the other paced in place, the movement vaguely outlined the slightly chubby and plump figure under the sweatshirt. Underneath a pair of straight jeans, also a loose fit, but the tops of the thighs were on the side of being propped up high, highly iconic. Because he was half sideways, Lu Feng could only see that the other party was wearing large black framed glasses and a black duck tongue cap on his head, almost wrapping the entire body tightly. The heartbeat Lu Feng heard just now was from the girl in front of him. Huyan half tilted her head, her heart was flustered, she felt that she shouldn't have come out today, if she had stayed at home properly, this wouldn't have happened, and inspiration didn't have to come out today to find it. She is a professional painter, well. Know all about it. Daily rely on taking orders for some customized drawings, product background drawings, and will also cooperate with some studios to draw some Korean manga comics. Previously, she took orders or normal drawings to some secondary yuan companies or game companies to draw characters. As for drawing Korean comics and drawing cool pictures, that is a private hobby. Once when she exchanged drawing skills with her fellow students, they thought she had a high talent in drawing Korean manga. So Huyan began to try to draw a little cooler, and the result was well received. From then on, it is out of control, painting more and more cool, a hobby as a job, Huyan but enjoy it. The happiness of a professional painter is unimaginable to others. Because of the strong professional ability, painting talent, both at home and abroad can receive a single, so Huyan income is not bad, more than a month to earn $50,000 or $60,000, less than $10,000 to hit the bottom. After all, the world is the most lack of old color batch. Because the content of the painting is more private, coupled with the heavy social fear of insecurity, so Huyan found this location quiet upscale neighborhood, rented a house. One is safe. Secondly, there are all kinds of places nearby, daily life is convenient. Thirdly, there are a lot of handsome men and women here, it's convenient to find inspiration. Although the rent is a bit expensive, but maintain a person completely no problem. For fear of being lonely, Hu Yun also adopted a cat called Tang Yuan, a 6-month timid golden tapir. In the past few days, I have been working all night to catch up with the manuscript, and I handed it in last night, so I can take a good rest in the next few days. Today, I thought I could take advantage of the fact that there are not many people in the neighborhood in the morning to go out and meet the sun, and look for inspiration in the meantime. Tang Yuan had never been out of the house before, so we took the leash and went out together. When they were going home, Hu Yun and Tang Yuan met a woman holding an Alaskan. The Alaskan was probably curious about Tang Yuan, and jumped and barked towards the side, and the woman couldn't pull her back for a while. Hu Yun was startled, and when she came back to her senses, the leash was loosened at some point, and Tang Yuan was scared and ran into a tree. After that, Alaska lost interest and left. But Tang Yuan is still afraid to come down, trapped in the tree. Hu Yun do not know how to climb the tree, next to it is not easy for someone to pass by, and because of social fear, too long no communication with people, lost the opportunity to help. Just thinking about whether to make a phone call to the property, a good smell came into the nostrils, and then an unfamiliar voice rang around. "Hello, may I help you?" Feng asked. "Ah." Hu Yun was startled and retreated towards the side like a frightened bunny. She didn't look at the stone tiles under her feet and tripped, her whole body fell towards the back. Feng was a bit confused. Was his voice scary? Why was he scared like this? However, his hand movement is not slow, body leaned forward, wrapped around the girl's waist, pulled back and swept into his arms. Just embraced each other. Waist moment, Feng shocked, this girl, cotton made? This waist is also too soft. Wearing only a black sweater, the inside is empty, you can clearly feel the softness of each other's skin. Feng stabilized the other party and also saw the other party's face. The face is round and pink, it looks like a very good pinch, chestnut hair slightly with curls, hanging down to the shoulders, long eyelashes slightly trembling, amber eyes hiding a few points of urgency, the tip of the ear flooded with a touch of redness, the fingers continue to stir the corners of the sleeve. After standing steadily, Hu Yun could not help but take 2 steps backward, a sound like a mosquito fly thank you from her mouth. Just now, Feng took hold of her waist, and the hot temperature on his palm was clearly transmitted to her waist, and it was the first time she had such an intimate close contact with the opposite sex. Moreover, when she fell backward just now, she also saw the looks of the man in front of her. What made Hu Yun inwardly surprised was that there was such a handsome face in reality. What a handsome face! So there really is a modeling face in reality. Shoulders are also broad. The height is almost 185, I do not know how the body. Should not be bad, arm feel very strong. So fragrant flavor. This is what perfume. Hu Yun did not dare to raise her head to look up, and took 2 more steps back, she felt her face burning. Feng. He also almost saw that the girl in front of him should be a social terrorist. If it wasn't for his 5 senses being strengthened, he wouldn't have been able to hear that thank you just now. At this time, the system mission appeared again. Mission, rescue kitten. Reward, animal mastery. Feng narrowed his eyes, rescuing kittens? As he looked at the tree next to him, there was indeed a tiny golden gradient lying on the tree, shivering and meowing. Thinking of the heartbeat he heard just now, Feng understood. The tiny golden gradient was scared by the big dog and ran to the tree and couldn't get down. Because of their paw construction, cats were born to go up trees, but were born not to get down. Especially without the big cat's leadership and teaching, it would further amplify this fear, causing the kitten trapped in the tree to climb higher and higher. Falling down after the branches can't hold the kitten's weight. Chapter 21, outwardly socially terrified, inwardly racing. Hello, may I help you? Feng asked again. He had the intention to help, but he also needed the other party to ask for help. After that, he heard a subtle deep breathing sound. You. Hello, my name is Hu Yun, can you help me take down the soup dumplings? It's a kitten and it's trapped in a tree. Feng face color unchanged, inwardly rehearsing what to say in a moment. Heavy social terrorism did not run. It's possible, it's very simple. The two just stood opposite each other, no one said anything. Feng knew the other's situation and was patient. A few seconds later. You. Hello, my name is Hu Yun, can you help me take the cat down from the tree? He won't come down the tree. Hu Yun whispered. Okay, no problem. Lu Feng agreed painfully, and he could clearly see that Hu Yun's taut body had loosened up slightly. What's its name? Tang Yuan. Lu Feng nodded and stood in the shade pacing back and forth, tilting his head, looking for a sturdy branch. Just when Hu Yun thought that the handsome security guard in front of her was looking for a place to put a ladder, Lu Feng made a boosted jump, grabbed a thick branch, and with both arms, easily climbed up the tree. Scared, Hu Yun's heart tightened. Just jumped up, not with a ladder? Won't fall down, should I call someone again? Lu Feng didn't pay attention to Hu Yun's heart. The whole person was as sensitive as a monkey crawling towards the soup dumplings. It was thanks to the fact that the tree was thick and sturdy enough, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to withstand Lu Feng's weight. In less than a few seconds, Lu Feng arrived at the same height as Tang Yuan's branch. Tang Yuan shivered even more as he watched such a behemoth rushing up, but he didn't huff and puff and bow his back and take an attack stance. He only looked timid, helpless, and pitiful. Very good, not huffing is a good cat. Lu Feng carefully leaned over. Tang Yuan was nestled at a three-forked tree branch. The traction rope on its body was wrapped around the branch, eliminating the situation of Tang Yuan running around. When he came next to Tang Yuan, the branch swayed slightly, and Hu Yun, who was looking under the tree, panicked. Won't fall down, right? Please, people and cats are safe. People and cats are safe. Lu Feng? The content of the prayer was quite good, but how did it feel weird? Lu Feng straddled the branch with both legs and stepped on the trunk with one foot, which he used to fix his body. Then he reached out his hands towards Tang Yuan, first touching Tang Yuan's head and soothing it, and then his hands carefully untied the entangled traction rope. Mission completed. Reward issued, Animal Mastery. A subtle aura appeared on Lu Feng, a touch of coolness flashed through his brain, as if the entire world was much clearer. Lu Feng took the opportunity to check the details of the ability. Animal dominance, can communicate with animals, wherever you go, all beasts submit. Animal communication, all beasts submit, nice ability. Meow. Tang Yuan's timid cries came out, and Lu Feng looked over. The kitten that was shivering just a moment ago was no longer afraid and was meowing towards the side. And the meaning of this purring was simple. Great king, thank you for coming to save me. Lu Feng scratched his head and grabbed down a leaf. So, I become the great king of cats? Lie down there and be good and don't move. Oh. Lu Feng said. As if receiving instructions, Tang Yuan really obediently lay down there. Lu Feng unraveled the traction rope in 3/2 and put it in his pocket. He planned to jump straight down. Without unraveling the rope, he might strangle Tang Yuan. Lu Feng stretched out his big hand and grabbed Tang Yuan. The latter obediently did not move, allowing Lu Feng to grab it. Hu Yun under the tree saw this and sighed in relief. Great, people and cats are safe, people and cats are safe. Just climb down the tree. Climb down? I have a faster way. In Hu Yun's shocked gaze, Lu Feng protected Tang Yuan with one hand, the other hand grasped the thick branch underneath him, and his feet borrowed the friction of the tree trunk. It just came down so cleanly. Arriving at about 2 meters off the ground, he directly jumped down. Hu Yun hurriedly trotted over, a bright little face flushed. You are fine. Lu Feng shook his head, said all right, took his hand out of his arms. Tang Yuan is shrinking into a ball, completely without fear. Feeling the sunlight again, Tang Yuan opened his eyes and meowed excitedly. The great king is so powerful, the great king is so powerful. A kitten that hadn't grown up yet could only express its admiration for the great king through the simplest of methods. Your soup dumplings. Lu Feng handed the cat over and handed the traction rope to the other party. Hu Yun held Tang Yuan carefully in her arms and finally sighed in relief when she saw that it was safe and sound. However, seeing Tang Yuan's appearance, it seemed as if it wasn't very eager to leave this security guard's arms. He saved you, it's only right that you like him. But he smells so good on him, he smells so good, his hands are so good, his body must be very good too, if only he could look at it. As if Hu Yun thought of something, her cheeks slightly reddened, and her already lowered head became lower and lower. Lu Feng's face was expressionless. The words of a tiger and wolf were just words, he was already used to hearing them. Hu Yun put the traction rope back on Tang Yuan and looked at Lu Feng. How to thank him? How about drawing a self-portrait for him? This is the only thing you can take out yourself. Hu Yun thought about it, and that's all she could do. Lu Feng was a bit surprised that this social terrorism girl was an illustrator. It was reasonable. Hu Yun gathered her courage. Hello, can I add one of your contact information? Yes, my name is Lu Feng, you can find me if you have something in the neighborhood. Lu Feng said. The two added their friends. Adding friends turned out to be so simple. Want to say something? Dead mouth, speak up. So embarrassing. Hu Yun's fingers, hidden in her sleeves, stirred the corner of her coat restlessly. Lu Feng held back his laughter, suddenly wanting to spoof a little, also stood still and did not speak. If he didn't speak, Hu Yun didn't dare to go. The Tang Yuan in his arms looked at his shoveler and Big King. In the end, he chose to play with Big King. Sticky with Big King. Tang Yuan stretched his waist and clawed towards Lu Feng. Tang Yuan? Hu Yun exclaimed and looked at Lu Feng again. Tang Yuan seems to like you. Although it was a bit unnatural to be outside, but thinking that it was not easy to bring Tang Yuan out once, so she might as well let Tang Yuan play for a while longer. Thinking of this, Hu Yun squatted down and put Tang Yuan on the ground. Just as soon as it landed on the ground, Tang Yuan took its short legs and ran towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng squatted down and fiddled with the kitten with his fingers. Push down, turn over. Push down, roll over. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth raised a smile. So teasing a cat is this kind of feeling, it's quite fun. I am the Cat King. Hu Yun used her afterglow to look at Lu Feng from time to time. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared. Come to think of it, just now I went home because I wanted to go to the bathroom. As a result, I got nervous and forgot about it. Now that I saved Tang Yuan, it's starting again. Chapter 22, Hu Yun's painting. What to do? Want to go to the toilet? Let me go home. How to talk? Security handsome, can you suddenly have to go beforehand? The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched. You can't hold it in and you're still not leaving. It is good that Hu Yun chose the latter in the psychological and physiological. I suddenly remembered that there's something else at home. I have to leave first, sorry. Hu Yun hurriedly got up and was about to leave. Just turned around. Lu Feng pulled her back, carrying the back of Tang Yuan's neck and stuffing it into her arms. Your cat. Then he said to Tang Yuan, go back and be good, no messing around, and listen to your master. He had a pretty good feeling about Hu Yun, and letting the kitten go back and be good would save him a lot of heartache. Animal unity powered up, and Tang Yuan meowed twice. The first task given to him by the Great King must be done well. Hold on, home is almost here, please. Hu Yun's heartbeat was getting farther and farther away, and the sign's fat disappeared as it entered the corner. Enter the elevator and swipe the card. Hu Yun hugged Tang Yuan and leaned against the wall, fully concentrated on fighting the flood of power in his body. Open the door, take off shoes, throw the soup dumplings casually, straight to the toilet. The loose jeans were easily undone, and the two plump long legs were revealed. The moment when sitting on the toilet. Hu Yun's expression finally relaxed completely, and the toes that had been curled up slowly let go, letting out a cry-like sound. Phew, luckily I caught up. After fuming for a while longer, she stood up. Her mind couldn't help but think of the handsome security guard she had just encountered, her cheeks slightly flushed and her white skin flushed pink. She didn't know why, but whenever she was too shy or amused herself, the skin on her body would turn red. Patting her cheeks, she took a quick shower to calm down and changed into loose pajamas and returned to the bedroom. The bedroom was a bit cluttered, tons of manga piled up on the shelves, too many to fit, a few more on the floor, and a customized acrylic cabinet next to it filled with hand-me-downs. A nicely configured-looking computer and drawing board sat on the desk, with a messy pile of drawings on the side. The only place that was relatively empty was in front of a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. The whole room looked neat and messy, a standard otaku girl's house. Tang Yuan ate a little cat food and followed Hu Yun into the room. Hu Yun looked at the little cat that was rubbing against her calf, picked it up and held it in her arms, rubbing the little head. Why is it so well behaved today? Is it scared to go out for a trip? Meow meow meow. After playing with Tang Yuan for a while, Hu Yun sat down on a chair. Her mind flashed through Lu Feng's looks and her own thoughts of drawing a self-portrait of the other party. Really handsome. Because she often stayed at home and didn't go out, Hu Yun basically hadn't seen many handsome boys in reality. And it was even more of a first time to see a handsome boy like Lu Feng, not to mention the fact that when they met, they themselves were scared by the other party to the point of falling down, with a bit of idolatry flavor to it. Hu Yun's mind began to wander, her paintbrush a little itchy. Want to draw. Drawing out a piece of A4 paper, she picked up the pencil next to her. The sound of swish, swish, swish soon resounded in the room. After a few minutes, a rough outline of a face appeared. After a few more minutes, the lines of the face began to become clearer. Half an hour later, a lifelike portrait of Lu Feng emerged. However, Hu Yun's brush only paused for a second before continuing to draw. For an astringent otaku girl like me, how can I resist drawing a big handsome guy when I meet him in reality? Painter, a profession that requires a super high level of imagination. If you can't see the inside of your clothes, then imagine it yourself. Yian didn't even hesitate and directly drew in the direction of what she had in mind. Nice figure, long legs. Almost 185 or so, good proportion too. Able to pull himself up a tree with one hand, arms are very strong. Broad shoulders, pecs should be strong too. Abs. Didn't see it, but it's there when you draw it. The looks belong to the kind of gangly handsome, looking a bit bad, but the speech is quite gentle, quite secure. By the way, his body is quite fragrant, and I don't know what perfume he used. Yian thought of the pair of big hands holding her waist at the very beginning. Her face was getting redder and redder, but her pen was also getting faster and faster. Neck, shoulder, collarbone, pecs. Yian's pen stopped. It wasn't that she was uninspired, it was that the A4 paper drew to the bottom. Yian frowned. For a painter, interrupting her pen is worse than killing her. Flatbed, start. The room was quiet again, only the faint sound of the pen tip tapping on the screen rang out. By the time Yian returned to her senses, a portrait of Lu Feng's upper body with colors was completed. Done. Yian put down her pen and admired her masterpiece. After a few seconds, the expression on her face slowly stiffened. What was she doing? Wasn't it going to be a portrait? How did it turn into a bust, still without clothes? But it's really quite pretty. Forget it, anyway, it was drawn by herself and Lu Feng couldn't see it, Yian comforted herself. Portrait. Yian kept in mind in her head to only draw portraits. Soon, another exquisite portrait was completed, this time it was just Lu Feng's portrait. However, Yian did not send out the first time, save it first, this is the fault left by working fast. Previously did not earn money, dry design when realized a truth. As long as you work fast, there are unlimited jobs waiting for you, the key is not to add money. So why don't you just turn in your homework at a stuck point and take a break? Yian leaned back in her chair, her feet stepping on the edge of the chair, her toes playfully curling, stretching, curling, stretching. After doing a large amount of work yesterday, the inspiration had dried up, but I didn't expect to be inspired again now. Yian took the pillow, legs resting on the edge of the bed, and continued to start drawing, but this time it was not Lu Feng, but herself. Second-generation painters are rarely original out of thin air, they all make second creations. Especially when drawing a lot of welfare pictures, you need to have a reference object. After all, the old color batchers will not imagine a non-existent person out of thin air. After a few years ago there was a game called Original God that became a huge hit, it made welfare painters like them completely on fire. All sorts of second creations flew all over the place, and that was when Yian earned a lot of money to be able to afford to rent a house here, and life started to get better. Yian has a lot of self-portraits, but most of them are godlike, or godlike. With the capacitive pen turning in her hand, Yian tilted her head just enough to see the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the house. In the next second, she directly took the pillow, ran over, posed, and began to draw in the mirror. When she was drawing herself, Yian would even put up 12% of her spirit, giving mad play to her talents. After finishing the drawing, she would also admire it alone for a while. Of course, this is not for sale. Chapter 23 The Beauty Who Can't Park. Lu Feng's side also returned to the patrol car after seeing Yian leave. When he thought of the obtained ability, animal dominance, Lu Feng was a bit tickled. This kind of ability had a high ceiling whether it was practical or entertaining. Who hasn't had the dream of a cat, dog, or bird obeying orders with a wave of the arm when they were small? Thinking of this, Lu Feng was a little heart-pounding. Driving the patrol car, continued to patrol, soon in a remote forest, found a group of birds, pressure on the branches wobbling. Lu Feng tilted his head and looked, sparrows, just the thing to try. A sharp whistle sounded, while a strange message was transmitted over. The next second, the sparrows on the trees flew over in unison as if they had received some instructions. Lu Feng was startled, too many, come on 3 will do. This group flew over, at least there were more than 10, and there was no place to put so many birds in one's hand. There were 3 sparrows that looked like they had shinier and smoother fur that flew over, and the others changed direction and flew to a nearby tree. The rejected sparrows also vaguely emitted a kind of loss, like the kind of disenchantment that comes from not being seen by the king. I should have known to take better care of my feathers. These 3 are the ones with the best fur color, I hope the great king likes them. Lu Feng's face looked odd, how did this become an offering? The three sparrows flew to Lu Feng's side and landed on the window of the patrol car, bouncing around. Lu Feng stretched out his index finger on each of his left and right hands, and two sparrows jumped up respectively. The furry heads spun around. The remaining sparrow didn't get on the car and got a bit anxious. The frequency of the bouncing cue obviously became faster. "Alright, you come up too." Lu Feng stretched out his little thumb, letting the third sparrow jump up. Fluffy little thing, quite cute. Lu Feng let these three sparrows jump onto his left arm and rummaged around in the carriage. "There it is, bread. This great king will eat it first, you guys will eat it later." Tearing open a small loaf of bread, Lu Feng took a bite first and crushed a small piece in his palm, handing it to the three sparrows. The three sparrows started to eat the bread crumbs in a chicken pecking manner, making their palms itchy. At that moment, the phone rang. After answering it, Miao Yong's voice came from the other end of the phone, a bit garbled. "Little Feng, can you drive?" Lu Feng was puzzled, but still answered, "Slightly know a thing or two, what's wrong?" "A little understanding cannot, forget it, you also come to see it. There is an owner of the car cannot be parked in, called the property and security, the result is not," Miao Yong helplessly said. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Lu Feng released the three sparrows and started the patrol car. 5 minutes later, Lu Feng drove the patrol car to the parking lot. A lot of security guards and people from the property had already gathered over here. A Lamborghini was parked crookedly in the middle of the road, constantly trying to reverse into the garage. In an upscale neighborhood like Fairview Mansion, the number of parking spaces was quite a bit more than the standard number of parking spaces. But the parking spaces were still not enough. Here the residents are either rich or expensive, a family of less than 3 or 4 cars, there are many luxury cars parked in the parking space, 1 or 2 years no one drive away, I do not know if the owner forgot that there is a car. Miao Yong his hands in the pocket, and next to a few security guards chatting, see Lu Feng over, waving. Lu Feng will patrol car parked on the side, just got out of the car did not walk a few steps, then glimpsed to touch a eye-catching figure in the crowd. A pair of willow leaf eyebrows slender, the end of the eyes slightly upward, the bridge of the nose is high and straight, the red lips are pink and full, and the long hair falls over the shoulders. Exquisite pretty face vaguely reveals the expression of impatience. Upper body white tight undershirt, arc full, slightly revealing vest line. Lower body black high-waisted ultra-short pants, 2 long and straight legs exposed in the air, feet on a pair of white sneakers. It attracted onlookers to steal a glance from time to time. "What's going on?" Lu Feng came to Miao Yong's side and asked in a low voice. "This owner's car can't be parked in," called several people in a row, "but the angle is too tricky." Miao Yong was somewhat helpless. The security guards who join Fairview Mansion can drive and park as the basic requirement, and it is not uncommon to help the owners to park their cars. But this time, the parking was just too difficult. The cars on both sides were also really good at parking, just stepping on the boundary line to park in, not even a centimeter more. "Stop. It's going to crash." The security guard next to her shouted when she saw that the position was not right. Jiang Linlin wrapped her hands around her chest and frowned slightly. "Served, line really delayed Can't open, hurry up and change people Lu Feng heard the sound of his heart and looked over along the cracks in the crowd. A security guard walked out of the cab with a lowered head and a smile. "Don't you have any better drivers?" Jiang Linlin said with a crisp voice. The surrounding security guards looked at each other, no one said anything. This kind of luxury car, it would be daring to try it out, but if you accidentally scratched another car, you would have to pay for it. At this time, the system mission appeared. Mission: help Jiang Linlin park her car. Reward: danger foreknowledge. Oh my, another mission has been triggered. Danger precognition, good stuff. Lu Feng was ready to go forward, but was pulled by Miao Yong beside him. "Little Feng, what are you doing?" "To park the car." Lu Feng raised his chin. Miao Yong said in a bad mood, "What to stop, just watch the fun here. At this distance, even professional racers may not be able to park, you have a rich woman, just stay here." Next to the security guards cast envious eyes, just came to have a rich woman love, this version is still too eat modeling. Miao Yong pulled Lu Feng back, and when he called, he thought about whether Little Feng could help. As a result, after a few security guards tried, he dispelled this idea. There are rich women love, but also what risk, parked in anything good, may also be this beauty favor. But if accidentally bumped into, that rich woman will not necessarily help compensation. The good days are directly to the end. Lu Feng dumbfounded. Miao Yong's good intentions he naturally know, just want to say something. Another patrol car drove over. A few property ladies showed joyful faces and rushed to greet them. Coming, Wang Lang should have experience. Because of the relationship between his good looks, Wang Lang and the property ladies had a good relationship, and usually went to chat in their spare time, sidestepping some information about young rich women. There are also a few good-looking property ladies who made secret glances at him, but Wang Lang played dumb and refused. He is still waiting for the favor of the rich woman. Wang Lang got down from the patrol car, and when he saw Zhang Linlin, his eyes lit up. This long legs, extremely beautiful woman. Isn't it just parking a car? Simple. If this is parked, then I'll stand out directly. Look at this model, this beauty seems to like racing cars. Luckily, I've watched a lot of car videos, and I've helped other owners park their luxury cars. Steady. Wang Lang revealed a big smile and walked over. When he passed Lu Feng, he also showed a contemptuous smile. I can't do it, a fresh college graduate, or an orphan, probably never touched a luxury car. Chapter 24. Handsome, do you want to come to my bar as a security guard? Wang Lang came next to Zhang Linlin and smiled slightly. Hello, let me try. Zhang Linlin glanced at him and didn't even bother to say anything, waving her hand to indicate that he should feel free. Wang Lang walked next to the Lamborghini, measured the distance between the two sides, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. Was this distance intended to be seamless? Wang Lang had the urge to turn his head and leave. This sports car was a Lamborghini, but if there was a little bump, then he could have worked for nothing in the past few months. Is it okay? Zhang Linlin's impatient voice came from behind. I'll try. Wang Lang gritted his teeth and directly got into the car and started, slowly reversing the car. Lu Feng, Miao Yong, and a few security guards watched with interest from behind. Brother Yong, is Wang Lang a good driver? The property side seems to be familiar with him. Lu Feng asked curiously. Miao Yong nodded and said, indeed not bad, often helps the owners park their cars and is considered to have the best skills among us. If he can't park in, I guess it won't work, we can only contact the owners of the other two cars. The security guard next to him picked up the conversation, but if we contact the owner to move the car, it's a big deal. After all, people park in their own parking spaces too. We're okay with that, but the property owners can easily get scolded. There were a few security guards and property boys who left when they saw that they couldn't help. After all, they worked during the day and couldn't leave their posts for too long. This also exposed Lu Feng and the others to the view. Zhang Linlin was bored and looked around. Her eyes stopped when she saw Lu Feng. Wow, what a handsome security guy. This is so many times more handsome than driving this. Right, why don't we pry him away to my bar, when the image post is absolutely hot? Zhang Linlin's eyes went straight. Her family has a bit of money, not to mention the road handsome, even the entertainment industry those stars have contacted a lot. She has long been immune to the ordinary handsome ones. But this one in front of her, tall, handsome, sunny and handsome. Men crave beautiful women also crave handsome men. Especially with Lu Feng's perfect body, his face value is out of this world. Zhang Linlin no longer cared whether the car could be parked in or not. She opened her long legs and walked towards Lu Feng. When he heard the other party's heart, Lu Feng had an odd look on his face, eating melons to himself. Miao Yong and the other security guards were confused. Why did this beauty even suddenly come over? Immediately shut up and didn't squeak. Zhang Linlin stopped in front of Lu Feng and graciously said hello. Hello, handsome. Miao Yong and the other security guards froze and turned their heads. Looking for you? Hello, pretty girl. Zhang Linlin looked Lu Feng up and down and was just about to open her mouth when she smelled a nice fragrance. What brand of perfume? Good taste. Zhang Linlin was even happier. Not only was she handsome, she had good taste as well. Clothes, hairstyle, these are just the most basic external. However, truly handsome men basically don't care about these. Can I help you? Lu Feng asked knowingly. Zhang Linlin's eyes shone brightly. How much do you get paid a month for being a security guard here? Lu Feng, around 7,000 or 8,000. The other security guards didn't know why, because Lu Feng had just come, the salary hadn't come up yet, and when the time was long, together with the end of the year bonus, it could barely break 10,000. On the contrary, this beauty, come up and ask people for wages, it is really unique. Zhang Linlin continued, handsome, do you want to come to my bar? When the image security, I give you 50,000 a month, how about it? No need. Lu Feng shook his head and refused. 50,000 salary was really quite high. If it was before, 50,000 salary he would have agreed in one bite. But for him now, it was a complete joke. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Jiang Linlin was confused and didn't expect Lu Feng to reject it so decisively, so she immediately explained carefully. Let me tell you, image security is not the same as real security. Just like that co-worker of yours. Jiang Linlin waved her jade hand and pointed at Wang Lang, who was still parking. Normally going in and out of the neighborhood, she also knew that Wang Lang was one of the neighborhood's image security guards. If you come to my bar, you don't have to do anything, you only need to stand there for a few hours, you can earn $50,000 a month, counting the commission, it will be even higher, even you don't have to stand all the time, you can interact with others, chat, and even take pictures, it's all fine. It's very free. Jiang Linlin was afraid of being rejected, and brainstormed out the benefits, her body slightly leaning forward, revealing her delicate collarbone and hidden arc, looking at Lu Feng expectantly. The next few security guards, including Miao Yong, were dumbfounded by what they heard. What kind of treatment is this? Don't have to do anything, just stand there for a few hours and you get $50,000. You don't even have to stand there all the time, isn't this just going to be fun? That's $50,000. The power of modeling was still rising. But Lu Feng still shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, I still want to stay here, I get along quite well with my coworkers, it's a pleasure to work here. Joke, how could I possibly give up an entire forest for a single tree? How else am I going to eat melons and do quests if I go? The security guards next to him were already looking at Lu Feng with astonishment. This treatment, you have refused? The high salary is making you unhappy? If this opportunity was given to me, hesitating for even a second would be my tongue being inflexible. Miao Yong is okay, after all, he knows that Lu Feng and Shen Feng have an unclear relationship. Jiang Linlin's pupils quake, 10,000% shocked. This didn't even take you down? How good is the environment here? It would be nice if I could tie you over. If I can tie you over, why don't I tie you over to my house? Lu Feng. What a dangerous statement. Sure enough, boys have to protect themselves out there. Okay. A flash of loss flashed under Jiang Linlin's eyes, but she quickly raised her face again, revealing a wry smile, her body suddenly coming closer. Then add a green bubble, handsome, my name is Jiang Linlin, in the future, if you change your mind or lack money, you can always look for me. This is no problem, my name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and scanned on the other party's QR code. The two added their friends. Not far away, Wang Lang tried back and forth many times, there was no way to park in, if not for his own good skills, he had already bumped into the car next to him. Wiped a handful of sweat on his forehead, just so little, has been nervous and sweaty. No, this distance who come cannot drive in. Wang Lang shook his head and said. He looked up at the security guard who assisted him in parking, who was looking at another place. Wang Lang followed his line of sight and almost didn't spray a mouthful of old blood. While he was over here tiring himself out parking the car, Lu Feng was chatting with the beautiful owner with a smile on his face and staying so close. Look at the position of the two, or this beautiful owner took the initiative to walk over. Then what am I concentrating on parking here? At this moment, Wang Lang wanted to kill Lu Feng's heart. Chapter 25, Still Licking? People are ambiguous on the. Wang Lang held a breath in his chest and drove the sports car out again. There's still a fart car parked. People have been pried away. Seeing that the sports car drove out again, the ladies on the property side also looked disappointed. Wang Lang can't do it either? Why don't we talk to that beauty later, this angle is too tricky, we can't do anything about it. Let's hope it's a good talker. I thought Wang Lang could drive in it. That security guard little brother seems to have a good relationship with the owner's look, to not let him help to say, hee new face, good looking Wang Lang walked to Jiang Linlin's side expressionlessly with a professional apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, it's indeed difficult to park at this angle. Jiang Linlin was indifferent, knowing such a big handsome guy like Lu Feng, she was still in a good mood. It's fine, park outside in a while. Let me try, I also have a driver's license. Lu Feng said with a smile. The system mission hadn't been completed yet, can I let you run away? Driver's license? Wang Lang didn't hold back and was happy, you've got to be kidding me, have you ever driven this kind of luxury car? Don't bump other people's cars again, you can't afford to pay for it with that small salary. Jiang Linlin ignored Wang Lang's words and looked at Lu Feng expectantly. Do you like driving? If you come to work at my bar, I'll lend you my car to drive. Wang Lang was dumbfounded by what he heard. Just now he had been parking his car and didn't know what was being chatted over here. How did it suddenly turn into going to work at the bar? What did I miss? Lu Feng, let me try, maybe I'll park it for you. Wang Lang sneered from the side, then you pass away. He didn't think an orphan-born college student who hadn't graduated for long could have any driving skills. Zhang Linlin was not happy and frowned. What are you yin and yang about? Don't want to work? Need me to give you a letter of complaint? Wang Lang's face changed and immediately bowed and apologized. Sorry, owner. This job wasn't easy to find. If he was fired because of this, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Zhang Linlin expressionlessly pointed at Lu Feng, apologized to him. Wang Lang's teeth were clenched. Apologizing to a peer who had just arrived was worse than killing him, but in order to prevent himself from being complained about, he still rushed at Lu Feng and bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, Lu Feng, I didn't mean it like that. There was no response. A few seconds later, the security guard next to him came over and patted his shoulder. Get up, people are leaving. These security guards also felt strange. Usually Wang Lang was not like this. Why today he disliked people as if he had taken gunpowder? Wang Lang looked up. Lu Feng and Zhang Linlin had already walked away side by side. No one cared about him at all. The two came to the side of the Lamborghini. Zhang Linlin proudly patted the car, words with compulsion. How is it? Not bad, right? You come to work in my bar, the car lent to you to drive, usually you can take a ride. If you don't like it, I have other cars. Lu Feng smiled and reached out to touch the windshield of the Lamborghini. Wang Lang really wasn't wrong, this was really his first time touching a luxury car. But he was a hungover Just casually touching it awakened a muscle memory deep in his bones. Driving proficient was joking with you. Let's help you park the car first. Lu Feng said, opening the door and sitting in. Zhang Linlin gestured an okay and moved out of the way. Stand further away. Lu Feng said. Zhang Linlin looked at her position, unsure, but still took a few steps back and stood next to the other cars. Lu Feng pulled open the door of the car and sat in it dryly. Wang Lang was stunned. The doors of this Lamborghini were scissor doors, not quite the same as the doors of other cars, so the standing position was different. But looking at Lu Feng's actions of opening the door, getting in, and collecting his feet, it didn't even look like it was his first time going to the driver's seat. Zhang Linlin didn't think anything of it, she just felt that handsome men were so dashing when they got into the car. Lu Feng buckled his seatbelt, glanced at the reversing mirror, and didn't reverse, but instead drove the car directly. After driving to the end, find a turnaround position, a foot of gas to the engine blast, as if the roaring beast. The roar resounded in the parking lot, and the faces of everyone present immediately changed. Wang Lang, marred, he's crazy. The car catapulted to a start and sped away. But before the crowd could react, the Lamborghini in front of them drifted and swished into the parking lot. It was directly stuffed. The cars on both sides didn't suffer the slightest cut. Shouting sounds rang out from all around. The crowd was all looking at the image in front of them in disbelief. Just parked in? Wang Lang's eyes almost didn't stare out, the words just now seemed like an invisible slap in his face. Driver's license? This precise drifting technique, even professional racers have to come a few times to find their touch. Lu Feng is a hand-in? The clown is actually myself. Miao Yong was also stunned at the scene in front of him. Is this what you call a little knowledge? Not you have this skill, do not go to F1, in this as a security guard? The next few security guards are also shocked, this is the first time to see such a magic drift in reality. It's the first time to see such a magic drift in reality. Instead, there was a security guard in the crowd who was shocked and at the same time fell into deep thought. Lu Feng glanced at the distance of the car next to him and jumped out directly. Luckily, it was an open top, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to get out. Mission completed. Reward issued, danger foreknowledge. A cool sensation quickly spread from the ceiling to the palms of his feet, and Lu Feng suddenly had an additional indescribable feeling. Zhang Linlin had been stunned, and after coming back to her senses, she directly exclaimed. Wow, drift parking, this is too cool for you. She had seen many drag racing competitions in reality, this kind of distance drift parking, the level is completely not inferior to the top racers. Zhang Linlin lightly ran over, her two jade arms hugged Lu Feng's arm. Lu Feng, you didn't used to be a retired F1 racer, right? Feeling his arm being clamped, Lu Feng's face did not change, not an F1 racer, but I always play QQ flying car, it's all pretty much the same. Jiang Linlin was amused, but soon she realized a serious problem. You parked in, how am I going to drive out? It's fine, if you can't drive out, you can call me again. Okay. Then I'll go up first. Jiang Linlin didn't say anything about letting Lu Feng go to the bar. She had just met him, so she said it once or twice, but it was easy to lose her goodwill if she said it too much. Such a big handsome guy with such great drifting skills, she didn't want to leave a bad impression. After Jiang Linlin left, others also gathered around. Especially the young ladies on the property side, all of them had bright eyes. Lu Feng, your drift just now was so cool. Lu Feng, were you a racer before? I have a car, can you take me for a ride this weekend? Lu Feng, you're a great driver. Can I experience it? Lu Feng? It seemed like something strange had gotten mixed in. To this, he could only smile in response. Wang Lang watched this scene expressionlessly, his back teeth gnashing. At this time, his phone vibrated twice and a message popped up. I may not be available recently, I can't eat together, sorry ah. This was one of the property ladies from the crowd just now. Wang Lang's eyes were full of disbelief, and his cell phone was almost unsteady. Standing under the air conditioning, a faint coolness came, and the heart was as cold as the snowflakes that had fallen. Chapter 26 Brother Feng, can I join your organization? At noon, after lunch, Lu Feng was ready to find a shady place to rest for a while. He had just driven his patrol car to an unoccupied place, and without waiting to close his eyes, slight footsteps came from the rear. After the five senses were greatly strengthened, this kind of footsteps couldn't be clearer in Lu Feng's ears. He immediately got up and looked. At the back, the same security guard was quietly approaching, and in the process, he was still vigilantly looking around for fear of being discovered, looking at this behavior, not like a security guard, but like a sneaky thief. Turning his head again, he saw Lu Feng rising without warning to look over. The security guard was startled, but soon smiled, tiptoed, and walked quickly. Lu Feng was confused. This security guard he recognized, his name was Guohong Yuan, and he had chatted a few times during the previous gathering. However, because he just came a few days ago, in addition to the relatively close relationship with Miao Yong, everyone else belongs to the category of acquaintance. I do not know why Guohong Yuan sneaky over to find him. Can't you be generous? The whole as if to carry out what offline transactions. Guohong Yuan walked over, fished out a cigarette and handed it over. He smile, good day Brother Feng. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and took the cigarette. Guohong Yuan's eyes lit up, and immediately wanted to take out his lighter and light it, but was stopped by Lu Feng. Is there anything you want me to help you with? Lu Feng asked. Could it be that he was looking for himself to teach him how to drive? All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind like lightning, and finally stopped at the image of the parking just now. Guohong Yuan came over after this incident. Well, the possibility was high. However, the other party's next sentence made Lu Feng's brain directly go down. Guohong Yuan had an embarrassed smile on his face, rubbing his hands restlessly, and after stammering for a few seconds, he finally opened his mouth. Brother Feng, can I join you guys? Ah. Lu Feng was at a loss and started brainstorming. Even though his brain was now much more flexible than before, there was no way he could understand Guohong Yuan's words. Join us? So, who are we? Hiss. The scalp was itching to grow a brain. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Feng gave up. Well, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Guohong Yuan revealed a heartfelt smile. Brother Feng, don't hide it, I've found it all. Then he looked solemn, but don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped, I didn't tell anyone, I came here secretly, no one saw me. Lu Feng? Why is it that the Chinese characters that I recognize separately, I don't understand what they mean when they are joined together? It can't be that I found out I have a system. Lu Feng, well. I still don't understand, do you want to say it in more detail? Guohong Yuan's body tensed, his expression became serious, and he even gulped. Lu Feng took all of this in, he didn't understand at all why this person in front of him was so tense. Brother Feng, this is what you told me to say, you can't kill me to silence me if I say it. Lu Feng's eyes almost didn't glaze over, don't talk nonsense, I'll kill you to silence you, I'm so good at it, how come I don't know? Guohong Yuan organized his language and looked around nervously, confirming that no one was there before approaching and whispering. Brother Feng, is it true that you were originally in foreign countries as a mercenary or what a gold medal killer, a superb martial arts, a unification of foreign triads, mercenaries and mafia, there is a powerful organization under the leadership of what a powerful organization, the Temple of the God of War? Yama Temple? Then what is your title? King of Yian? Shura? And then this time you went back to China to protect the female president, or you came back to retire? Or are you the king of special soldiers, out on a mission? Or maybe you are some kind of divine doctor who practiced on the mountain and now came down to get married? Need to get out of the marriage? Lu Feng was dumbfounded, looking at Guohan Yuan like a little cutie. No, where did you come up with that conclusion? Seeing that Lu Feng didn't look blamed, Guohan Yuan relaxed. His tone was slightly flirtatious. Brother Feng, you don't know, you were exposed just now. It's good that I've read a lot of books, or else it would have been hidden in the past by you. Just now that hand drift parking technology, absolutely not ordinary people can use out, compared to the professional racing driver have more than not ah. If you really have this skill, wouldn't it be good to be a professional racer? A few $1,000,000 for a single lap, isn't that more comfortable than being a security guard? And then you turned down that beautiful owner's offer to work in a bar to be a security guard here. And yesterday you were favored by other beauties. So I've come to the astonishing conclusion that you, Brother Feng, are either a big brother coming over to live in seclusion, or the return of the king of soldiers. With this body and this temperament, you don't look like an ordinary person at all. Guohan Yuan revealed a "don't hide it from me, I've guessed everything" smile. Lu Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth. I suggest you take a look at your amazing brain. I'm just a mediocre freshly hired security guard. I'm not some foreign mercenary or returning king of soldiers that you're thinking of, and I don't know martial arts. You've read too many novels. Guohan Yuan smilingly nodded his head repeatedly. I understand, I understand. Sure enough, this kind of big brother are easygoing, novels are sincere, not me. Lu Feng was speechless. You understand a hammer awe. Guohan Yuan looked at the four no one, and a few steps closer, whispered, Brother Feng, you just accept me, I can start from the supernumerary. Lu Feng, supernumerary won't work either. No, what's supernumerary? I'm not a big shot at all. He was about to be wound up by Guohan Yuan. Being such an adult, he hadn't even passed the Form 2 stage yet. Guohan Yuan's eyes flashed a flash of light, and then lost it when he heard the latter sentence. When I was a child, I went to school and aspired to make a lot of money as a human being. When I grew up, I realized that the difficulty of crossing the class is more difficult than reaching the sky. If you want to go to heaven, you can still spend some money to take an airplane. If you want to cross the class, you don't even know where to buy the tickets. Now there was a slim chance, he had to hold on to it. You're telling me that an ordinary person would drift so cloudily with a luxury car? I don't believe it. Lu Feng also noticed the expression on his face, but he really wasn't some soldier king returning or god of war returning. Just take a look at the novel, don't take it seriously, hurry back and take a nap. Guohan Yuan nodded. He knew he was being a bit presumptuous. Big brother wouldn't just casually accept a stranger. Brother Feng, although I'm useless, I'll work hard and get your approval soon, then join the organization. After saying that, Guohan Yuan took another cautious look around and walked away furtively. Only after walking outside on the road did he return to walking in a big way. Lu Feng looked at his departing back in a daze. Emotionally, you didn't listen to a single word. Although I am more handsome than Hikari and have high martial arts skills, I am really not a big brother returning. I'm just a mediocre hanging bia. Lu Feng shook his head, not taking this to heart. A man dying is a teenager, he understood. The matter has come to an end, let's sleep first. Chapter 27 Shin Feng, the light bulb is broken at home, come and help me fix it. A bright office, Shin Feng worked seriously. It was several hours before she leaned back in her chair, focused with a slightly relaxed expression, gently craning her neck. Focused at work, when she was idle, she was rambling. Thinking about the crazy things that had happened last night after the drinks was still a bit unbelievable to her. Even though she had willingly done it, she always had the feeling of eating fresh meat. But she didn't know how to face Lu Feng now either. Shin Feng pursed her lips, picked up her cell phone, and looked at Lu Feng's chat box in a daze. It was only until the approval message for work came on her phone that she returned to her senses and continued to work. He worked until the evening, and only then came to the parking lot and drove home. On the road, Shin Feng's mood was a little complicated. Returning to the door of her home, she stopped for a few seconds before opening the door and entering. The house was quiet, as it was before leaving in the morning. Shin Feng sighed with relief. After thinking for a day, she didn't figure out how to face Lu Feng. She changed her clothes, took a shower, practiced yoga for half an hour in front of the TV, and briefly dealt with some work before going to bed. After lying down for half an hour, Shin Feng tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Obviously, she had already drank a lot of wine before going to bed, and her drunkenness was there, but her sleepiness was all gone. Normally, although it is difficult to fall asleep, but after drinking some wine, lie down for a while, always fall asleep in a daze, the next day, although it cannot be called refreshing, but normal work is no problem. Thinking of last night's sound sleep, today a whole day to be refreshed, Shen Feng pursed red lips, opened the cell phone. On the neighborhood road, Lu Feng hummed a little song, flicking a pulsating bottle cap in his hand like a coin, and then threw it out towards the lawn. Whoosh! A black figure at his feet instantly rushed out, leapt high, bit the bottle cap with his hand and mouth, and ran his ass back. With gray stripes on its back and snow-white belly and paws, it was a stray civet cat. But with smooth fur and bright eyes, it obviously eats well. This was what Lu Feng encountered from work just now, and after seeing him, this civet cat came to worship the mountain. Although the civet cat didn't understand why it was picking up bottle caps, but who let the king like it? Lu Feng took the bottle cap and threw it out again, and the civet cat scurried out again. He was off work a long time ago, but Miao Yong said he had an emergency and asked if he could help cover the shift for a while. Lu Feng did not have anything to do, so he nodded his head and agreed. Until just now Miao Yong came back, looked a little bad expression, but Lu Feng did not ask much. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated twice. After seeing the message, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. Shen Feng, the light bulb in my house is broken, can you come over and help me fix it? Time to work again. Lu Feng got up, threw the bottle cap to the civet cat to take out the garbage, then directly dismissed and rushed to Shen Feng's house. Shen Feng sat at home, legs clenched, head empty. The doorbell didn't ring, and the cell phone vibrated. Lu Feng, Sister Shen, I'm at the door. Shen Feng stepped towards the door and opened it. It was Lu Feng's familiar face. Lu Feng, good evening, Sister Shen, which light bulb is broken? Before seeing, her heart was in turmoil, but after seeing and smelling the faint aroma of Lu Feng's body, she in turn relaxed. Because of the relationship of drinking wine, Shen Feng's face with a faint blush, winks like silk. Finally came, familiar flavor, I can have a good sleep. Shen Feng, it got better again just now, maybe I pressed it wrong. At this time, the system task appeared again. Mission, help Shen Feng get a good night's sleep. Reward, physique +5. Lu Feng. I heard an unkind echo. But who told me to be helpful? The two of them entered the living room. Lu Feng had no inhibitions, it wasn't his first time. Is being a boss all like this, not sleeping at 12 o'clock? Lu Feng asked. Shen Feng sat beside him, her nightgown slipped halfway down her shoulders, revealing her polished collarbone, and poured another half a glass of wine. Other bosses don't know, but I do often stay up late, but today it's not staying up late, it's simply not being able to sleep. But it should be okay now. Lu Feng, huh? Without waiting for Lu Feng to continue speaking, a soft petite body jumped into his arms, hugged him tightly and took a deep breath. Little Feng, you smell a bit good. Lu Feng's eyes widened as he warned, Sister Shen, you're challenging a man. Shen Feng, you can sleep better this way. Lu Feng got up and picked up Shen Feng, walking towards the bedroom, accept your challenge. 2 hours later. Shen Feng leaned in Lu Feng's arms, her body dripping with fragrant sweat, her beautiful eyes half open, murmuring, don't, I'm tired. Lu Feng wrapped his arms around her fragrant shoulders, brushed away the broken hair on her forehead, and curiously said, can you sleep well like this? Mentioning this, Shen Feng opened her watery eyes and said in a sly manner, I actually just want to cuddle, I don't know why, but when I smell the flavor of your body, I will sleep well. Lu Feng, then you were still talking so loudly just now. Shen Feng, saying what? Lu Feng moved closer to her ear and spat out 2 words. Shen Feng's face swished red and was delicate. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up, and yesterday's system mission also prompted completion. Mission completed. Reward issued, physique +5. Lu Feng checked the current panel. Host, Lu Feng. Physique, 914 average 5. Abilities, eavesdropping on female host's heart, heartwarming body scent, perfect body, driving proficiency, fighting proficiency, culinary proficiency, animal dominance, danger foreknowledge. Lu Feng glanced at Shen Feng, who was still sleeping beside him, and helped her cover the quilt to hide the spring light, and left the bedroom gently. Coming to the living room, Lu Feng clenched his fists hard and felt his body filled with power. The body hadn't changed much, but he could feel that underneath every muscle, there was explosive power. Humming a little song, Lu Feng put on his clothes, drilled into the kitchen, and after making breakfast, started a new day of patrolling. After another 2 hours, Shen Feng woke up from her sleep, and after seeing the prepared breakfast, a moving smile appeared on her face. Sure enough, she slept well. Lu Feng's side had been at work for 2 hours. Zhong Erguahan Yuan had also brought him a breakfast. Brother Feng, by the way, I brought breakfast for you. Well. Thanks, I'll transfer you. Okay, then I won't take it. Lu Feng? Has read the mess back, is it? At this time, a voice came from the intercom. Lu Feng, come to the door, there's a takeaway to be delivered in here. Coming. Lu Feng drove his patrol car to the entrance of the neighborhood and took away the takeout. Fairview Mansion was divided into 3 areas: high-rise, houses, and villas. The specifications were very strict, and for safety reasons, takeaways were not allowed inside at all. If any owner ordered takeout, it was placed at the door and the security guards helped to send it in. High-rise, 3 buildings, 2802, Emperor Man? What a unique docket name. Lu Feng looked at the address, and a few minutes later, the elevator arrived at the 28th floor. The high floors were 2 households on 1 floor, and there was only this one household on the 28th floor. The doorway was clean without even a shoe mat, only a cabinet was placed by the door. Lu Feng walked over, not waiting for him to press the doorbell. A series of heartbeats appeared. Well, it's almost done. Just buy a 200,000 BX stock, it's not good to buy more than one, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and then sell it, you should be able to earn $1 million or so. Big brother eat meat and I drink soup, abominable capitalists. So hungry, how come my takeout hasn't arrived yet? Huh, there's someone at the door, the security guard is here. Lu Feng walked up and rang the doorbell. Hello, your takeout has arrived. A few seconds later, a hoarse male voice came from the doorway. Just put it on the counter. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment and put the takeaway on the locker before entering the elevator and leaving. Chapter 28: The Blonde in the Tree. 2802, inside the house. In front of a computer desk with 4 screens, sat a cute-looking young girl. On her round goose-egg face, a pair of almond eyes were bright, her nose was small and delicate, her lips were pink, and her long black hair like a waterfall was casually draped over her shoulders. Wearing a long hooded pajamas printed with a Q version of the cat, the lower body of the 2 snow-white long legs, delicate jade feet stepped on the furry rabbit slippers, lazy and playful. Only the electric wheelchair underneath added a few points of pity to the scene. When she saw the security guard on the monitor enter the elevator and leave, the young girl was relieved. After a few more minutes, the girl started the wheelchair underneath her, breezed to the door and opened it to take away the takeout. And then she turned around and went all the way back to her bedroom, putting the takeout on the table and looking at the sky outside with an indescribable longing in her eyes. So eager to go out and play. Downstairs, Lu Feng glanced back at the upper floors with a thoughtful look in his eyes. His ability to eavesdrop on his heart's voice was currently only able to hear the female owners of this neighborhood. Then this note Emperor Man, and the voice simulated as a male voice, should be a girl who intentionally pretended to be a man for the sake of safety. This is quite common. But that's not the point. The point is the voice I just heard. Let's buy a 200,000 BX stock, it's not good to buy more than one, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and then sell it, you should be able to earn $1 million or so. The big brother eat meat and I drink soup, the abominable capitalist. BX stock. Lu Feng frowned slightly, opened his phone and searched. It was a stock about AI. The person in that room, was he a finance player? Or is it an investment? Buy 200,000 today, sell tomorrow to make $1 million. He didn't know much about stocks, just know that this kind of belongs to short-term stocks, is the kind of short time to make money fast. The nature of gambling is not much different. But the difficulty is great, need to have a very keen sense of the market, is the big man's toy. In that case, then I am not able to follow a hand. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, he had just graduated not long ago and only had a total of $21,051 on him. This was the money he had saved from his part-time jobs from elementary school to college. From running errands for snacks to ghostwriting homework, to chaperoning, substituting for runners, handing out flyers, and working part-time at a barbecue restaurant. And the heartfelt words I just heard represent authenticity. After all, talking to yourself in your heart is always true. Thinking of this, Lu Feng found a place where no one was, and quickly browsed through the information about stocks. Then found a place to purchase. Directly, $20,000. Stud. Looking at the balance of just over 1,000 left, Lu Feng's face didn't change much. If it was before, he wouldn't even think about it and wouldn't touch stocks at all. But now it's different, with the system, the bottom line is full, he has many ways to make money. Then he booked his alarm clocks, and if he sold tomorrow at 3 p.m., he booked 3 alarm clocks. 2:45 p.m., 2:50 p.m., and 2:55 p.m. After doing this, Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. It turned out that pokies were this kind of feeling. After a pause, Lu Feng looked like he thought of something and opened the security internal software. Finding part of this owner's information. When he saw the photo on it, Lu Feng was a bit confused. Su Shingu, 22 years old, a very pretty and cute-looking girl, completely not inferior to those popular stars. So young. Lu Feng murmured in surprise. He didn't have any emotions of regretting pokies because of his young age. After all, when he was in high school, he had truly seen great gods who had skipped a grade. The gap between man and man was sometimes bigger than the gap between man and pig. It was assumed that this person in the photo was also one of the geniuses. Su Shingu, I hope you order takeout a few more times. Lu Feng flirted and slowly started his patrol car, starting to look forward to tomorrow's stocks. Just as he was driving the patrol car out, he suddenly vaguely heard a cry for help. Help! Help! Lu Feng's complexion was solemn, the sound was very small, but he definitely wouldn't mishear it. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the sound of distress. As he got closer, the sound of distress became clearer and clearer. Lu Feng's eyesight was very good, the townhouse in front of him, a few properties and security guards surrounded below, as well as some gardening workers. Above, on the third floor, a blonde foreign beauty was grasping a tree branch with both hands, her legs hooked to the window railing, the whole person was hanging in the air, shaking, and her mouth was constantly shouting help. Lu Feng jumped down without stopping his car. What's going on? Hua Hongyuan is downstairs. Contact to get a ladder. See, Lu Feng also walked over quickly. I did not know, just heard the sound, rushed to become so. Where is the property? Go up and open the door. There is no ladder, first catch the person. Downstairs in a mess, the owner's in the neighborhood accident, here people have to take responsibility. Hua Hongyuan, there are already properties going up. Mission, rescue Chris Kelly. Reward, language proficiency. Another mission was triggered. Lu Feng looked up and frowned. He had good eyesight and could clearly see that the branch the blonde was holding onto was about to break. It's too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, the branch came with a burst of breaking sounds and the whole thing fell down. The crowd exploded into a gasp of shock. Almost at the same moment, Lu Feng's pupils shrunk, his body swayed, and in Hua Hongyuan's stunned gaze, he swept out like an arrow off the string. 3 steps to help run, borrowed the strength to take off, against the tree body of the moment, once again borrowed the strength to sprint up, in the blink of an eye rushed to the middle of the air, leapt in the air to catch the blonde beauty who fell down. And then grabbed the railing of the second floor with one hand and deftly jumped down. A tall beauty in his arms couldn't affect him at all. Amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, Lu Feng landed safely with the blonde beauty. At the same time, the hint of mission completion appeared. Mission completed. Reward issued, language proficiency. Hua Hongyuan, who was next to him, saw this scene and nodded in shock, and quite rightfully so. Light power. Brother Feng, you still say you don't know martial arts? The property owners and security guards around them surrounded them, some shocked at Lu Feng's skill and some concerned about the owner's situation. Lu Feng just stood in the middle, the blonde beauty leaned on him with her hands around his neck, her face still lingering with the aftermath of earlier. After a few seconds, the blonde beauty gradually slowed down, thinking of what had just happened, and without breaking away from Lu Feng's embrace, she directly turned her head to look at him, her face full of shock and surprise. Empty stomach. Dismantle nice empty belly. Chapter 29, Infusing Chris with Knowledge. Fragrant breeze, soft jade in his arms. It had to be said that foreigners had really good bodies. Seeing that the person was fine, Lu Feng also loosened his arm and sized up the blonde beauty. The face was round and soft, with a high nose, making the face look deep and three-dimensional. With blonde hair and brown pupils, and eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, even if she used the eyes of a Chinese, she was a full-fledged tall beauty. At this moment, she was seriously looking at Lu Feng, as if she had found some surprise treasure. What a handsome man! Could it be that what was just demonstrated was Chinese Kung Fu? Lu Feng was a bit surprised to hear a foreigner's heartfelt words that automatically turned into Chinese. Thoughtful system. Are you alright? Do you need a checkup? Lu Feng asked. No, nest American style. Chris earnestly spoke in Chinese and English languages, then got excited. Nay, just now, when used, fasting? Lu Feng humbly said, just some tips. Chris gestured with both hands, and I, can, teach me to fast? The surrounding people looked at each other in disbelief. The man was quite good looking, but he didn't speak Chinese very well. It was a struggle just to understand. Lu Feng swept a glance at the system panel that only he could see, the ability he had just acquired, language proficiency. Then a mouthful of fluent English came out of his mouth. I'm sorry, this is just a little trick. And I can speak English, Tai Ho now. Chris's eyes became noticeably more surprised, and he directly replaced the language. The two began to start conversing as if no one else was there. At #%% at hashtag. The surrounding properties and security guards stared at each other with dumbfounded faces. Although there were a few people here with good education, but this kind of daily English conversation that only existed in American dramas, who could keep up with it? Their English conversation is only those kinds of daily. Hello. How are you? I am fine, thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. The rest were returned to the English teacher. There were a few property ladies who had chatted a few times when they parked the car last time, and they also knew Lu Feng. So they quietly said beside Lu Feng, can we go now? Can this property owner be handed over to you? Lu Feng quickly asked Chris in English, and Chris waved his hand painfully, saying that he was fine. And in broken Chinese, he said, well, American style, sure pies. The surrounding people were relieved and dispersed successively. Before Gua Hongyuan left, he gave Lu Feng a meaningful smile and said in lips, I will keep it a secret. Looking at Lu Feng, he was speechless for a while. Thinking about his own outburst just now. Well, the yellow mud fell in the crotch of his pants, it was even if it wasn't. The crowd gradually dispersed and only Lu Feng and Chris were left downstairs. Lu Feng was rather curious as to why Chris was hanging from the tree. Chris was a bit embarrassed and pointed to the tree above him to tell what he wanted to do just now. The branches of the tree were too long, reaching out to the balcony, and when it rained, the rainwater flowed in through the branches, so she wanted to prune it. Because she had seen how the maids pruned it in her old manor abroad, she wanted to try it too, so she bought a big pair of scissors to prune it, but because she didn't find the right distance, it turned out like this. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and focused all his attention on the manor and the maid. Good lord, did the foreign missy come out for a trip? Actually, you can get the estate to help you trim. Lu Feng said in English. Chris helplessly spread his hands and responded in English, I'm not good at Chinese, I don't know many Chinese characters, and I'm not very familiar with that property owner software, so I thought I wouldn't bother anyone, I'll trim it myself, and as a result, something like this happened, thank you very much. Lu Feng nodded, it would be good to figure out the problem. Let me help you cut it. He picked up the large scissors on the lawn and returned to the room with Chris, cutting the branches in 3 or 2 strokes. That'll do. Lu Feng put the scissors away and prepared to leave. Thank you, wait. Chris hurriedly stopped Lu Feng, can you hand me Chinese lessons? The previous conversation had been exchanged in English, but Chris continued in stuttering Chinese in order to show respect. Zhongwen, Boda, Jing stretch, Nest like it very much. China, hate wonderful, Nest also hate like here, you can call me learn Zhongwen? Conversations that Chris didn't mistype are English exchanges, those that are mistyped and raw are Chinese exchanges. Looking at Chris with a serious face, Lu Feng nodded, okay. Chris extended his hand, get to know each other, my name is Chris Kelly. Lu Feng shook his hand, my name is Lu Feng. The two came to the couch and sat down. Chris, jerk Feng. Lu Feng, it's Lu, for sounds. Not jerk, jerk is a sound. Chris, sick direction. Lu Feng, refrigerator, all one sound. Chris, tire lamp. Lu Feng, desk lamp. Desk, it's a second tone, pitch upward. Chris, dump pen. Lu Feng, flip the pen? He was at a loss, what does flinging a pen mean? And why are you pointing at me? Lu Feng immediately switched languages to communicate. When Chris translated, he burst into tears, no wonder he was pointing at him. It's not flinging the pen, it's handsome. The handsome of handsome is 4 sounds. The forcing of forcing is 1 sound. Say, where did you learn that word from? Chris nodded plausibly and continued to start asking questions. Chris, I love you, Yao So Shua? Lu Feng glanced at this beautiful big foreign girl and thought to himself that she wouldn't be trying to take advantage of me. I love you, Yao So Shua? Chris saw that Lu Feng didn't say anything and repeated it again seriously. Lu Feng had to speak, I love you. Chris instantly smiled with open eyebrows, I love you too. Lu Feng. I love you too. definitely being taken advantage of. I'll take this revenge. Revenge doesn't last overnight, now. Let me properly imbue you with the knowledge of Chinese characters. Chris, let me teach you a widely used word. Feng said wistfully. Chris nodded excitedly, broadly. This word can express a wide range of emotions and is very widely used in everyday life. It's called. Feng cleared his throat. When you want to express anger, you can say, crouch is pronounced 3 times, groove is pronounced 4 times. When you want to express awe, you can say, both words are pronounced in 4 tones. When you want to express doubt, you can say, with the crouch pronounced 4 times and the groove pronounced 2 times. When you're taken by surprise, you can say, with the crouch pronounced in a 4th tone and the groove pronounced in a soft tone. Well, there are several other uses, but we can learn these 2 first. Chris listened, his entire body already confused, his wide eyes full of bewilderment. What? Chapter 30. Oh, and yes. The two conversed continuously for more than half an hour again. It was good that Feng was very patient, and there were no other bad feelings except for his dry mouth. Chris also learned very quickly, biting the words a lot clearer, but there are some tones just can't learn, but after connecting them into sentences, the content is also harmless. But it was the that was just said that he didn't understand at all. Why, can have so many uses? Chris quickly expressed his doubts in English. Where is this? Chinese culture is profound, this is just a small part, like. Feng pointed at Chris and himself, communicating in Chinese. We are 2 people. Chris nodded, this she knew. Feng smoothly picked up a magazine next to him, in front of Chris, and turned 2 pages in order. Chris tilted her head, a strange look flashed across her face, very big, long legs, do you like this kind? I have it too. Huh? Feng froze, what the hell? He turned his head to look at the magazine, and instantly his old face flushed. It was a fashion show magazine, and the page Feng flipped through just happened to have a hot beauty with a pathetically small amount of fabric on her body. No, I mean the second page. He was a bit embarrassed that he was molested instead of being molested. Still, hearing Chris say she had one too, Feng couldn't help but look across the room. The gray sports top was held up high, with a sense of exhilaration, and the waistline was clearly visible on her white stomach. The lower body was a complete set of gray sports shorts, which could barely cover the rounded curves because of sitting. The 2 long legs were folded together, and the toes of the feet coated with red nail polish wiggled with slippers. The whole person was full of exotic flavor. Noticing Feng looking over, Chris not only didn't hide, but instead stood up her chest again with a proud face and provocative eyes. I have a better body, and they don't look as good as me. Feng held the magazine flat against it and nodded, indeed you are the best looking. Chris had a satisfied smile on his face, you're also the most handsome man I've ever seen. And very strong too. You can fast, you must be in great shape. Feng put down the magazine and nodded, not bad. I'm studying costume performance, can I take a look at your body? Chris had an expectant face. When she was being hugged below earlier, she felt the strong power contained in the other party's arms. What does costume performance have to do with body shape? Feng was skeptical. At this moment, he heard Chris' heart clearly. His arms are very powerful, he must have a good figure, I'd love to see it, is this a strong Chinese man? He is also very tall, his aura is very oppressive, but his speech is very easygoing and patient, much better than those people in China. Chris showed a serious expression and communicated in English, of course it's relevant, this can stimulate my inspiration. Feng. I'll believe the hell out of you, if you don't gag, it might have more authenticity. Chris, you saved me and taught me to speak Chinese, we're already good friends, this has become an international friendly exchange. Feng, alright. The words had been said to this point, showing a little bit wouldn't be a piece of meat less anyway. Dryly unclothing his clothes, a body worthy of a statue was revealed. Chris instantly looked dumbfounded, his eyes full of incredulity. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. She even couldn't help but go up to her hand to touch it, but was stopped by Feng's quick eyes. Ahem, it would be impolite to continue. Chris was a bit regretful, thanks, I've gained a lot of inspiration. I hope you really gained inspiration. Feng began to change the topic, say, why do you have such a magazine? This one? Because it's run by my family. Chris said sparingly, do you like this kind of magazine? Or is it cooler, I can have a full set mailed to you, or a real person can come over? Cooler? Magazines are fine, real people are even better. Feng was taken aback by her words, how was this different from asking someone to buy a small movie? But Chris's family was probably not in good shape. Just now he scanned the place. Although there were quite a few international superstars, they couldn't afford to wear the clothes, the fabrics were simply pitiful. Well, for the sake of international friendship, let's teach her some more Chinese. Who let me be helpful? But Chris obviously couldn't get enough of his body, always thinking about taking another look, and was righteously rejected. Brothers, always protect yourself when you're out there. 2 hours later, the Chinese class was over. After the two added green bubbles, Lu Feng left Chris's house, but also made an appointment with her to come and teach her Chinese for 2 hours every day, and in exchange, Chris called for some magazines to be mailed over. At this time it was almost noon, and returned to the security room. Seeing Lu Feng come back after such a long time, the security guards immediately surrounded him. Brother Feng, why did you just come back? It took 2 hours to pacify the foreigner? Ha ha ha, yeah, couldn't have gone up for tea. Worthy of being Brother Feng, just awesome. The surrounding security guards, envious, worshipful, admiring, with various looks. You guys are overthinking it, just went up to help her trim the branches and teach her Chinese. Lu Feng spread his hands and said helplessly. I'll believe the hell out of you, oh. That's right, teaching for 2 hours at a time, hey. A few security guards snickered. One of the security guards beside him smiled playfully and opened his mouth. I think Brother Feng didn't go to teach Chinese, but went to learn 2 words. Ah, what words? One is oh. One is yes. Oh. The crowd of security guards squeezed their eyebrows and burst into a frenzy. The water Lu Feng just drank almost didn't spurt out. Heaven and earth, he really did go and teach Chinese for 2 hours. Well, there was also a serious and friendly discussion about the contents of the magazine. Yuan had the good sense to bring over a tissue and hand it to Lu Feng, his face vaguely filled with excitement and admiration. Worthy of being a big brother. Just awesome. Flying over walls, communicating in foreign languages, and you still say you're not a returning mercenary. Fortunately, he was careful. As long as he followed Brother Feng well, he might have a chance to enter the organization. Even as a peripheral member, he might have a chance to make a name for himself. Thinking of this, Yuan's eyes added a little more yearning and respect. Lu Feng didn't notice this. Looking around, he didn't see Miao Yong. Where is Brother Yong? I don't know, just bought a bouquet of flowers, should have gone to see his girlfriend. Girlfriend? Yes, or a current college student. This year seems to be the 4th year, right, Brother Yong, but like it very much, but a few days ago seems to have quarreled. Lu Feng nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and went to eat with the crowd. Chapter 31, The Human Condition? I don't understand. After the house quieted down, Chen Tai walked out from the innermost office and looked at the back of the crowd of security guards flanking Lu Feng as he left, his brows unconsciously furrowed. Is this kid a chimera? It's only been a few days and he's gotten to know so many owners. And all of them are female. But it's good, if you're with a rich woman, you must not be short of money. Just in time to rake in some more. This kind of kid who hasn't been working for long is the best to fool. Chen Tai's eyes flashed with a calculating light. As the head of security at Fairview Mansion, he hadn't missed out on the grease here. The target of the oil is naturally the other security guards. Collecting some cigarettes and alcohol and red packets every month was a large amount of extra money. Chen Tai on the amount of gifts pinpointed very accurate, will not be too much so that these security guards rebel, and will not be so small as to be unprofitable. After all, here is a high wage, good treatment, easy work, even if the monthly gift, we also then elsewhere when the security guards moist. Moreover, in the past, those new security guards who had just joined the company and didn't know any better couldn't stay for 3 days at all, and they were all dismissed by Chen Tai for various reasons, and other security guards who didn't want to give up their jobs here could only console themselves. Another place may not be able to have such a good treatment. Cafeteria. The security guards gathered around the table to eat. The food here is very good, with meat, soup and fruit. As they were chatting, one of the security guards playing with his cell phone opened his mouth seemingly casually. By the way, Lu Feng, have you prepared huazi yet? Huazi? Lu Feng froze, not reacting for a moment. Yeah, Brother Tai said he wants to give gifts to the departments above, so that our work can be easier. The security guard continued. Lu Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although he hadn't been working for long, he wasn't a workplace novice. Giving gifts to the departments above, I'm afraid it wasn't an excuse for Chen Tai to receive gifts in disguise. You all gave? Lu Feng asked. The other security guards nodded their heads. Yeah, it's just for peace and quiet, a few $100s a month isn't much. The main thing is that it's easy here, other neighborhoods can't compare to this. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything more. After the meal, the crowd dispersed one after another. Lu Feng called out to Guahong Yuan, and the two of them found a corner where no one was. That thing about giving gifts just now, you all gave them away? Guahong Yuan nodded helplessly. Well, 1 huazi per month, not too much to say, not too little to say. Lu Feng, a favor? Is it tacitly authorized from above? That's unclear, but I heard that Chen Tai's brother-in-law is in the head office, plus he doesn't take too much, so no one cares. Speaking here, Guahong Yuan's eyes lit up. Brother Feng, are you going to make a move? Lu Feng was confused. What am I going to make a move for? Guahong Yuan waved his fists with an exhilarated look. Of course, I'm going to use your power, Brother Feng, to directly pull down Chen Tai. Of course, killing someone is forgettable, the crime is not to death. A strip of huazi a month, although it could be shelled out, but who would want to hand it over for no reason? The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched. You've read too many novels, and killing people, I don't have anything to do with it, let's talk about it. He knew in his heart that he could never give a gift. If he didn't have a system before, he might only be able to admit it. Now that I have a system, and then send money for nothing, then will I not have a system for nothing? Afternoon. Just after starting work, Lu Feng was called into the office by Chen Tai. Little Feng, sit down, how did you do these days? Chen Tai said in a pleasant manner, as he did on the day Lu Feng first arrived. It's good here, I like it a lot. Lu Feng said honestly. Chen Tai nodded and continued to speak. It's like this, you've also been here for a few days now, and you've familiarized yourself with the work, and since you've decided to work here, there are some rules of the security team that I'll talk to you about. Lu Feng nodded his head, with an air of being all ears. It's quite easy to work here, and the treatment is top-notch among your peers, right? You simply can't find a better job than this in another place. But then, this work, it's all arranged by the people above, otherwise it would definitely be much busier than it is now. So, the security team has always had a rule, every month, everyone voluntarily buy something to thank the leadership is happy, our work is easy, right? Chen Tai paused, but in the past, because of buying things too miscellaneous, the leadership does not accept, so I comprehensively considered, one person to prepare a huazi, easy to send, the leadership is also convenient to receive. You know what I mean, right? After saying these words, Chen Tai was a little thirsty, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, looking at Lu Feng meaningfully. Although it was a bit of a mouthful to say, this feeling of fooling people made him quite pleased. After all, the so-called leader is himself. It wasn't up to him to decide how much work to do. Lu Feng was silent for a moment and nodded. I understand. I will definitely work well and make sure that I don't make any mistakes. A smile bloomed on Chen Tai's face, the kid was quite understanding. Alright, then go ahead, the neighborhood store sells them, give them to me after you buy them. Lu Feng revealed an appropriately confused look. By what? Huazi. Chen Tai froze for a moment. Isn't it a voluntary gift? Lu Feng's tone was sincere. I don't volunteer. Chen Tai's expression froze on his face, and after a moment, he spoke a little incredulously. Was it because I didn't make myself clear just now? Understood, isn't it just a gift? It can't be sent. Lu Feng said indifferently. He more or less understood this matter. The university he went to in the beginning was just an ordinary second university, and the student union he encountered was the same. It was convenient to send some gifts and fruits to check. Not sending? Then wait to be targeted. At night when the student union comes to check the dormitory, put on a high and mighty look. Put something on the table? Deduct points. Garbage in the trash can? Points deducted. Shoes on the floor? Points deducted. By the next night's bed check, the student council came again, with the same people and the same rhetoric. They even yanked Lu Feng's folded quilt off the bed and threw it on the floor. Lu Feng and the other three roommates looked at each other, the door was closed and locked, and the three members of the student council who came in to check the dormitory were pressed to the ground and beaten violently. After the Alarm College overnight thorough investigation of the student union, because of the early release of the camera, there is evidence, this student union 3 people were demerits. Lu Feng dormitory 4 people notification criticized, but also did not affect the 4 years of college life, peacefully and smoothly graduated. As for now, the smile on Chen Tai's face slowly disappeared, gradually cooled down. Can't send? Everyone else can deliver, but you can't? Dogs can still eat, why don't you eat it? Does it mean that you, a licking dog, is not considered a dog? Lu Feng said carelessly. You. Chen Tai was furious. It was the first time someone dared to scold him to his face. Me what me, in such a hurry to have someone deliver a gift, who are you if not a licking dog? Lu Feng snorted and picked up the teapot to pour himself some tea. Seeing Lu Feng move his teapot, Chen Tai was anxious. The pot was filled with the finest dragon well, not the one circulating on the market at all. It was a little bit that he had asked for from his brother-in-law with great difficulty. How can it be spoiled by this kid? He hastily reached out to stop, but his wrist had just been probed out, when it was pressed down by Lu Feng's large, iron-clamped hand, unable to move. The soreness spread instantly, but in a few seconds, the whole arm was so sore and numb that he couldn't use any strength. Well, the tea is good. Lu Feng unhurriedly poured cup after cup, then drank it like a cow. Chen Tai, who looked shocked, angry and distressed, although his arm was sore and aching, he still forced himself to endure the discomfort and opened his mouth. Leave some for me. Look at your stingy face, of course good things should be shared together. Lu Feng loosened his hand in disgust and drank the last cup of tea in a smooth manner. Captain Chen, I just want to work a quiet shift here, even though I'm a loner, but don't always think of bullying me. Chen Tai retracted his own hand like lightning and kept rubbing it. His mouth shivered straight, and he had the urge to curse. First, he was scolded as a licking dog. His arm still can't use his strength now. The good tea himself only drank a cup. The rest is all for you to drink. In the end, who is bullying who? Chapter 32. Female CEOs can be afflicted too. Chen Tai kneaded his aching arm, his chest heaving violently as he stared viciously at Lu Feng. For so many years in Fairview Mansion, he was the only one who was arrogant. When was it someone else's turn to flaunt their power in front of him? Must find a chance to get rid of this kid. How dare you threaten yourself? A little brat also dares to call out to me. Chen Tai roared in his heart. He was just about to arrogantly shout out as usual, no delivery? Then you can get lost. However, when he looked up and bumped into Lu Feng's expressionless eyes, it was as if his entire body was suddenly sobered up by a splash of cool water poured on his ceiling. The harsh words on his lips were swallowed back. His arm was still aching, and he thought of Lu Feng's phrase an orphan. This kid was an orphan. Chen Tai's throat knots rolled up and down a bit abashed. He wasn't a tough guy in the first place, just relying on someone above him to back him up. He had fired a few disobedient security guards, and held the line on accepting gifts, so no one resisted. But today he ran into a tough guy like Lu Feng. As the saying goes, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the flabbergasted, and the flabbergasted are afraid of the life-threatening. Though he was not rash, he was also afraid of the desperate. Especially now on the internet every day to brush the kind of a word on the knife-stabbing video. Feeling the pain in his arm, Chen Tai swallowed his saliva, and the apprehension in his heart was put to the maximum. This kid will not squat for me to get dead. Lu Feng could not hear Chen Tai's thoughts. If he heard it, he would probably laugh out loud. He is not that ferocious, stabbing things cannot be done. But he could still do something to disgust him. For example, let the sparrows block the camera when no one is around and beat him up. Going out and having the sparrows give him some heavenly justice. Have the sparrows knock on his windows at night. Finding no evidence of what happened was enough to scare him. Lu Feng ignored Chen Tai's vicious eyes and spoke calmly. Since Captain Chen doesn't have anything else to do, I'll leave first, although it said that one person can feed the whole family, but who made me love my job? You're right, Captain Chen. Chen Tai's forehead veins throbbed, his breathing gradually worsened, and he hardened without speaking. Lu Feng frowned and drank. I'm asking you. Chen Tai was shocked and shivered, busily responding, right. After reacting, his entire face turned red, angry and abashed. Then I'll go back and continue working. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door. Chen Tai breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Lu Feng's departing back, thinking of his own abject behavior just now. A nameless fire rose in his heart. But the pain coming from his arm made him not dare to resist, and he could only curse in his heart at Lu Feng's back. He must be told to get lost. Must. I can't do it through small means, I'll go through the regular channels, right? Once the internship period is over, directly let you get out. Lu Feng didn't know Chen Tai's inner thoughts, and after walking to a deserted place, the 3 sparrows that he had fed last time flew down from the tree. Go keep an eye on the people in that house. Lu Feng whispered. The IQ of sparrows was not comparable to birds like crows and parrots, but it was considered medium among birds. Especially after Lu Feng had the ability, animal unification, the sparrows could easily understand some simple commands. It's possible to cultivate some animals as eyes. Sparrows were abundant in the city, and if they were cultivated well, they were natural surveillance. Looking at the 3 sparrows on his arm, Lu Feng thought about it and finally gave up on naming them. From left to right, let's call them number 1, number 2, and number 3. Then with a wave of his arm, the 3 sparrows flew to the tree near the security room, watching over Chen Tai. A large group of sparrows followed closely behind. When we find his house at night, let the sparrows take turns knocking on his windows. What the animals did, what does it have to do with me, Lu Feng? At this time, a vibration came from the cell phone in his pocket and a text message popped up. The moment he saw the content, Lu Feng froze for a moment. The content was a job transfer notice. The internship period was over and he had been turned into a full-fledged employee. What's going on? Half an hour ago. The top floor of Yunsheng Group's office building, the president's office. The matte marble floor was seamlessly spliced, the beige walls were hung with a few fine art paintings, behind the desk was a wall of bookshelves, and the office was spotless. Lin Shua rubbed her eyebrows, looking at the hotel documents that were flipped open, her cool face vaguely revealing distress. Most of the above were bad reviews and complaints about the hotel, targeting content mainly about the hotel meals. In recent years, the guests who stayed in the hotel had higher and higher requirements for the meals, especially in this kind of 5-star hotel, where the people who stayed in the hotel were either rich or noble, and had high requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In these few years, she began to gradually take over the group's business under her family's arrangement. The hotel was one of them. Under her careful management, the aspects of clothing, accommodation and transportation had been done to the utmost. Every guest who stayed was satisfied, but the only thing that only increased was the complaints, suggestions, and bad reviews of the hotel's food and beverage. For this reason, Lin Shua has thought of all sorts of ways, replacing the back kitchen team, inviting 5-star chefs at home and abroad, and even a lot of chefs who have been on food programs. But the effect was minimal. However, her family is actually very satisfied with her work. Since the takeover of the hotel, there has been no mistake in business. In business, there is no such thing as perfection. But Lin Shua is a bit obsessive-compulsive, if the other aspects are not good, but also just, on the catering of such a drag, so that she always have a kind of thorn stuck in the throat, not up and down the sense of annoyance. Looked for a while, she did not think of a good solution, had to close the file, came to the lounge area of the leather sofa, sit down, under the black dress, a pair of straight black silk legs elegantly folded together, the whole person more than a few points of laziness. Just ready to rest for a while, an email popped up on her cell phone. After seeing the content of the email, Lin Shua suddenly realized that the content on it was Lu Feng's detailed information. After the last robber incident, Zhao Jingshu had repeatedly urged her to thank this lifesaver. At that time, she saw this handsome man subduing the robber with 2 slaps on the monitor and saving her grandmother, and this was still fresh in her mind. Lin Shua also had someone look up Lu Feng's information in the first place. If she didn't return the favor, she would be blamed by her grandmother. Although the surveillance only left a face and name, it was enough for her. However, when she saw Lu Feng's workplace, Lin Shuya's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Yunsheng Group had a wide range of businesses, covering international hotels, real estate, restaurants, and many other sectors, with countless subsidiaries. Fairview Mansion was one of the most famous real estate projects under the group. The security guards serving in the small area were affiliated with the security company under Yunsheng Group. This is quite a coincidence. Chapter 33, Going Through the Female President's Back Door. Lin Shuyu quickly browsed through the information, pondered for a moment, then asked her secretary Bai Tan to come in. After a short period of silence, there was a knock at the door, and after hearing Lin Shuyu's "Please come in," Bai Tan walked in. Upper body neat white short-sleeved shirt, lower body knee-length black A-line skirt, inside of flesh-colored stockings, stepping on a pair of black high-heeled shoes, the whole person inside and outside reveals the competent. A pair of eyes were clear and bright, looking at Lin Shuyu with hidden respect and admiration. General Manager Lin. Bai Tan, you go to the security company's side, find a security guard who has just joined to Fairview Mansion, called Lu Feng, directly transfer him to the regularization, and give him the highest salary package. Lin Shuyu said. Okay. Then go to Dongshan City and find a place named Flourishing Star Orphanage, set aside $1 million from my personal account to improve the children's meals and life. The specifics of how to get it, you arrange it according to the actual needs, and you personally keep an eye on it to make sure the money and supplies are used on the children. Okay, Mr. Lin, do I need the company to publicize this? No need, it's my personal matter. Okay. I'll let you know if there are any changes afterward, that's all for now. Okay. Bai Tan left the office and the house returned to silence. As the president's secretary, it was instinctive to work neatly, and the moment she closed the door, the phone call went to the security company's side of the personnel administration department. Zhao Lei, the administrative director of the security company, received the phone call, was shocked. Secretaries are also divided into high and low. The secretary beside the president, the status is undoubtedly the highest group. The fact that she personally called to explain things was enough to see the importance. This Lu Feng is? Zhao Lei asked tentatively. Bai Tan didn't say anything. Zhao Lei didn't dare to continue asking, and personally helped this Lu Feng to make the transfer. It was just a matter of transferring a position. It was fast. The phone was already operated before the call was even hung up. Secretary Bai, it's already done. Aha! Bai Tan dryly hung up the phone. Zhao Lei rubbed his chin and looked at the picture of Lu Feng on the screen. He had just joined the company and was transferred, and his treatment was pulled to the top. Strange, Secretary Bai called to explain, but why not go to the head office? Whose back door is this going through? Zhao Lei looked at HR Chang Yu, who was responsible for recruiting Lu Feng in the first place, and asked someone to call her in. The lunch break was over. Chang Yu had just returned from fetching water and was ready to see if there were any suitable resumes. Her KPIs for this month hadn't been met. Chang Yu, the director is calling you. A co-worker beside her reminded her, her tone a little worried. The other co-workers also looked over, puzzled, snickering, and happy. Chang Yu froze for a moment. Most of the time when a hitman was called to the office alone by his superiors, it wasn't good. It couldn't be that he was going to be optimized. Chang Yu's heart sank to the bottom, and he knocked on Zhao Lei's office door in a haphazard manner. Knock knock. Enter. Director, you're looking for me? Chang Yu apprehensively opened her mouth. Zhao Lei raised his eyes and glanced at Chang Yu. Quite good looking, good figure, came to the company for a year. The performance can only be said to be mediocre, only belongs to the ordinary staff, and even in the optimization list at the end of the year. This Lu Feng, you recruited him? Zhao Lei asked without a clue. Lu Feng? Chang Yu froze for a moment. She certainly remembered the handsome man she recruited in just a few days ago very clearly. I recruited him in. Did he come to the interview by himself? How was your chat then? What did you think was so special about him? Did anyone call you before coming? Zhao Lei asked, pretending to be casual. A series of strange questions came at him, making Chang Yu a bit at a loss for words. It's fine, I'll just ask casually, just answer normally. Zhao Lei said. Well. He came on his own and chatted quite well. I also gave him a separate dormitory. As for the special things. Chang Yu's fingers unconsciously touched the folds of the corner of his coat, carefully glanced at Zhao Lei, and tentatively said, does being especially handsome count? Zhao Lei nodded, signaling her to continue. No one called me before I came either. Chang Yu shook her head and said. The room fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Lei thought for a while and eventually gave up. It's really hard to get a hold of. This kind of person just comes to one person. How come there's another one? When will someone arrange it for me as well? I hope I don't get into trouble again. Then, Mr. Zhao, I'll go out first? Chang Yu asked cautiously. Oh, Zhao Lei just remembered that there was someone else in the room. Wait a minute, Chang Yu, it seems like your KPIs aren't very satisfactory lately. Chang Yu's insides tightened, and she hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, I've already contacted several suitable people for the afternoon. Zhao Lei interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Don't be nervous, I can understand the recent poor performance, you don't need to be so tired, just work normally, and look for me if you have any difficulties. I know what you think in your heart, the above does let me optimize off some employees, you just came 1 year, KPI general, a little risky, but considering your serious work attitude, I will not count you in. Do a good job and my position will be yours in the future. By the way, I've already helped Lu Feng to get regularized. After that, you continue to be responsible for docking with him, the treatment pulled to the best, if he has any needs, but not excessive as far as possible to satisfy him. Okay, that's it, you go and get busy. For an ordinary HR, whether to optimize or not to optimize is all in his mind. Now I do not know what this Lu Feng, but can let secretary by call. It is estimated that it will not be small, and he has a relationship with the person or first keep it, by the way, draw a big cake. There is no harm in being prepared. Chang Yu walked out in a daze, which is still the cold-faced Ray in the past. Although Zhao Lei is not the kind of leadership that is very oppressive to the staff, but it is also definitely not a kind leadership. usually cold face, big frame, encountered problems on the hard reprimand employees, smile only to the superior show. Which has just like the pleasant color. Returning to the workstation, Changyu gradually returned to his senses, and his violently beating heart gradually calmed down. However, it seems like he is safe? Lu Feng. Changyu's mind recalled that handsome face. She was not a little cutie. Zhao Lei asked so many things about Lu Feng, he himself must have gotten the light. The company is strict on promotion, and he just came a few days before he was transferred. Is it hard to believe that he has some other status? Thinking of this, Changyu hesitated for a moment, but still opened the chat interface with Lu Feng and sent a message. After arranging for Lu Feng's transfer on Bai Tan's side, he started investigating the East Mountain City Flourishing Star Orphanage and called the director. After confirming that donations could be made and understanding the need for supplies, Bai Tan began to contact the procurement department. There are specialized procurement channels under the group, and a few phone calls went down, and a variety of different supplies began to be loaded. Gossip to be after work. Bai Tan looked at Lu Feng's information, and thought of the orphanage that Lin said just now. So solemn, is there a melon? But Bai Tan is not a talkative person, pressed things in his heart and continued to work. Chapter 34 Maybach Beauty. The President's Office. Lin Shua looked at the information on it and secretly pondered, not knowing how much money would be appropriate to give as thanks. After a moment, she gave up thinking. Helping him turn around and raise his pay, and helping to improve the orphanage, give another $1 million, and by the way, treat him to a meal, so that should be fine. Lin Shua muttered to herself. It was also her first time encountering this, and she didn't know what she needed to do to thank her savior. Thinking of this, she followed the phone number on the information and called it. Lu Feng's side was still wondering why he had suddenly switched sides. 10 minutes later, the phone vibrated again, and an unfamiliar phone number appeared on the screen. After a 2-second pause, he tapped to connect, but didn't speak. A cool voice came from the other end of the phone, very nice. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng Lu? Lu Feng still didn't speak. The other party also didn't pause and continued. I don't know if you still remember, a few days ago you saw the righteousness and saved an old man under a robber. I'm your granddaughter Lin Shua. I don't know if you have the time, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, so it wasn't a harassing call, and responded, no problem, where is it? Free treat, why not go? The other side of the phone paused for a moment, but he didn't expect Lu Feng to agree so painfully, and continued, I'll come and pick you up when the time comes. After informing the location, the two hung up the phone. Lu Feng was still wondering why he was suddenly turned around. Chen Tai messed up? Been scared? What kind of setup? As he was thinking, the green bubble on his cell phone popped up another message. Chengyu, Lu Feng, are you busy? Is it convenient to make a phone call? Lu Feng, it's okay. The next second, the phone rang. Lu Feng, how's work going these days? Is it still appropriate? Chengyu asked. It's all pretty good, it's just that there's a very strange thing just now. I suddenly have a text message here for a transfer, is it true? Lu Feng asked. Chengyu bit her lip, it's true, I also just received a notice that the director personally operated. Why? Lu Feng was greatly puzzled. It may be because you are too good. I knew it, after hiding it for so many years, it was still discovered. Chengyu snorted out a laugh, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner, because of you, my KPIs reached the target. Yes, but not today, I have something to do tonight, some other time. Lu Feng said. Chengyu didn't dare to pester her too much, in her head, Lu Feng was already a mysterious rich son. The two chatted a few more sentences and hung up the phone. Lu Feng didn't think about the matter of the transfer in detail anymore and continued to go on patrol. The entire afternoon was calm and quiet. Chen Tai also did not take the initiative to find him trouble, only when he returned to the security room to rest in the middle of the day, the occasional meeting to look at each other's eyes was a bit unnatural. Strange, Chen Tai was so subdued in the afternoon? Miao Yong lowered his voice and said suspiciously. Several security guards also nodded their heads. Yeah, normally how can you yell a few times and blow off some steam, today it's so quiet. I would like to be so quiet every day, blowing other people's second-hand pussy, might as well ask for less cigarettes, I myself don't want to smoke quasi. Hey, you guys say, could it be that the private gift thing was discovered by the top, and then the leader warned him? The moment these words came out, several security guards fell silent. This is a matter that everyone actually knows in their hearts, what to give gifts to the leaders above, is clearly to enrich themselves. Gua Honyuan subconsciously looked at Lu Feng, saw the other side of the face is cozy, the heart of the secret. It cannot be that the peak brother shot? Well, the possibility is very high. Just a few minutes after work, Lin Shua's phone call came. Mr. Lu, I'm outside the district. Good, I'll go out now. Lu Feng changed his clothes and didn't dress up casually, white short sleeves plus work pants, and his feet stepped on a pair of old dad shoes. Brother Feng, go out and eat something good. Gua Honyuan yelled, followed by Miao Yong and a few other security guards. Lu Feng waved his hand, you guys go eat, I have something to go out. Okay. Honyuan, Lu Feng seems to be younger than you, why are you calling him Brother Feng? A security guard joked. Gua Honyuan cheerfully, a few proud colors on his face, who let others powerful, drifting parking, up the tree to save people, this is not worth calling brother, you want to be good I also call you a. I cannot, but Lu Feng that parking technology is really powerful. Hey, look at the side of the road, there are beautiful women. Maybach, another rich woman, this is waiting for someone. When will there be a rich woman waiting for me too? Dream on, everything happens in dreams. She seems to be looking over, does that mean she's looking at me? Roadside Maybach. Lin Shua's green silk was like a waterfall, casually scattered, her sunglasses pushed up to the top of her head, leaning against the body of the car. Skin color is typical cold white skin, melon face, lips like cherry, willow eyebrows long and thin, a pair of bright eyes as clear as autumn water. Upper body white short sleeves, outline a slender waistline, lower body a light brown loose casual pants, feet on a pair of small white shoes. The breeze blew from time to time, vaguely outlined two long straight legs. The whole person's temperament was cool and elegant, giving people a feeling that no one should get close to them. After seeing Lu Feng come out from the neighborhood, Lin Shua pressed the car key in her hand. The Maybach honked twice, attracting Lu Feng's gaze. Seeing him look over, Lin Shua beckoned. Gua Honyuan, Miao Yong, and a few other security guards were still very self-aware and twisted their heads to look behind them, all wondering who this beauty was waiting for. Turning their heads, they happened to see Lu Feng waving, brushing past and walking towards the Maybach. A few security guards' eyes almost didn't glaze over. It's Lu Feng again. True or false, another rich woman? No, he's pulling monsters here? This is a bit evil, isn't it? This is the first few. Can't you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Looking at Lu Feng's back and the beautiful girl's Maybach, the envy in the hearts of the crowd climbed to the extreme at this moment. There were even people who had already begun to fantasize, if I were this handsome, wouldn't I have a beautiful woman to send to my door for a date as well? Gua Honyuan was the fastest to slow down after the shock and secretly gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being you, Brother Feng. Lu Feng didn't know that a few security guards were spitting fire with their gazes behind him, and walked quickly to Lin Shua's body. Sorry, came out a little late. After getting closer, Lin Shua's stunningly beautiful face was seen more clearly. This made Lu Feng a bit surprised. When he was on the phone, he heard her voice was magnetic and nice, giving him a feeling that the other party was a great beauty. However, it was well known that those with good voices often had average or unsatisfactory looks. The probability of having an outstanding voice and looks was very low. Rather, he didn't expect that he would actually encounter one today. Lin Shua looked at him with interest and shook her head. It's fine, I just arrived as well, get on the car. It's really quite handsome. A sudden voice rang out in Lu Feng's head, causing him to take a step and a flash of surprise in his eyes. What he heard just now was Lin Shua's heartbeat? Chapter 35 $1 million Gift of Thanks. Lu Feng's face remained unchanged, but a trace of doubt flooded his heart. What he heard just now was the other party's heartbeat, right? That much he could be sure of. It was because at this moment, Lin Shua's heartbeat, he still heard it clearly. What should I invite him to eat? What's that smell? He sprayed perfume? What brand of perfume is this? How come I'd never smelled it before? Grandma's right, he's quite handsome. It's hard to get a job. Forget it, just go to the company's hotel, earn your own money. Lu Feng's remaining light did not move to look at Lin Shua, the other side of the face is cold and calm, no fluctuations. Outside the car, there were a few people passing by, but Lu Feng did not hear their voices. This also means that Lin Shua is living in Fairview Mansion. Strange, if she was living here, why didn't she just look for him? Mr. Lu, thank you for saving my grandmother last time. Lin Shua opened her mouth to break the calm in the car. You're welcome, just happened to have the ability to see justice done. There aren't many people who can see justice nowadays. So this isn't in return for Ms. Lin's repayment. Good people have good rewards. If I don't repay them, who will do good deeds in the future? Maybe in the future I'll need someone else's help too. Lin Shua said frankly. Lu Feng glanced at Lin Shua with surprise. From the car, clothes and temperament, the other party's family is obviously very well off. It's really rare to have this kind of idea. By the way, Ms. Lin, are you familiar with Fairview Mansion? Lu Feng suddenly asked. Of course I've heard of the upscale neighborhood that ranks high in the country. Lin Shua said in a cloudy manner, but in her heart, it was a different kind of heart. Can you not be familiar with it? The neighborhood built by my family. There's still my house here, but never lived in it is all. Lin Shua closed her mouth when she finished speaking, and did not say what was in her heart. When she went out, compared to the luxury cars of other rich families, she was already very low-key. Lu Feng was silent after hearing this. Well, your family built it. This is no longer a family that is obviously very good, this already belongs to the upper level of capital, right? No wonder I heard your heart, so this is the head of the owners here Wait a minute. Lu Feng suddenly remembered something. Since this neighborhood was built by her family, it was hard to believe that the afternoon's transfer notice was also Lin Shua helping him? Lu Feng directly opened his mouth and asked, Ms. Lin, I've just joined Fairview Mansion not more than a few days ago, and I just received the text message of the transfer notification this afternoon. Did you help me? Lin Shua didn't hide, nodded and said, yes, I just happened to know someone from your security company, and by the way, I asked him to help you get regularized. It's nothing, anyway, going through the normal process, you will be converted afterward, it's just going along for the ride. Lu Feng said thank you, and the car was quiet once again, traveling smoothly on the road. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped in front of a 5-star hotel, surrounded by luxury cars. Lu Feng looked up at the towering building. Yun-E Hotel. It was one of the most famous 5-star hotels in Linhai City. As soon as the car stopped, the hotel porter walked over. Hello, do you have a reservation? Yes, I'll just go in by myself. Okay. The doorman took the car keys handed over by Lin Shua and looked at Lu Feng with envy before going to park the car. Seeing the porter's service attitude, Lin Shua nodded her head. Let's eat here, the environment here is quite good and the service is attentive. She boasted about her hotel without blushing. No problem. After entering the hotel and taking the elevator to the dining floor, the hotel manager was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Shua, the hotel manager greeted them with a smile and after a brief conversation, respectfully guided them to a window seat in the restaurant. The view was good, and they could see the scenery outside, and had an unobstructed view of the environment inside the hall. Seeing the manager's attitude, Lu Feng was also enlightened. No wonder he said it was the company's hotel, it seemed that this woman was probably an executive of the company. After taking her seat, Lin Shua apologized, sorry, there's no room in the private room, so it can only be in the hall. It's fine, it's just a meal, don't pick a place. Lu Feng said. Lin Shua nodded and pushed the menu over, see what you like to eat, order whatever you like, my treat. Lu Feng opened the menu and ordered a few of the signature dishes of this place, the prices were moderate, but still quite a bit higher than the restaurants outside. With culinary mastery, the dishes on this menu were all too familiar for him. Although he hadn't eaten it before, he just understood it. Outrageous, but reasonable. He also wanted to taste the difference between the dishes of a 5-star hotel and the outside. Lin Shua had a very small meal and simply made up a few dishes and let the waiter leave. Lu Feng poured a cup of black tea, blew the hot air on it, and just took a sip to moisten his throat, when Lin Shua across the table pushed over a bank card, while speaking out of turn. Mr. Lu, here is 1 million, the password is 88, it's a little thank you gift. Thank you again for saving my grandmother. Grandma, she would have wanted to come over in person, but she has bad legs and is old, so I've come to thank you on her behalf, I hope you don't mind. Lu Feng's eyes glazed over and he almost didn't spit out the tea in his mouth. He wiped the water stains at the corner of his mouth and said in shock, how much? 1 million? Lin Shua calmly nodded her head, as if what she pushed over was not $1 million, but $100. Ms. Lin, I think you've misunderstood, I was only acting heroically at the time, you helped me turn around and invited me to dinner, it's already a thank you gift. Forget about this $1 million. Lu Feng said seriously. It wasn't that he was hypocritical, but in his opinion, he had saved Zhao Jingshu, and the other party had already offset the favor by helping him turn around and treating him to dinner. Taking another million from the other party would be like holding a favor hostage. Besides, he already had a golden finger, making money was just a matter of time for him. Hearing the words of rejection, Lin Shua froze slightly. $1 million to her was really no different from $100. But to an ordinary person, it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Especially after she investigated and knew that the other party was an orphan, then this 1 million could allow the other party to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Whether it was a relationship or a marriage, it could be greatly dignified and have a bottom line. Now refused, left her a little surprised, and a little appreciated. An ordinary person pushing away $1 million that was within reach was not something that anyone could do. Mr. Liu, maybe I'm talking a little Versailles, $1 million is not very important to me, you saved my grandmother, the grace of saving your life is greater than heaven, this is what you deserve. Besides. Lin Shua paused, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a playful smile, if Mr. Liu doesn't accept it, when I go home, Grandma will blame me. Mr. Liu doesn't want me to be blamed by Grandma either. Chapter 36 Nice Hotel, Average Food. Hearing Lin Shua say that, Lu Feng had no choice but to accept the $1 million. Since that's the case, I'll take it. That said, is this considered an overnight fortune? I don't think it counts. Why? Because $1 million isn't considered rich. Miss Lin, now you can be a bit Versailles, Lu Feng helplessly laughed. Lin Shua's lips briskly raised a touch of arc, see in front of the eyes has been calm handsome boy a little defeated, mood inexplicably a little good. Lu Feng changed the topic and continued, but I hope that in the future I can also say something like this. Lin Shua nodded her head, I think it will definitely work. Why do you say that? Because of a woman's intuition. Then your intuition is spot on. A smile appeared on Lin Shua's face. I didn't expect it to be quite relaxing to chat with him. It's the first time I've felt this way, is this called casting a spell? Lu Feng clearly heard Lin Shua's heart. By the way, Grandma Zhao didn't get shocked, did she? Lu Feng asked. Lin Shua shook her head, I got someone to check Grandma when I got home that day, there's no problem in terms of her body, and her mental convenience is also very good. What about that robbery? Lu Feng asked. Send in, no worries about food and shelter in the future. Lin Shua said in a cloudy manner. Lu Feng nodded, it's kind of a crime that deserves it. The two continued to chat, suddenly Lin Shua suddenly asked, Lu Feng, what do you think of this hotel? Evaluate it? Lu Feng didn't answer at first, looking around before speaking, the environment is very good, the atmosphere is quiet but not cold, the staff is also very patient and the details are handled well. It can be seen that the manager is someone who is very serious and pays attention to details, it's not without reason that Uni 5-star hotel is so famous. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the corners of Lin Shua's mouth couldn't stop rising. Right, that's so right. Managers are just so detailed. I love to hear it, tell me more. Lu Feng gently pulled the corner of his mouth, I guess she was the one managing this hotel, no wonder it was a reaction. But Lu Feng wasn't talking with his eyes open, just now he saw what he saw and said what he said. When the staff saw an elderly person in a wheelchair, they would take the initiative to help. When they see parents with small children, they will take the initiative to go up and ask if they need a child seat. Lin Shua was in a great mood, even if she was usually unsmiling and had a cool temperament, at this moment, she had an impulse to hum a song that she couldn't help. Fortunately, she restrained herself. Lin Shua coughed lightly, and returned to her original cool and elegant demeanor, but the curve at the corner of her mouth couldn't be eliminated. And the way she looked at Lu Feng was becoming more and more agreeable. He looks so handsome and speaks so well. At this time, the waiter came over and brought the previously ordered meals to the table one by one. The plating was exquisite, the ingredients were evenly matched, and a glance at it gave a feeling of appetite. Quickly taste it. Lin Shua looked at Lu Feng expectantly. Lu Feng served a small bowl of casserole beef brisket, the dark brown soup still bubbling. But when he smelled the aroma, the spoon in his hand paused, and he was a little surprised in his heart. The so-called meal. It's nothing more than color, aroma, flavor, shape, and utensils to raise. Color represents the matching colors of the ingredients, which should be attractive and make people have an appetite when they look at it. Aroma refers to the aroma of the ingredients and spices, the aroma of the nose, to further stimulate the appetite. Taste refers to the flavor of the meal when it is ready to be palatable. Shape refers to the shape of the dish, as well as the decoration. Meaning refers to the mood and atmosphere, and it would be better if it could be matched with the environment. Where refers to the utensils used to put the food on the table, which should match the dish. Nutrition refers to the nutrition of the food, which needs to be properly matched. But ordinary families do not care so much, as long as the food is delicious. And the higher the grade of the restaurant, the more attention to detail. Like this 5-star hotel, although it cannot be compared with the state banquet, but color, aroma, shape, meaning and nutrition, in addition to the meaning occupies a relatively weak point, the other requirements are not one less. Lu Feng just smelled, this casserole beef brisket flavor is also good, but only limited to good. To the ordinary restaurant is no problem, but in the expensive consumption of 5-star hotel, is not a little worse? Lu Feng, who had the culinary arts mastery, had his 5 senses greatly strengthened, and he knew whether a dish was good or not as soon as he smelled it. Lu Feng scooped up a spoonful of beef brisket mixed with soup, blew on it, and in Lin Shua's expectant gaze, sent it into his mouth. Just as he thought, the flavor was mediocre. But reaching out, he revealed a smile, a look of surprise on his face. It tastes good, I'll try something else. Saying that, Lu Feng began to taste other dishes. Stewed dishes, stir-fried dishes, and cold dishes were tasted one by one. When Lin Shua heard Lu Feng's words, she also revealed a smile and felt a faint sense of pride inside. Although the reputation of the hotel's catering was average, it was still more than an ordinary restaurant. In her eyes, Lu Feng was just an ordinary person with a warm heart, and she simply couldn't imagine that he would taste so many details. Soon, Lu Feng finished tasting all the dishes. Inwardly, he was flooded with mutterings. This hotel's meals, they're all pretty average. Or is it because my mouth is too tricky? The matching colors, shapes of the dishes, and the matching utensils were all very good. Only this fragrance and flavor is average. Is it hard to believe that all hotels are like this? Am I being too demanding? Thinking of this, Lu Feng also gave up on giving his opinion. Although I have a favor to Lin Shua, but the other party has already returned, not only to correct, but also gave himself $1 million. If he or she were to nitpick her hotel's catering again, then he or she would be a bit too much. The flavor is very good. Lu Feng commented, seriously and quickly eliminating the meal. Although the flavor was average, it wasn't like he was some pampered person. After all, food was precious, and it was shameful to waste it. Seeing Lu Feng eating seriously and quickly like this, Lin Shua was even happier. What did this mean? It meant that the meal was delicious and tasty. So edible. Is it that tasty? Lu Feng's eyelids fluttered. The meal portion was small, but he could not eat when his appetite became bigger. Lu Feng, why don't I order some more for you? Lin Shua said, about to beckon for someone. No need, these are enough, eat as much as you want and order as much as you want. Lu Feng said. Oh. Lin Shua nodded her head and took small bites of the food. The two of them chatted while eating, which was harmonious. But the calm was soon broken. Noisy sounds came from the hall from time to time. Lin Shua didn't take it to heart at first. The hotel had things like this every day. If she was to be the one to solve everything, she would be too busy to die. But not a moment later, she saw the hotel manager go over. Her willow eyebrows slightly frowned, and a bad feeling came over her heart. It was important to know that there was a normal running system up and down the hotel. There were many things that the hotel manager had to deal with, and it was because he had come to eat by himself that the hotel manager would personally greet them. But normally, except for big events and important people, the hotel manager was not seen. Now that the hotel manager had personally appeared, I'm afraid that the matter was not small. A cold light flashed in Lin Shua's eyes. Lu Feng, you eat first, I have something to take care of and we'll be right back. Chapter 37 The Toxic Gourmet. The hotel lobby. The originally quiet environment became somewhat noisy. The other guests who were dining also cast curious gazes towards the center. The meat inside is cold, and the combination of spices is completely disharmonious. Is this for people to eat? The flavor of the chicken soup with flour gum is also hard to describe. The soup is cloudy, the taste is bland, the peppercorns have not completely removed the fishy smell, the selection of the chicken is not bad, but unfortunately the stew has been stewed for a long time, and the freshness of the flavor has been dispersed. It had the feeling of going to a hot spring to take a bath but staying in a pool with an orangutan. There's also this French oil-sealed duck leg. Look at this skin, it's wrinkled, and the duck meat inside is also loose. Can I eat it? This bluefin tuna is even more ridiculous, a metallic flavor, over-refrigerated. It's a pity for such a good ingredient. Tsk, no, really no, too shoddy. The person who spoke was a woman wearing a black fishtail dress with long hair tied back. She had beautiful looks, with deep features, upturned eyes, and a haughty demeanor. The upper body curves were sinuous and full, the waist-to-hip ratio was almost perfect, and the lower body crotch curve was wrapped with great tension. Feet stepped on a pair of red-bottom black high heels, is a warped, the whole person is full of imperial sister flavor. The body was followed by two female assistants wearing suits. At this moment, she scooped up another spoonful of dishes, her crimson lips slightly opened, after taking a shallow taste, in her eyes was undisguised dislike, as if she was looking at some trash. The hotel manager's name was Wang Qian, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, and although he had a standardized smile on his face, his eyes contained an undetectable anger. This situation in front of him still needed to be thought about, it was definitely a troublemaker. Or a will-know-it-all. Not afraid that hooligans will mess up, but afraid that the hooligans who mess up are educated. And the woman in front of him he heard of, called Hong Guqiu. A well-known chef in the food industry, although from a famous family, but interested in all kinds of food. From a young age, her tongue was flexible and sensitive, able to easily taste the flavors of various spice ingredients, and even fine enough to distinguish different regions. Since he grew up, he has been attacking various cuisines around the world, and is a true food fanatic. Today, I don't know which tendon is wrong and came here to make trouble. Wang Qian slightly owed his body, still with a gentle voice, like a spring breeze. Ms. Hong, I'm sorry for not being able to make you have a perfect dining experience at Yian Hotel, and I also thank you for making suggestions for our dishes. Your tastes and needs have been recorded on our side. How about this? We have just received a batch of French white truffles by air, the chef is making them, you. Not waiting for Wang Qian to finish his words, Hong Guqiu interrupted with a voice and said venomously, hurry up and stop, the good ingredients are spoiled, and I don't know if I can give it to people after it's done. I don't want to have to brush my teeth 5 times at night. Wang Qian's temples protruded. I had heard that this person's mouth is poisonous, it is really better to hear than to see. Just about to continue mediation, the shoulder came a slight tapping sensation. Turning his head to look, it was none other than the frosty-faced Lin Shua. General Manager Lin. I'll handle it, Manager Wang, go appease the other guests. Lin Shua said calmly. Wang Qian sighed in relief and answered and left. Yo, such a coincidence, Miss Lin is also here for dinner. Hong Guqiu smiled sweetly, pointing to the opposite seat. Why don't you eat something together, my treat, although the flavor here isn't good, it can still satiate your stomach. Damn woman, mouth doesn't need to be able to be sewn shut. Lin Shu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her voice cold, who invited you here? Seeing this look on her face, a flash of pleasure flashed through Hong Guqiu's eyes. Who do you think can invite me? Righto, this hotel seems to be yours, really, how can I say that I'm also a friend who grew up together, how can I take over the hotel without saying anything to me? But it's okay, no, I came right over after the match, move it. Lin Shua frowned slightly, a little angry and a little helpless. The two had known each other since childhood, and originally had a good relationship, but there was a kind of fault called too good can be wrong. From a young age, Lin Shua belonged to that kind of child from someone else's family, very excellent in treating people with courtesy. When various clans got together for dinner, it was often taken out as a model. Hong Guqiu was one of them. Coupled with the fact that she loved food and was said to be unprofessional by some of the old-timers in her family, it further stimulated the rebellious heart in her heart. Why should I be the negative example when she, Lin Shua, is praised everywhere, when I am clearly excellent as well? Why should she do whatever she wants to do when I can't? Why is her family so lenient to her? I just do something I like, to be a group of people to blame and reprimand. Hong Guqiu envied, yearned for and defied in her heart, but Lin Shua's excellence was raised from a young age, and her family wasn't bad, so she always pressed her head. And this time the opportunity came. She was preparing for a food competition abroad, and knew that Lin Shua had taken over the family hotel business, and had learned that this aspect of catering was always unsatisfactory. Hong Guqiu was ecstatic in her heart, and after investigating for some time, she rushed back non-stop. She wanted to properly mock this excellent woman to her face. Weren't you excellent from a young age? Aren't you a child paragon? Aren't you praised by everyone? It seems it doesn't work either. That's why there was what happened just now. Hong Guqiu's red lips curled slightly, her mood was so good that seeing Lin Shua get defeated was even happier than her winning the competition. If Lin Shua could give in, she could even personally instruct the chef here. In this way, it was she, Hong Guqiu, who had suppressed Lin Shu's head. Lin Shua didn't know the twists and turns in her heart, took a deep breath and said, I'll pay for your table, I'll take your advice, don't affect other people's meals, okay? Hong Guqiu was furious, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Do I care about your money? Or do you just push people out? Is this the hospitality of a 5-star hotel?" Lu Feng ate his food, his eyes sweeping over the hall quarrel from time to time. Although the sound wasn't loud, he had heard it. It seemed that it wasn't because he had a picky mouth, there were also people who felt the flavor was bad. But this black-skirted woman had ordered a table of dishes, and one by one, she tasted and picked at them. This was obviously to cause trouble. He looked around and took in the situation. There were those who were watching and those who were impatient. The hotel manager and other staff were calming the guests. The guests who came here were all people with small assets. Ordinary people wouldn't like to have someone making a scene next to them while they were eating, let alone these guests who were worth a lot of money. A few tables of guests had already left one after another, and the staff were bowing continuously to apologize. Lu Feng ate his meal slowly and methodically, calculating in his mind whether he should give a hand or not. While pondering, the phone rang. The caller ID read, Dean Tan. Chapter 38, I'll satisfy your tongue. 2 hours ago. Dongshan City, Flourishing Star Orphanage. A commercial vehicle and 2 large vans with the Yunsheng Group's logo on them slowly pulled up next to the orphanage. The director, Tan Chunyan, personally came out to greet them. Bai Tan changed into a sports outfit and walked down with a flatbed, with an affable smile on her face. Dean Tan, hello, I'm Bai Tan, we called before. Dean Tan was dazed and a little surprised. It was true that a lady named Bai Tan had called in the afternoon, saying that she was willing to come and donate supplies to the orphanage, but she hadn't expected it to be so soon. Hello, Ms. Bai. Tan Chunyan wiped her hand casually on her pants and gently shook the other party's small white hand. Because the big truck was quite large, the small children who were playing looked over curiously. A little girl wearing a small white dress with patches ran over with an innocent smile on her face. Sister, you're so pretty. Bai Tan revealed a smile and affectionately touched the girl's head. You'll grow up to be even better looking than your sister. The little girl happily ran away. Bai Tan stood up straight and surveyed the environment within the orphanage. It was moderate, not good or bad. The houses were demolished and remodeled in recent years, and the courtyard was large, with all sorts of exercise equipment and entertainment venues. What surprised Bai Tan was that there weren't many small children here, but they were all sunny and upbeat, and not as gloomy as other orphanages. Even the children in wheelchairs had smiles on their faces, following the other children around and playing with them. However, Bai Tan didn't have too many thoughts and had people start unloading the goods. Though he had shared what was needed with Dean Tan before he came. The supplies were common, but durable and varied. More than enough to improve the children's environment. Even after Bai Tan had seen the orphanage with his own eyes, he immediately called in construction workers to help build the house building and add more exercise and entertainment equipment. Making Tan Chunyan very grateful, she organized the children to seriously thank the people who came here. Ms. Bai, I thank you for the children. Tan Chunyan said gratefully. There's no need to thank me, it's our general manager Lin who helped with the donation. Bai Tan didn't dare to take the credit and name the rightful owner, but at this time, Lu Feng's name crossed her mind. Tan Chunyan gave another round of thanks, and when she cooperated with the distribution of the supplies, she would also tirelessly instruct each small child to take the things they received seriously. Soon, the distribution of supplies was almost complete. Taking advantage of the break, Bai Tan walked over to Tan Chunyan's side. Dean Tan, I wonder if you have a person named Lu Feng here, probably in his 20s. Tan Chunyan nodded her head even though she was puzzled. Yes, there is, already graduated from university, the pride of our place, you know him? Bai Tan, just happened to have heard of him, working in a company. Tan Chunyan didn't think much of anything, but waited for Bai Tan to leave, but still dialed Lu Feng's number. Lu Feng looked at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Dean? Little Foma, just now came some people, brought a lot of supplies to fund the institution. The woman at the head is called Bai Tan, said she works in a company with you. The van is printed with the name of Yunsheng Group. Do you recognize it? Bai Tan? Lu Feng recited. He assured that this name was the first time he had heard of it, but he still said, yes, it's working in a company. That's good, take care of your health outside, the institution is all good, I'm here, don't worry. Tan Chunyan said amiably. Warmth rose in Lu Feng's heart. After chatting for a couple more sentences, Tan Chunyan hung up the phone on the grounds of not disturbing him. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. Bai Tan? Yunsheng Group? He opened his browser and quickly searched. A minute later, a look of surprise and realization rose on his face. Turning his head, he looked at Lin Shua, who was still handling things in the hall. So it's you. Good fellow, underestimated you twice today. I didn't expect you to be the president of Yunqing Group. Just now, when he searched for Bai Tan in Yun Sheng Group, Lin Shuyu's name and picture appeared, and Bai Tan was her personal secretary. Not only that, Fairview Mansion was also under the name of Yunsheng Group. No wonder I was transferred so quickly, what a coincidence. Lu Feng muttered to himself, but I didn't expect her to go and donate supplies to the institution, this woman. Turning his head to look at Lin Shuyu's slender back, his mood was a bit complicated. Now the poles are reversed, it's not that she owes me favors, it's that I owe her. Then there's no way out, we can only strike. Although Lu Feng's tone was helpless, he had a smile on his face. Right at this moment, the system mission appeared at the same time. Mission: help Lin Shuyue through her immediate difficulties. Reward: music proficiency. It was true that good people had good rewards. The smile on Lu Feng's face grew even more. This wave was called a win-win situation. Inside the hall, Lin Shuyue was still confronting Hong Guqiu. So a 5-star hotel treats its guests with this? Is it edible? Hong Guqiu sneered, with so many cuisines at home and abroad, this is what your chefs make? Lin Shuyue's chest rose and fell violently, but she was powerless to retort. After all, catering in general, what she said was true, just infinitely amplified. How many cuisines could satisfy her before her taste-sensitive tongue? Lin Shuyu held back her anger and was just about to open her mouth when a calm voice came from behind her. After saying so much, don't you just want to eat food that satisfies you? The two froze in unison and looked in the direction of the speech as a handsome man with his hands in his pockets sauntered over. Lin Shuyu's beautiful eyes instantly widened. Lu Feng, why did you? You come over? Hong Guqiu raised an eyebrow, bringing a touch of provocation in his eyes. Oh? Still a handsome guy, yeah, I came to eat, want to eat satisfying food, right? Lin Shuyue tugged on Lu Feng's coat corner and whispered, Lu Feng, it's fine, I'll take care of it here, it'll be fine soon. Seeing the two slightly intimate movements, Hong Guqiu frowned and snorted, what, after not seeing you for so long, Miss Lin still has a little white boy? Hong Guqiu. Donate your mouth if you can't talk. Lin Shuyue turned her head and continued to say to Lu Feng, she has a spiteful and poisonous mouth, you go back first, I'll take care of it right away. How to say is also a favor to her. Lin Shuyue did not want to involve Lu Feng. The sky has collapsed, why did you come over? Lin Shuyu felt like 10,000 groundhogs were screaming in her heart. Don't come and add to the mess. This kind of thing would have been easy to make a big deal. 5-star hotels are also standing in the mouth of the wave of the project. A poorly handled, the reputation will plummet. Hearing Lin Shuyu's heartfelt words, Lu Feng didn't feel any sense of being offended. After all, it was originally his own initiative to come over. Oh, tired, destroy. Should I not have brought him here for dinner today? Lin Shuyue had a nodding head. She could feel that Lu Feng was trying to help her, but this was not such a helpful thing to do. Powerlessness, annoyance, worry, and bewilderment. Many emotions came to her mind. After this matter, it is estimated that the reputation of the hotel is going to be in tatters. Hong Guqiu laughed out coldly. Lin Shuyue, it seems that I misjudged. Not only is the food and drink here difficult for you, the service isn't very good either. Lu Feng glanced at her, his tone still unhurried. This lady with a spiteful and poisonous mouth, aren't you just dissatisfied with the food here? Why don't you make a bet with me? If I can make dishes that satisfy your tongue, how about you stay here as a chef? Chapter 39 Gambling. Lu Feng's flat tone echoed in this silent hall. Hong Guqiu's eyes were stunned for a moment, then as if she had heard some heavenly joke, she laughed out unabashedly, the whole person laughing and the curves in front of her body following up and down. What did you say? A bet with me? To make a dish that pleases my tongue? Tears came out of her eyes as she laughed. Lin Shuyue, this friend of yours is very confident, did you not introduce me to him? This little brother, he's quite handsome, but unfortunately his brain isn't very good, and he's also a bit too arrogant. Has he become stupid by following Lin Shuyu? Do you want to consider following Sister Me? Although you have offended me, but for the sake of your good looks, I'll forgive you. If you know how to cook as well, I can teach you a few things as well. Hong Guqiu flirted leisurely. She didn't take Lu Feng's words seriously at all, as to whether or not Lu Feng's words had offended her. It seemed that she was too lazy to care about Lin Shuyu's face. After all, she wasn't the one losing face right now. She was in a good mood. Lin Shuyue took a deep breath and was just about to speak when she met Lu Feng's bright eyes. How about trusting me for once? Things can't get any worse here anyway. Lin Shua. Do you want to see what you're talking about? You're the one who messed it up in the first place. Lin Shua growled in her mind, but on the surface, she still maintained her everyone's demeanor, although her smile was a bit forced. Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard her heart. But it couldn't be helped. Just now when he heard the conversation between the two of them, he also knew that the food and beverage of this hotel was relatively a bit weak. It's not like he could be a chef here, so he could only aim for Honggucho. Before denying others, one has to prepare other solutions, or else one is messing up. Now, all that was needed was for Honggucho to eat satisfactory food, and this matter would be resolved. Seeing Lu Feng's serious attitude, Lin Shua sighed and had no choice but to speak. It would have been fine if you hadn't said that. Making her tongue satisfied is simply a dream. Lin Shua glanced at Honggucho, who was looking back with a provocative look. Honggucho has been extremely gifted in the sense of taste since she was a child. As long as a food has been tasted by her tongue, even the tiniest of flaws will be infinitely magnified. Because of this talent, she grew up loving food and cooking, and of course, being very picky. But her family is very strict, and they all consider chef to be an unappealing profession, so they've always been against her becoming a chef. Coupled with some, comparisons between her peers, Honggucho's rebelliousness became more and more serious, and her paranoia about food became heavier and heavier. Just now, you also saw the poisonous tongue of her review of the dishes. This is still because we know each other, we'll leave some face with each other. If you do not make it to her taste, she is expected to say even more difficult. How can I say it? Actually, she was kinda miserable as a child because I was the one who contrasted with her. With the last sentence, Lin Shua lowered her voice, but it was still heard by Honggucho. Like a cat that had its tail stepped on, she grumped out, Lin Shua, I heard you. There's no need for you to pity me, you'd better worry about yourself. Feng nodded in understanding and looked at Honggucho. Anyway, I just need to make dishes that satisfy you, right? A cold aura flashed in Honggucho's eyes. Lin Shua's words annoyed her a little. Right, as long as you can make dishes that I find delicious, I'll stay here as the chef. Not only that, I, Honggucho, will worship you as my master. But if you can't make it, don't blame me for belittling your dishes as worthless. Feng shrugged his shoulders. What a lot of fire, why don't you consider drinking some green bean soup? Lin Shua didn't say another word. She had already started to think about how she was going to end this in a while. First, compensate the guests, then reduce public opinion. Feng looked around and walked straight to a separate kitchen next to him. This was where the live cooking took place. That wasn't serving up already prepared meals, but rather performing the cooking in front of the guests. The process of ingredients turning into cuisine would raise the guest's sense of anticipation for the dishes. However, this requires a high level of skill on the part of the chef. If one of the steps is not handled properly and loses its aesthetic appeal, it will leave the guest with a strong sense of disappointment in the dish. That was why most of the live cooking kitchens here were closed. Live cooking? Honggucho frowned, and his remaining light swept over the people watching around him. When the commotion escalated, the people around would automatically turn into gourd eaters, especially in this kind of 5-star hotel, where this kind of thing couldn't normally be seen. Moreover, there was a well-known chef among them. Honggucho took 2 steps forward, her high heels made a stomping sound on the tiles, her hands clasped her chest, her eyes full of disdain. Live cooking? I advise you, why don't you go inside to the kitchen inside, you can still save some face in a while. Feng turned a deaf ear, picking up the short knife on the knife rack and scrutinizing it, the snow-white body of the knife reflecting a silver arc of light. What a good knife, worthy of a 5-star hotel. Seeing that he didn't pay the slightest attention to his words, Honggucho was so angry that her chest rippled. Her mood was a bit complicated right now, and she was even a bit confused. Originally, she had thought of coming to spit out the dishes here once more, and then have Lin Shua beg herself to become the chef. She had even imagined such a picture. Faced with a reprimand from her own elders, the Lin family elders would earnestly say, thanks to Gucho's help, or else this hotel would have closed down a long time ago. Lin Shua would also say from the sidelines, thanks to Sister Gucho's cooking skills, my hotel was brought back from the dead. Although she was always being compared, Honggucho actually understood inwardly. There was no way for them to reject the comparisons between the elders. Lin Shua was just doing what she had to do. The real source was the climbing of the Hong family elders. This kind of climbing had even caused the sisters who were originally very close as children to become gradually estranged. And now, one was merely trying to press her head. How did it become like this? There was also this kid in front of her. He was quite handsome, but how could he speak so exasperatingly? Hey! Gucho exasperatedly slapped her hand on the table, then her face stiffened as a fiery pain came from her palm. Lu Feng twisted his head. First, I don't call feed. Second. He casually threw the short knife in his hand into the air, the sharp knife slicing through the air and emitting a sharp buzzing sound. Gucho and Lin Shua's eyes moved along with the knife, their faces turning white with fear and their pupils shrinking. Location doesn't matter, just make you feel delicious anyway, right? As the words fell, the short knife that was spinning in the air fell straight down and was precisely caught in Lu Feng's hand. This is simple, remember our bet. Chapter 40 Glowing Oil. The people in the hall gradually gathered over and looked at Lu Feng inside with interest. The hand Lu Feng had just shown to catch a sword with his empty hand had attracted their attention. Lin Shua naturally noticed the scene as well, and with a keen sense of business sense, she began to think about how to proceed to the next step. Although things had gotten out of hand, it was also possible to steer the direction of the discussion. Catering had always been like this anyway, with an average reputation. Moreover, looking at Lu Feng's tone and attitude when he spoke just now, there was a strong confidence contained in his calmness. It was hard to believe that this man that he had just met less than a day ago really had two skills. But making dishes that wanted to satisfy Gucho's tongue was as difficult as heaven. The hotel manager, Wang Qian, saw that many guests were looking here, and was somewhat helpless, but under Lin Shua's eye gesture, he also gave up on appeasing the guests. He also didn't know why Mr. Lin would let this person called Lu Feng cook. But that hand he just used to fling the knife is really cool. Try it at home. After all, it was a 5-star hotel, and although the catering was done in general, it was well stocked with all kinds of ingredients and spices. But when Lu Feng picked up the oil, he frowned. What's wrong? Is the oil not working? What kind of oil do you need? I'll ask someone to buy it now. Lin Shua stepped forward and asked. It was either let him not do it, or since he was letting him do it, he would listen to him all the way. This was Lin Shua's philosophy of doing things. Leave professional things to professionals. Lu Feng shook his head and picked up an iron basin in his hand. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just not good enough. It's not a big problem, let's refine the oil on site. The oil bought outside isn't necessarily as good as the oil I refine. Gucho had her arms wrapped around her chest with a full aura, and when she heard this, she nodded slightly in agreement. When she was making her cuisine, she would also choose to use self-refined lard. Oil was one of the most important things in cooking, and it was also a key factor that affected the flavor of the cuisine. If she used just any cheap oil from the market, she would probably spit it out even after smelling it. Although the oil from 5-star hotels was high grade, it was still a little bit inferior compared to the oil privately refined by excellent chefs. And cooking with lard is almost the patent of Chinese chefs, and is a skill that every good Chinese chef must know. Vegetarian dishes with meat oil, meat dishes with vegetarian oil. When it comes to using oil, there is really no cuisine that can compare to Chinese food. Have you got a pig that was just killed today? Yes. Bring it. Soon, a Tibetan spiced pig that had been slaughtered no more than 24 hours was pulled over. The Tibetan fragrant pig was a low-fat pig breed, with delicious meat, rich in nutrients, and the oil refined had a unique aroma, making it an excellent choice for oil refining. In the past, it was even a royal tribute. Lu Feng's hand rose and fell with the knife, accurately and quickly dividing the lean meat and fat meat, and changing the fat meat into a knife, cutting it into mahjong-sized pieces. He used lard, high purity, no impurities, mellow flavor, suitable for long preservation and a variety of cooking. Onion, ginger and garlic were naturally essential for these auxiliary ingredients. The chopper flashed with phantoms in Lu Feng's hands, quickly slicing the onion, ginger and garlic and placing them on the prepared plate. Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of Gucho next to him. When a connoisseur makes a move, he knows if it's there or not. This slicing speed was fast and steady, almost no buffer time, only phantoms remained. Even if it was her hands on, she wouldn't dare to cut so fast like this. Just a knife work is enough to surpass her. This kid. Lu Feng continued to prepare the seasonings. In addition to the sliced onions, ginger and garlic, there were also star anise, peppercorns and other ingredients. Then start the pot and open fire to blanch, remove the impurities and bloodstains in the plate oil. After blanching repeatedly a few times to remove the odor, begin to formally refine the oil. Add the right amount of pure water. In the moment of putting the lard, the pot overflowed a lot of white gas, and quickly sucked away by the hood. After refining for almost 5 minutes, Lu Feng put the seasonings he had just prepared into the pot together. With the constant stir-frying, a rich fresh aroma rushed out, covering the entire hall almost instantly. Quite a few guests who were still dining smelled this fragrance and began to explore around for the source, quickly locking onto this live cooking kitchen and gathered around. It smells so good. What kind of dish is this? Can I try it? I want one too. Is it a buffet? Give me one too. It smells too good. Lin Shua's heart was surprised and happy. She gave Wang Qian a look. The latter nodded his head, and while stopping the guests, he began to briefly explain that this was lard refining. This was a good opportunity for publicity. Hong Guchou's agitated nose moved slightly, enjoying the fragrance. Although the refining was not yet complete, she was completely certain that this refined lard was definitely of the highest quality. But soon, she smelled an even more wonderful flavor. This was a flavor she had never smelled before. Fragrant but not too strong, soft but not too greasy, naturally light, and mixed with the fragrance of the refined lard, not only did it not contradict each other in the slightest, it even accomplished each other. Hong Guchou looked at Lu Feng in disbelief. What is this secret recipe? Lu Feng loomed large and concentrated on cooking. Soon, the lard was refined. The oil was golden in color, pure and translucent, and fragrant. Under the white light, it faintly reflected a crystalline golden light. It was like a golden legend that had just been produced. Even Hong Guchou couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, her pair of Danfeng eyes half squinted, her white jade hand rubbing on her flushed cheeks, her eyes revealing longing. It's so beautiful, glistening with luster and clarity. Lu Feng poured the lard into the pre-prepared container soaked in water in an ice bucket to cool it down so that it could be used directly in a while. The remaining dregs of oil would not be of much help to the next cooking, so he casually put it aside and could eat it as a small snack later. Lin Shua smelled the fragrance in the air and looked at the remaining oil residue, frantically swallowing her saliva. What is this leftover stuff? It doesn't sell well, but it smells so good. It should be edible. Surely it can be eaten. So eager to eat it. The refining of the lard was over, and it was time to start making the main course as well. Taking advantage of the gap between refining the oil just now, Lu Feng asked someone to fetch a piece of tender tofu in advance. With the flickering of the knife shadow, a whole block of tender tofu was neatly cut into pieces and separated, and put into lightly salted water to soak. The dish he was going to make was very simple. Almost everyone had eaten it before, almost everyone knew how to make it, even beginners could make it if they followed the steps. That is, mapo tofu. A home-cooked dish that could be made by just putting tofu cubes, minced meat, and sauce together and stir-frying. But the simpler the dish, the more difficult it is to do it right. Unfortunately, many classic dishes like kaisui bok choy require the soup to be simmered hours in advance, too late to make. Just from the looks of it, mapo tofu was still no match for kaisui cabbage. But when it comes to the impact of the dish in the mouth, mappa tofu was definitely at the top of the list. With mappa tofu, you can give this arrogant woman a hard impact. Just as Lu Feng said about preparing the small ingredients, among the crowd of onlookers, a boss dressed in an inexpensive outfit, with a wide body and fat face with a joyful smile, said loudly, "Chef, the dregs left over from refining the lard, can you give me some of it?" Chapter 41 Spicy Impact. Lu Feng looked up in surprise. Oil residue you also eat? Isn't this robbing me of my snacks? Without waiting for him to speak, a few more guests opened their mouths to agree. Yes, this oil residue looks very fragrant too. This is lard, isn't it? When I was little, my mom used to refine lard for cooking, and the leftover dregs smelled great. Chef, come on, share some. Most of the people who spoke were middle-aged, especially the kind of bosses who came up from the bottom, and knew more about the deliciousness of this oil residue. The flavor of childhood Lu Feng glanced at Lin Shua. At this moment, this cool and elegant female president was very unprofessional as she was frantically swallowing her saliva at the dregs left over from the oil refining. Ms. Lin. Lin Shua didn't respond. She was thinking about how to sneak the fragrant, golden plate of food away without alerting others in a while. Hong Guchou tugged at the corner of her mouth, didn't move and walked next to her, disliking her elbow. Ha! Lin Shua looked up blankly. What's wrong? Lu Feng raised his chin and spoke. There are some guests who want to eat the dregs left over from the oil refining. No way. Lin Shua refused without even thinking. This was the food that she had taken a fancy to first. How could she give it to someone else? But soon, she reacted. This would be considered positive publicity, right? Satisfy the guests first. But, so regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have secretly taken it away. Lin Shua squeezed out a smile, but in reality, her heart was dripping blood. No, that's why. Of course, good things should be shared by everyone. Wang Qian, share the stuff for everyone. Wang Qian responded and called on the other waiters to plate and distribute together. At this time, Hong Guqiu opened his mouth and reminded, although the oiled eggs are delicious, you can't eat too much of it or you'll be prone to 3 highs, so each guest should pay attention to moderation. Lin Shua was greatly surprised and quietly said, you know what this is? Hong Guqiu rolled his eyes and mocked, what a stupid missy, isn't this just the dregs left over from oil refining? What's so rare about it? I've been able to refine it since I was 6 years old. Oh, I seem to have an impression, was it the time you blew up the kitchen when you were 6 and got scolded by Uncle Hong? Lin Shua smiled back. You! Hong Guqiu was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, but she was powerless to retort. The black history of her childhood being brought out made her ashamed and annoyed. This woman! Surely it was better to let her hotel close down. Half a plate of oil residue was distributed to the guests, golden crispy shell in between the teeth, click bite, the aroma of grease instantly burst, salty aroma with the mellow grease, the more you chew the more sweet, is the old flavor of memories. A few of the guests who tasted the food were very impressed, but it was a pity that each of them got only a small portion of it. Lu Feng's side had already finished preparing the many ingredients. Beef, ginger, and garlic were chopped and minced, bean paste and edamame were chopped and mixed, and scallions and green onion leaves were also put aside for preparation. Lu Feng counted the time in his mind and took out the tender tofu block in the lightly salted water to blanch it. Tofu soaked in lightly salted water will be firmer, and blanched tofu can remove the smell of soybeans and make the tofu less likely to be deformed. Heat the oil in a wok. The lard has just cooled and is ready to be added to the wok. When the oil is hot, gradually into the beef foam stir fry until browned, and then add the pre-prepared green onions, ginger and garlic, peppercorns, dried chili peppers, bean paste and the right amount of spices. But this is not over, Lu Feng's mouth corner rose, revealing an evil smile. Since he wanted to give this woman a vicious shock, this spiciness was naturally not enough. He added the right amount of Jing chili, Chaotian pepper, lantern pepper, and millet chili. It could make the mapo tofu more spicy, exciting, and the color would be better. When the base was ready, add the blanched tofu. The hall was silent, with only the sound of nuisance coming from the pot. Seeing Lu Feng put in so many varieties of chili peppers, Hong Guqiu's eyelids jumped. Lu Feng, if you think that mapo tofu only needs to be constantly spiced up, you're really mistaken. She had promised to taste the dish, not to taste the chili. If so many chili peppers were not well controlled, the flavor would be left simply spicy. Even though spicy food was her favorite, she didn't want to make her tongue suffer for no reason. Oh yeah, I haven't had time to ask you, you should be able to eat spicy food. Lu Feng held a spoon in one hand and slowly stirred the tofu in the pot. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed his wrist and upended the pot. The crimson tofu cubes traced an arc in the air along with the soup. The soup boiled, and the rich, spicy aroma swept around like a storm. The nearest Hong Guqiu bore the brunt of the spicy, fresh, fragrant, all kinds of flavors like an invisible hammer attack. Hong Guqiu knees soft, jade legs clamped, one hand supporting the table next to the barely stable. Spicy breath filled in the nasal cavity, just the flavor of the emanation has such a strong impact. Hong Guqiu's eyes flashed with a touch of horror, and her throat involuntarily rolled up and down a bit. How was this possible? Even so, she continued to mouth off, of course I can eat spicy food, and spicy flavor is the flavor I have delved into the most, choosing mapo tofu, you've really kicked the bucket. It doesn't matter, my dishes, little by little, will pry open your mouth and make you willingly say it's delicious. Lu Feng said indifferently. Lin Shua inhaled the pungent fragrance hard, and the surprise continued in her eyes. It was spicy and fragrant. Just the flavor alone already made people swallow their saliva continuously. The guests behind her also looked forward expectantly, and in no time at all, they surrounded the place, but everyone was very qualified, no one said anything, they just kept swallowing their saliva for fear that it would flow out if they opened their mouths. As Lu Feng stir-fried, the aroma in the air grew stronger and stronger. Soon, with Lu Feng's last turn of the pan, the mapo tofu was finished. The reddish tofu blocks were clearly separated and randomly arranged, and the steaming aroma condensed into an amber-colored mist. Lu Feng thoughtfully helped serve a bowl of rice and pushed it in front of Hong Guqiu along with the finished mapo tofu. Please use it. Hong Guqiu's face was grave, and when her eyes fell on the mapo tofu, she was suddenly shocked. You obviously used the upside-down pot, but why doesn't the tofu break? Even blanched tofu can't withstand the force of the upside-down pot. In her perspective just now, the tofu after upsetting the pot would definitely crumble a bit, and although it had no effect on the flavor, the selling appearance would be worse. As it turned out, after the tofu was done, each one of them was square, and none of them were broken. Simply incredible. Vegetables, just practice more. Lu Feng said lazily, serving another bowl of rice and pushing the mapo tofu that he had intentionally left in front of Lin Shua. Eat less oil residue, it's unhealthy, eat this, but it's a bit spicy, so pay attention. Lin Shua's pretty face was flushed, just now her heartfelt words when she stole food were all heard by Lu Feng. Ahem, thanks, the oil dregs are also very fragrant. Chapter 42. What has been put in the dish? Honggucho averted her eyes from these two men and once again gazed at the mapo tofu that was rising hot in front of her. Although she was mocked, she thought Lu Feng was right. She was indeed inferior to the other party in terms of her skill in turning the pot. Not only was she able to turn the pot in a flowing manner, but she was also able to control the tofu inside without breaking it, which was indeed impressive. Although being scolded felt strange and magical. But cooking, always tasting the flavor proves everything. On the table. The spicy flavor produced by mapo tofu was coming towards her in a steady stream. Honggucho picked up a piece of tofu, and an amazingly soft and bouncy touch came from the end of her chopsticks. Gently blowing on it to cool it down, she brought it into her mouth. Just as the tip of her tongue touched the red oil on the tofu, Honggucho's pair of beautiful eyes snapped round. So spicy. An unspeakable numbness and spiciness was like a prairie fire, instantly sweeping through the entire mouth. A steady stream of seasoning scents exploded immediately afterward, crazily impacting her taste buds. In just an instant, fine beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead and slid down her snow-white swan neck into her clothes. Each time the tip of her tongue crushed the tofu, it seeded out a brand new spicy and fresh soup, stimulating the cells of her entire body. The spiciness was followed by tingling, and the tip of her tongue pushed her to swallow the tofu in one gulp as if it were stimulated by an electric current. In an instant, a hot current rose in her stomach, and her entire body let out a satisfied murmur. So spicy. But even more delicious. Even after swallowing it, the flavor of mapo tofu still remained between her teeth, and the two extreme tastes intertwined wildly in her mouth. Honggucho gripped the chopsticks in his hands tightly, and subconsciously was about to clip a second piece. At the moment when the chopsticks were about to touch the tofu, Lu Feng was quick and pinched the edge of the plate, gently pulling it back and holding it in his hand. Honggucho looked up in shock, her bowed body stalled, her perfect curves visible. What are you doing? Lu Feng held the plate with one hand and looked at her with a smile. If you want to continue eating, say the words. Say, the dish is delicious, my tongue is very satisfied with this dish. Say it. Honggucho's face changed, her flushed cheeks looked shy and annoyed. You dream. Who is going to say that kind of thing? Is that so? Lu Feng looked at her condescendingly, his expression devoid of sadness or joy. In that case, it's a pity. He turned his head to Wang Qian, the hotel manager at the side. Manager Wang has also worked hard, how about this mapo tofu? Wang Qian's eyes lit up, since just now, this fragrance had been constantly hitting his nostrils. Could it be that he also had the chance to taste this kind of food? But he didn't dare to open his mouth to respond, fearing that if he opened his mouth, his saliva would flow out. Wait! Behind him, a panic shout came from Honggucho, his legs rubbing more violently under the table. I said. Don't go. Lu Feng's footsteps lurched, slowly turning back. Honggucho's legs twisted back and forth, and the tips of his ears were so red that they were dripping blood. How is this person like this? How could that kind of shameful words be said? But there was simply no way for her to watch this kind of food leave her, especially since she had already tasted the deliciousness of it. She wanted to taste more. You come here. Honggucho's posture was wriggling, her voice was like a mosquito fly as she opened her mouth, clearly an imperial sister with a full aura, but at this moment, she was like an aggrieved little girl who was being bullied. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth rose as he walked over with his tray. See, isn't this very obedient? Come down a little. Honggucho bit her red lips, her trailing voice weakened, and her tall figure almost completely enveloped her. With so many people around, she couldn't say anything no matter what. But if she took a step back, she could. Lu Feng bent down, his handsome face almost sticking to Honggucho's face. Honggucho pursed her lips, leaned into his ear, and mumbled, the food is delicious, and I My tongue is very satisfied with this dish. As soon as the words fell, her shoulders loosened, as if she had unloaded her entire body, her eyes were mesmerized, and a layer of redness floated on her fair face, spreading from behind her ears to her collarbone. Next to her, Lin Shua, who had been watching the battle, was in a great mood. She didn't expect Lu Feng to be so deep in hiding that he was able to make Hong Guqiu soften. However, when she saw these two leaning almost intimately together, her smile collapsed again. Especially when she saw the formerly proud and unbeatable Hong Guqiu reveal that shy posture, her heart was inexplicably a bit annoyed. Feeling the hot air in his ears and the words he wanted to hear, Lu Feng revealed a satisfied smile. The plate that had been resting on his hand was placed in front of Hong Guqiu, and the spicy aroma swept out again like a whirlpool. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Hong Guqiu's throat rolled up and down, and he couldn't wait to take his chopsticks and clip a piece into his mouth. Hoo-hoo! The intense spiciness gave the tongue an illusion of burning, but it did not cover up the fresh flavor in it, leaving one with a lingering aftertaste. Hong Guqiu's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her eyes narrowed slightly, her half-open rosy little mouth continued to gasp for hot air, and on her face was a smile of intoxication and the excitement of the pungency. The more you eat, the spicier you get, the more you want to eat. It simply couldn't be stopped. This was completely different from any kind of mapo tofu that he had eaten before. How could anyone make this kind of cuisine? Even he himself with such a sensitive tongue was completely incomparable. Soon, a bowl of rice and a plate of mapo tofu were wiped out by her. Hong Guqiu put down her chopsticks with fondness, her tongue traced across her red lips and rolled the remaining red oil into her mouth. She was even a bit chagrined for eating too quickly. This kind of food should be savored slowly. At this moment, she noticed that Lin Shua still had unfinished mapo tofu in front of her, her eyes lit up, and with her rice bowl in hand, she got up and was about to go over. Lin Shua's alarm bells went off and she yanked one with one hand, shilling the rice in front of her. Mine! Then with the fastest speed possible, she eliminated the entire meal. Hong Guqiu secretly said it was a pity. When she finished eating, Lin Shua's delicate little face was also filled with the color of enjoyment, wiping the beads of sweat on her forehead and the tip of her nose, and looking at Lu Feng in surprise. This time, she had really picked up a treasure. A big treasure, ah! With Lu Feng around, why worry about the mediocrity of his hotel's catering? Hong Guqiu also thought of something, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Feng expectantly. If he could receive this kind of talent by his side, then not only could he eat this kind of food every day, but he could also ask each other to teach him cooking skills. Being able to receive guidance from such a master, the technique would definitely be taken to the next level. The two women spoke at almost the same time. Lu Feng, come work at my hotel. Lu Feng, come work for me. Chapter 43, my favorite part is watching two women argue. Facing the two women's burning gazes, Lu Feng simply spat out two words. Not going. Just now, Lin Shua's heartfelt words were so numerous that they were almost turning into telegrams. Although Hong Guqiu on the other side couldn't hear it, it was probably similar. How tiring it is to be a cook. Where is it as free as my security guard? Besides, if I come to the hotel, how can I eat melon every day? Do not go, do not go. Lin Shua instantly became anxious. Lu Feng, as long as you come here as a chef, I'll give you an annual salary of $5 million. As a daughter of a wealthy family, she naturally knew what a top chef was treated like. She had also eaten a lot of food since she was a child, but after she tasted this mapo tofu, she knew with certainty that Lu Feng was definitely a hidden top chef. That's just an annual salary of $5 million. There are other bonuses, dividends, and various channels of income that add up to an easy $10 million a year. There's absolutely no need to go back to being a security guard. Lin Shua finished in one breath, afraid that Lu Feng would disagree. Hong Guqiu was listening to the side, especially when he heard the last sentence. He was directly enraged. Lin Shua, what did you say? You took a top chef like my master to arrange to be a security guard? I think your brain is caught in a door. You've read books and damaged your brain. Lin Shua was dumbfounded by these head-splitting words. Master? Since when is Lu Feng your master? Just now. Hong Guqiu let out a cold laugh, a flash of cunning in his narrow Danfeng eyes. I, Hong Guqiu, am true to my word. I lost the bet just now, and I will keep my promise to be the chef here. Likewise, I will also worship Lu Feng as my master. Saying that, she was about to dominate and came in front of Lu Feng. Following the example of the TV series, she clasped her hands and bowed deeply, her black skirt loosening, revealing a large portion of holy light. Master is above, receive a bow from my disciple. Lu Feng was so frightened that he ejected from his chair and hid on the other side. I didn't ask you to worship your master, that's what you said yourself. Next to him, the hotel manager Wang Qian looked around and exchanged a glance with the two female assistants behind Hong Guqiu, and then walked in unison to the side of their respective great ladies. Mr. Lin, why don't we go inside and chat, there are more and more guests. Missy, there are too many people here, I'm afraid the impact is not good. The two ladies looked around and nodded their heads in agreement. Lu Feng didn't object either, he also didn't like being gazed at by a group of people. Yunyi Hotel, manager's office. Just inside, Hong Guqiu held Lu Feng's arm and walked to the sofa. Her tone was sweet and whiny. Master, quickly sit down and rest, you're exhausted from cooking just now. Lu Feng. Lin Shua's eyes widened. Hong Guqiu, get it straight, this is my hotel. By what right do you act like you're the master? Hong Guqiu bristled. What's your and mine, this is called respect, understand? Lin Shua shivered with anger. She had a cool personality and rarely fought with people, or not many people dared to be arrogant in front of her. Hong Guqiu, after returning to China, was definitely the first one in the past few years. After thinking for half a day, she also stomped her feet and uttered one sentence. You're shameless. Thanks for the compliment. Hong Guqiu smiled sweetly. In order to adhere to her own ideals, she had been talking back to her elders since she was a child, and it could be said that all her strength was in her tongue. This was still because she didn't want to talk too much, otherwise, just compared to her tongue, 10 Lin Shuai tied together wouldn't be able to compare to her. Lin Shua's chest rose and fell, her cool temperament gradually becoming piercing. Hong Guqiu clasped her hands to her chest, raising her chin, the corners of her lips rising. In her eyes was undisguised provocation. But soon, Lin Shuai reacted, her voice rising in pitch. Hong Guqiu, pay attention to your identity, you lost the bet, now you're the chef, I'm your boss, is this how you talk to your boss? What, Boss Lin, want to deduct my money? So scared? Feel free to deduct it, or else just sack me. Hong Guqiu said with full of concern, besides, that was lost to my master, I listened to my master. Is that so? No matter what you say, in full view of the public, this is already an unchangeable fact. Lin Shua's expression suddenly became pleasant. Moreover, do you think that when we go to your house for dinner at the end of the year, how would Uncle Hong react if he knew that you lost the bet and are working under me? You. Hong Guqiu's beautiful eyes glared, shameless. Lin Shua guffawed, thanks for the compliment, learn from you. Lu Feng leaned on the sofa, his eyes moving back and forth between the two beauties, his eyes filled with excitement to watch the show. I love watching two women fight the most. Although they didn't fight, the fight scene was awesome too. But soon, the two women noticed Lu Feng watching the fight. With a twinkle in her eye, Hong Guqiu daintily came around and sat on her but beside Lu Feng, her jade legs pressed tightly together, her hands hugging his arms as she spoke in a coy voice. Master, look. She's bullying me. A current went straight from the soles of his feet to his brain, making Lu Feng's scalp numb. Speak properly, don't clip your throat. Lin Shuai laughed her head off. Ha 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 ha, Hong Guqiu, you also have a day of being disliked. Hong Guqiu pulled the corners of her mouth and also gave up speaking with her voice clamped, once again switching to her original lazy imperial sister voice. Lin Shuai, I will be a chef in your place, but that's because of my master, not because of you. Lin Shuai lazily ignored her and walked over to Lu Feng, casually skimming the things on the coffee table to one side before sitting on her but facing each other. Lu Feng, I'm serious, come to my hotel and become a chef. Your annual income will definitely not be less than $10 million. Hong Guqiu will be your understudy, her cooking skills are nowhere near as good as yours, but it's fine to play second fiddle. Hong Guqiu didn't make any noise to mess up this time, and looked at Lu Feng with the same seriousness. The art of cooking was profound. She had learned many dishes from Chinese food, and she had also seriously studied foreign cuisine during her leisure time when she was studying abroad, but after studying around, she realized that it was still Chinese food that was the most challenging. Not only was there a wide variety of dishes, but almost every dish had a high ceiling. To be able to take a home-cooked dish like mapo tofu to such a level, she didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Lu Feng's cooking skills were. Moreover, the air of Lu Feng threatening to talk to her as he served away the dishes just now gave her a feeling of fascination. So that master, she called willingly. If you feel that the master chef is busy, then you can leave everything to Hong Guqiu and only give instructions, you only need to step in on major occasions. Lin Shuai added. Hong Guqiu. Not a proper person, is it? Seeing as you want to keep my master, I'll endure. Lu Feng sighed, the conditions are indeed wonderful. A smile appeared on the two women's faces, but Lu Feng's next sentence made the two women disappointed once again. But I still choose to refuse. Chapter 44, $5 million of base salary, you can't take a penny less. Damn man, how can you stay? I'm so mad at you, do you want me to give you a hand? Oh, please, your cooking is so good. If you don't scold Hong Guchio twice, you'll be motivated to go to work. Humble little moon, online begging Master Lu to come out. Believe it or not, if you don't say yes to me, I'll drive you to and from work every day, so that others will kill you with envy. What to do, what to do? Shattered General Theater elaborate sound appeared in Lu Feng's brain. Lu Feng? Lu Feng glanced at the cool president sitting condescendingly on the coffee table directly in front of him. It was hard to imagine that this woman, with such a cool and ascetic face on top, was madly chanting in her mind. This is sultry? Master, just come, please. Hong Guchio also hugged his arm and shook it. Feeling that his arm was caught in the mass, Lu Feng took a deep breath. If he didn't hurry up and solve it, there was probably no way to get out. Hong Guchio. Master, just call me Chio. Lu Feng's head was filled with black lines. I'm not your master. According to the bet, you are to be the chef here. I can tell that although you two have been bickering all the time, you actually still have a good relationship, only because of something in your childhood you've gotten further and further apart. Who's on good terms with her? She still has to sue me. Hong Guchio muttered. Lin Shua. Lu Feng pretended not to hear and continued, I'm a security guard. Firstly, I'm free. Secondly, I like this profession. I just like to help others. There are so many homeowners in the neighborhood, in case there's a need for me to help. So, the main chef will be the Autumn. Autumn is the chef. Lin Shua lowered her eyes, her face had little expression. In her heart, however, she began to mutter. Oh, not sad, not sad. Oh, well, still so sad. Ha, master, shucks, Lu Feng this only rejected me once. Liu Bei asked Zhuge Liang to do it 3 times. Even as a security guard, Lu Feng is also my security. I also know where he is. I continue to invite him not on the line. Lu Feng. There's no need to be so exhaustive. Lu Feng, Ms. Lin. Lin Shua hurriedly spoke, just call me Shua. Shuyu, I can help you optimize the details of some of the classic dishes. A dish made at different times has a vastly different taste. Normally I won't be here, just let me guest help on major occasions. Lu Feng said. Lin Shua blinked, this didn't seem much different from what she had just said. It was just a different job position. I agree. Just follow what you said. Lin Shua nodded her head in a hurry, fearing that Lu Feng would back out. However, the money is still to be taken. $5 million of base salary, you can't take a single penny less. In the future, I'll leave my hotel catering to the two of you. The resounding voice echoed in the office. What could Lu Feng say? She had to give it to me, I can't help it. Then I have to pay master's tuition fees as well. Hong Guchio was not willing to show weakness. I'll give $5 million. Lu Feng hurriedly stopped it. Don't ever, just help her cook properly. Okay. Only then did Hong Guchio give up, clasping her hands on her chest and looking at Lin Shua smugly. She didn't know why she was complacent, but she was. By the way, master, where are you working as a security guard? I'll take the time to visit you all. Fairview Mansion. Fairview Mansion? Hong Guchio froze for a moment. Isn't this the property of Yunsheng Group? You guys. Lin Shua frantically gave her a wink. She still didn't know that Lu Feng already knew her true identity. Don't look at the Yun Yi Hotel being famous. This was only one of the hotel industries under the Yunsheng Group. The difference between the head of the hotel and the president of the group was too great. Lu Feng sighed helplessly. This I fight. His eyes were turning into cock eyes. Alright, stop by fighting. I knew you were the president of Yunsheng Group just now. Lin Shua smiled awkwardly. No. Lu Feng nodded. The dean has already called me to tell me about you going to donate supplies to the orphanage. Thank you. Lin Shuya's face rose with a faint blush. No need to thank you. Orphanage? Hong Guchio looked surprised. Master, you are. Lu Feng nodded his head frankly. I grew up in an orphanage, that's why I decided to help when Shuyu donated supplies to the orphanage. Hong Guchio was even more surprised, knowing that being a chef was easy, but to be proficient, it required quite a few things. Money, energy, talent, connections. There were even some recipes that were passed down from family to family. Ordinary people simply couldn't come into contact with them. Master is great. Hong Guchio sincerely praised. Lu Feng glanced at her, completely unable to imagine that this valiant-looking, tall imperial sister was actually on the cute side. This contrast, absolute. At this time, the system beep sounded. Mission completed. Reward issued, music proficiency. A long flood of musical knowledge appeared in the brain, a cool sensation brushed at the throat as if he had eaten Yian Mai, and his 10 fingers became more flexible. All kinds of music theory fundamentals, music singing, instrument playing, and embedded emotions were instantly mastered in these few seconds. Lu Feng was in a trance for a moment and gradually returned to his senses. In the past, although singing was not out of tune, it could not be sung to the point, and he did not expect that there would be a day of change now. Alright, things are settled, so I'll go back first. Lu Feng got up and prepared to go back. I'll see you off. Lin Shua followed closely. I'll see Master off as well. Hong Guqiu was not willing to show weakness. In the hotel parking lot, the Maybach was already parked in front of the entrance, and the hotel manager stood aside. What are you doing up here? Lin Shua couldn't help but be a little speechless when she saw Hong Guqiu sitting in the back seat. Of course I'm sending my master, the car is so small, why don't you take my car, master? Take my passenger seat. Hong Guqiu said. Quiet, go home. Lu Feng spoke, aggravating his tone. The car fell into silence. This made Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder, did this backfire on him? Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Fairview Mansion. The two women got out of the car in unison and stood beside Lu Feng on the left and right. One was cool and the other was enthusiastic. The surrounding passers-by all cast envious glances. Master, add me a green bubble. Hong Guqiu said. The two exchanged contact information. Fine, just send it here. Lu Feng waved his hand and rejected the two's good intentions to send them inside the neighborhood. The two women had no choice but to stand still and watch Lu Feng leave. The security monitoring room at the entrance. Miao Yong heard the sound of a car and looked out. Just in time, he saw Lu Feng coming down from the Maybach, and the cool beauty he had just seen coming down from the other side. Without waiting for him to sigh, another black-skirted beauty whose posture was also not inferior to the former's got out of the car and stood beside Lu Feng with an intimate expression. Looking at the action, it seemed like he was still fighting with the cool beauty. Miao Yong rubbed his eyes and thought he was hallucinating. A Maybach beauty picked up Lu Feng for dinner, and after dinner there was another beauty to send him back? How can this be so magical? Chapter 45 Huyan's Bold Painting. Brother Yong, good evening. Lu Feng gave a greeting. Good evening. Miao Yong revealed a promising smile, his eyes signaling outside, what's the situation? Friends. I get it, ha ha ha. Lu Feng continued to walk towards the inside, and before he took 2 steps, Sparrow 1 flew out in the night and landed straight on his shoulder. Chirp. Found Chen Tai's place? Number 2 and number 3 are watching. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and revealed a bad smile. His footsteps didn't stop as he continued to walk. Then you guys call the other sparrows and wait for the middle of the night to take stones and smash his windows, take turns, and don't let him sleep. Sparrow 1 cocked his head, accepted the instruction, spread his wings and flew away, disappearing into the night. What does what Sparrow did have to do with me, Lu Feng? Outside the neighborhood. Seeing Lu Feng leave, Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu also got into the car. Cough, I'll be counting on you for the hotel's catering from now on, thanks. Lin Shua said softly, I won't sue and scare you. Got it. Hong Guqiu's expression was a little unnatural, and he hastily changed the topic. Right, how did you know my master? Lin Shua tugged at the corner of her mouth. The person isn't even here anymore, so don't pretend. Hong Guqiu's willow eyebrows rose. You're not in charge of a beautiful woman's business. Quickly say, how exactly did you know each other? When Grandma went out for a walk, she encountered a robber. Lu Feng was right next to her at that time, and saved Grandma. Grandma asked me to thank the other party properly, so I invited him out for a meal. Lin Shua said. What about the job? So coincidentally in your neighborhood? Hong Guqiu said suspiciously. It's really such a coincidence. I only realized Lu Feng was working as a security guard here after investigating. Lin Shua also felt surprised. It might just be fate's guidance. Right, the security guard. Lin Shua looked like she thought of something and dialed Bai Tan's number. A few seconds later, the call was connected. General Manager Lin. Bai Tan, send me the phone number of the personnel head of the security company. Okay. The call was concise, and a string of phone numbers was sent over at the same time the phone hung up. What for? You're not going to be masculine and resign, my master. Hong Guqiu was on guard. How could that be? Of course it's to give him a promotion, since he likes to take it easy, then let him become the security chief of Fairview Mansion, let others do the work. While speaking, the phone call was made to Zhao Lei, the administrative director of the security company. At this moment, Zhao Lei was lying on his back on the balcony, smoking a cigarette and looking at the distant scenery, enjoying the rare aftermath. The phone in his pocket rang. Taking it out and looking at it, an unfamiliar number, he hung up without even thinking about it. Lin Shua frowned and called again. Zhao Lei hung up again. 3 times in a row, the phone finally connected. Zhao Lei's impatient voice came through, no house, no loan. I'm Lin Shua. What Lin Shua? Lin, Mr. Lin. Zhao Lei was so scared that his hand shivered and his cigarette fell to the ground. Lin Shua's private phone number was confidential, so he didn't recognize it, but he knew the name Lin Shua. Zhao Lei couldn't help but put away that dangling look and said in a slightly flattering manner, General Manager Lin, I'm Zhao Lei. There's a security guard named Lu Feng at the Fairview Mansion, promote him directly to the head of security, and offer him a salary of $100,000. Lin Shua ordered. Zhao Lei froze for a moment and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The name Lu Feng was familiar. When Bai Tan called in the afternoon, he was the one who personally helped with the transfer. At that time, he was still wondering whose connection was so powerful that he could make secretary by personally call. I didn't expect it to be the president. But since he had such a powerful relationship, why was he still working as a security guard at the security company? There's almost no room for advancement in this place, and there's no need to come here for gold plating. Can't figure out what rich people think. Hello? Where is everyone? The voice on the other end of the phone went a little colder. Lin Shua hated being abrasive at work. Especially the kind that didn't answer when asked. Hey, Mr. Lin, I'm here, I'll do it now, do you have any other orders? Do I need to hide it from Mr. Lu? Zhao Lei instantly came back to his senses with a jolt, and addressed Mr. Lu with a few moments of respect. Can't it be that this is the president chasing after him? The photo was indeed quite handsome. No need, just go through the normal process of notification. After saying that, Lin Shua hung up the phone. If it wasn't for the fear of being inappropriate, the entire security company to Lu Feng would be fine. In her eyes, the security company was far less valuable than Lu Feng. If you had money, you could open any company you wanted, but if you had money, you might not always be able to find a top chef like Lu Feng. Seeing this, Hong Guqiu next to her thought of the Fairview Mansion where Lu Feng was employed, and with a twinkle in her eye, she sent a message to her assistant. After hearing the beeping sound of the phone hanging up, Zhao Lei picked up the cigarettes on the ground and put them out and threw them into the trash can, quickly returned to the study and opened the computer. He used the fastest speed in his life to change Lu Feng's position. As for the current security chief, Chen Tai, Zhao Lei did not have a moment's hesitation, removed and replaced with an ordinary security guard. Not even the deputy is worthy. I have long been unhappy with him, relying on his brother-in-law in the head office, here to make a fuss, no one in the eyes. Really think that he does not know the private acceptance of gifts, only to give his brother-in-law a little face. After all, the process of dismissing the security guard is still from him. As for now, the thickest thigh came. Who still cares about him, But when the thought of notification came to mind, Zhao Lei glanced at the night outside and thought about it, but still didn't notify. In case this Mr. Lu was sleeping, he couldn't wake the other party up. Set the alarm clock and notify tomorrow morning. Lu Feng had just arrived home when a vibration came from his cell phone and several messages popped up continuously from the green bubble. It was from Hu Yun. Hu Yun, pictures. Hu Yun, thank you for saving Tang Yuan last time, I drew your self-portrait for you, I hope you don't mind. Hu Yun, I was going to send it to you yesterday, but I forgot. Hu Yun, there's another hand-drawn one, you can come and get it when you have time, I really don't want to go out. There is also an emoticon of Misty Wazumi below. Thinking of the heavily armed and shy version of Hu Yun that he had seen offline, online was less socially alarming. Lu Feng clicked on the picture and couldn't help but marvel. It was a self-portrait of him, almost a one-to-one reproduction. Lu Feng, such a high degree of restoration? Lu Feng, awesome. On the other end, Hu Yun was wearing loose pajamas, unimaginatively nestled in a large sofa chair, and when she saw Lu Feng send a message, she hemmed and hawed. The handsome man himself felt like it. Only when her line of sight landed on the table, her somewhat baby-fat face gradually turned red, and the toes sitting under her buttocks curled up sheepishly. On the table was the still brightly lit tablet, and on it were some welfare drawings, both male and female. Unlike the pictures sent to Lu Feng just now, these were full body shots. The female characters were composed in a variety of styles. The faces of the male characters, on the other hand, bore a slight resemblance to Lu Feng. Chapter 46 Unspeakable Picture, sent to the wrong person. After saving the image, Lu Feng sent a message to Lin Shua, asking for the hotel's catering menu, and then went to take a shower. After that, he went to take a shower. After he finished showering, Lin Shua also sent over the menu, and attached an emoticon of a cat bowing down. Please.jpg. Lu Feng sat at the table, looking at the menu while starting to think about the details of the recipe. After receiving money, you have to do things. Ordinary restaurants eat dishes with basically the same seasonings, and occasionally some street snacks, or old stores with decades of heritage will have some ancestral secret recipes, so the texture and flavor will be better. The big hotel catering, hospitality are rich people, in eating above will pay more attention to a little. Not only for themselves and their families to taste more food, to the outside world, it is also considered a status symbol. After thinking well, Lu Feng opened the computer and began to write the details of some of the dishes on the menu. The difference was as small as a mile. When making a cuisine, the cooking time, the size of the fire, the sauce blending. Just a single mistake would affect the taste and appearance of the final dish. Lu Feng carefully edited the menu. The menu was in his head, just write it out. Some special dishes can also be changed by adding new seasonings. Editing not a moment, placed aside the phone began to light up from time to time, but he was focusing on editing the menu, coupled with the phone muted. Although he saw it, he didn't bother. After a few minutes the phone stopped lighting up. Half an hour later. Lu Feng stretched his back, a whole page of text had appeared on the computer. The cooking time, fire, and various data were clear. Done. At this time, the cell phone lit up again. Lu Feng picked up his phone and was dumbfounded. A message from 99 plus green bubbles. It was sent by Yian. The most recent message was sent just now. Don't report me, please. A big question mark surfaced on Lu Feng's head. Don't report you? Why report you? With full of doubts, Lu Feng clicked on the 99 plus messages and kept looking upwards at the records. Some of the recent messages were all about apologizing, sending the wrong message, and so on, and the content was similar, repeating itself all the time. They were also mixed with some secondary and animal emoticons that cried out and broke down. Lu Feng's curiosity became even greater, and the speed of flipping through the records became faster and faster. Finally, the message record was gone. What appeared in front of his eyes was a secondary Yuan welfare picture that was enough to make people's blood spurts, and the scale was not normally large. Lu Feng's eyes instantly widened. If this kind of thing was posted online, it would definitely cause countless people to instantly save it, and then increase their powder countless times overnight, earning a lot of money, and finally being invited in for tea. Lu Feng quickly dragged the pictures upwards. Each one had its own unique characteristics, different outfits, different poses, different expressions. Enough to satisfy the wishes of any geek. Among them, there were also quite a few pictures with characters inside that Lu Feng had seen before. Anime, Korean manga, games. It's a second creation picture. In the future, whoever dared to say that AI could replace the artist, he would directly slap them over. AI can do this? Look at the skin details, look at the sash marks, look at the indescribable expressions. Every picture has at least 50 to start with, and a few are as high as 150 Enough to zoom in and push. Download, download, download. By the time he came back to his senses, all 25 pictures had already been downloaded. Seeing the Save to System album cell phone prompt fading away and the extra pictures in the album, Lu Feng was shocked. Lu Feng was alarmed. Who put the pictures down in my phone? Born evil picture, I'll fix you up right here. Then he directly forwarded the picture to a penguin message, making a note that the study material was saved. Sealing over. Lu Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, then sent a message to Yian. Lu Feng, the picture has been received. In the future, if there is something this big, say it in advance. Lu Feng, this picture is awesome, quietly ask, is there more? Lu Feng, catprobe.jpg. Yian took her cell phone and lay on the bed in a lifeless state. An hour ago, after she had sent Lu Feng a self-portrait of the other party, she was in a good mood and started to continue painting again. She didn't know what was going on, but a while ago, she was still stumbling over her paintings and her inspiration was drying up. But after meeting Lu Feng, especially after drawing his portrait, her inspiration started to flow. Once it dried up, she proceeded to draw a portrait of Lu Feng, and the inspiration appeared again. It was like a catalyst. Although she was a bit shy, there was no pressure to draw because she was the only one who knew it. Several pictures were drawn continuously in an hour. Looking at the pictures filled with various perks, Huyun's face showed an abnormal blush and her skin gradually turned red as she giggled hee hee hee. So the first time, she sent it to her senior sister. Huyun had a habit of topping people who needed to send pictures. Because she often exchanged drawing tips with her senior sister and savored each other's drawing skills, the chat box was always topped. However, because she had just finished sending pictures to Lu Feng without exiting the chat, confused painter didn't pay attention, and directly dragged continuously to send a stream of pictures drawn in the past few days. Wanting to surprise the other party, after all, she felt that her power had risen greatly recently. After sending it, it continued to be created in depth. But after waiting for a while and not receiving a reply, Huyun once again opened the chat and found that the chat box with her senior sister was empty. Where is my tutu? Huyun froze for a moment and saw that Lu Feng's chat box at the top, there was still the word, picture, remaining. Open it and see that the picture was sent to the wrong person. This kind of picture is enough to go in and be invited in for education and tea, all sent to Lu Feng. One of them is not bad. Huyun hurriedly long pressed the picture, but the time had exceeded 2 minutes, and could not be withdrawn. Looking at the pictures that were sent over. In an instant, Huyun felt like she had been struck by lightning and her brain went blank. It's over. Sita sent it to the wrong person. Tired, destroy it. After a brief moment of disorientation, Huyun began to frantically remedy the situation. Sending all sorts of apologetic messages and emoticons, and even with a hot head, sent a message saying that it was sent by Tang Yuan playing with his own phone. When finished reading, Huyun was dumbfounded again. There is something burning up. Oh, it seems to be my CPU. A series of remedial messages were sent out, but all of them sank without a trace. Huyun cried without tears and sent out one last message. Requesting Lu Feng not to report himself. After all, this kind of picture is really able to report success, and a report is accurate. Put online, not to mention the manual review, the system audit that off cannot pass. Huyun lying on the bed, lifeless, until the cell phone vibrates a few times. She only back to God, cannot wait to open. No matter what the message can be. As long as the reply is okay. Chapter 47 Senior Sister Huyun's Little Hobby. Seeing the message sent by Lu Feng, Huyun shuddered inwardly, her snow-white skin gradually tinted with a large blush. Pursing her lips, she typed a reply. Huyun, I'm sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. Huyun, please, don't report me. After sending it, Huyun subconsciously sent a kneeling and apologizing emoticon from her emoticon bag. Then she withdrew it at the speed of light. Buzz. The cell phone vibrated. Lu Feng, saved, thanks to the gift of heaven. Huyun's eyes went black. Dead hand, why are you so fast? When will the next rocket leaving the galaxy take off? Lu Feng, did you draw all this yourself? Lu Feng, simply invincible, don't worry, I've taken care of it all. Huyun's breath stalled. What the hell is taken care of? Lu Feng, don't worry about it, I won't report you. Seeing this message, Huyun's apprehensive heart put down most of it, but the inner sense of shame began to magnify infinitely. After thinking about it, she picks a poofy one from her own emoticon package and sends it over. crazycowtow.jpg. Huyun, I drew it myself. Huyun, I was going to send it to my senior sister, but my hand slipped and I sent it to you. Lu Feng, great artist. After chatting for a while, seeing that Lu Feng didn't say anything strange, Huyun was relieved. Although she still felt uncomfortable, she could not help it if she had sent it. Moreover, these drawings were all Erchuang's, not those based on his own drawings. As for Lu Feng's side, he didn't feel anything so-called, but it was just sending the wrong pictures, normal. As for Miss Huyun, you don't want the matter of you drawing such pictures to be known by others. Come on, it's not like he's a pervert. After chatting a few more times, he found a random excuse to break off the chat. Then he went to sleep. Huyun saw the interrupted chat topic and let out a long breath, finally relaxing completely. After a few seconds of duck sitting and fuming on the bed. Only then did Hu Yun remember that she hadn't sent a picture to her senior sister yet. This time, after double-checking, she sent the picture to her senior sister. After thinking about it, her face gradually blushed and she sent a few more pictures that she had drawn in the last few days. The looks of the male character in the drawings were, as if by coincidence, a bit similar to Lu Feng. Senior sister, my kung fu has risen greatly recently and I've made progress again, come and take a look. After sending it, she hemmed and hawed, and another silly smile appeared on her round face. A 985 college. Female dormitory. Xueling, you're on fire again, so many people are talking about you. Holy, someone added my note to ask if I'm Gao Shuling's roommate. Are you polite? They're calling you a costume goddess. Xueling, can I sell your phone number for a cup of milk tea? How can 1 cup be enough? Of course we need 1 cup each. A few girls wearing cool pajamas, discussing cheekily, their sights looking towards a young girl on the inside. Gao Shuling looked up, her long black ink-like hair naturally fell to her waist, revealing a pure and beautiful face. Elegant temperament, it was the kind of looks that favored classical beauty, and her face always had a quiet smile, like a great lady in ancient times. However, hearing her roommates teasing, Gao Shuling's face also flashed a helpless smile. She had merely worn a Chinese dress to the freshman party, but she hadn't expected to cause such a big stir. There were even people saying that she was the school flower of this session. However, she had little interest in all of this, and wore the hanfu purely because she liked it. As for those who threatened to chase her, she was even less interested. She only liked people in books and comics. At that moment, her cell phone vibrated and several messages popped up in succession. Upon seeing that the note of the source of the message was elder sister, a flash of joy flashed in Gao Shuling's eyes. I'm a bit tired today, I'll go to bed first. She said. Yeah, let's keep it down then. The sound of several roommates' conversations gradually became smaller. Gao Shuling climbed into bed and lowered the curtains, making sure to cover herself tightly before turning on her cell phone expectantly. Her hobby, apart from ancient costumes and hanfu, was to look at the welfare pictures and some comics and anime. Normally, she would also draw, but her drawing skills were still a bit far from Huiyun, so she could only treat it as an interest. Gao Shuling dragged the quilt over to cover her body and clicked on Huiyun's chat box. When she saw the picture sent from the opposite side, her eyes immediately became bright. There was indeed an improvement. The details of the expression on her face, the anticipation in her eyes, and the sense of drawing were simply unrivaled. Senior sister was also the person she admired the most. After all, this kind of painting that couldn't be passed on could only be sent to oneself for appreciation. Gao Shuling was curled up in the quilt, only revealing a small head with a silly smile on her face. One after another, she looked at her little face flushed. Until she started flipping to the picture with a male character, causing her to be suddenly surprised. Elder sister, you're finally getting the hang of it. Finally drawing men. I told you that you have talent, the drawings are so handsome. It looks badass. Did senior sister originally like this style? But it does have a nice feel to it. Looking further back, Gao Shuling's face turned red, and her small hands couldn't help but save a few. After an hour, waiting until her roommates were asleep, she sneaked out of bed and tiptoed into the toilet. This night, many people slept well. But there were others who didn't sleep well. The second half of the night. Knock, knock. Once again, a continuous thin knocking sound came from outside the window. Chen Tai lifted the covers with one hand and angrily walked to the bedside, then opened the window with force, but there was nothing. The sparrows flew away with a brain when he came over. Chen Tai was simply going crazy. He was already a mediocre sleeper and couldn't sleep when there was a lot of movement. Just a few hours ago, when he was trying to sleep, he had just laid down when the sound of ooed knocking on the window came from outside the window. Not too loud, not too small, but just enough to keep him awake. As soon as he went to open the window, it was instantly quiet outside, like nothing had happened. But when he laid down on his bed, the sound gradually appeared again. Repeatedly, it tormented him for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, Chen Tai opened a pair of bloodshot eyes and looked at the ceiling. He hadn't slept all night. If he was in his 20s, not sleeping for a night would not affect him in the slightest. But he was now 30 years old, and after not sleeping for a night, he only felt his brain buzzing, and even his heart was beating violently. This home cannot stay. Chen Tai got up, casually put on some clothes, and planned to go to the security room. Going to the security room to sleep is always possible. Chen Tai opened his cell phone and habitually looked at the messages. When he saw the message alert, he froze in place. Thinking that he had not slept all night and was hallucinating in front of his eyes, he hastily rubbed his eyes, saw that the message had not changed, and hurriedly went to wash his face. When looking at the message again, there was still no change. The message was that his position was demoted. He was demoted from the head of security to the head of security. Chen Tai's body went limp and he sat helplessly on the sofa, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Where is my security captain? Chapter 48, Kicking Someone on a Steel Plate. Repeatedly logging into the company's internal app, he looked at his position. It was indeed the mediocre security guard with no captain behind it. The time of the change was last night. Chen Tai hurriedly sent a message to Zhao Lei. After sending it, he couldn't wait again and called directly. Zhao Lei had a pretty good night's sleep, and at this time had already gotten up to tie his daughter's hair. After seeing the caller ID, he raised his eyebrows and already guessed what the other party wanted. However, he answered the call the first time, first tying his daughter's hair and letting her go eat, while he himself walked slowly towards the balcony. Picked up the phone. Chen Tai's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Superintendent Zhao, there's something wrong with my position. How did I get demoted into a security guard? Zhao Lei looked like he was surprised. There's no problem. It's security. It's security, but I'm the captain. Chen Tai hurriedly said. Not anymore. Zhao Lei laughed lightly and hung up the phone. Damn it, this dog, pretending. Chen Tai cursed, then without hesitation, he found his brother-in-law's phone and dialed. The phone didn't take long to connect. What's up, Chen Tai? Brother-in-law, my position was adjusted by that bastard Zhao Lei. I'm not the security chief anymore. What can I do? He was relying on the security captain position to get by. Now that it's gone, wouldn't that be leveling up with the others and lowering his income? On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man with somewhat thinning hair frowned. His name was Zhou Yuanzhou, and he was the head of the administrative department of Yunsheng Group. Speaking of which, it was the same position as Zhao Lei's, but one was the head office and the other was an unknown subsidiary. The difference was too great. What's going on? He had always looked down on this Chen Tai, no motivation at all, when he had asked him to go to the project to work out for a few years and then transfer back, after which he could slowly move up. As a result, Chen Tai was unwilling and asked for such a security chief, who didn't do his job on weekdays and always liked to receive gifts. If not for him, Zhao Lei would have kicked him out. But no matter what, Chen Tai was also his brother-in-law. A personnel head of a security company under the group also dared to be arrogant towards his people. I know, I'll call him. Chen Tai's heart rejoiced and sighed in relief. Thank you, brother-in-law, I'll visit you in a few days. Zhou Yuanzhou grunted and hung up the phone, calling Zhao Lei again. At this time, Zhao Lei didn't move anywhere, sitting on a chair in the balcony, swiping the video and waiting for the call. He wasn't clear about Chen Tai's virtues. When things came up, he knew to call his brother-in-law. As expected, in less than 5 minutes, the call came. Hello? Good morning, Director Zhao. The two of them made a harumph and greeted each other a few times before going straight to the point. Zhou Yuanzhou, Superintendent Zhao, did Chen Tai offend you in some way? I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Let's have dinner in a few days. I'll teach him a lesson in person. Zhao Lei, no, he didn't offend me. Zhou Yuanzhou's heart was clear. In that case, it is to ask for benefits. He has been watching Chen Tai receiving gifts. His eyes are greedy, he understands. Didn't offend well, like this, you first restore Chen Tai's position, in a few days we'll go out for a meal, all are friends, take care of each other. Zhao Lei laughed, that won't work, the head of security already has someone, I can't afford to be offended, or you can go to her and say it. Zhou Yuanzhou was at a loss, there was still someone he couldn't afford to offend? Who? Secretary by name. Zhao Lei had a cozy face, he didn't dare to talk too much about it being Lin Shua, he could only say it was secretary by. He couldn't afford to offend anyway. Zhou Yuanzhou fell silent and said thank you before hanging up the phone. Secretary by, that was the president's personal secretary. He is an administrative director, not to mention offended, if there is no business, the initiative and the other side of the exchange of qualifications are not. Now he was even a bit glad that he didn't offend. If he had offended secretary by, then he could just prepare to resign. After slowing down for a few seconds, he dialed Chen Tai's number again. Chen Tai, who are you going to see the head of security now? Chen Tai was confused, but when he saw the security chief position, he was instantly confused. Lu Feng? You recognize? Recognize, I was thinking of letting you help me kick him out. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanzhou's eyes black, a breath hangs in the air, the tone of voice violently pulled up. Chen Tai, Nima is not offended by him. I'm warning you on the horse, don't ever offend him. If you do, I don't care what way you use, you must ask for his forgiveness. Hear that? I don't even dare to offend him. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if something happens to you, don't drag me into it. You don't have a ing brain, you just know how to collect your ing cigarettes every day, so hurry up and ask for her forgiveness right now. No matter what way. Chen Tai was scolded and confused, his already not sober head became even more confused. But when he heard the phrase, I can't even afford to offend him, his mind cleared up in a flash. He did not have much education and was not very bold, so he listened to Zhou Yuanzhou. Thinking of the attitude of Lu Feng in the office yesterday, Chen Tai heart wow cool, no wonder so arrogant, so he has such a big backer. You are so powerful, you said it earlier. I know. Chen Tai haphazardly put on his clothes and hurriedly ran towards the outside. Lu Feng woke up on his side and changed his clothes to go to work. The three sparrows landed on his shoulders and chattered about yesterday's events. He didn't sleep all night? Good job, I'll reward you with breadcrumbs later. Just as he was about to drive his patrol car on patrol, a message popped up on his cell phone. It was the message of being promoted to head of security. Lu Feng was stunned, then quickly reacted. This should be Lin Shua's doing. Then I'm the head of security, where's Chen Tai? At this time, the cell phone rang and Chen Tai called. Just connected, Chen Tai voice hoarse asked where he was, learned that it was in the security room, the tone of voice with a few points of pleading said let him not go, wait for him for a while. Miao Yong and Yuan saw Lu Feng standing in the security room from afar, jogging a few steps over. Yuan handed him a paper bag. Brother Feng, breakfast, brought it for you. Lu Feng was not polite, after thanking him, he took a big bite. Brother Feng, what are you doing here? Oh, Chen Tai asked me to wait for him here. Lu Feng said casually. Miao Yong frowned, what does he want? Did he ask you for cigarettes? Lu Feng nodded, it happened yesterday. This dog fighting thing. Miao Yong cursed, but there was nothing he could do, he was just an ordinary person, he couldn't do anything. Little Feng, you just came, you haven't been paid yet, right? If you don't have any money, Brother Yang will lend you some first. Lu Feng waved his hand and refused. Originally there was no money, but yesterday when he went out for a meal, there was an extra $6 million in his card. No need, I don't intend to send chicken feathers to send, he is also worthy. Yuan stood in awe, worthy of being Brother Feng. Brother Feng, if you get him, I'll help you. He had a face that was eager to try. Ha? What get him? Miao Yong, who was beside him, was confused. At this moment, Chen Tai's clothes were messy as he ran from the distance, wearing slippers, he even lost one, turned back to pick it up in a mess, and continued to run over. Before and after running to Lu Feng, he couldn't care less about other people's gazes. Lu Feng, no, Brother Feng, I was wrong yesterday, don't take it to heart, consider me a fart and forgive me this time. Chapter 49 The Big Brother's Conviviality. Arrogance in the front and deference in the back, it was laughable to think about. This was how Lu Feng felt right now. He was probably aware of something and rushed over to apologize. Next to him, Miao Yong and Yuan were in a daze. Miao Yong had a brainstorming session and didn't figure out why such a scene had appeared in front of him. Yuan, after a brief moment of stagnation, snapped back to his senses and looked at Lu Feng. After saying it yesterday, it was solved today. Brother Feng is awesome. Cold sweat oozed out from behind Chen Tai's back, and he was apprehensive inwardly, listening to his brother-in-law's tone. If he couldn't get the other party's forgiveness, he might even involve his brother-in-law. Then one's only support will collapse. If brother-in-law is still here, maybe he can still help himself to arrange a job here, if brother-in-law is also gone. Without education, it is impossible for him to stay in a big city like Linhai City, and he can only go back to his hometown in that county again. Once upon a time. Every time I go home, I am proud, and those old friends in the county to meet is blowing awesome, salary tens of thousands of dollars, under the management of dozens of people. See them that cast envious and jealous eyes, mouth-flattering words, heart comfort. But now, everything is going to be gone. Maybe even involve brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Chen Tai became even more scared inside, and with a soft leg, he knelt on the ground with a snotty nose and a tear. Brother Feng, if you spare me this time, let me do whatever I want. Equals. This scene in turn startled Lu Feng. Miao Yong and Yuan even rounded their eyes. Looking at Chen Tai, who was kneeling on the ground and could not wait to slap his own mouth, Lu Feng's image became even taller in the hearts of the two. Get up quickly, don't affect others here. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled him up. He hadn't thought of kicking this person out yet, who would return the money that he had coveted from the other security guards if he kicked him out? It's fine to let you stay, it's not without conditions. Change the benefits you've scavenged over the past few years into money and return it all. Lu Feng said indifferently. Chen Tai was stunned, like he didn't react. What? No? Lu Feng frowned. Okay. No problem. Chen Tai nodded his head in a chicken-pecking manner. It's good to pay back the money, it's great to pay back the money. Alright, call all the security guards over, say it face to face. On the other side, after Zhao Lei hung up the phone, he was simply cool. Zhou Yuanzhou, isn't he usually quite a drag? He kicked a steel plate this time. And Chen Tai, to put it bluntly, is a gangster, relying on the relationship to come into the company, to come in, just come in, have a relationship is your ability. As a result, he also received gifts secretly, and he dared to receive gifts even for a small official. After the cool, Zhao Lei also gradually calmed down. Thinking of that Lu Feng who just took office, he couldn't help but rub his chin and think. This person is not the same as Chen Tai. Behind people is the president of Yuncheng Group. You, Zhou Yuanzhou, are some little trash, administrative director, not even a vice president. After thinking about it, Zhao Lei quickly put on his clothes. He decided to personally go over and talk to Lu Feng about this news. Normally, the security position change in the neighborhood, there is no need for people to go, directly send a notice on the line. But who let me, the personnel director, love my job and want to progress? Anyway, it's close by. I just don't know what kind of temperament this Lu Feng has. He doesn't ask for merit, but he doesn't ask for faults. Even if I can't get ahead, it's okay to let me work safely until I retire. Zhao Lei put on his clothes and quickly went out, and after a few minutes, he quickly went home and let his wife bring the 2 bottles of Mao Tai over. When I first bought it, I never had the chance to give it away. Now, the opportunity has come. Lu Feng sat comfortably on the big leather chair in the security chief's office. Chen Tai is quite good at enjoying himself. Miao Yong was still in a state of confusion. On the way over just now, he had learned that Lu Feng had not only been converted, but had also been directly promoted to security chief. No wonder Chen Tai was reacting like that. Guess Lu Feng's connections were even stronger. Little Feng, Brother Feng, Miao Yong wanted to speak. Lu Feng waved his hand and interrupted him. Brother Yong, there is no need to make a whole set of that, how it came before. The security chief is not also a security guard, there is no difference. Miao Yong sighed in relief. Xiao Feng, thank you so much, such a sum of money returned, it is estimated that they are all going to die of joy. Yuan squinted at him, secretly saying that he doesn't understand things. Too incapable of progress. Let you just call little Feng, still really call ah. But Brother Feng is so easygoing, is this the calmness of a big brother? I've learned. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yuan had the good sense to open the door, and outside the door was a man carrying a gift box and wearing a suit with a somewhat familiar look. Zhao Lei had a smile on his face and asked, "Hello, may I ask if Mr. Lu Feng Lu is here?" Yuan stepped aside. Brother Feng, looking for you. Zhao Lei walked in and after seeing Lu Feng, the smile on his face grew even bigger. So imposing, you must be Mr. Lu. A big question mark appeared on Lu Feng's head. So in love with telling the big truth, who are you? But reaching out, Lu Feng got up. Hello, and you are? My name is Zhao Lei, I'm the personnel director of the company, your transfer and promotion came from me. Zhao Lei had a smile on his face. Lu Feng suddenly realized, Director Zhao, hello. He wasn't a little cutie. And figured out the twists and turns in a flash. It was probably because he knew about his relationship with Lin Shua and that was why he personally came to the door. Otherwise, how could the director personally come to the neighborhood to manage the affairs of a security chief? What about me? Firstly, I came to personally help you with announcements and gifts. Secondly, I also wanted to get to know a young talent like Mr. Lu, so that I would have face when I say it. Zhao Lei searched the ink in his stomach, itching to praise Lu Feng to the sky, and the Mao Tai gift box in his hand was also placed by the table. Lu Feng. Love to listen, say more. Next to Miao Yong, eyes wide open, today's events are really more than one outrageous awe. Yuan was calm. After all, he had a preconceived notion of Big Brother, and it didn't scare him. These things might be amazing when they happen to other people. But when it happens to Lu Feng, isn't that a matter of course? The room was peaceful and chatty. Because of being in the same room, Zhao Lei even chatted with the other two as well. At this time, a knock sounded outside the door once again. Chen Tai walked in and froze when he saw Zhao Lei. He had seen Zhao Lei before, but it was only when he came here. His brother-in-law brought him to have dinner with the other party to get to know the relationship. After that, he hadn't seen him again. He didn't expect this guy to come in person. What an old fox. Brother Feng, everyone has arrived and is outside. Chen Tai said respectfully. Alright, it just so happens that Director Zhao is here, help me give a notice. Lu Feng was still thinking if it wasn't too appropriate for him to say it, just as the head of personnel came. Alright, I'll say it then. Zhao Lei wore a smile and led with one hand, letting Lu Feng go out first. Chapter 50, After seeing mine, look at yours. Outside the door, the security guards whispered. I don't know what Chen Tai is smoking again, calling all the people here. It's not going to be some whole treating the leaders to dinner, then I'm going to curse. If you have the guts to go and beat him up, I respect you as a man. Why don't you go? I dare not. Goon, I wouldn't dare either. At this time, the door opened. Lu Feng was the first to walk out, followed by Zhao Lei, Yuan, and the others. Scanning the circle, Zhao Lei cleared his throat. Hello everyone, I'm the personnel director of the company, there's a partial position change to inform. Hearing the position change, the security guards whispered again. Lu Feng was the only one who joined the company recently, and he changed his position so quickly? Could it be that he's looking for a relationship with the man in front of him? It was quite formal. Zhao Lei glanced contemptuously at Chen Tai standing next to him and spoke lightly. The original security chief, Chen Tai, was demoted by the company to become an ordinary security guard due to some special reasons. Lu Feng has assumed the position of security team leader due to his good performance. Everyone applauded. In an instant, the crowd of security guards quieted down and stared blankly at Lu Feng, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Not a transfer, a promotion? You've only been here for a few days. And Chen Tai was pulled down? The backer is gone? Good thing The security guards whispered. Almost everyone with a gloating gaze all looked at Chen Tai standing aside. There are also some people who are worried to look at Lu Feng. People are gone, the rules are still there. This Lu Feng won't accept more gifts, right? For a while, the security guards had different thoughts and were worried. After Zhao Lei finished, he didn't intend to stay for long, and after simply chatting with Lu Feng, he left. After all, they had only just met and were not familiar enough to stay long. After sending Zhao Lei off, Lu Feng came to the crowd. A few security guards who looked like they were very good at their jobs were already smiling and calling on Brother Feng, pouring water and tugging on stools. Who knew if Chen Feng was the next Chen Tai? Seeing this, Lu Feng raised his hand and refused. I'm not Chen Tai, there's no such thing here, just work normally. As long as there's no major mistakes in your work, what's yours won't be missing a single point. The security guards froze on the spot, leaving Lu Feng somewhat speechless. Exploitation too hard to react? Yuan came out in time, directly ignoring Chen Tai, who was also present, and said aloud, what are you still waiting for? Brother Feng means that in the future, if you didn't receive any gifts, you won't be able to deduct money for no reason. Lu Feng nodded his head. That's what it means, the money is kept by itself, no one receives money anymore. Whoever receives money privately, directly come over to me. I'll do it for him. The room was full of security guards, so Lu Feng made it very clear. After a short period of silence, cheers rang out in the room, and one by one, they shouted, thank you Brother Feng. Brother Feng, good man. Lu Feng smacked his lips, something that should have never existed in the first place. Now it was just a matter of restoring the original appearance, and he had harvested a large number of good guy cards. It was hard to imagine how aggrieved these people were. Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Tai with even more anger. Come here, come here. Lu Feng frowned and beckoned Chen Tai over. Yuan once again showed his eyesight and said aloud, quiet. Brother Feng has something to say. The room quickly quieted down and looked at the few people in front of them. Lu Feng looked at him in surprise. This kid, too good at things Just when he felt that it was not good to talk with the noise below, he made people quiet down. One more thing, I'll have Chen Tai return all the cigarettes and alcohol that he used to receive from you, converted into money. Think about it all yourself, don't let him get less. After a short period of silence, the room resounded with even more enthusiastic cheers than earlier. The usual filial piety of cigarettes and alcohol, accumulated in small amounts, was not a small amount. Now not only did they not need to pay tribute, but they would return it instead. These people were naturally ecstatic, each shouting, "Long live Brother Feng!" Among the security guards, Wang Lang looked at Lu Feng with a complicated expression. Just now, when he realized that Lu Feng had been appointed as the head of security, he was shocked and envious. It must be a relationship, This was the first thought in his head. However, when he heard Lu Feng say just now that he asked Chen Tai to return all the gifts he received, he was instantly stunned. Chen Tai had received gifts before, and he himself had honored them without exception, and because he was an image post, his salary was higher, and he honored a little more red packets. Now because of Lu Feng's words, this big tens of thousands of dollars directly sent back. For a while, he had mixed feelings in his heart. Thinking of his previous taunts, bad-mouthing people behind their backs, and looking down on him. At this moment, he only felt ashamed. Lu Feng didn't notice him and continued, "Chen Tai, do you hear me? If you want to do it here, spit out all the money you have collected over the years, or you know what to do." Chen Tai's inner flesh ached, but in order to still be able to do it here, and in order not to cause trouble for his brother-in-law, he had to nod his head. "Okay, Brother Feng, I'll go back and make a list. Normally if I'm not in the neighborhood, if something happens, you guys just look for Miao Yong and Guahan Yuan," Lu Feng instructed. The other security guards looked at the two with envious eyes. Especially the security guard who asked Guahan Yuan why he called Lu Feng brother was now envious. This was a successful embrace of the big leg. Guahan Yuan's mouth was crooked with laughter, he really didn't look at the wrong person. Miao Yong was also smashed by the various surprises that came his way, although there is no real power, but this sentence, he can be too easy. Not afraid of other people reporting it. Alright, dismissed, go to work. Lu Feng looked at his cell phone and left the security room. Chris had sent him a message. It was time to teach her Chinese. He came to Chris's house and sent a message that he was at the door. A few seconds later, the door opened. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. This big foreign girl not only had a wow body, but also wore bold clothes. A gray tight short sleeve on her upper body was slightly dampened by sweat, outlining her perfect curves, and her wheat-colored waistline was exposed in the air. The long legs wrapped in yoga pants were slightly bent forward, and the smooth leg lines were unreservedly displayed. "Lu, you're here," Chris said in surprise. Seeing the sweat on the other party's neck and dampened clothes, and his blonde hair tied up, Lu Feng asked, "Are you waking up early to work out?" Chris fluently replied in English, "Yes, I like to work out in the morning." As he said that, he also deliberately straightened his waist and showed the results of his exercise. Very impressive. Lu Feng complimented, he could tell at a glance if it was practiced or not. The muscle lines on this big foreign girl's body were definitely trained for a long time. Chris was satisfied with Lu Feng's words, but soon, she revealed her true purpose as an expectant smile rose on her face. "Lu, you've seen my waistline, I want to see yours too." Chapter 51. Lu. So vigorous. It's okay. Lu Feng casually lifted the short sleeve on his body, then quickly lowered it again when Chris was about to reach over. "Alright, see it through." Chris' expression was a bit sultry, but it was indeed a sight to see. "Lu, you have a great body. It's strong. Crafty Lu." The two walked towards the house one after the other. Chris walked in front, his back swaying. Without taking 2 steps, Lu Feng's brows tightened. Who turned my self-aim on? How is it always looking down? Could it be that system, this is also your power? "Lu, you rest for a while, I'll clean up." After Chris finished speaking, he quickly walked inside the living room and bent down to tidy up. The yoga mat and dumbbells that were just used for exercise were still sitting on the floor. Lu Feng subconsciously looked over, and because of the bending over, the clothes on Chris' body stretched tighter. He was a little worried that the fabric would be burst. But the worry was redundant, the pants stayed tight and didn't have any wrinkles at all. Not a single crease? Packed up, Lu, what can I get you to drink? Chris asked as he stretched. Warm water. Lu Feng said, a habit he developed from childhood in the orphanage. He had no money to buy drinks, so he could only drink cold white water. Kiss who? Chris converted to Chinese and spoke in a raw voice. Lu Feng corrected, warm water. Warm is 1 sound, water is 3. Chris, warm. Who? Lu Feng, when? Water. Corrected several times, Chris learned another vocabulary word, although he stumbled over the words, but the tone of voice was at least correct. Chris poured 2 cups of hot water and placed them in front of Lu Feng and himself. This made Lu Feng a bit surprised. "Don't all you foreigners drink ice water?" Chris nodded and replied in fluent English, "I used to drink ice water at home, but when I came here, I heard that hot water is good for the body." Lu Feng nodded, "Just in time, let me teach you one more thing. There is a drink in China called tea. Chris' eyes lit up, immediately showing I know this expression, fry, I know, it's very famous. Lu Feng. Tea. Chris, fried. After a lot of effort, Lu Feng corrected her. Chris also did not have an impatient expression, but instead was very excited. Repeatedly, she recited a few Chinese words that she had just learned. At this time, a ringtone sounded. Chris' cell phone vibrated on the coffee table. "Sorry, I'll take a call." After saying that, Chris picked up his cell phone and didn't avoid Lu Feng, directly connecting the call. Lu Feng had nothing to do and picked up the clothing show magazine on the table. Last time, he just read the first few pages, and hadn't appreciated the back yet. This greatly foreign evil must be judged properly. Chris next to him was chatting well, with a smile on his face, and his English was speaking fast. Lu Feng was listening clearly next to him. There is no way, he didn't eavesdrop, he can't cover his ears. The other end of the phone should be family. Chris chatted happily, and Lu Feng also heard the matter of mailing magazines. A reliable big foreign girl. But there seemed to be something in the middle that wasn't very pleasant to talk about, and Chris impatiently changed the topic. And then, the next second, Lu Feng heard his name from Chris' mouth. He looked over with a dumbfounded expression. It was just in time to see Chris recounting, with eyebrows raised, the last time he saved her. This was nothing, but it was mainly because what Chris said was not right. What flying eaves, light power, martial arts master. Hey, you are really crooked, you can see people really accurately. After saying this, Chris recounted that Lu Feng was teaching her Chinese and, "Lu, my sister wants to thank you." Chris handed over her cell phone with an expectant face. "Me?" Lu Feng had no choice but to take the cell phone and started the greeting, "Hello?" The voice on the other end of the phone spoke calmly and gently. The exchange was nothing more than thanking Lu Feng for saving her sister, Chris, and wishing to take care of her more. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng returned the phone. Chris chatted for a couple more sentences and hung up. "Lu, the magazines, they'll be here tomorrow. Besides the latest ones, there's also a private customized one." "Oh wow, that's great news. By the way, Lu, those flying eaves, demolishing nice empty stomach. Would you?" Chris leaned forward slightly and looked at him with excitement in her tone. She was the one who had a strong interest in the culture of China, that's why she came here. Kung Fu, naturally, was one of them. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded, a little bit. It was fine to keep a low profile in the beginning, but now that people were so generous, it would seem like he was being petty to hide it again. "Incredible!" Chris exclaimed, said directly, got up, came to the living room empty space, excitedly punched the air forward a few times, demolition ness empty stomach. "Ya oh aha." Lu Feng was shaken for a moment by the forward holy light. "Lu, can I see?" Chris looked over expectantly, then leaned over and shook his arm as if begging. "Okay, what do you want to see?" Feeling his arm being squeezed by 2 soft masses, Lu Feng nodded painfully. And the system came with another mission. Mission, show Chris a little shock. Reward, physique +6. Chris cocked his head and thought for a moment, as if he had thought of something. "Lu, I know, a pure, what a pure." With that, he squatted down on one leg. "Pure?" Lu Feng froze for a moment. After seeing the other party's movements, he suddenly realized, Ip Man squatting, it's Wing Chun, right? Chris nodded his head vigorously, yes. Yes. Use pure. Alright, a small demonstration. Lu Feng looked around the living room. Do you have any thicker mats in your house? Chris took out a mat from the bedroom. After sweeping it, Lu Feng shook his head. No, it's too thin. When his eyes landed on the sofa, his eyes lit up and he unwrapped the sofa's cushion, which was about 20 centimeters thick. Chris, you hold this. Chris was unsure, standing with his hands holding the cushion. Because of his constant fitness, holding a cushion was easy. Lu Feng also did not explain, stood in front of her, fingers against the sofa cushion, used a very common move. Inch fist. In the next second, Chris, who was holding the cushion, felt a huge force coming, and the whole person uncontrollably fell back towards the back, and then sat on the sofa with a butt. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Lu Feng. A wordy nationalism came out of her mouth. Lu. So vigorous. Chapter 52 Defense Technique X, White Giving Technique? Hearing the other party's well-worded words, Lu Feng was equally surprised. You learned this word pretty fast. Mission completed. Reward issued, physique +6. A warmth instantly swept through his entire body, clearing away all the exhaustion, and strength continuously surged through all parts of his body. Lu Feng clenched his fists and felt that his strength had increased drastically again. He felt so strong now that he could beat a cow to death. Glancing at the panel. Host, Lu Feng. Physique, 1420 average 5. Ability, eavesdropping on female host's heart, heartwarming body scent, perfect body, driving proficiency, fighting proficiency, culinary proficiency, animal dominance, danger foreknowledge, language proficiency, music proficiency. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, his physique went to 20 at once, making up a whole. OCD expressed his satisfaction. The system gives you a good guy card. Chris put down his mat, moved even by karma, and looked at Lu Feng in surprise. Even her upper hand kept looking over Lu Feng's fist. She simply couldn't figure out how she could emit that much force while standing still. Lu, can you teach me a few moves? Chris said excitedly. Her excited eyes looked like she wanted to eat Lu Feng. Yes, you have a good base, but it's impossible for you to practice to my level. Lu Feng said. Kung Fu was a killing technique, existence was reasonable. But it wouldn't be too outrageous. The fact that he could punch with such force was still because of the system rewards that made his physique far beyond normal. That inch punch just now, he didn't even use a quarter of his strength. An ordinary person who wanted to use an inch fist to hit with such an effect could only grow up and practice professionally. Chris nodded his head vigorously. It's okay, I want to go home and hit my family, or some self-defense techniques will do. Self-defense, ah. Lu Feng looked Chris up and down. Seeing this, Chris obediently held her hands flat and then spun around, her perfect body visible. Lu Feng nodded. Don't get me wrong, he was just admiring Chris's good figure. Let's teach you some grappling techniques then. For a woman like Chris who worked out regularly and had a little more strength than an ordinary woman, grappling techniques were a great choice. But you have to remember, just learn to juggle casually. When you encounter danger, especially when you encounter danger generated by a male, the first time is still to run, got it? Lu Feng said seriously. A force of 10 was not just a casual remark. When you encountered a male with that kind of lipo muscle, you hit him with 10 punches and the other party doesn't lose blood. He punches you once, and you're KO'd. Takedowns, which are sort of kung fu techniques, are generally not used alone, but are used in combination with a takedown, a takedown, a takedown, a takedown, a takedown, a takedown, and a kick. But it was fine to teach Chris and let her go home to show off. Chris nodded her head vigorously. Lu, I remember. I'm a fast runner. Hee hee, then shouldn't you teach me light kung fu? The kind that flies around. Lu Feng. That's not light kung fu, that's immortal cultivation. Come on, teach the first one first, it's called lazy bear breaking sticks. Chris, put your hands on my shoulders. Lu Feng said. Chris did as he was told. In the next second, Lu Feng clasped the other person's hand, his other arm sliced the other person's arm, and Chris's arm instantly twisted over. The entire person was directly clasped by Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng's force was well controlled, Chris felt the grappling technique for the first time, and his body felt the abnormality, subconsciously sticking towards the back, which was Lu Feng's direction. Lu Feng froze. Is this how the tackling technique was originally used? No, I remember that I taught tackle art. How did it become white giving art? Chris hadn't noticed the abnormality yet. His hand was clasped by Lu Feng, and his upper body leaned forward, adjusting his stance in order to be less uncomfortable. Lu Feng's eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cool air. At this time, Chris, whose body was leaning forward as if she had sensed something, her large eyes gradually widened and her twisting body stopped. What a great grappling technique! Lu Feng let go of Chris's hand, but the former looked like he was caught up in something and didn't move. Cough, Chris, this is one of the grappling techniques. Chris then reacted and hurriedly stood up straight and turned around. A blush flashed across her face, but her eyes were still looking straight at Lu Feng, and looking elsewhere from time to time. Lu Feng took a deep breath. What a penetrating sight. This is one of the takedowns. I'll put my hand on your shoulder and you try it. With that, Lu Feng put his hand on the other's shoulder. First, use your hand to clasp my hand, then use your other hand to press down on the arm and press down. Chris nodded his head and began to act as Lu Feng told him. Clasp the hand, press down on the arm. In the next step, Chris yanked him in front of him. Lu Feng froze again. Is this how I taught it? I remember teaching a takedown, now how did it turn into a chokehold? What a strong grappling technique. Chris marveled in his heart, then subconsciously inhaled. What a nice smell. Cough, Chris, you're not using it right, let go first. Lu Feng said as he patted the white arm that was wrapped around him. Chris obediently let go. Lu Feng stood up straight and craned his neck. It was a long way to go to spread Chinese culture. Chris, Lu, I'm going to the restroom, I drank too much water. Lu Feng. No problem. Chris hurriedly walked into the toilet. Lu Feng reset the sofa cushions he had just used and continued to criticize foreign evil magazines. The charming atmosphere just now gradually dissipated, and Lu Feng also instructed Chris in grappling in Chinese with a serious face. But physical touching was unavoidable. Lu Feng's tofu was eaten all over. An hour later. Today's teaching ended, Lu Feng left Chris's house. Humming a little song, he was planning to drive around in his patrol car when the cell phone in his pocket rang. It was Miao Yong calling. Little Feng, there are people from the moving drivers company at the door, saying they are looking for you. Moving company looking for me? I'm going now. With a tail flip turnaround, Lu Feng drove his patrol car to the entrance of the neighborhood. From afar, he saw the moving company's car parked outside, and Miao Yong and two security guards stood there chatting with the driver. The security of Fairview Mansion is very strict, and moving companies are always required to register and check. But what caught Lu Feng's attention was not this, but a familiar tall silhouette next to him. The patrol car drove past and stopped with a drift. Lu Feng glanced at the other party's back. The upper body was a strapless white t-shirt, the lower body was a black side-split long skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white calves, and the white jade feet stepped on black sandals. The figure was tall and delicate. Look at these long legs, a little familiar ah. Hearing the sound of the patrol car, the tall figure turned around and revealed a smile upon seeing Lu Feng. Hello, Master. Chapter 53, Master, quickly say welcome homeowner. Hong Guqiu, why are you here? Lu Feng got out of the car and asked strangely. Call me Qiu. Okay Qiu man, why are you here? Lu Feng asked. Hong Guqiu was helpless, arms around his chest, raised his chin, and had a straight face. I bought a house here so that I can ask my master questions at any time. I'm such a little wit. Wait, wouldn't that make me master's homeowner? Things seem to be getting exciting. Hong Guqiu put on a cold and arrogant look in his mind. Ahem, master, why don't you say welcome homeowner? The heartbeat was heard word for word by Lu Feng. He glanced at this imperial beauty who had her arms around her chest and was looking smug, and said in his heart. Good you Hong Guqiu, this is planning to charge the division ah. Miao Yong that day was to have seen Hong Guqiu, just did not expect, in order to chase people, this all moved in. Hua Hong Yuan is much simpler. Brother Feng is awesome. Lu Feng waved his hand to release the moving company's car. Master, send me home. Hong Guqiu picked up the box that was placed at her feet and went ahead and got into the patrol car. Lu Feng glanced at the Bentley behind him. Don't you have a car? Too lazy to go up. Hong Guqiu had already gotten into the passenger side of the patrol car. Master, come up and sit. Lu Feng sat up and saw the box she was carrying in her hand and asked curiously, what are you carrying? Knives. Hong Guqiu opened the box, revealing knives of different shapes and sizes with smooth surfaces that looked to be worth a lot of money. There's quite a lot of stuff. Lu Feng spat out a sentence and started the patrol car. For him, sharp kitchen knives were enough. Where is your house? The villa area inside, I'll guide you. Lu Feng smacked his lips. This was only one night, right, and he directly bought a villa. It was really luxurious. Is this a rich family's daughter? Right, master, can you teach me that upside-down technique? Hong Guqiu wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't help but ask. Actually, she went back last night and practiced for a long time. Not only was it the pot-turning technique, even the mapo tofu was redone. At that time, Lu Feng did not cover up the seasonings, and Hong Guqiu had memorized them all. However, she had done it many times, but she couldn't replicate that plate of mapo tofu. As for appending the pot, not to mention, after a few upsets, the tofu was all broken. It's not a problem to teach, but I reckon you won't be able to learn. Lu Feng said. Impossible. Hong Guqiu looked disbelieving. As long as you teach, I can definitely learn. Although she came from a wealthy background, she had suffered a lot in order to learn the art of cooking, not so much so that she wouldn't be able to learn even if someone else taught her. How dare you underestimate me? When I learn, I'll let you be amazed. Lu Feng glanced at her and slowly said, have you heard of Tai Chi? Hong Guqiu nodded, heard of it. What about the 4 twos and 1,000 pounds? Heard of it too. Very well, the technique I use is similar to this. Lu Feng said indifferently, throw it up and catch it with a deft force. If you want to learn it, you have to learn Tai Chi first. Hong Guqiu froze for a moment, and her jade feet that were crossing her legs stopped swaying. Master, your bull kung fu is awesome. At this time, it so happened that the patrol car turned a corner and went through a speed bump. Hong Guqiu didn't pay attention and the slippers on her toes were thrown down. My shoes. The patrol car reversed back again. Lu Feng went down to retrieve the fallen slippers. Hong Guqiu was just about to pick them up when her body gave a start, and her face flashed with 2 flashes of flying colors. Master, my hands are a bit weak, can you help me put them on? With that, she lifted the slender jade foot. Lu Feng's half-moon eyes slanted at her. No strength? I don't know who just carried this knife suitcase as if it were flying. But who told me to be helpful? Well, Lu Feng grabbed this small jade foot and put on the slippers. It's just a matter of convenience. The patrol car continued to start. Master, are you really using Taiji to turn the pot upside down? An expression of, I'm smart, don't you dare try to trick me, appeared on Hong Guqiu's face. Lu Feng nodded, you don't believe me? I don't believe it. Hong Guqiu said with a straight face, if you can really do it, then I'll ask you questions every day. Lu Feng? You do make flags. Soon, came to the villa area. The villa area was relatively quiet and there were few and far between. There were only a few old men who were here to recuperate and fish. The moving company's car was parked next to the villa, and the 2 female assistants that I saw last time were directing the moving master to unload the goods. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze and said, Xiao, do you have any eggs? Yes, how many, what variety? 5, whatever variety you want, and help me get a pot. Xian, take 5 eggs in the pot. One of the female assistants walked to the back of the Bentley, opened the trunk, and walked over with a box of packaged eggs, handed it to Lu Feng, and then stood aside. Master, what are you doing? Hong Guqiu was puzzled, cooking couldn't be done outside. Lu Feng didn't open his mouth to speak and weighed the pot, then placed all 5 intact eggs in the pot. Don't you not believe me? Let me show you. Saying that, with a flick of his wrist, he executed the same upside-down pot as last time. In Hong Guqiu's horrified gaze, the 5 eggs successively flew out of the pot, rising to the highest point before falling down one by one. Gulp gulp. The familiar knocking sound did not come. Instead, a gurgling sound came out of the pot. 5 eggs lay intact at the bottom of the pot. Hong Guqiu stared at this scene in stupefaction, her rosy little mouth slowly opening wide. The female assistant next to her was also looking at this scene with a shocked face. The things were taken by her, there was no case of fake props. But this is also too evil. How about it, didn't lie to you? Lu Feng laughed. Hong Guqiu reached out and grabbed the 2 eggs, her fingertips rubbed the shells, and the experience of having many years of rich cooking skills told her. This egg, it was real. After returning to her senses, Hong Guqiu was shocked and excited. Master, how on earth did this happen? Culinary arts were not only about making the finished dish, the process in between was equally important. Cooking that was pleasing to the eye would give the guests a great sense of satisfaction and anticipation. Lu Feng's handful of injury-free upside-down eggs deeply shocked Hong Guqiu. This is simply too handsome. Master, teach me to play with eggs. The female assistant next to him also looked over, who doesn't have a pretentious heart anymore. Lu Feng choked, what strange speech. Teaching is possible, but I have limited time, cooking details and upside down, you choose. Hong Guqiu's breath stuttered. How is this, both want to learn It's so hard to choose. If only Master could be by my side to teach me all the time. If Master was my boyfriend, then wouldn't I be able to learn techniques every day? This bold idea startled Hong Guqiu. But when she thought about it carefully, it didn't seem wrong. She sneaked a glance at Lu Feng and hastily shifted her gaze after locking eyes with him. Lu Feng is a good cook and handsome. But we've only known each other for 2 days, but he gives me such a special feeling. Hong Guqiu thought of the image of Lu Feng serving mapo tofu yesterday, that kind of condescending control. The original intention to learn cooking gradually changed. Chapter 54. Come to the hotel. Master wants us both together. Retrograde apprentice, retrograde apprentice. Are you planning to charge the master? Lu Feng was also startled to hear Hong Guqiu's heartfelt words. Didn't you say that you would just exchange cooking skills? How come you're hitting on me again? It seems like it's time to curb his handsomeness. Master, it's better to exchange cooking skills. Hong Guqiu temporarily gave up on upsetting the pot. She was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. But when I'm done learning from Master, I'll come back to learn the rest. Lu Feng. Hey, QQ man, I can hear you loud and clear. But I thought you were planning to learn the knife flinging, obviously that one is a bit more handsome. Lu Feng said helplessly. Hong Guqiu froze for a moment, and her mind couldn't help but recall the image of Lu Feng throwing knives for fun. Immediately, his face turned white with fear. Master, that one is too dangerous, playing it well is playing handsome, playing it off is killing me. Lu Feng was silent and sent her the menu file that he had edited last night. Sent you a file, take a look at it. I had Shuyu send me a menu last night. I optimized some of the details in it, take a look and see if there are any problems. Hearing this, Hong Guqiu's eyes lit up. The assistant next to her, Xian, knowingly handed over the tablet. When she opened the file, she let out a gasp. Wow, so much. Hong Guqiu's mind had already conjured up images of Lu Feng staying up all night to optimize the menu. Master has worked hard. Not hard work. Lu Feng leaned against the patrol car, playing with his cell phone. Hong Guqiu stood next to him, carefully studying the documents, sometimes frowning, sometimes in a daze, sometimes thinking. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng solved her doubts in a couple of sentences, leaving her enlightened. Half an hour later. Hong Guqiu looked at Lu Feng with increasing admiration. Optimizing the menu wasn't that easy, changing just a little step would cause the cuisine to fail. After reading the optimized menu, although she hadn't practiced it yet, Hong Guqiu felt that it would work. Master, why don't we go to the hotel's back kitchen now? I kind of can't help it, these cooking methods you described look so attractive. The more Hong Guqiu looked at them, the more obsessed she became, and she couldn't wait to go and realize each and every one of these menu ideas right now. Lu Feng? Ahem, miss. Watch your words. The assistant by her side, Xian, reminded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Hong Guqiu then reacted to the ambiguity of saying that just now. Her face gradually turned red, but her mouth remained hard. I'm talking about the menu, what are you guys thinking? Master, go or not? One word. The shy long-legged imperial sister was still domineering, and even had the urge to wallop her with her long legs. Go. Lu Feng gave in to a softness. People were so outspoken in inviting to the hotel, it would be a bit ungrateful to refuse again. There's no way, she has to. If you don't want it, you'll give it to me? What, to me? It's okay then. Then, miss, should we follow you there? Assistant number 1 Xian asked, and assistant number 2 Zhuangqin also came over to report the situation. This side of the move still needs a bit of time. It's fine, you guys keep an eye here, I'll drive over directly. Hong Guqiu said. Okay. 2. Master, let's go to the hotel then. Hong Guqiu raised his chin with a provocative face. Lu Feng. Starting to turn into a female big ghost, huh? You better go to the hotel I want. It's better for me to drive, I'm afraid that your slippers will fly out and hit someone. Lu Feng said. Hong Guqiu gave a beat and immediately went to the passenger side. It just so happens that you don't have to change your shoes. But Master can also drive a Bentley. Hey, deep hide. Lu Feng sent a message to Guohang Yuan, asking him to take the patrol car here for a while, and then drove Hong Guqiu to the hotel. Xiao, tell Shuyu to come over to the hotel as well, there are some things to tell her. What's the point of calling her, she doesn't know how to cook, do you, Master? Want to let the two of us together? Hong Guqiu paused for a moment with an impish look on her face. That's right, it's to let the two of you together, you can't do it yourself. Lu Feng's face didn't change. Hong Guqiu's face flushed and he didn't squeak. Lu Feng secretly laughed, little fellow, playing paragraphs with me. As a result, the next second. Lin Shua, come over to the hotel, Master is asking you out. Finishing dryly, Hong Guqiu hung up the phone with a smug look on his face. Lu Feng's eyes snapped wide. Holy, you're really good at delivering messages. Yunshun Group, President's Office. Lin Shua had dealt with the documents early, leaning back in her chair, swaying around. There was no telling what they were going to do about the hotel. Should I make a call to Lu Feng? Just as she was thinking, her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, she raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone. Then she heard the words Hong Gucho said. Lin Shua, come over to the hotel, master wants to meet you. A cool and ascetic little face instantly turned red. Hotel, about me? Under Miao Yong's derisive, Wan Lang's complicated, and the other security guards' admiring gazes, Lu Feng drove the rich woman's Bentley and took the rich woman to the hotel, and by the way, this rich woman asked another rich woman out. Lu Feng sighed, another hard day ah. I have endured too much. Hong Gucho was surprised, sitting in the car, it was fast and stable. Master, you're a good driver, it's a comfortable ride. Actually, there are better and more exciting ones. It's just that it's not convenient to show them here because of the crowd and narrow road. Master, the car skills I'm talking about are simply car skills. Isn't car skill a car skill or what? Lu Feng revealed an innocent gaze. By the time they reached the hotel, Hong Gucho's small face had become beautifully red. Lu Feng had an innocent look on his face, who made her disobey and fight all the time. You think your heart is still yours, but it is actually already on my side. Lin Shua's company was not far from here and had arrived first, waiting at the door. After seeing Lu Feng and Hong Gucho, she welcomed them. But when she saw Hong Gucho's rosy and shy face, she was dumbfounded on the spot. How does Hong Gucho have this expression? Her face is so red. What did they just do? What were you doing just now? Lin Shua said with a trembling voice. Driving. Lu Feng responded, Xiao said it was comfortable to sit, so I drove a little longer. Sitting comfortably? A thunderbolt exploded in Lin Shua's brain. You. She stammered a little too much to speak. How could she? It was clearly me who came first. Wait, Lu Feng asked me to come to the hotel, did you? Lu Feng gave her a strange look, and hearing her heartfelt words, combined with her expression, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, sis, what are you thinking? I just drove over here and drove the vehicle fast and steady. Xiao was surprised, so I drove a little bit more to show off just a little bit of sideways parking. What were you thinking? Chapter 55 You eat my spit? The two red-faced steam girls obediently followed behind Lu Feng and walked into the hotel amidst the envious eyes of the crowd. Wang Xian, the hotel manager, was waiting in the lobby and quickly greeted Lu Feng when he saw him coming out of the elevator. However, when he saw Lin Shua and Hong Gucho behind Lu Feng, he froze for a moment. You're not Chief Lin, who are you? His own general manager Lin usually had a thunderous and cold face. Miss Hong he was not familiar with, but seeing that look yesterday, and being so familiar with General Lin, she was also a high-minded and proud young lady. As a result, she was now obediently bowing her head and following Lu Feng. This look is not unfamiliar, only. Mr. Lu, well. Wang Xian was a bit at a loss for words, he now didn't know whether to bring the person towards the kitchen or the guest room. Fortunately, Lu Feng couldn't hear his thoughts, or else he would have been contemptuous. The three of us are just pure friendship, what are you thinking blindly about? Manager Wang, take us to the back kitchen first. Lu Feng said. Okay, Mr. Lu, this way please. Wang Xian led the way with one hand in front. I'll go print the contract. Lin Shua grayed out. The current time was noon, and although it was a bit busy, the back kitchen was full of professional chefs who were still working in an organized manner. Lu Feng and Hong Gucho each took a new set of chef's clothes to change. When he came out, after seeing what Hong Gucho was wearing, his self-aiming turned on again. The plain white chef's uniform. However, it was worn by Hong Gucho in a bulging manner, and even had the feeling that it was going to burst open. Especially the two buttons on the chef's uniform always reminded him of other places. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and with her serious look, it gave her a bit more competence. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Hong Gucho had a wry smile on her face. Master, can't fascinate you. There is an unused kitchen next to it, you two can use it as you please. Wang Chen finished, then knowingly retreated. Let's go master, I can't wait a bit. Hong Gucho's eyes were glowing as he pulled Lu Feng and headed towards the kitchen next door. The thought of having so many brand new techniques made her all excited. Then she was even more excited when she thought that Lu Feng had even more on him. Lin Shua was printing out the contract in the manager's office at the moment. Since the menu recipe had been changed, it was time to re-sign the contract. This was where she coincided with Lu Feng. When she thought of saying this at the same time last night, Lin Shua felt a faint pleasure in her heart. This was that so-called heart-to-heart, right? However, when she finished printing the contract and walked to the kitchen to find the two people. "What are you guys doing?" Lin Shua exclaimed. At this moment, the two people in the kitchen. Hong Guqiu was holding a spoon and trying to feed Lu Feng soup. However, this scene was a bit ambiguous when put into Lin Shu's eyes. Hong Guqiu had an innocent face. "What's wrong?" "I'm making soup according to the menu to give master a taste. Do you want to drink it?" "You." Lin Shua was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Strictly speaking, she and Lu Feng were also only in a superior-subordinate relationship, but seeing Hong Guqiu feeding him soup, she just had a feeling in her heart that she couldn't do anything about it. "Fine, I want to drink it too." Lin Shua aggressively stepped away from Lu Feng with her long legs, pulled Lu Feng away, stood in front of Hong Guqiu, grabbed her wrist, brought the spoon to her mouth, and opened her mouth to take a big mouthful of soup. After drinking it, she stretched out her fragrant tongue again, licked at her lips, and opened her mouth in a domineering manner. "Not bad, very tasty, keep it up." This time it was Lu Feng and Hong Guqiu who froze instead. "Well, that..." Lu Feng was a bit hesitant. "What's wrong?" Lin Shua's willow eyebrows rose, an unkind glint in her eyes. "You want to drink it too? Or do you want Hong Guqiu to feed it to you? Take the spoon yourself. How about I feed you?" Lu Feng was silent for a moment and slowly spoke, "The spoon in Xiaoxiu's hand is my spoon." After a pause, he spoke again, "Well, the spoon that has already been used." "Gee." The imposing expression froze on her face. Lin Shua was at a loss. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Boo. An invisible vapor bubbled up from her head. Like being touched on the head by Nangang Wenya, the entire person turned dumb. Next to him, after regaining his senses, Hong Guqiu was about to explode with anger. "Lin Shua, you. Although she had only just met, she had a good feeling towards Lu Feng because of his cooking skills. But that wasn't to the point of sharing a spoon. "Lin Shu. Moon." Hong Guqiu spoke word by word, gritting her teeth. "This hateful woman. I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Shu's face was turning red at an extremely exaggerated rate and her tone became stuttering. "The spoon is Lu Feng's. The spoon that Lu Feng used, wouldn't that be indirect kissing? I kissed him. No, it's indirect." Hong Guqiu was also constantly roaring in her heart at this time. "Damn it. Lin Shua, what the hell are you blushing about? And you say it's delicious, it's delicious." Inside the kitchen, two great beauties with different personalities. One was puffed up and the other was silly. Lu Feng moved back and forth between the two. And then he snatched the spoon from Hong Guqiu's hand, served another spoonful of soup, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Okay, even." Hong Guqiu's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief as she looked at Lu Feng in surprise. "Master, what are you doing? It's indeed quite tasty." "No, wouldn't this become an indirect kiss with Lin Shua? Help! Mom, I can't get married." Lin Shu also stared blankly at this scene. "Is that how get even is used?" The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched. "You two have a bit too much drama, AO." After a few minutes, the three gradually slowed down. Hong Guqiu reverted to that haughty expression. "It doesn't matter, what is this? I have also eaten the feet of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs." Lu Feng. "Shuyu, you have something to find us, right?" "Oh, right." Lin Shua then responded and took out the contract. "This is the re-altered contract, give it to the back kitchen to re-sign in a while. After all, after the menu is changed, it will also be taught to the other chefs. I don't want them to jump ship just after they learn it. Will you guys take a look?" Hong Guqiu didn't even lift her head and continued chopping vegetables. "No look, I'm just a cook who cooks." Lu Feng, on the other hand, was smiling. "I can't read it." "Disliked well, master." Hong Guqiu cheered in his heart. Lin Shua. After putting the contract away, she felt a bit idle. Lu Feng and Hong Guqiu were studying the recipes and watched as the two of them seriously discussed the issues. Without realizing it, Lin Shua was a bit annoyed. This is discussing problems, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Excluding me. I'm the boss. Show me some respect. I want to cook too. Lin Shua shouted. Chapter 56 The Cake God and the Star God. Half an hour later. Lu Feng cupped his chin and surveyed the mass of black substance on the plate with a pensive face. Hong Gucho squatted in front of the table, her eyes flush with the plate, and was poking the black substance with her chopsticks, with a face of amazement. It's hard, it's unbelievable. Just a moment ago when Lin Shua suggested that she wanted to cook, Hong Gucho had a shocked look on his face. Are you going to blow up your hotel? Lu Feng smiled and rounded up the conversation. So what, Shuyu, let's make a simple one first, shredded potatoes. Originally, he wanted to teach it step by step by hand, but Lin Shua refused, saying, just tell her the menu. Then this plate of unknown black substance appeared. Lu Feng had been thinking, what went wrong? Hearing Hong Gucho's suspiciously mocking exclamation, Lin Shua clenched her small fists, her cool face filled with defiance. What's wrong with hard? It's not like it's inedible. Lu Feng and Hong Gucho looked up in unison, reaching out to gesture. You please use gesture. Lin Shua. Just eat. It's the menu that's wrong, it must be the menu that's wrong. Lu Feng's face didn't change, mocking my menu right. I'll take this revenge. But for a moment at the very beginning, he really thought so. Because he couldn't figure out how the shredded potatoes could be made into a pile of black color. Could it be that the shredded potatoes were too little? Lin Shua picked up his chopsticks and trembled as he tried to clip up the shredded potatoes. Did not clip up. It must be my first time cooking, I'm too nervous and don't have the strength. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. You bow, you have a good mindset. If it were me, I would have smashed the pot. Want to not use a knife and fork? Hong Gucho popped up at just the right time, holding Western-style cutlery in his hands. Thanks, no. Before the words were finished, Hong Gucho had already deftly sliced through the black substance. You're welcome. Luckily, the knife and fork can cut through it. I thought it would be impossible to cut through it. Looks like I can't mess with her in the future. What if she poisons me in the future? Lin Shua almost squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Thank you. Why don't you find a chance to cook for her in the future? Picking up a small piece of black substance, she put it into her mouth. Chew chew chew. Then Lin Shua spat out the contents of her mouth with even faster speed. And quickly opened a bottle of mineral water to desperately rinse her mouth. What is this stuff? Why is it so bitter and salty? An entire bottle of water was quickly wiped out. Hong Gucho took another look at the black shredded potatoes, even lifting it up and reluctantly sniffing it with her nose before putting it down in shock and finally looking at Lin Shua with a face of admiration. This kind of unknown substance, she dared to put it in her mouth and chew it 3 times. I suddenly admire you a little. Hong Gucho felt that if this thing was put in her mouth, she would probably go to the hospital in the next second. Lu Feng comforted, it's okay, it's the first time, no experience. My first time. There are people whose first time is like this. He still couldn't comfort against his conscience. Lin Shua's small face is white, shaking her head. I don't cook anymore, it's so hard to eat. Admitted? Lu Feng and Hong Gucho simultaneously marveled in their hearts. What kind of eyes do you guys have? Hong Gucho, in this aspect of cooking, I'm indeed inferior to you, I'll bow to you. Lin Shua rinsed her mouth again, then a small face collapsed and looked at Lu Feng pitifully. Please make me something delicious, this black potato flavor is too heavy. Lu Feng nodded painfully, no problem. 15 minutes later. A dessert cupcake came out of the oven. Lu Feng raised his hand and divided the cake into 3, 1 for each person. Don't grab mine. The 2 girls couldn't wait to pick up the small spoon and scooped a bite into their mouths. Instantly, a happy smile appeared on Lin Shua's face. The surface of the cake was fluffy with tiny particles of fruit flesh, and it was cool in the mouth and melted with a light sip. So delicious. Both girls were millennials who had tasted all kinds of high-class desserts, but the cake that had just come out of the oven in front of them had a delicious flavor that couldn't be compared to any other cake. Lu Feng was also tasting the cake. Eating delicious, looking good, eating my delicious. Comfortable. Next, Lin Shua didn't leave either. Although she couldn't cook, she could eat. The dishes that were updated out on the menu would be done once. Buzz. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated desperately. Lu Feng took it out and saw that it was an alarm clock reminding to sell stocks. Stocks ah. You guys sit down first, I have something to do. After saying that, Lu Feng took his cell phone and walked to the side to sit down. This stock was bought by a woman whose anonymous emperor man male, but whose real name was actually Su Shingu, overheard yesterday when she was delivering a takeaway. It was bought for $20,000. At that time, eavesdropping Su Shingu said in her mind that she had sold 200,000, and after selling it on time, she would make almost $1 million. Then his 20,000 should also be able to make about 100,000. Although he is now worth $6 million, the joy of selling stocks to gain money is not the same. It's the same as having money to eat and whoring out a brother's treat. Can that be the same? Lu Feng opened the software and stared at the time. The price kept rising. The stock market fluctuated again as the second hand arrived at 3 o'clock right on time. Lu Feng sold all the stocks as quickly as he could. Soon, there was an extra $120,000 in the account. Lu Feng's face was ecstatic. Earned yuanzi. Add a chicken leg tonight. Same time. Fairview Mansion, High-Rise 3, 2802. Su Shingu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, tapped her hands rapidly on the keyboard. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on her expressionless little face. $980,000 arrived. But it's a little less than expected. Never mind, it's normal. Making money always made people happy. Su Shingu was well satisfied. It didn't matter how much, it wasn't like she was going to lose money anyway. Let's see what's good in a while, for now keep watching the movie. After saying that, she twisted the wheelchair underneath her and faced the wall covered in white cloth. A projector was playing on it. It had already played to the end and was reciting the classic line. My intended is a gaijin, one day, he will step on the 7 colored clouds to marry me. Su Shingu leaned on her wheelchair and sighed with a despondent expression. You still have a hero. I'm like this, I guess I don't even have a chance to meet a hero. Forget it, let's buy a cake today as well and make a wish to the cake god. Saying that, Su Shingu picked up her phone and started picking out her favorite cake, muttering under her breath. Even though it's not my birthday, but who says you can only make wishes on your birthday? Maybe the other people's cake gods will look at me in passing, and then I'll go make a wish to the star god at night, and if I'm so pious, the gods will definitely hear me. Mommy wouldn't lie to me. Chapter 57 Dangerous Foreknowledge. In the evening, at 5:30. Lu Feng was in the front, Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu were in the back, walking out of the hotel. Lin Shua, after the contract is signed, those people in the back kitchen who were gone, you remember to hurry up and fill them in. Hong Guqiu instructed. The optimized menu had been gradually distributed to the other chefs, and the catering business would slowly come up. Lin Shua wore a serious expression on her face. We've already started recruiting, and this site can be promoted to other hotels if the results are good. Thank you, Lu Feng. You're welcome. Lu Feng said. Alright then, it's alright, do what you need to do, we're going home. Hong Guqiu waved her hand and pulled Lu Feng towards the front. There, the doorman had already driven her Bentley over and parked it in front of the hotel. Wait a minute. Lin Shua, you heard something wrong. What do you mean you guys are going home? Hong Guqiu's face changed. Damn, said it in passing. But if I said it, what am I afraid of? Yeah, Master and I were on our way. Hong Guqiu was a bit short of breath, but still raised his chin. That's not right, why do I remember that your home isn't in this direction? Lin Shua said suspiciously. But her mind turned quickly, and a bold thought appeared in her mind, exclaiming, you wouldn't have bought a house in Fairview Mansion. Hong Guqiu became even more vain, although she didn't know why she was vain. But on the surface, she still made a hard look. Your Fairview Mansion has a good scenery, good environment and good service. It's only normal for me to move there, right? Besides, I'm paying in full, and I'm counting it to give you an increase in performance. Lin Shua almost didn't die laughing at this. She is the president of the group, she is short of your performance of a house? Hong Guqiu, you're quite good at playing. She didn't expect it, moving directly inside the neighborhood without saying a word. This was a wake-up call for Lin Shua. There were empty houses inside the neighborhood, she could also live in them. Lin Shua let out a light smile. Okay, then go, take me one, I'll go back to live in the neighborhood as well. Lin Shua. Hong Guqiu was anxious, she now kind of wanted to slap herself, how could she not control showing off? Master, look. Lu Feng was also a bit helpless, the entire neighborhood was owned by others, what could he do? On the contrary, there was one thing that he didn't expect. Lin Shua, who looked cool on the surface, still had a bit of a darker component. And the arrogant-looking Hong Guqiu, but a bit of a dull component. One thing leads to another. Alright, let's go then. Shuyu, where are you going to stay? Lu Feng raised his leg and walked towards the Bentley. Where to live? Lin Shua purposely dragged a long tone, then live next to Choshio, you can still have a meal together. Hong Guchio snorted coldly, fine, I'll boil a pot of poison for you. The three of them got into the car. Lu Feng was the driver. I want to sit in the passenger seat. Hong Guchio was the first to pull open the car door and sat in, then pulled down the window and looked at Lin Shua with a provocative face. Lin Shuyu's expression was bland, are you a child? Young or not? Then walked straight to the back and pulled open the car door, elegantly sitting down. Lin Shuyu. Hong Guchio gritted her teeth in anger, and an abnormal blush rose on her face. Lu Feng shook his head and fastened his seatbelt, what a pair of rival sisters. Slowly starting the Bentley, he drove out of the hotel and onto the main road. Just then, a palpitating feeling appeared without warning. The hairs of sweat on his body stood upside down in an instant, and a piercing chill surfaced from his spine. Lu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. All the dynamics in front of him. Pedestrians walking, doormen bowing, children eating candy, birds spreading their wings, the breeze in the air. All turned into slow motion at this moment. At the intersection in front of them, a roaring supercar was running through a red light and rushing towards the side with the wind. The brain couldn't even react in time, Lu Feng had already acted instinctively. Brake, reverse gear. Lu Feng, who had driving proficiency, directly used reverse to accelerate away from here. Even if there were cuts to other vehicles, there was no delay in speed, directly rushing onto the side lawn. Just when the other car owners were planning to come down and theorize. The next second. Boom. Sharp brakes sounded, followed by a loud bang resounding throughout the street. The supercar that ran the red light directly crashed into the driver of a bus that was moving. A few seconds ago. Seeing the supercar traveling like crazy, the bus driver instinctively hit the steering wheel towards the side. The bus, which was turning sharply, was about to lose its balance, and when it was hit by the supercar, it directly flipped over on its side, leaving a long trajectory on the ground, and crashed headfirst into the street teeth next to it. The small car parked on the side of the road was also smashed to pieces. And the front end of the supercar had set into the entire bus body. The sudden crash made the people present not react. Half a second later. It was the passers-by who ran away towards the distance like crazy. Car accident. Run, there's an oil leak. It's going to blow up. Call the police. My old car. Good thing I didn't get in the car. In just a few seconds, the overturned bus had already begun to emit rolling smoke. The scene fell on the eyes of the crowd in panic. Those who were close desperately ran towards the outside, forming a chaotic wave of fleeing people, and after running to a safe place a few hundred meters away, they gathered around to take pictures again. Inside the Bentley. The near-car accident scared the two young ladies white. If it wasn't for Lu Feng's quick reaction and timely reversing, maybe they would have been rolled in by the bus's sideswipe. The Bentley was a luxury car, but it wasn't an armored car. Being smashed, it directly became a cake. Bang. The car door was violently opened. Lu Feng. The two girls, Lin Shua and Hong Guchio, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stay in the car. Call the police, call an ambulance." Lu Feng roared, and then directly rushed towards the location of the bus, against the flow of people. At this time, the bus had already started to catch fire, the violent impact just now had damaged the fuel tank inside the car, and the fire was gradually getting out of control. There are a few young people also against the crowd rushed, in the side of the various stores rummage, mouth also constantly yelling, "Fire extinguisher, who has a fire extinguisher?" At this time, a blurry figure swept past a few people, jumping violently, a crow in a plane, directly rushing into the rolling smoke. "Don't be impulsive, the fuel tank is leaking, it's easy to explode," someone shouted. But Lu Feng had already jumped onto the bus, with a wet cloth around his mouth. This was from the Bentley. When he rushed out, he took a bottle of water and poured it on his clothes to filter the air. Lu Feng squinted his eyes, into the eyes of a tragic, the body of the bus is almost deformed. The supercar that started it all was crushed underneath, the driver was a young male, his head was covered in blood. Lu Feng only took one look and averted his gaze. The lower half of his chest was all crushed and was dripping blood, half of his head was stuck in the car. The gods couldn't save it even if they came. That palpitating feeling kept coming. Lu Feng knew that this was the danger precognition sending out a warning. "Tuzi, the time to save people has come." Chapter 58. All the people are heroes. Cough, cough, help. Help. My leg. My leg is broken, help. Mom, I'm afraid. A wail in the bus. Just now the sharp turn sideways, coupled with the impact force, let many people briefly fainted. Now after awakening, the drilling pain kept coming from all parts of the limbs, emitting miserable cries. Thick smoke rolled inside the car, and the awakened people were choked to speechlessness. Confined space, the smoke alone was enough to kill. Bang. Bang. A tall man with a border face grimaced as he kept swinging his fist, desperately smashing the glass above. Wang Daji, an active duty soldier, came here to see his comrades, not expecting that he would encounter such a thing. Shatter ah. Shatter ah. But because of the posture, it is not possible to use the force at all. The window-breaking hammer fell somewhere because of the impact just now. If the window wasn't opened, everyone here would suffocate. It wasn't just the explosions and flames, but also the thick smoke in a sealed environment that was deadly. Whoever has a tool, just anything. Wang Daji hissed. But the others were not as strong-willed as him, and some had already fainted again from inhaling too much smoke. Damn it! At this moment, a knocking sound rang out from outside the window. Who was knocking on the window? Wang Daji looked up. A man wearing a face mask was outside the window and pointed his finger to the side, and something could be faintly heard in his ears. Get out of the way, be careful of the glass. A little deaf, couldn't hear well. But Wang Daji read Lu Feng's meaning. It was for him to dodge. Wang Daji instantly understood, leaned over and got down holding his head, and in the process used his body to cover the fainted person below. After seeing the person inside covering his head and dodging away, Lu Feng also no longer hesitated, a punch slammed down, and the glass shattered in response. Fresh air instantly rushed into the bus. Lu Feng didn't stay here, turned around and ran to the next window and smashed it with a punch. Many people gradually came to their senses, and seeing the window open, they desperately crawled towards the outside. Wang Daji was the first to come out, but didn't leave, instead quickly rescuing those who didn't have the strength, just like Lu Feng. Those who came out, stunned, looked in one direction and ran outside. As a result, they fell down from more than 2 meters, screaming miserably. Car, drive a car over as a mat. Lu Feng roared towards the outside. The bus had overturned nearly 2 meters in cross-section, but with the tilt angle, it was already almost 3 meters. People who were involved in a car accident were simply incapable of jumping down. It was impossible to not die in the car, but fall to death outside. Lu Feng's voice was so loud that it traveled out even though there was a lot of noise around him. The people with cars around them showed hesitation. It was okay to help call the police and call an ambulance. If they drove over as a mat car, it wouldn't matter, but this bus didn't know when it would explode, then wouldn't one be finished? I'll go down and catch it. You give me. Wang Daji clenched his teeth and was just about to jump down, when a honk sounded and a black Bentley came quickly. Master! What's to be done? Half of Hong Gucho's body poked out of the car and shouted towards the side, while Lin Shua was in the driver's seat, driving with a taut spirit. Chio? Shuyu? It was too late to think about how the two of them came over. Lu Feng immediately shouted, park the car underneath as a cushion, be careful of the oil leak, don't crash. Lin Shua was so nervous for the first time in her life, her slender fingers clutched the steering wheel, her nails were a little white, her beautiful eyes stared hard and wide, looking dead ahead. Fear of not being able to control the distance and crashing directly into it. Hong Gucho still poked out his body, looking at the ground road conditions, to Lin Shua command. Shuyu, the ground has oil, slow down. Okay, brake. A foot stepped on the brakes. The Bentley steadily stopped next to the chassis of the bus, the dark chassis, the spinning wheels and the black fog with black smoke, looking at the two women with fear. You guys hurry up. Lu Feng yelled without looking back and continued to pull people out. Lin Shua and Hong Gucho, the two women shivered and opened the car door, helping each other to leave the place. Just by being close, the smoke had a burning sensation of not being able to breathe. Although their bodies were trembling, the two of them were still clear in their minds. Two weak women, not much strength, stay here nothing to help, but will become a burden. Can drum up the courage to drive over, has already helped a great deal. The first few young people who were frantically looking for fire extinguishers also came over with fire extinguishers to put out the fire, and those who didn't get fire extinguishers assisted Lu Feng and Wang Daji in rescuing the injured. One after another, people climbed out of the bus windows, were helped down, and desperately ran towards the outside. "Save my child, he's being crushed." Inside the bus, a middle-aged woman whose forehead was bleeding was crying out. Beside her was a boy who had been crushed by a twisted and deformed chair, and was gripping the chair with all his might, trying to climb out. His somewhat tender face was surfacing with a hideous expression, and he was shedding tears. The boy's hand movements did not decrease, his mouth still comforting. "Mom, you go out first, I'll be right out." Wang Daji immediately jumped down and lifted the chair with his hands facing upward in death, but it didn't move. "Uncle, you take my mom up, I can do it myself. I can do it." The leg that was pressed down, underneath was a pool of blood. Grass. Wang Daji cursed angrily and yelled in Lu Feng's direction, "Brothers, brothers! There's a kid here who can't get out. Come over and lend a hand." The warning in his heart gradually raised. Lu Feng didn't hesitate to turn around and jump down, and with a glance, he knew where the point of origin was. "Tonzi, it's up to you." With 20 points of physical force, the chair was bent hard. "Move." Lu Feng picked up one with one hand and handed the person over to Wang Daji. The premonition of danger in his heart was growing. It was going to explode. "Anyone else?" Lu Feng roared. Just as he was about to evacuate, the boy who had just been crushed by the chair weakly pointed inside. "Uncle, there's another auntie inside, crushed by the suitcase." Bang, bang, bang. Lu Feng could even hear his own heartbeat and the chills coming from his spine. "I'll go save him, you take them and go first." Lu Feng put the woman and child into Wang Daji's arms and jumped back into the car. Several suitcases were scattered in a ball, forming a pinch at the innermost part, just enough to block the man. Roughly pulling the suitcases apart, a bow-shaped ant was kneeling on the ground, her hands protecting her stomach. Look at the protective movements and the somewhat undulating arc. Lu Feng's pupils shrunk. It was a pregnant woman. No longer hesitating, directly went up and helped this pregnant woman to come under the window, climbed out first himself, and then carefully fished out the pregnant woman again. Finally, he swept a glance inside the car to make sure that this was the last person. Bang bang, bang bang. The sense of crisis in his heart was increasing, and the danger precognition was warning him to leave quickly. Even though he couldn't see the fire, Lu Feng knew that it was about to explode. He picked up the pregnant woman in a princess hug position and then jumped onto the Bentley. By now, the smoke had completely covered the place. Outside, Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu were gray and anxiously looking inside. Everyone had come out, and the man who had rescued with Lu Feng had also come out. But, where was Lu Feng? "Big brother, where's Lu Feng?" "It's the boy who rescued with you," the two women asked anxiously. Not waiting for Wang Daji to answer. The next second. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, carrying a hurricane sweeping in all directions. The two women's expressions were stupefied, their faces turned gray in an instant, the blood in their bodies almost condensed at this moment, and they had the feeling that they were going to faint. However, in the next moment, a light of surprise blossomed in the eyes of the two women in unison. The surrounding crowd also let out applause and cheers. Lu Feng rushed out from the thick smoke with the pregnant woman in his arms, and behind him was the mushroom cloud from the bus explosion. Chapter 59 Rescue Success. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Lu Feng's forehead and dripped onto the pregnant woman in his arms. The danger precognition began to rapidly diminish, the crisis had been lifted. If it wasn't for the unicorn, he really wouldn't have dared to put up such a fight. 2 words, exciting. Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu couldn't care less about their image as they ran over, one of them grabbing Lu Feng's arm with one hand, their faces filled with expressions of anxious concern. "Master, are you alright?" "Lu Feng, are you hurt? The ambulance will be here soon." Lu Feng revealed a sunny Nike smile, "Small problem law." But in the next second, fiery pain came from his arms and back, causing him to subconsciously frown. Although his physique was strengthened, it was ultimately a fleshly mortal body, there was no way to carry the explosion hard. "Don't gather together, first put this pregnant woman in a safe place," Lu Feng said in a deep voice. Wang Daji and the few young men who rushed over immediately dispersed. Lu Feng walked straight out and placed the pregnant woman in his arms in a safe location. Behind them, they saw Lu Feng reveal his back. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. The two women who had already stopped their tears, their eyes instantly turned red again. Their clothes were broken, and their backs had been pierced into their flesh by large and small explosive fragments, and were seeping blood continuously. Several young people, including Wang Daji, let out a shocked Brother, you are awesome. If it wasn't for Lu Feng rushing over at the critical moment to break the window, a busload of people wouldn't have survived in just these few minutes of explosion time. Master, your back is bleeding. Hong Gucho's voice was tinged with tears, her hands trembled, wanting to touch but not daring to. Lin Shua forced herself to be calm and moved closer to check. The blood and flesh made her have an urge to retch. The ambulance will be here soon. It's all superficial injuries. Lu Feng, don't be afraid. Lu Feng bent down and placed the pregnant woman safely on the ground. This action watched the crowd's hearts tighten again. Why does it feel like you guys are more nervous than me? Lu Feng turned around and smiled easily. Did it hurt? A little, but not much. Strengthening to 20 points of physique brought not only more strength, but the ability to withstand pain was also relatively improved. The muscles of the body had become tight, and these fragments didn't stab too deep. They were all superficial wounds, so they looked a little scary. Lu Feng glanced at his arm and smoothly pulled out the glass shards that were stuck inside his flesh and blood. There wasn't the slightest unusual expression on his face. This, in turn, startled the people around him. Wang Daji exclaimed, "Brother, why don't you wait for the doctor to come? It's easy to get infected." "Mr. Lin, the stuff has been moved." Wang Qian, the hotel manager, ran over panting, followed by a dozen hotel staff pushing small carts. It was filled with pure water and medical supplies. "Quickly, distribute them to the others." Lin Shua quickly grabbed the iodine vapors and mineral water, ready to help Lu Feng clean his wounds. The other volunteers also began to act. The seemingly minor wound on Lu Feng's arm was cleaned up by Lin Shua and Hong Gucho together, but after seeing the hideous wound on his back, the two women didn't dare to do anything. Neither of them had learned professional first aid, and there was no way to distinguish the severity of the wounds. Especially these pieces of varying sizes. In case some of them are lodged in the spine. The two women didn't dare to think any further. Lu Feng didn't feel any so-called, grinning, his dark face, revealing white teeth. "It's fine, give me a mirror, I'll do it myself." "Master, please, wait for the doctor to come." Hong Gucho pressed Lu Feng's wrist with both hands, crying with pear blossoms, and continuously pleading. Lu Feng had some intolerance in his heart, so he could only nod his head in agreement. Soon, ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars arrived successively, pulling up isolation belts around them. The firefighters were neatly armed and began to confirm the scene, preparing to enter the bus to rescue it. But when the firefighter captain heard Wang Daji say that all the people inside the bus, including the driver, were rescued, he froze. Human lives are at stake. Didn't let you joke around. Wang Daji stood straight and saluted in a standard manner. "I'm an active duty soldier. I'm willing to take responsibility for what I said. The people inside the bus have all been rescued successfully. But the driver of the car accident, life and death is unknown, but also hope that the firefighters' comrades to confirm in time." In fact, when Wang Daji came out, he also took a look at the driver of the supercar. It was hopeless. Coupled with the explosion just now, it is estimated that the steps are directly skipped and cremation begins. The firefighter team was dumbfounded, watching the injured around him being rescued by the ambulance one by one. A trace of untruthfulness rose in his heart. But he still took a few members of the team to be fully armed for insurance purposes, and checked the bus, and indeed there was no one left. Also checked the supercar that had disappeared half of its front end, and confirmed that the driver of the supercar was dead, and the man was burning away. In fact, when he was almost there, he saw the bus explode from a distance in the car. His heart immediately went cold. It is almost impossible to have survivors with this kind of explosion power, but for the sake of obsession, he still asked. Only to be told that the injured were all rescued. Not a single one was missing. That's good, it's good to have people rescued. The firefighter captain took off his helmet and revealed a wide smile. All of them. All personnel have been successfully rescued. Put out the fire with all your might and assist the paramedics in helping the injured. Soon, under the firefighters' water cannon attack, the fire gradually decreased until it was extinguished. At this point, the crisis was lifted. At this time, several paramedics hurriedly trotted over, with a stretcher behind them, and carried the pregnant woman away. The remaining few paramedics glanced at Lu Feng, their expressions instantly becoming serious. One more stretcher. Lu Feng hurriedly waved his hand and just wanted to say I'm fine. Two beams of pitiful gazes shone over by his side. Lu Feng. Stretcher is fine, I can still walk. Not using a stretcher was the last of the dignity. Lin Shua and Hong Gucho both followed closely by their side, afraid that Lu Feng would have an accident. Just as Lu Feng was about to get into the car, a figure stumbled over. Then it directly knelt in front of Lu Feng and heavily began to kowtow. Benefactor, thank you. Benefactor, thank you. AI, quick flat. Not quick, get up. Lu Feng rushed forward to pull the person up. It was familiar, it was the mom of the boy whose legs were crushed and couldn't get out just now. Quickly go to the hospital to see the child, alright, oh, alright. Lu Feng comforted. At this time, the boy was lying on a stretcher and was also carried over. The boy's mom hurriedly got up. Xiao Yuan quickly thanked the benefactor. Lu Feng looked over, the boy's right calf showed a twisted fracture. He had a deep impression of the boy. Looking at his age, he estimated that he was only in middle school, and in that situation he was still able to comfort his mom and let her go out first. It was a man. Lu Feng gave a thumbs up, pure man. The boy grinned, thank you uncle. Lu Feng, call brother. But the boy fainted after he finished speaking, and the paramedics hurriedly carried the child away. The boy's mother kept bowing and thanking again, hurriedly following the stretcher and getting into the ambulance. I don't know if the leg can be saved, but at least the life is definitely saved. Chapter 60, What reason is needed to save a life? In the ambulance. Lu Feng was sitting with two big beauties on his left and right. The arms didn't dare to grab them for fear of hurting Lu Feng. So Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu grabbed his clothes and pants respectively. Lin Shua calmly recounted all the causes and consequences of the incident, from stopping the car to go to the rescue, to holding the pregnant woman and rushing out in the explosion. Hong Guqiu, on the other hand, was making subtle additions from the side. After all, one was the president who was gradually taking charge of a large group. The ability to analyze, narrate, summarize and most crucially, calm, were all talents that Lin Shua possessed. And these were of great help to the doctor's initial judgment of the injury. Doctor, will he be alright? Lin Shua's heart lifted, and Hong Guqiu also looked worriedly. The doctor took the instruments to remove the debris from Lu Feng's body, and sterilize the wound. On the surface there's nothing much wrong, although the back is extensively punctured, they're all superficial wounds. However, because it was an explosion, the possibility of internal injuries cannot be ruled out, an all-round test is needed. Internal injuries were strange conditions. Some people get hit by a car that day and get up with nothing. But after a few days, the negatives unfold. Damaged internal organs, massive shattering, it was all possible. The two women's faces gradually turned white as they listened. It's alright, it's alright. Lu Feng comforted, seeing that the two women were not in the right mood. He touched their heads with his hand again. It's really fine, you can still cook tomorrow. Doctor. Shouldn't I be under the car? Master, why did you suddenly rush out then? Hong Guqiu suddenly asked. The doctors and nurses in the ambulance and the driver who was driving all pricked up their ears, equally curious about this question. They had pretty much understood the situation at the scene. The reason why the rescue was a big success and there were no deaths among the entire crew was because this handsome man in front of them rushed to the scene at the first hour of the crash and broke the window to save people. These two unbelievably beautiful girls also risked an explosion to drive the car over and act as a cushion to prevent secondary injuries. Otherwise, waiting for the firefighters to come over, the bus would have blown up. Perhaps not waiting for the explosion, the smoke could suffocate people. That's why it's not too much to ask those people to kowtow to Lu Feng. A true lifesaver. Most of the paramedics had a natural affinity for people like Lu Feng. That's why they all wanted to know what Lu Feng was thinking at that moment and why he could rush out to save people without hesitation. Truthfully, it was putting his own life on the line to save others. Lin Shua pursed her lips and was also listening quietly. She similarly wanted to know the answer to this question. Well, Lu Feng mused, because of what? Of course it's because I'm good. Well, it's because of the tutelage 20 points of physical fitness, surpassing ordinary people 4 times in all directions. Fighting mastery, which allowed him to perform all sorts of difficult maneuvers. And the most crucial thing is danger precognition. Won the MVP of the whole game. Together, this was the backbone of Lu Feng's courage to rush out. We have our own failed man in China. No, a successful man. No Tuanzi? Surrounded by the roadside for one more strip. Don't even bother calling the police. But can we talk about this? It'd be a poison chink in the armor. So, after a few seconds of silence, Lu Feng slowly opened his mouth, a bright smile appearing on his dark face. Saving someone's life, where is the need for any reason? Lin Shua's heart trembled fiercely, and there was something more in her eyes when she looked at Lu Feng again. Honggucho was much more straightforward, tears were flowing down her face, she didn't hold back and hugged one of her arms. Whoa, master, you're so great. Hiss. Big stupid show, you hugged my wound. Woohoo, master is sorry. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the medics in the car revealed a relieved smile. There were still good people in the world. Unlike the other cars, this ambulance, the atmosphere was a lot more active. The report is out, no internal injuries, but on how one sentence made the two young ladies nervous. The examining doctor glanced at Lu Feng in amazement. This physical quality is really good. All the indicators are within the standard, a little bit of standard excessively, it is simply a model for young people. What kind of work? Lu Feng laughed. Security, usually forging exercise. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Shua and Honggucho finally relaxed completely. But just in case. Honggucho still nervously asked, Doctor, is he really alright? Does he need to be hospitalized or have a more detailed examination? We have money for that. The doctor revealed a warm smile, and didn't feel that Honggucho had questioned him by speaking. After all, everyone who came here was like this. There's no need to check, the items you guys did just now are already the most comprehensive, normally there's no need for so many items, he's healthy. The wounds on the back and arms are superficial wounds, the wounds are not deep, just apply and take the medicine on time. Then the doctor stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at Lu Feng with a derisive face. Young man, these two girls were waiting outside just now and were about to cry, so you can comfort them. After saying that, he left. Lu Feng looked embarrassed and nodded his head. Luckily, it's okay. Honggucho completely relaxed and leaned back in his chair, patting his chest with a face of fear. Master, you don't know how scary it was at the moment of the explosion, it's lucky that you rushed out. And the fact that you rushed out while holding a pregnant woman is simply superhuman. And the moment you rushed out, so handsome. At this moment, Honggucho seemed to no longer be the imperial lady who was poisonous from time to time, but rather like a cute little girl. Seeing Lu Feng still standing, Honggucho hurriedly got up and wanted to pull Lu Feng to sit over. Who would have thought that just as she got up, a fiery pain came from the soles of her feet, causing her to suck in a breath of cool air. What's wrong? Lu Feng hurriedly went forward to support her, and after seeing her abnormality, he looked down. In the field of vision, that originally snow-white and pink right foot had a large abrasion that extended all the way to the sole of the foot. Abrasions? What's wrong? Lu Feng had a serious expression as he helped her sit down. Honggucho was at a loss. I don't know, I haven't felt it all the time, it should have accidentally scraped the ground when she got out of the Bentley. She was wearing a pair of sandals, indeed not suitable for running. The situation was critical and Brain couldn't care less about the scrape on her foot. Brain, walk slower, maybe people are gone, and graze? You have to run even if your legs are broken. Lu Feng called out to a randomly refreshed passing doctor, who happened to be a surgeon. After a few glances, he said, It's fine, it's just a scratch, just sterilize it. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and followed the doctor's guidelines, buying iodine, gauze, and other medical supplies. Then he lifted Honggucho's right leg onto his lap. TSK, the leg is quite long. Lu Feng sat outward a bit more. Honggucho smiled smugly and shook her leg. Of course, I'm a long leg. Lu Feng grabbed this wiggling little foot and raised it to his eyes, carefully sizing it up. Master, what are you doing? Don't say anything, I'm going to start. Chapter 61, Applying Medicine Until You're Hungry. Master, don't look. Don't look, I'm afraid you'll kick me in the mouth. Then you gently. I know, don't move, I can't get it right. Do you have to use this? Of course, otherwise it's not safe. Looking at her right foot being grasped in Lu Feng's hand and examined at close range, Honggucho's cheeks rose a layer of pinkish moistness, the tips of her ears were so red that they were almost dripping blood, and even her neck was flushed with a faint scarlet color. Biting the lips of the shell teeth are also slightly trembling, eyes flooded with water mist, in a sharp breath, want to draw back the foot, but the body is weak and feeble. The unspeakable shyness made her unable to resist letting out trembling soft grunts and wailing. Lu Feng held Honggucho's jade foot and carefully applied medicine. There were a few wounds that extended to the toes, which he carefully spread out and gently sterilized. The iodine vapors touching the wounds made the toes couldn't help but curl up a bit. Lu Feng subconsciously blew and the toes curled up even more. Master's hand is so hot. So shy. Master, don't blow, it's so itchy, what should I do? I kind of want to go to the toilet. This position is so shy. Master, don't gag. Master, you're a pervert. Lu Feng gave a start, a flash of panic in his eyes. I gagged? When did I gag? Don't talk nonsense, beware I'll sue you for slander. But one thing is for sure, Hong Gucho's feet are indeed quite good Although there are abrasions, but the intact skin is still moist like jade, toes round and small, toenails neatly trimmed, showing a light pink color. Due to the previous tautness of the mind, the arch of the foot seeped out a layer of thin sweat, under the illumination of the light, reflecting the luster of the pearl, holding in the hand, a kind of playing with a good jade feeling. Growling. A hungry sound came from his stomach. Lu Feng's hand paused for a moment, embarrassed. Not at all. After performing such an intense exercise, it was normal to be hungry, right? What kind of show and tell, it's not. Hong Gucho's head lowered even deeper, her voice trembling. Master, well, I want to go to the restroom. Lin Shua had been quietly assisting Lu Feng in rubbing medicine on Hong Gucho until she heard Lu Feng's stomach growl, then she looked over in surprise. Remembering that she had made quite a lot of cooking in the afternoon, she and Hong Gucho couldn't finish it all and ended up letting Lu Feng eat it all, and as a result, she was still hungry? But thinking about the car accident and disaster relief consumes physical energy and mind, it doesn't seem strange. Lin Shua helped Hong Gucho to the toilet, and when she came to the cubicle, she suddenly teasingly opened her mouth. Do you want me to go in and help you? No need. Thanks. Hong Gucho walked into the cubicle with a face of shame. Although her right foot was bruised, as long as she was careful, squatting down was still not a problem. With only the two of them left, Hong Gucho's shyness faded. Lin Shua, what do you think of Master? Lin Shua, who was waiting at the doorway and didn't know what she was thinking, heard such a question coming from inside. Lin Shua pondered for a moment, recalling the events of the past 2 days. First, he had seen the righteousness of saving his grandmother, then he had helped himself to the hotel catering problem, and now he had saved a busload of people in a car accident. Although they had only known each other for a short while, they could clearly feel it. Lu Feng is a very reliable person yet. There were some young people who were out of tune, but when it mattered, they were reliable. And, saying that in the ambulance. Saving someone's life, where is the need for a reason? Lin Shua, what's wrong? Hong Gucho finished solving it and walked out holding the door. Nothing. Lin Shua was a bit bewildered and hurriedly went forward to support her. Hey Shu, the moment Master came out holding a pregnant woman, it was really handsome. Hong Gucho's tone brought on a few moments of longing. Who doesn't love a hero? You don't like him. Lin Shua had a bad premonition in her heart and asked tentatively. Hong Gucho leaned on her and thought seriously for 2 seconds. You don't say, it seems a bit. Lu Feng was sitting on a chair resting and swiping the video. What had just happened had already been recorded and videoed and posted online. The heat was soaring. One of the topics that was discussed the most was the fact that he rushed in to save people. This little brother is fierce. A crow rushes in on an airplane? This shall not big brother knock one off. Discussion topics are mostly positive energy. There are many keyboard warriors that Lu Feng is the little cute. He is also a good friend of the family, but he is also a good friend of the family, and he is also a good friend of the family. Then the comments below began to cover the floor, a few seconds on a few hundred floors. The first starter is the firstborn of the East Sun, beyond's late intention. Close and click again, the comments are gone. TSK, these little hackers, better not let me brush out the ability to hit you along the net, or else one person will get a mouthful. Lu Feng said. Bro! A shout came from the end of the corridor. Lu Feng looked up, it was the same Hanyu who saved people with himself in the car accident. Wang Daji walked over, he had also come out after the checkup and happened to see Lu Feng sitting here. He admired Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart. He was a hero. That's what a hero is. Especially the last wave of holding a pregnant woman and rushing out of the explosion, too damn handsome. Wang Daji came over and saluted solemnly. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. Lu Feng also smiled and got up. Half of the people in the paradoxical car were saved by you. Saying that, he also responded with a salute, although it was not very standard. My name is Wang Daji, active duty soldier. My name is Lu Feng, active duty security guard. The two looked at each other, smiled brightly, and sat on the bench. Lu Feng, you don't even know how pleasantly surprised I was when you appeared. I was in despair, I couldn't use my strength, I couldn't break the glass at all, I almost thought I was going to suffocate and die here. Wang Daji said with a bit of hindsight. I just drove out at that time, luckily I reacted fast, otherwise the bus overturned and flattened us. Lu Feng laughed lightly. Praised Tuanzi. But this strength of yours is really big, you broke the window with one punch, practiced? Wang Daji looked at Lu Feng's arm and curiously said. Born with great strength, and practiced a little blindly after others when I was young. Lu Feng casually bowled head to hide it. This trip to Linhai was not in vain, but I have to go, leave a phone number, next time I will come to Linhai to find you for a drink. Wang Daji took out his cell phone and said. This unthinking act of bravery directly pulled this soldier brother's favor. Success. After exchanging contact information, Wang Daji left the hospital. Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu also returned from the restroom. Master, I'm back. Is the wound alright? Hong Guqiu's face flushed and burned a little, it's already fine. She thought back to the image of Lu Feng grabbing her foot to apply medicine just now. The palm of her hand was big and hot, scratching it was a bit itchy, but it was quite comfortable. Chapter 62 Theatrical Parents. The cell phone in her pocket buzzed and vibrated. Lin Shua took it out and looked at it with a bit of bitterness, it was a call from her family. Before answering it, she also looked at Hong Guqiu. Hong Guqiu, you better take a look at your cell phone, I guess Uncle Hong made quite a few calls. After saying that, she walked aside to make a call. Hong Guqiu's face changed and he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. Upon seeing that there were more than 10 missed calls, he only felt his head buzzing. All of them were from mom and dad. Although her family didn't support her as a cook growing up, it wasn't that kind of old death. It was just that there was usually very little communication with dad, and most of the calls were with mom. Master, I'm going to make a call as well. Hong Guqiu revealed a pitiful expression. Stubbornness was stubbornness, tantrums were tantrums, and keeping the peace was keeping the peace. She was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. Feeling like getting scolded. Lu Feng nodded and sat back again, waiting for these two big ladies to call. It's good to have family members to keep you safe. Lin Shua's side just picked up the phone, and the noisy voices of seven mouths kept coming. Shua, where are you? Are you alright? I saw that there was a car accident in front of Uni Hotel, why are you still driving into it? Are you in the hospital now? I'm going over right now. Lin Shua's face flashed with a touch of helplessness, but then she evoked a light smile. Calmly and patiently, she answered the questions one by one. Mom and Dad, I'm fine, I'm in the hospital now and checked out with only a slight bruise on my arm. As for driving in, Lin Shua gave a rare pause, well. In order to save people, right. Anyway, I'm fine on my side, I'll go back in a while. Just have the driver pick me up, drive 2 cars. Right, give Uncle Hong a call as well, Jojo is also here with me, she's nothing, just some scrapes on her feet, I've already helped her with medicine. Confirming that her body was fine, and stating that she would be going home in a while, Lin Shua's family members were gradually relieved. Hong Guqiu's side was relatively quieter, and after connecting, he cautiously made a preemptive strike, Mom? Don't worry, I'm fine, really fine. My dad isn't around you, right? Hong family manor, inside the villa. A dignified and beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam with a plump figure held her cell phone and finally sighed in relief when she heard Hong Guqiu's words. Xia Yunluo, Hong Guqiu's mother. Xia Yunluo glanced at the middle-aged man next to her who walked over lightly, wanting to eavesdrop and constantly gesturing, and her face revealed a touch of the same bad smile as Hong Guqiu's. Hong Yulong, Hong Guqiu's father. Well, your dad isn't here, but after such a big incident and the phone can't be reached, your dad is going to be pissed off, he's sulking outside right now, so hurry and come back, let him calm down. Hong Yulong's eyes slowly widened. Who is going to die of anger? I was worried then. What is sulking outside? Don't talk nonsense, okay? Hearing her mother say this, Hong Guqiu was startled and hurriedly said, Really? I won't be killed if I go back. Mom, I'm really fine, I just bruised my foot a little, don't worry, tell my dad not to worry either. What's that? I won't go back tonight, tomorrow when my dad is calmed down then go back, you help me comfort my dad, don't let him get angry, don't get angry and break his body. The phone voice was externalized, Hong Yulong heard it clearly. Hearing that his daughter was still worried about him, Hong Yulong's back instantly straightened up, and obviously he was hard on his face, but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. However, Xia Yunluo who was on the phone was not happy, her eyes narrowed, grabbing Hong Yulong with one hand, she continued, It's fine if you come back tomorrow, but you have to make a video call to me to confirm your physical condition, that's always fine, or you can come back now. No problem, I'll call you now. Hong Guqiu agreed with alacrity. People in China were fond of compromise. Since it was difficult to let her go home, it would be safe to make a video call to confirm her safety. Soon the video call came through. Seeing Hong Guqiu's somewhat messy hairstyle, Xia Yunluo was still worried, especially when she saw the gauze wrapped around Hong Guqiu's feet. She was even more distressed. She has such a precious daughter and loves her so much. Usually knock a little bitter heart to heart, now bruised, heart more, not to mention how sad. Seeing that nothing happened to her daughter, Xia Yunluo finally let go of her heart. However, in the video just now, two figures were seen on the bench behind Qiuqiu. One of them seemed to be the Lin family's girl, and was chatting with another boy about something, looking as if they were still very close. Talking about friends? Hong Yulong, at this moment, was in the dead center of the camera, secretly watching his daughter, and after watching, he also sighed in relief. At this time, Xia Yunluo began to slowly walk around the house. Hong Yulong's face changed, hurriedly catapulted herself, dodging the camera, looking a bit wretched. Xia Yunluo couldn't help but play with her husband for a while, and instructed Hong Guqiu to be safe before hanging up the phone. Get up, I'm hanging up the phone, a big old man, still acting like a child. After the phone hung up, Hong Guqiu also breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since she was little, her dad didn't support her as a cook, and he was also very strict with her, so it was a bit scary. When she lets mom calm dad down today and goes back tomorrow, she should be fine. Hong Guqiu happily limped back. I've already called someone, I guess I'll be there in a while. You guys go back first, I'm going back to the company to deal with this matter. Lin Shua opened her mouth. This happened near the hotel, plus all three of them were already on camera. Lu Feng was nothing, although he was the biggest disaster relief hero of this time, but after all, he didn't have much fame earlier. He might take advantage of this to get a small fire, but there wouldn't be any public opinion. Lin Shua is different, the president of Yunchen Group. Many people in the upper echelons of the people know. Hong Guqiu is the same, even a little more famous than Lin Shua. Everyone knows that the Hong family has a daughter who has become a cook. The video had spread so quickly, if it wasn't dealt with soon, it might turn into something. Whether it was good or bad, as long as it was spread, it would lose the meaning of the original video. Lu Feng said thanks. Hong Guqiu was a bit chagrined. Just now in a hurry, he forgot to call a car from home. Thank you, Al, Lin Shua. Hong Guqiu squirmed and said. Lin Shua glanced at her and sighed. If you don't mind, you can just call me Shua. After all, we've known each other for so many years, and the two families are on good terms. Hong Guqiu froze for a moment. The two were not on poor terms, plus experiencing something like this today made their relationship change a bit indeed. Hong Guqiu gave a dry cough. Shu, then you can also call me Qiuqiu. Lu Feng stood in the middle of the two, a bit puzzled. Why was there a vestigial feeling of the two ladies, who had gone through hardships and finally made up? Chapter 63 Purple Holy Light. There were two Rolls-Royces parked one after the other in front of the hospital entrance, drawing frequent side glances from passers-by. You guys go first, I'll go back to the company to take care of something first. Lin Shua spoke calmly, but her eyes swept to the scene of Hong Guqiu snuggling up to Lu Feng from time to time. Why don't I just send you back, Qiuqiu? Mainly because looking at her leaning on Lu Feng, there was always a bit of unspoken discomfort. It's fine, master will send me back. Lu Feng was now words didn't dare to say. Hong Guqiu didn't have mind reading skills, but he did. Lin Shua had been chanting in her mind since just now. Leaning too close. Where do you put your hands? This woman can't be pretending, there's no need to lean all the way over. But hearing Hong Guqiu say that, Lin Shua couldn't say anything else. First, she went back to the company to deal with the public opinion, then she went home. Lu Feng also helped Hong Guqiu into another Rolls-Royce. The driver was a very good driver and drove fast and steady. It didn't take long to return to Fairview Mansion. When the security guard on duty saw an unfamiliar Rolls-Royce drive in, he didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly came out to confirm his identity. When the window was pulled down and Lu Feng's face was seen, the guard on duty almost stared out of his eyes. Feng, brother Feng? I'm sending a homeowner back. Okay, I'll open the door. The security guard on duty watched the Rolls-Royce leave with envious eyes. Worthy of being Brother Peak. First it was a Primera, then a Maybach, a Bentley, and now it's all changed to a Rolls-Royce. Security guards who had reached this level were considered top in the industry. Master, aren't you having a good time right now? Hong Guqiu urged a smile. I see that your co-workers are going to die of envy. It's indeed a bit cool. Lu Feng didn't hide it, faintly pretending that it was really cool. The Rolls-Royce drove all the way to the front of the villa. The two female assistants were already waiting at the door. It's fine, my master can hold me up. Hong Guqiu refused the assistant's help and leaned on Lu Feng's body again. Helplessly, the two female assistants had to follow behind. The villa had been organized in an afternoon. The original style hadn't changed much, only the furniture in bedrooms had been replaced with Hong Guqiu's favorite ones. Feet don't hurt anymore. Hong Guqiu's eyes rolled, and her face showed pain. Master, it's still a bit, why don't you pinch it for me? It stopped hurting a long time ago, but if I can let master pinch my feet, it seems very good. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Lu Feng feigned disgust on his face. Haven't washed it for a day, it stinks. At these words, Hong Guqiu was instantly anxious. My feet don't stink. Really, you smell it. Beautiful maidens all smell good. Saying this, she sat on her butt on the sofa and raised her intact left foot high, stretching it directly in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. The flexibility was so good and the long legs were really long. Miss, the water is served, you first. Number 1 assistant Yian stood at the back. Seeing this ambiguous scene, her eyes instantly widened, filled with the excitement of eating melon. But after seeing the posture, she hurriedly put down the water and kept gesturing and mouthing. Soon, Hong Guqiu understood what it meant. Long legs brushed back, hands pressed the skirt, cheeks flushed, felt the whole person's body temperature rise a little. Walking naked, master won't have seen it, right? Master, you didn't see it. Hong Guqiu bit her lip and asked. I have bad eyes, I didn't see it. Lu Feng hurriedly played dumb. Does the black one look good? Isn't it purple? Master. Pervert. Lin Shua sat in the Rolls-Royce, somewhat lost in thought as she looked at the starry roof of the car. In her mind, she kept recalling the scene in the evening when Lu Feng went out to save people without thinking. And the words. Saving someone's life doesn't need any reason. Such pure words. Grandma was also saved by him without thinking, right? The corners of Lin Shu's mouth rose in an arc that she didn't even notice. But thinking about the words and somewhat intimate movements Hong Guqiu asked in the hospital. The good mood added a few more points of annoyance. Miss, already arrived at the company. Miss? Ha? Lin Shu froze. Miss, we have arrived at the company. The driver's words pulled her back from her memories. So fast? Lin Shu was a little surprised. The usual distance was enough to handle some documents. Why was it so short this time? Have been waiting downstairs for 10 minutes, want to go home first? The driver asked. No need, I'll just go up first. Lin Shu said, then opened the door and went inside the company. Public opinion still needs to be dealt with. Tomorrow he will ask Lu Feng if he is hiding or planning to go public. He can't go and influence him. At the clothing company, Feng was still working at her desk. Because she was working in an unfamiliar field for the first time, cooperation and meetings were too busy to stop these days. After approving the documents, the habit of opening the mail again, empty. Finished? Feng leaned back in the chair, the whole person became slack. I don't know what little Feng is doing these days. At this time, a sharp knock came from the door. Enter. Xiao Wen, the secretary, walked in sharply, holding a tablet. Mr. Shen, something seems to have happened to little Feng. What? Feng instantly changed her face. There seems to be a car accident over at Uni Hotel, and I saw that Xiao Feng seemed to be at the scene. Xiao Wen was a little afraid to continue. Feng snatched the tablet. The video on it was exactly the scene of the car accident. The footage was a bit confusing, but Lu Feng's figure appeared many times. The video came to an abrupt end after Lu Feng rushed out from the explosion. Feng's eyes went black before she hurriedly grabbed her own phone and dialed Lu Feng. Pick up the phone, pick up the phone. She was so anxious that her fingers were a little white as she pinched the phone. Xiao Wen was also beside her with a heart in her chest, afraid of hearing any bad news. Da. The call was connected. Little Feng, are you alright? Ha? I'm fine. Lu Feng's voice came through clearly. Instantly, Feng's hanging heart was released. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. After reciting 2 sentences, Feng continued to speak. Little Feng, I saw you at the scene of the car accident, you weren't injured. There is a little bit of injury, but it's all superficial, it'll be fine in a few days. I'm going back now, wait for me. Feng said in an undeniable manner. Mr. Shen, little Feng, is he alright? Xiaowen asked, then looked at her cell phone again. Xiao Feng seems to have rushed in as a matter of bravery. The car accident didn't affect him at first. Okay, I know, I'll go back first. Shen Feng grabbed her bag and hurriedly left. Lu Feng hung up the phone, looked at the system mission that appeared, and walked into the high-level elevator. Mission: help Su Shingu fix the telescope. Reward: able craftsman. Chapter 64, Seeing Stars 1-2-3. On the high-rise rooftop, Su Shingu fiddled with the telescope in front of her. Although it was a bit of a struggle to keep adjusting it in her wheelchair, she had gotten used to it and was even enjoying it a bit. Strange, why is it still not reacting? It was fine when I took it out last week? Su Shingu maneuvered the wheelchair back and forth beside her, a bit puzzled. After fiddling with it for a while longer, the telescope still wasn't working. It's not possible that I won't be able to see it today. Su Shingu's small face collapsed with an indescribable regret. Damn it, we can only buy another one tomorrow. $100,000 ah. At this time, the rooftop door opened. The unusual sound of the voice caused Su Shingu's alertness, and her right hand immobilized as she gripped an anti-wolf spray. Anyone? Security guards are patrolling at night. Lu Feng pretended to hold a flashlight and irradiated a circle, then shone it on Su Shingu as if he had just discovered it. HM? Is there someone? Who are you? He asked preemptively. Hearing Lu Feng say that it was a security patrol, Su Shingu was relieved and less scared. This neighborhood had good security, and it was the reason why she lived here. I'm the owner here, I'm looking at the stars. Su Shingu replied and continued trying to fiddle with the telescope again. Lu Feng turned off his flashlight and walked over with big strides. The mission said he'd fixed the telescope. When he was in college, his roommate bought a telescope of about 1,000. They used it together at the time and understood it, so he didn't know if he could complete the mission. Lu Feng walked over and watched Su Shingu fiddle with the telescope. How can you not see it? Damn it, it's not easy to go out of the house once. Let's order another one tomorrow. She's the imperial man, ah. Lu Feng sized up Su Shingu with his afterglow. It was when he heard her heart that he bought the stock and made a small profit. It was quite a coincidence. But what Lu Feng didn't expect was that this girl was in a wheelchair and was disabled. Is the telescope broken? Lu Feng asked. Yes, it looked fine last week. Can I help you look at it? Don't care if you understand it or not, try it first. Su Shingu froze for a moment. You know how to fix it? College contacted a little. Lu Feng said. Su Shingu maneuvered the wheelchair to move back a bit. Over to you. Good lord, meta professional. I hope he can help me fix it, then he's a big good guy. Lu Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. This professional, in the first place, was still rubbing someone else's telescope. How much is this telescope? Lu Feng casually asked. 100,000. Taking less? Su Shingu repeated again in disbelief. 100,000 ah, to be precise, it's 199,999. After saying that, as if she understood something, she pacified, don't worry, there's no need for you to pay for it if it's broken. If you can't fix it, you can buy another one tomorrow. It's really luxurious ah. Lu Feng, you like looking at the stars a lot? Yeah, I've loved it since I was a kid. Mentioning this, Su Shingu had a happy smile on her face. Everyone loved it when they were little, right? Who can say no to a big starry sky? That's true, I also loved it when I was a kid, but at that time there was no telescope and I couldn't use it. I could see the stars at night with my naked eyes. Su Shingu looked like she was excited. This I know, in the past when there weren't that many lights, the night was very bright. Unfortunately I've never been to the countryside. Then you can find a field to look at it when you have the chance. Huh, the lens is broken? Lu Feng took the lens down. The top was partially knocked out, directly affecting the observation of the stars, so he couldn't see the stars. He handed the removed lens to Su Shingu. It should have been accidentally knocked when I took it out. Su Shingu was a bit sad. I can only see it next time, what a pity. It's not a pity, the lens is just broken, fix it and you can continue to use it. Lu Feng checked it and casually said. Su Shingu was a bit incredulous, really? You can fix a broken lens? Yes, do you have black tape? Lu Feng spoke in a relaxed tone. I have it at my house, I'll go get it. Su Shingu spoke excitedly, maneuvering her wheelchair to turn around in charge. Scared Lu Feng so much that he instantly pulled the wheelchair back. What are you doing? Going home. I'll push you back, Don't drive so fast yourself. Ow. Lu Feng pushed Su Shingu into the elevator to the 28th floor. You live here? I came to deliver your takeout last time. Lu Feng feigned surprise. Su Shingu was a bit embarrassed and coughed dryly. That's a transformer, for safety. Oops, well, let's not talk about that. Because she remembered that her docket was Imperial Man. It's a good thing he didn't mention that my docket is Emperor Man. This way, last time's note was a Mr. Emperor Man, not bad, Emperor Man is indeed very handsome. Lu Feng maliciously said on purpose. Su Shingyu's body stiffened, her small face slowly became red, and she opened the door without a word. Really said it, so shameful. Lu Feng secretly laughed and took 2 steps back. You go get it, I'll wait for you at the door. In less than a minute, Su Shingu returned, holding a roll of black tape in her hand. What else do you need? I have a lot of gadgets at home. I bought it back when I was interested, I didn't expect to have a day to use it. No, just this will do. Lu Feng took it, it was covered in dust, it was obvious that it had been used for a long time. Let's go. Back to the rooftop. Su Shingu curiously came over. How do I fix the tape? In order for Su Shingu to see clearly, Lu Feng simply sat down on his knees. You take the cell phone and help me shine it. Oh, okay. Su Shingu obediently raised her cell phone and turned on the flashlight. The crack in the lens isn't big, just use black tape to stick it on. Lu Feng carefully taped over the cracks. This was also what his roommate had taught him. It wasn't a rare method, anyone who knew something about telescopes would know this trick. After all, a lens was quite expensive. So simple? Su Shingu only held back these 2 words. Yeah, there will be a small impact when pasted, but it's negligible. Lu Feng focused on pasting it, and soon the black tape blocked up all the cracks. Putting the lens back on, Lu Feng calibrated it again. Alright, come over here and take a look. Saying this, he directly pushed Su Shingu over. Let me see. Su Shingu excitedly came over, and in the next second, a look of surprise blossomed on her face. I really see it. It's a bit dark, but I really see it. It's also very clear. You're awesome. You also come over and take a look together, it's really clear. Hey. Su Shingu pulled Lu Feng's arm and asked him to come over and look at it together. Look at this, M42, Orion's Great Nebula. It's a pity that you can't see the nebula with your eyesight, exposure is the only way to see it clearly. And this one, a flash of. This big and small figure, moving back and forth in front of the telescope, again and again said the names of some stars. At the same time, a prompt came from the system. Task completed. Reward issued, Able Craftsman. Chapter 65 The Night. Half an hour later, Su Shingu leaned back on her wheelchair with satisfaction and looked up at the night sky. Make a wish to the star god, hopefully there will be someone to go out with in the future. Lu Feng glanced at hers without moving. Having problems with both legs, for an ordinary person, traveling might be a bit of a struggle, not to mention going to their favorite places, even going out to run errands was difficult. But this girl in front of her, living in Fairview Mansion, telescope more than $100,000, the electric wheelchair underneath her is also a high-class goods. Will also make money through stocks, last time she bought 200,000, earned almost also more than 1 million. Although I don't know what the other family's situation is, but she herself is a small rich woman, how could she wish for others to take her out to play? Moreover, for a disabled person, the biggest wish was surprisingly not to get up and walk, but to go out and play. It was really strange. Su Shingu carefully stowed the binoculars into the box and hung it on the side of the wheelchair, raising her bright little face. Thank you, big brother security guard. Haven't asked your name yet. My name is Su Shingu. Seeing the stars, maybe wishing, in a good mood. Hello Miss Su, my name is Lu Feng. Su Shingyu's nose wrinkled slightly, as if she thought of something unhappy. Do me such a big favor, just call me Shingu. Good, then let me push you back, Shingu. Saying that, Lu Feng put his hand on the wheelchair. It was only after they had been sent to the door of their home that the two of them parted ways. Entering the elevator and going downstairs, Lu Feng checked the panel. Host, Lu Feng. Physique, 20 average 5. Abilities, eavesdropping on female host's heart, heartwarming body scent, perfect body, driving proficiency, fighting proficiency, culinary proficiency, animal dominance, danger anticipation, language proficiency, music proficiency, able to tinker. After reading the details of the able craftsman, Lu Feng nodded in understanding. Understood. What you see, as long as you have the materials, you can replicate it, and as for how many proportions, it would depend on the requirements. Wouldn't this become a great nation's craftsman, directly hand-rubbing aircraft carriers? Just as he stepped out of the elevator, his phone vibrated. Feng called. "Little Feng, where are you? I'm almost at the neighborhood." On the phone was Feng's anxious voice. Lu Feng's heart warmed. "Sister Shin, drive slowly, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the neighborhood." A few minutes later, Lu Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, saw a windy Primera parked in front of him. Feng, who got out of the car, hurriedly ran out. Seeing Lu Feng standing there safe and sound, she just wanted to hug him over, but when she saw those bandaged wounds on his body, she stiffly stopped her footsteps. "Little Feng, are you all right?" "It's fine, they're all superficial wounds, they'll be fine in a few days," Lu Feng said with a smile. Seeing myself, hearing him say so, Feng finally put down her heart. Her tone can't help but bring on the anger. "Really, so dangerous place you also rushed in, you at least wait for the firefighters to come off. Hurry home, I'll see if there's anything wrong." With that, she pulled Lu Feng into the car and drove all the way to the basement. Came to Feng's house. Feng couldn't wait to take Lu Feng's jacket off, and when she saw the dense wounds, her eyes suddenly reddened and her tears almost didn't fall. "Does it hurt?" "Not bad, didn't feel much. But I was really surprised, you are really bold. Car accidents dare to rush in to save people." Feng took off her jacket, revealing her concave and convex figure. "I was thinking that after I'm done with my work today, I'd like to accompany you, but it seems that I guess I won't be able to do so." Lu Feng's complexion corrected. "Who said it's not possible?" Saying that, he directly intercepted the waist and picked up Feng in a princess hug position, frightening Feng with a shriek. "Little Feng, your wound." "It's fine, they are small wounds, moderate exercise is good for wound recovery." Feng blushed, thinking of the madness of the previous times. She opened her mouth and said, "That won't work either, it will crumble the wound, put me down, I'm on the..." Towards the end, her voice was already as thin as a mosquito fly. Lu Feng looked shocked. "You have to say this, I will not be sleepy," then carefully put Feng down. Just when Lu Feng thought he was going to go to the bedroom, Feng gently pushed him to the sofa. "Right here." The next morning, Lu Feng woke up refreshed. Glancing at Feng, who was still sleeping next to him, he gently kissed her on the cheek. Although the movement of getting up was small, it still woke up Feng. A pair of mesmerized eyes slowly opened to look over. When she saw Lu Feng sitting beside her like this, she was not shy in the past, propping up her cheeks with one hand. Her face carried a few points of young woman's flirtatiousness. "Spirit is very sufficient, really, you are still injured." District small injury." Lu Feng deliberately dragged out his tone, and his palm covered the back of her hand. An hour later, Feng was lying on the bed like a puddle of mud, looking at Lu Feng with winking eyes. "Aren't you even tired? Don't crack the wound. Of course, I'm in good health. Want it or not?" "Don't want it. Oh? You kept saying don't want it just now too." Lu Feng had a bad smile on his face. "I really don't want it this time." Lu Feng put the quilt on her and went out to cook. At the dinner table, Feng curiously asked, "Little Feng, why did you suddenly go over to Uni Hotel?" Lu Feng spoke without changing his face. "Sister Shin, do you still remember that I saved an old granny from a robber's knife earlier? She's the grandmother of the president of Yunxin Group, so she specially went to Uni Hotel to treat me to a meal. I encountered something in the middle of the meal, and I used my cooking skills to help her out, and in the process, I took on a disciple, the girl next to me in the video. Then the president of Yunxin Group saw that I was a good cook, so he hired me as a chef consultant to help them optimize the menu. When it comes to this kind of thing, just say it normally, it's supposed to be the truth." Panicking and adding to the explanation would in turn make Feng unhappy. Feng nodded. The two girls on the video did appear in Lu Feng's camera. Their demeanor was quite intimate. But thinking that it was that kind of occasion, it wasn't really surprising. Yunxin Group is a big company. Feng sighed. "It's many times bigger than this small temple of mine." "Is it? I don't think so." Lu Feng shook his head. "Yunxin Group is indeed big, but I think you, Sister Shin, are even better." "Why do you say that?" Feng asked curiously. Lu Feng swallowed the food in his mouth and slowly spoke. "You see, Yunxin Group is a family business, passed down from generation to generation, and eventually developed into a big company. And Sister Shin, your company, is something you started from nothing and did step by step. Being able to inherit the president of a company as big as Yunxin Group is certainly impressive, but I think that Sister Shin's you're starting out is even more admirable to me." Chapter 66 Hong Guchio who plays straight balls. Shen Feng's hand holding the chopsticks paused and just stared at him blankly. Lu Feng's words truly spoke to her heart. From a small studio to the current multi-million-dollar company, only she herself knew the hardships involved. And now, there was one more Lu Feng who understood her. Little Feng, it's good to meet you. Lu Feng revealed a doting smile. It's also my good fortune to have met you. On the other side, Chris was wondering why Lu Feng hadn't come yet today. She was still enamored by what happened during the last time she learned the escapement technique. It wasn't until she saw a message from Lu Feng that something came up today and she might not be able to go that Chris got depressed and went to do something else. Villa. Miss, it's time to change the medicine. Assistant number 2 Zhuang Qin walked in with the medicine box. We'll change it later, you put it there, I'll do it myself later. Hong Guchio refused the assistant's help. Help me get dressed first. Which one emphasizes the figure more? A figure like Mrs. looks good in either dress. Can talk, love to listen, say more. In the end, Hong Guchio chose a slimming stepmother dress. There is no other use for it, it just looks good, it just shows the figure, it just seduces people. After changing, Hong Guchio looked at the balcony outside the villa from time to time. After catching a glimpse of Lu Feng's figure coming over, she immediately limped to the sofa and leaned back, striking an elegant pose. Knock knock. Xian hurried over to open the door. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Hello, where's Qiuqiu? Mrs. watching TV in the living room, said her feet hurt a bit, might not be able to walk well. Lu Feng walked in and saw Hong Guchio leaning sideways on the sofa, wearing a gray slim-fit harem dress, perfectly displaying her front and back figure. Her right foot was resting on a small stool. Seeing Lu Feng coming over, Hong Guchio immediately revealed a surprised expression. Master is here. I've come to take a look at your wound. Lu Feng sat on the other end of the sofa and smoothly picked up her foot and put it in his hand. The touch transmitted on her foot made Hong Guchio unable to resist calling out, and her fair cheeks began to gradually blush. It's so itchy, ah. Why haven't you changed the medicine yet? Lu Feng queried. Xian and Xin are clumsy, it's better for master to come. Hong Guchio said in a delicate voice. The two assistants? Luckily, Miss has a high salary, this pot, will take the blame. Then let me help you change. Yeah. Hong Guchio's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of joy, and her white and tender jade feet stretched towards the inside again. One was placed in Lu Feng's hand and one was pressed against Lu Feng's stomach. The stomach is hard, master has abs. I don't know if it's a 6-pack or an 8-pack, I want to see it so badly. Lu Feng took out the iodophore, anti-inflammatory medicine, and gauze from the medicine box one by one, but in his heart, he said, I'll show you everything, wouldn't that be cheaper for you? Carefully took the gauze off his foot. Cotton swabs were dipped in iodine vapors and began to carefully clean on the wound. Master, it won't leave a scar, right? Hong Guchio was a bit worried. As a beauty girl, even if it was a foot, it wasn't allowed to leave a scar. No, it won't, it's just a graze, change the medicine every day, it won't leave a scar. Lu Feng put his foot in front of his eyes and carefully cleaned it. How to say it was also a credit to the car accident, it was nothing to help her clean her wounds. Hong Guchio let out a soft ow, because she was a little close. Lu Feng's nostrils slightly breathed on her feet, a little itchy. The room fell into silence. Seeing Lu Feng focusing on helping her rub the medicine, the naughty energy in Hong Guchio's heart came back. The other intact left foot began to move furtively. Pretending to adjust its position, the left foot began to slowly move downwards, then the toes carefully caught a piece of the corner of the coat. Then it slowly moved towards the top. Soon, a small piece of Lu Feng's abs was revealed. Hong Guchio didn't hold back her saliva. It's coming out, it's coming out. Wow, the shape is so beautiful. A little more up. Splat. Lu Feng pinched his other foot, a bit helpless. Are you going to help me undress? Hong Guchio's eyes lit up. Can I? No. Put it down well, don't move, it'll be medicated soon. Ow. Having been discovered in her small mind, Hong Guchio hemmed and hawed, then picked up her phone and continued to study Lu Feng's optimized recipes. In no time, she was mesmerized, constantly simulating the matching of various ingredients in her head. After a few minutes, Hong Guchio's body leaned a bit numb. Master, when will it be ready? She asked in boredom. Look, you're in a hurry again. Lu Feng spoke indifferently, if you don't want to leave a scar, then don't move and be patient. Ow. Hong Gucho's small mouth opened into an O shape and made a slight grimace again. In no time, the room became quiet again. Lu Feng took a cotton swab and sterilized the wound. Hong Gucho's foot, the abrasion area is not small, medicate it carefully, if it leaves a scar, this girl shall not cry. Opposite. Hong Gucho's brain was originally thinking about all the recipes and Lu Feng's display of cooking skills. But slowly, she looked at the man in front of her who was seriously giving her medicine, and her eyes gradually became a bit infatuated. Master looks so handsome when he gets serious. It's still the first time someone treats me like this. My heart is beating so fast, it seems like I like Master. No, it's not like that, it's true. Does Master like me? Hee, let's tease Master. Thinking of this, the corners of Hong Gucho's mouth rose, revealing a little devilish smile. With her long legs resting on Lu Feng, Hong Gucho gradually closed the distance, and the leaning look turned into a cross-legged one. Coming to a distance of less than a fist from Lu Feng. Looking at Lu Feng staring at his feet medication, Hong Gucho's heart is still a little shy. Put in ancient times, a girl's feet could not be seen by men. Even in modern times, touching a girl's feet was a very intimate gesture. Hong Gucho tilted her head and blew at Lu Feng's bangs. The hair swayed, and her forehead itched a little. Lu Feng blew upwards. Hong Gucho's eyes lit up. Fun. I'm blowing. Lu Feng. Fine, play with her, by the way. She blows her hair. He blows his hair too. Master, you're so handsome. Hong Gucho opened a pair of bright eyes and said seriously. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment and looked up at her. This girl, she really played straight balls. Can't carry a straight ball. Xian, who was standing behind the sofa on standby, had her small mouth slightly open, her eyes were full of excitement, and gradually more anti-smiles appeared on her face. The first time I saw the lady like this, hey. I've never seen a lady like this before, but I've never seen a lady like this before. Knock on wood, knock on wood. Heh, Master, you're shy. Hong Gucho not only didn't flinch, but instead became quite bold again. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, and with his medicated hand, he gently tickled the center of his foot. Hong Gucho didn't hold back and let out a cry. Xian instantly leaned over. What's wrong, miss? Hong Gucho bit her lip, and a few more winks gradually appeared in her eyes. It's fine, it might have grazed the wound, it hurts a little. Xian nodded and turned her head to look at Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, it's hard for you to slow down, Miss has been afraid of pain since she was a child. Lu Feng took a deep breath and looked at Hong Gucho with a little more playfulness in his eyes. Okay, I'll be gentle. Chapter 67 Teaching a Disobedient Disciple. Lu Feng rubbed the medicine with one hand, while his other hand gently tickled the center of Hong Gucho's foot. Hong Gucho's body began to tremble slightly, her eyes were moist and charming, and her other foot couldn't help but twist back and forth. However, Xian had been waiting by the side. Hong Gucho could only purse her lips hard, trying not to let herself make a strange sound. But the gusts of light humming that came out of her throat from time to time still tantalized Lu Feng's heartstrings. This little goblin, what a treacherous thing to naughty master. Thinking like this, Lu Feng's fingers used a few more points of force. Hong Gucho couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. Xian looked over. Miss, is everything all right? Hong Gucho was just about to say something when Lu Feng put down her foot and apologized. Maybe I accidentally used too much force when I bandaged it just now. Hong Gucho grunted lightly in her heart, and her other foot gently kicked Lu Feng. Meaning Lu Feng's playful eyes, Hong Gucho somewhat dared not look directly at him. Bad, seems to have overplayed. Master won't want to punish me, right? He's not going to beat me, is he? I'm kind of looking forward to it, but what if Master finds out about my hobby? Will Master think I'm a pervert? Hong Gucho was rambling in her mind, but she didn't notice that Lu Feng's eyes were looking at her with more and more deep meaning. Good you little goblin, you even like this kind of thing. No wonder they say that those who like to eat spicy food have a bit of a hobby. At this time, the system mission appeared. Mission, satisfy Hong Gucho's hobby. Reward, enter the dream. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. Into the dream, Brother Tuzi has come out with another big shipment. In that case, Lu Feng turned his head to Qian and spoke. Miss Qian, Xiuqiu's feet are still not good, and my back is a bit inconvenient. Can I trouble you and Miss Zhuangqin to go to the hotel's back kitchen to help watch over it in the next few days? The two assistants, Xian and Zhuangqin, like Hong Gucho, were both specialized in learning cooking. Under the cultivation of Hong Gucho's God's tongue, these two assistants' level of culinary skills was also far beyond that of ordinary chefs. Adding to the fact that Lu Feng had optimized the menu, Hong Guqiu would also bring them along when he studied privately, so they were fully capable of going on to become chefs. Letting them go to the hotel to help look after it was definitely more than appropriate. Xian Shen looked at Hong Guqiu with a bit of difficulty. Lu Feng does not have a relationship with them, the command is possible to not listen. But look at the relationship between Miss and him. As expected. Hong Guqiu stabilized his somewhat trembling voice. Then you two will go to the hotel to help me look at it. Just call and ask me if you don't understand. Master will be here to take care of me. Okay. The two assistants moved quickly, grabbed their things, and left. The room fell into silence. Xiaoqiu, your feet are a bit unsteady. Lu Feng said quietly. Hong Guqiu twisted her body, and that strange feeling became more and more obvious. Master, people are injured, you can't bully me. The voice was flirtatious, hearing Lu Feng's heart itching. It's fine, I know best how to take care of the injured. He yanked the two long legs and pulled Hong Guqiu into his arms. Hong Guqiu let out a gasp of surprise, not expecting Lu Feng to be so strong, directly yanking himself over, and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at Lu Feng's eyes, Hong Guqiu gradually moved closer and softly spoke, Master, I like you ah. After saying that, she couldn't hold back any longer, and her rosy little mouth directly kissed up. Only after 5 minutes did the two slowly separate. A silver-colored thread that was glistening with watery light grew longer and longer in the air. Master, do you want to go inside? I have something nice for you. Hong Guqiu whispered in his ear in blue. Lu Feng didn't respond, picking up the little goblin in his arms and walking into the second-floor bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Hong Guqiu but delicately said, Master, wait for me, I'll change my clothes, very quickly. A few minutes later, the door to the changing room opened. Lu Feng's eyes instantly widened. Hong Guqiu was wearing a set of purple slimming nightgown, leaning on the side of the door, and was looking at him with affection. The design of the dress was sensual. The upper body was hazy, and one could vaguely see snow-white skin, but after reaching the key places it was covered appropriately, giving one the feeling of exploring. Master, should I punish my disciple? 2 hours later. Hong Guqiu was lying on the bed without any image. Her purple nightgown was half covered, it was difficult to hide the spring light on her body, and a ribbon was hanging from her wrist. Lu Feng closed his eyes and leaned on the bed, caressing Hong Guqiu's smooth and beautiful back. At the same time a prompt from the system came in his head. Mission completed. Reward issued, into the dream. Lu Feng secretly pondered, another special skill. The details are simple, you can enter other people's dreams at will and control them with abandon. Not bad, it's a good thing, give Brother Unity some credit. Opening his eyes, he looked at the beautiful scenery lying next to him, and couldn't help but appease it for a while longer. After a big battle, finally this disobedient disciple was subdued. Xiaoqiu, I didn't expect you to have quite a special hobby. Lu Feng suddenly spoke. Yikes. Hong Guqiu let out a pout and slapped her wrist. How open she was before, how shy she was now in retrospect. That normally people have to relax on their own, Hong Guqiu said in a delicate voice. What's wrong, doesn't Master like it? Of course I like it. Lu Feng blurted out. Thinking of the means he used to subdue his disciple just now, he felt a rush of excitement. Hong Guqiu twisted her water snake waist, ready to change her position and lie down, when she suddenly transformed into a tinker cat and said in surprise, Master, why aren't you honest yet? Lu Feng let out a bad smile, maybe it's because you're too good looking. Really? Hong Guqiu smiled charmingly. Of course, don't believe me and try it again for you. Saying that, Lu Feng once again got up, ready to teach this disobedient disciple a lesson. Next door to the villa, Lin Shua really bought a house right next to this. It couldn't be said that it was a purchase, but it was all her house anyway. Originally thought of calling Lu Feng and inviting a visit, but no one has been answering the phone on Lu Feng's side. Looking at the villa next to Hong Guqiu. Thinking that her feet were a bit inconvenient, Lin Shua came to her door and rang the doorbell. But there was still no one responding. Strange, where is everyone? Couldn't have gone home. Helplessly, Lin Shua had to return to her family villa. When it was first designed, it was one that could be moved in with a handbag. Lin Shua didn't pay that much attention, simply changed the bed, sofa and daily necessities, and stayed. Lying on the bed, her eyes looked at the ceiling listlessly. When I went home last night, in addition to asking if I was injured, after asking, the most asked, is the camera, who is Lu Feng? Especially Grandma Zhao Jingshu, who obviously recognized Lu Feng, kept looking at her with ambiguous eyes. Nor did she ask questions, looking at her with embarrassment. Liking someone was an instant. Previously, Lin Shua had remained skeptical about this. But now, she seemed to understand. She also had a crush on Lu Feng. It was just that instant. Chapter 68: The Telephone Game. Buzz. The phone rang. It was Lu Feng. Lin Shua hurriedly sat up straight and picked up the phone. Hello. Lu Feng. Shuyu, sorry, I was busy just now and didn't look at my phone. Lu Feng looked at Honggucho, who was covering her mouth and shaking her head in front of her. The corner of her mouth slowly rose. For fear of revealing her voice, Honggucho simply buried her head under the pillow and hid like an ostrich. It's fine, I wanted you to come over and look at the villa. I moved next door to Chocho. My legs are not convenient, I don't know what she did. Lin Shua said suspiciously. Looking at Honggucho in front of him, Lu Feng smiled evilly, took the pillow away and then spoke aloud. Ah? You were next door to her house? The two of us were just studying cooking, we probably didn't hear it. You were at her house? Lin Shua froze for a moment, but thinking of that Honggucho's pretentiousness, she was probably pestering Lu Feng to let him change the medicine again. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Feng spoke. Yeah, just now came to help her change the medicine. The hotel side, let Chocho's 2 assistants go to cover the shift. Are you coming over later? It's almost noon, it's just right to have a meal at home together. Honggucho's beautiful eyes glared. Come over, how can this come over? One didn't hold back and hummed lightly. Lin Shua heard a strange noise and curiously said, Is Chocho beside you? Yeah, just now teaching her to turn the pot upside down, accidentally knocked her hand. Lu Feng slowed down his movements. Play is play, fooling around is fooling around. He couldn't really let Lin Shua hear it. Honggucho adjusted her breathing and tried to smooth out her voice. Shuyu, are you coming to dinner later? Lin Shua hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Okay, then I'll come over later. An hour later, Lin Shua rang the villa doorbell. Although she had already put on makeup in the morning, she thought that she would meet Lu Feng in a while and carefully fixed her makeup again. Then an hour passed so lightly. Lu Feng opened the door and couldn't help but light up when he saw Lin Shua. A knee-length black dress with a cool and ascetic face gave people a feeling of being uninviting, with a strong aura, and even though she had a good feeling about Lu Feng, she still stared at him without fear. What's wrong? Lin Shua twirled her fingers around the corner of her skirt and asked with inner apprehension. Could it be that the makeup wasn't drawn properly? It can't be, I've looked in the mirror many times. Or is there something wrong with the clothes? No, I picked them out very carefully. Why are you staring at me? No, the clothes and makeup are beautiful. Lu Feng praised. At this moment, he felt too scummy. He had just finished exercising with Honggucho, and then he came to praise another woman. Lin Shua's lips raised an imperceptible arc, being praised, happy. Coming to the living room. A casserole was already placed on the table. Sit down for a while, we'll both be done soon. Lu Feng said. Lin Shua beamed a bit unhappy. Why can't I go and help? Why don't I come and help too? Lu Feng immediately reached out to stop, his expression serious. Never. Wait and eat. Lin Shua lowered her head a little disheveled, looking a little more playful. All right. In the kitchen, Honggucho was frying home-cooked dishes. Her foot was injured, but it didn't affect her hand to fry the food. Half an hour later, the dishes were ready. 2 meat, 2 veggies, and 1 soup. Looking at the dishes on the table, Lin Shua gave another hard nod to the decision she made earlier. A few home-cooked dishes, the colors and flavors were really done to the extreme. On the dining table. Lu Feng, I suppressed the public opinion of yesterday's car accident. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Shua opened her mouth and asked, If you don't want to be famous, I'll help you hide it. If you want to be famous, this is a good opportunity. Lu Feng thought for a moment, if it's exposed, it should help your company. Lin Shua froze for a moment, not expecting Lu Feng to mention this. She didn't want to hide it from Lu Feng. Yes, you saved so many people this time and almost dominated the hot searches. If it was exposed, it would indeed have a positive impact on my company. In fact, she still understated her words. Saving people from this kind of car accident was simply a great credit. Especially the scene at the end when he rushed out holding the pregnant woman was redrawn by countless netizens and frantically retweeted. Known by netizens as the hero who rushed out from the explosion. This kind of flawless heroic event had unrivaled benefits for any company. In the grand scheme of things, just the advertising fees alone could save hundreds of millions, or even billions, and if it was run well, more was not out of the question. If this is well publicized, not only is it good for the company's image and cooperation, but it also has huge benefits for Linhai city officials. A good relationship with the officials is a dream for every company, not to mention that there are many industries under Yunxin Group that have an inextricable relationship with the officials. So now there were quite a few companies looking for Lu Feng, but they were all stopped by Lin Shua. And there was one more thing she didn't even mention. If this matter was done well, it would be of great benefit for her to take over the company completely in the future. After all, the company had gotten so big that it was no longer a one-man show. But these things Lin Shua did not speak out. She did not want to give Lu Feng too much pressure. But in her heart, all this was heard by Lu Feng, and her heart couldn't help but feel a warmth. This is not millions, tens of millions. It was billions of dollars, an amount that many people could not even touch in their entire lives. Yet, it was lightly given up by Lin Shua. After such a big thing happened, I'm firstly as the security chief of the Fairview Mansion, secondly as the chef of the Uni Hotel, and thirdly as your good friend. Why don't Lin find some time to interview me in person, and properly publicize our positive image? Lu Feng said jokingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shua froze and looked at him. Until Lu Feng waved his hand in front of her. What? Silly? Probably happy silly. Next to her, Hong Guqiu promptly made up for it. As the eldest miss of the Hong family, although she knew nothing about managing a company, she still knew more or less about this kind of thing. A bit of publicity saved billions of dollars in advertising. The pattern was big. But then you'll be exposed. Lin Shua said with difficulty. Also right, haha. Lu Feng nodded his head in approval, not waiting for Lin Shua to be disappointed. His tone changed. Then I'll have to ask Mr. Lin to protect me well. Lin Shua looked at him in a daze. She indeed didn't want Lu Feng to get involved. But Lu Feng's words still gave her endless surprises. It wasn't to save the billions of dollars in advertising or to become famous. Rather, he's willing to gamble his peaceful life to help me. Lin Shuya's heart was once again touched. No longer able to resist, she embraced, her arms tightly wrapping around Lu Feng's neck. Thank you, Lu Feng. Chapter 69, Is there a man beside General Manager Lin? Feeling the soft and delicate body in his arms, Lu Feng backhanded Lin Shuya's willow waist. On the other side, Hong Guqiu's eyes narrowed, and without moving, she twisted Lu Feng's waist. Lu Feng's eyes glared. Of course it was fine. On the contrary, Hong Guqiu didn't twist. Damn Lin Shua, still taking advantage of my master. After a few seconds, Lin Shua also realized that the posture was a bit too ambiguous. Loosening her jade arms, she slowly withdrew from Lu Feng's arms. Lu Feng, don't worry, I will absolutely protect you from other media. Lin Shua said solemnly. Good. Is Qiuqiu coming? Lin Shua looked at Hong Guqiu again. When I drove in, if it wasn't for you helping me watch the road below, I would have crashed into it long ago, and it wouldn't be good to say that I even helped, thanks to you. Hong Guqiu blinked. What did she hear? Thanks to me? That's right, thanks to me. She really was like a child in the aspect of being recognized. In that case, then I'll reluctantly go for a bit. Hong Guqiu put on a reluctant look, but in reality, the corners of her mouth were restrained from rising. Lu Feng and Lin Shua glanced at each other and smiled helplessly. So when's the interview? Lu Feng asked. The sooner the better. Lin Shua spoke seriously. Although it's not very nice to say so, the internet information is updated very quickly, and after a few more days, this kind of big event will also be gradually forgotten, and the effect will be greatly reduced by then. Then let's do it in the afternoon, hee, then wouldn't I have to take a vacation today? Lu Feng deliberately joked. Aha! Lin Shua guffawed, then I'll give you the security company, and when you become the president, you can skip work. A security company was just a security company, completely incomparable to Lu Feng. Giving me the company for the convenience of taking a vacation. It was too reasonable. But Lu Feng still refused. Forget it, I don't have the brains to manage a company. Qiuqiu, are you free this afternoon? Lin Shua looked at Hong Guqiu again. Originally, I was planning to go home for a visit in the afternoon, but since you've begged me, then I'll go in the afternoon, and it's the same if I go home again in the evening. Hong Guqiu was as happy as a small child who had eaten candy. Then let's go after dinner. No, I still have to put on my makeup, give me an hour. 2 hours later. Two great beauties of great beauty walked out from the villa. One was cool and ascetic, the other was hot and flirtatious. Didn't we say 1 hour? Lu Feng helplessly held his forehead. Yeah, one person for an hour, two people for exactly 2 hours. Hong Guqiu said with a straight face. You do know how to count. Lu Feng gave her a thumbs up. Let's go, the company's side has been arranged. Lin Shua was still thunderous. Half an hour later. The car was parked steadily at the entrance. Lin Shuyu's secretary Bai Tan was already waiting at the door. However, when she saw 3 people come down from the car consecutively, she was suddenly confused. They were also all acquaintances. She recognized Hong Guqiu, and she had also seen Lu Feng's profile. Although it was true that there was nothing wrong with coming down from the car together, but how was this combination a bit strange? When did Ms. Hong get so close to Mr. Lin? Bai Tan, have all the people arrived? As soon as she entered work mode, Lin Shua's aura shifted. Thunder and lightning, no wonder she could take over such a large group. Already here, ready to start at any time. But there are a few media outlets protesting that this kind of thing should be geared towards the masses. Bai Tan quickly recounted the matter, during which he also stole a glance at Lu Feng. Lin Shua's footsteps lurched as she turned her head to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng understood and smiled faintly. It's all in your hands. Hong Guqiu hummed lightly, me too. At the end, this haughty cook added, if I can't handle it, I can also find someone to help. Lin Shua's heart warmed and she turned her head to look at Bai Tan. Have the legal department go and cooperate, dare to engage in public opinion and directly sue them. Okay. The 4 of them walked into the front door of the group. The employees who came and went saw Lin Shua all stopped their steps and said, General Manager Lin. When they saw Lu Feng, they were a bit curious. As far as I could remember, this was the first time I had seen a man standing next to President Lin without resentment. However, they didn't dare to casually discuss it and left after a few glances. Coming to the top floor, they made their way through the other office areas. At this time, Zhou Yuanzhou, the brother-in-law of former security chief Chen Tai, was about to call up people to go to the regular project meeting. Just as he got up, he saw Lin Shua and Lu Feng walking past, laughing and joking. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded on the spot. Something like that had happened before, so he had asked for a picture of Lu Feng, thinking that he would find a chance to ease the relationship in the future. After all, there was a relationship with the president's secretary, Bai Tan. But now it seemed that he was very wrong. This is not a relationship with Bai Tan, this is obviously a relationship with the president. Look at that joking and laughing look, it is estimated that the relationship is very shallow. Director, it's almost time. The colleague beside him reminded. Zhou Yuanzhou took a breath. I'm going to make a call, the meeting is postponed. After saying that, he turned around and looked for an unoccupied conference hall and called Chen Tai. At this time, Chen Tai was concentrating on patrolling in the small area. He was now afraid to make any mistakes at all. After seeing Zhou Yuanzhou call, Chen Tai's eyes flashed with 2 clusters of light. Could it be that the good times are back again? Thinking like this, Chen Tai hurriedly picked up the phone. Brother-in-law? Chen Tai, you are damn good at causing trouble for me. Zhou Yuanzhou split his head and scolded Chen Tai directly. Brother-in-law, what did I do? Chen Tai, after the bewilderment, is aggrieved, originally thought to be able to regain the throne of the captain, the results of the throne did not, first scolded. What's wrong with you again? Zhou Yuanzhou was on fire but had to lower his voice. That Lu Feng, he's a friend of General Manager Lin. General Manager Lin, Lin Shua, the president of Yunsheng Group. A sentence like a bolt from the blue exploded in Chen Tai's head. Lu Feng, a friend of General Manager Lin. I'm warning you, don't play any more tricks, work well under him, never offend him, even if he sees you as bad and fires you, you have to admit it. Otherwise you will roll back home. Zhou Yuanzhou said viciously. I know, brother-in-law. The 4 of them, Lu Feng, walked into the president's office. Your office is quite big. Hong Guqiu curiously took a few quick steps and sat on the sofa to survey the surroundings. It's just a bit too cold. Bai Tan wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Bai Tan, go get ready, half an hour later, the interview will begin. Lin Shua said. Bai Tan answered and left the office. Do you need me to prepare any lines in advance? Lu Feng asked. He had taken modeling photos at Shin Feng's company, but the interview was his first time. Lin Shua came closer to look at the handsome face and the corners of her mouth rose. You were supposed to need makeup, but you're so handsome and photogenic that you don't need it. Chapter 70, Folding Roses at Work? Confiscated. Hong Guqiu looked at this scene with a grimace, but thinking that it was work, he couldn't say anything. Still, he opened his mouth and interrupted Lin Shua. What all questions need to be asked, directions to answer, and what can't be said, show us. Hong Guqiu is a well-known chef. Domestic and international interviews have participated in many, more or less know some of the doorways. Lin Shua came to the desk and picked up the tablet. The documents needed for the interview had already been sent over. The questions for this kind of interview won't be very complicated, you guys take a look and just memorize the notes. Feng took the tablet and sat next to Hong Guqiu, the two of them looking at it together. The bodies were very close to each other. Lin Shua frowned slightly, but thinking that it was two people who were going to look at the same tablet, it was understandable to be closer. The main person to be interviewed is still Feng. When the time comes, he will ask questions like why did you rush over to rescue him without thinking? Just answer directly to the sentence you said yesterday. Feng nodded and memorized the above matter in his mind. Half an hour later, Feng sat in the middle of the two women and began to be interviewed. At first, Lin Shua was worried that Feng would be nervous, but when she saw that he was confident and sunny in front of the camera and answered the questions, she was relieved. The eyes that looked at him also gained a faint pride. Hong Guqiu was also very knowledgeable when it came to facing formal occasions and didn't make any mistakes. The three of them staggered their answers, and in addition to the seriousness of the interview, there was also more witty humor. Midway through the interview, they also showed their backs. The wounds had been bandaged. Just looking at the gauze, it was a bit shocking. Soon, the interview ended. How was it? Nothing went wrong, right? Feng straightened his collar and asked with a smile. Very perfect. Lin Shua said. Hong Guqiu was much more direct and directly went up and wrapped her arms around Feng. Master is great. Seeing this scene, Lin Shua had a few more points of displeasure in her heart. The shooting footage from the end of the interview over there had already begun to be edited. This kind of video with a huge impact, she had to personally keep an eye on it. But to let these two stay together, with that character of Hong Guqiu, she didn't know what trick she would play again. By Tan, show them a face first, according to the highest authority. You two go with me to watch the video. If there are any problems, you can modify it at any time. At this time, Hong Guqiu's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, he immediately panicked. Bad, my mom called me, presumably calling me home. Hong Guqiu was somewhat helpless. But after something that big had happened, it was only right to go home to report that it was safe. Hearing this, Lin Shua had a faint joy in her heart for the time alone. Master, come here, I'll tell you something. Hong Guqiu pulled Feng to an unoccupied part of the fire escape, and then kissed him unawares. Feeling the softness of these tantalizing red lips, Feng backhanded her small waist and began to turn the tables. Only after 5 minutes did the two gradually separate. Wiping off the silver waterline on her lips, in Hong Guqiu's eyes was a sentiment that was hard to hide. The two returned without a blush. Let's go, the driver is already downstairs. Lin Shua said. The two of them sent Hong Guqiu downstairs, and before getting into the car, Hong Guqiu gently blew on Feng's ear and pecked again. Master, see you tomorrow. Because of the perspective, Lin Shua did not notice this scene. After witnessing the car leave, the two of them turned around and went upstairs. Coming to the video team's work area, because it was Lin Shua personally keeping an eye on it, coupled with the fact that the video had a great deal at stake, everyone was in high spirits. The copywriting team was also checking back and forth to ensure that there would be no problems with the subtitles. Feng curiously surveyed the working environment around him. It was his first time coming to such a big company. The first job was at a construction site, and although the construction company was also quite big, he was dispatched directly to the construction site in the first place. There was no chance to work in an office building either. After looking around for a while, though, he got bored. Everyone was in front of their computers tapping away at their keyboards, and there were also a few people walking to the conference room with their laptops from time to time. It was really hard to be a social animal, or was it easier to be a security guard? Feng once again praised his choice. Seeing the A4 paper next to the printer, he thought of the ability he just obtained last night, able craftsman. Feng's mind became active and whispered to ask the copywriter member who had just taken a break. Hello, may I ask if I can use these A4 papers? It's fine. The copywriter nodded, although he didn't know what this Mr. Lu was going to use it for, but since he had such a good relationship with General Manager Lin, not to mention the A4 paper, even if he smashed the printer, he would have to clap his hands. Besides, during the interview before, they also noticed that the way General Manager Lin looked at Mr. Lu was softer than ever before. What a rarity. Lu Feng nodded, casually found a place to sit down, picked up a piece of A4 paper, opened his cell phone and searched for origami tutorials, and the first video that popped up was a 3-dimensional paper butterfly. Brain, I finished watching it. Hand, I learned it. After watching it at 2x speed, Lu Feng directly began to fold it, not even following the tutorial. Bony fingers deftly folded the A4 paper, and a minute later, a lifelike paper butterfly was completed. Then began to flip down the video again. A kitten. A minute later, a white paper kitten was placed on the table. Continue to the video. Bunny, short-legged corgi. Another moment later and a rose was finished. Paper roses are quite a bit more complicated than butterflies, kittens, and bunnies, but they also look much more three-dimensional when folded. There were a few passing employees who stopped by with interest. There were also a few employees who were not busy, curiously gathered around. It was only when low voices of admiration came from behind from time to time that Lin Shua turned her head to look in wonder. Seeing a circle of people surrounding Lu Feng, she was confused and subconsciously asked, "What are you guys doing?" Instantly, it was as if the wolf had come. The employees who passed by to stop by, the employees who gathered around to watch the fun took the origami critters Lu Feng gave out and whooshed away, pouring coffee and pretending to work. Only Lu Feng was left alone, awkwardly pinching the rose he had just folded. Seeing Lin Shua look over, Lu Feng tentatively raised his hand. "Want one?" Ahem. Lin Shua's eyes lit up as she reached out and took it, groping fish during work hours, confiscated. Then she pretended to look at the table without thinking, the others are also confiscated as well. After saying that, she directly took all the roses on the table carefully in her hands, the other origami papers were untouched. Just ready to leave, as if she thought of something, she opened her mouth. "Are there any other roses?" "It doesn't matter if there are other roses, how can you give something like roses to someone else? All of them are mine." Lu Feng shook his head like a good little student, and even the other employees shook their heads. "It's all in your hands." These employees were no cuties either. General Manager Lin and Mr. Lu clearly had an unusual relationship, so could the roses be taken casually? Lin Shua hooked her lips and put on a serious look again. "All confiscated, work hard, I'm going back to the office. This is the rose Lu Feng sent me, hey. Keep it well. P.S. 65th chapter of the audit through did not see the handsome women can go to see The author of the small right can also be used to free gifts to smash me as much as possible. Chapter 71 Sell Lu Feng to me and I promise not to treat him badly." Lin Shua returned to the office with a brisk pace. After looking around, she picked up a glass vase on the coffee table, casually took out the flowers inside and threw them into the trash can, carefully washed and dried them, and put these paper roses in. Then put on their own desk. Beautifully looked for a while. Until the secretary by Tan came over to knock on the door, Lin Shua only then returned to her senses, and resumed the usual cold and serious. 2 hours later, the video editing ended. The relevant employees quickly released the video. "Alright, this is considered over. There will be specialized personnel to keep an eye on it in the follow-up." Lin Shua sighed in relief. If the video promotion was successful, it would save a lot of advertising fees. Returning to the office. Just as he entered, Lu Feng saw an exquisite glass vase sitting on the president's desk directly in front of him. Inside was the paper rose that had been confiscated by Lin Shua 2 hours ago. Noticing Lu Feng's movement, Lin Shua also followed the line of sight and looked over. Upon seeing the brightly shining vase, a blush instantly crept onto her cool face, and she was somewhat at a loss for words as she explained. "Cough, what's that? There happened to be an empty vase, I thought you folded it quite nicely, so I put it in as decoration." "Oh my god, why did I forget? It's embarrassing. But it's really pretty. Of course you have to protect your favorite things." Lu Feng nodded slightly. "I won't expose you this time." When he came to the sofa and just sat down, his eyes swept over the trash can on the side, and he couldn't help but give a start. Inside was a bouquet of fresh flowers. It looked like it hadn't been long since it was thrown in. Lin Shua's face became redder, feeling her cheeks burning. Just about to say something, Lu Feng reached out and stopped her. "I understand. I think you folded it beautifully, so I want to keep it as a souvenir." Lin Shua wasn't going to squirm anymore, blushing but straightforward. If you like it, I'll fold it for you later. Lu Feng said with a smile. Not to mention, seeing this cool beauty blush had a different flavor. Lin Shuya's face flashed with a touch of joy. Okay, don't use anything else either, roses are my favorite. While chatting, the cell phone vibrated. Lu Feng glanced at it, it was an alarm clock alert. Shen Feng had told him during the day today that there was a dinner party in the evening. It was to celebrate the previous cooperation, so he asked Lu Feng to pick her up in the evening. Although the other boss is also a woman, but the two have already agreed, if Shen Feng inevitably drink outside, Lu Feng will go to pick up back. The alarm clock was the cue to go pick up Shen Feng. Although Lu Feng's memory has increased a lot now, but this habit that was developed since childhood still can't be changed. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Feng pause for a moment, Lin Shua asked curiously. Shuyu, I'm going to leave first, a friend had a drink at a social gathering and asked me to pick her up. Lu Feng said as he used the map to guide various routes to the hotel. Lin Shuyu nodded her head and let out an "oh," a little lost, but didn't show it. Still want to stay with you for a while longer. Do you want me to drive you there? She asked. Lu Feng quickly surveyed the route on the map and shook his head. Driving probably won't work, this time of day is the rush hour after work. The subway might be more suitable. After a careful comparison at this time, besides the helicopter, the subway was the fastest. If you drove over, you might be stuck halfway there. Especially for a large company like Yunshin Group, it would probably take more than half an hour to drive out of the parking lot. Good, call me anytime you need me. Lin Shua sent Lu Feng all the way downstairs to the company, and only turned around to return to the company when she couldn't see anyone. Lu Feng, on the other hand, walked quickly towards the subway station. Inside the hotel box, the huge round table was filled with exquisite dishes, but there were only two women sitting around it. Shen Feng sat in her seat with a small glass of white wine in front of her, her face white and her eyes clear. Slightly addicted to alcohol, she used to drink to sleep before she met Lu Feng. A few small glasses of white wine were no pressure for her. On the opposite side was a middle-aged woman with an obese body type, large gold rings and fancy jewelry on her hands, and obvious wrinkles on her face. Because she had sweated a lot, her whole face looked greasy. She raised her cup and spoke with a smile. This time it can be successful, or thanks to the publicity of General Manager Shen, I toast to General Manager Shen, and wish General Manager Shen every success in his career. You are too polite, Mr. Wan. Shen Feng got up, lowered her glass, lightly clinked it, and then drank the small glass of white wine in one go. This time, the meal was to celebrate the success of the last cooperation. This woman who was called Mr. Wan was the supplier's old boss, named Wan Rong. Watching Shen Feng drink a whole cup of white wine, Wan Rong revealed a satisfied smile. After eating a few more mouthfuls of food and chatting about business matters for a while, Wan Rong pretended to be casual and opened her mouth. By the way, Mr. Shen, I don't know if the model named Lu Feng from your company has come yet. This cooperation can have such a great success. This model of your family accounts for quite a lot of credit. Let him come over to have dinner together. After all, it's a big contributor. In addition to the company's publicity being in place, Lu Feng's face value and figure were also one of the important factors in this success, gaining many likes and favorites. His sunshine and handsome temperament made the fan base of both companies skyrocket as well. But Wan Rong's words sent alarm bells ringing in Shen Feng's heart. This Wan Rong had always had rumors of maintaining a white boy. Not to mention in places where no one was around, even when she was traveling, she had no less than two handsome male models by her side. Mentioning Lu Feng at this time, it's hard to. Thinking of this, Shen Feng opened her mouth and said, he is a friend of mine, not in this line at all, this time it just happens to help, and he is dumb, can't speak, a child, so he won't come to add to Mr. Wan's mess. Come on, I'll toast Mr. Wan one more time. Said, another small glass of white wine into the belly, drank fast, throat a little hot and spicy. She now kind of regretted letting Lu Feng pick her up. The reason why she let Lu Feng come over, because the two made an appointment. If she can't push outside and need to drink and socialize, she asked Lu Feng to come over and pick up her back. This is for safety, but also a kind of report. The meal is on the pretext of celebrating the success of the banquet. The other party is also a female boss, so it is not good to refuse. The previous cooperation is also because of the gender. But where the other party was a male boss, Shen Feng wouldn't even consider cooperating with the other party. Wan Rong leaned on the chair, pressed it to creak, and began to be a bit intentional. Mr. Shen, we are both women, some things are not good to put on the table, but you also understand. I don't want to beat around the bush, I have my eye on Lu Feng. You open a price, turn to me, I sign him to ensure that I will not treat him poorly, the future of our cooperation long and long. If you really can't, I'll introduce my company's models to you, whoever you have your eyes on, I'll give them to you. If you can't part with it, we can still contact each other often. She raised her chin, her tone relaxed, as if she was talking about buying a very ordinary thing. There was no third person in the room, so she didn't hide it much. Originally, this kind of small cooperation was all done by subordinates, the level was not enough, she was too lazy to pay attention to it. When she saw the poster of Lu Feng's photo, she was madly moved. When you have money and status, you love this kind of thing. In such a comparison, the male models used in the past were all some kind of trash, completely incomparable. At the very beginning of the cooperation, Wan Rong had also tentatively said to call out for a meal together, but was rejected by Shen Feng. Now that the cooperation was successful, she couldn't wait to find Shen Feng to ask for this handsome male model. In her opinion, this Lu Feng was nothing more than a male model. It wasn't the first time she had done this kind of thing, there were a lot of male models in her company who had signed over because she liked them. Buy it if you like it, but don't sell it? Then don't blame me for using other means. At this moment, Shen Feng could not sit still, she now wanted to find a chance to send a message to Lu Feng, so that he did not come over, and then she hurriedly left this disgusting place. Not staring at herself, staring at Lu Feng. This was something she hadn't expected from the beginning. Mr. Wan, let's not bring this up again, I just want to do some good business. Shen Feng spoke with some displeasure. Fine, let's not talk about this, eat the food. Wan Rong also paused on this topic. Chapter 72. Lu Feng, looking at me? The two continued to chat idly. Although the topic just now was a bit unpleasant, Wan Rong didn't refuse to be annoyed, instead, she remained in a smiling manner. And she began to address Shen Feng as a good sister. Sister Shen, let me tell you, a woman should treat herself better. There's no money to earn money, can't I enjoy myself when I have money? Sister Shen, you're still young, the days of enjoyment are behind you, look at our company's male models, which one is not young and handsome and can talk? If you have your heart set on one, I'll call it in right now, and if you're not satisfied, you can change it. Wan Rong half drooped her eyelids, looking a kind of drunken look, but the tone of her speech had a kind of arrogant and domineering feeling. Shen Feng listened quietly on the side, her face had little expression, but in her heart she was already thinking about how to go about it. Had she known that the other party had their eyes on Xiao Feng, she might as well not come. Come on, I've met Sister Shen at first sight today, I'll pour it for you. Wan Rong said and was about to go pour the wine. However, Shen Feng reacted faster. Picking up the bottle with one hand, her other hand didn't move to protect her own wineglass, pressing down on Wan Rong's arm to smoothly get up to pour her wine. She is not a newly graduated college student, she has been working alone for so many years, and she knows a lot of the twists and turns in her mind. The cup does not leave the hand, the eyes do not leave the cup, handing the wine does not drink. Such vigilance and habits allow her to avoid a lot of table tragedies, although also lost a lot of cooperation opportunities, but always physical and mental safety. And even when facing the female boss, she still kept a wary eye. How can I let Mr. Wan pour me a drink? I'll fill it up for Mr. Wan. I wish Mr. Wan good luck in his career. After saying that, Shen Feng finished the small glass of white wine in one gulp. The bottom of Wan Rong's eyes were obscure, he raised his glass and finished it in one drink. I'm going to the restroom, you eat first. Shen Feng was delighted in her heart, there was a chance to send a message to Xiao Feng. After waiting for Wan Rong to go out, Shen Feng hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Feng. Shen Feng, where have you gotten to, little Feng? Buzz. The opposite side replied in seconds. Lu Feng, almost there, came by subway. Shen Feng, after you arrive, just wait for me outside. On the subway. Lu Feng stood in the corner, face wall reading novels, off-peak hours, the subway is also crowded. Behind him was a girl in a cool dress, with his height, as soon as he lowered his head, he saw a flash of holy light. In order to prevent embarrassment, directly faced the wall to read a book. However, when he saw the message from Shen Feng, he slowly furrowed his brows. Lu Feng had always liked to save for a rainy day, and was also used to thinking of things in a bad way to facilitate preparation. Seeing this message. Waiting outside? Did something happen? Crackling typing. Lu Feng, something happened? Shen Feng, cat spreading her hands. JPG? Shen Feng, something's wrong, but it's not me, it's you. Shen Feng, and I dined with this female boss, who has her eye on you, and asked me to transfer you to her. Shen Feng, and she likes to keep a little white boy. The moment he saw the message, Lu Feng froze, then looked confused. Shin Feng, and she likes to keep a white boy. Lu Feng froze the moment he saw the message, and then was confused. What did I do? Lu Feng? Shin Feng, I guess it's because I saw your poster. There's no way, you're too handsome, too charming. One glance made the other boss's heart flutter. Lu Feng, too handsome is also a sin. Shin Feng, so you'd better wait for me outside, or maybe you come in and have some too? I'll protect you. Lu Feng, forget it, I'd rather stay at the door. I'm too lazy to mess with this kind of person. Just call me if there's something wrong. Lu Feng skimmed his lips. It was sincere. A boss who likes to harbor a gigolo can be a good person? Shin Feng, witty choice, reward you at night. Lu Feng looked up. The next stop is the destination, almost there. Wan Rong went for 5 or 6 minutes and then came back. She even strangely touched up her makeup. Back. Wan Rong returned to her seat, smoothly took out a pack of lady cigarettes from her pocket, and just held it in her mouth, ready to take the lighter and light it. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she looked at Shin Feng. Want one? No. Shin Feng waved her hand repeatedly. She doesn't smoke and doesn't really like the smell of smoke, but after so many years of socializing, she is also used to the smell of smoke at the dinner table. Don't mind if I smoke one. Wan Rong asked this, but in her hand, she had already lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, her obese face full of enjoyment. It's said that this thing is harmful to health, but it does relieve stress. But one a day will do. Being Wan Rong so said, Shin Feng is not good to say something else, plus the box has a ventilation fan, smoke it. The distance is a little close. The flavor of cigarettes, if not seemingly wafted over, was smelled by Shin Feng. The flavor is a bit like aromatherapy, but not unpleasant, but Shin Feng does not know how to smoke, and can only think that it is the flavor of some special brand of cigarettes. The corner of Wan Rong's mouth rose in an imperceptible arc, revealing a treacherous smile. The cigarettes were certainly not ordinary cigarettes. Some special medicinal powder was added inside, mixed in the tobacco and lit together. It would release a light fragrance. Smelling it for a while would make people delirious and easy to pass out, and the effect was even better when paired with alcohol. This was something she had bought at great expense. She had just gone out to find someone to take the cigarettes and the antidote in advance. This kind of dangerous stuff definitely wouldn't be put on her body. There were 2 male models eating in the room next to her, which she had arranged long ago. If Shin Feng had agreed just now, she would have asked this Lu Feng to come over to eat with her, and then take the opportunity to pour some wine and get someone drunk. The 2 male models next door would just be able to assist Lu Feng away, and use the excuse that the restaurant was drunk to cover up. It was seamless. If a man helps a drunk woman, it may cause some people to be alerted. But if a man helps a man, no one will care. As for the follow-up, there were ways to take it. But Shin Feng didn't agree just now, so let's use the second method. Light up this special cigarette, mesmerize Shin Feng, and then take her cell phone and ask Lu Feng to come over, and then proceed to fill up the wine. Moreover, she also knew that Lu Feng was not very old and had just graduated not long ago. This kind of youngster is the best to pin down. Threats plus big cakes, and then money, cars and gifts, and it was still not a casual flirtation. This is not the first time she has done this, and even one of the male models next door was taken advantage of the fact that he had just graduated not long ago, and was taken down with this combination of punches. Wan Rong took another deep breath of smoke, slowly spit out, smoke in front of the diffuse open, eyes flashing with confidence and excitement. Borrowing the dense smoke cover, she glanced disdainfully at Shin Feng again. Asked you to give you face, but also really stomped on the face. Waiting to get Lu Feng over, I will directly withdraw from the cooperation. By then you have 2 empty. I think it must be very fun. Thinking like this, the corners of Wan Rong's mouth slowly rose, her smile was full of self-satisfaction, and she even opened her cell phone to take a look at Lu Feng's poster. She was already a little impatient. Handsome looking and at the fiercest age. So looking forward to it. Chapter 73. Unable to defend against magic attacks. Shin Feng felt a bit off. Her head was a bit dizzy. After shaking her head and drinking some ice water, that dizziness still didn't go away, but instead got stronger and stronger. Even her eyelids were too heavy to open. Am I drunk? Not right. Shin Feng forced to get up the spirit, although drinking a lot of wine, but her alcohol is how much heart is a number. This point of wine, not to mention drunk, down to the stomach are not much feeling. Wine is their own personally opened, and did not let Wan Rong pour wine, and did not even let her close to their own wine glass. There is something wrong. A wisp of fragrance drilled into Shin Feng's nostrils. Fresh fragrance. There was something wrong with the cigarettes. Before going out, Wan Rong didn't even smoke, and she didn't have any abnormalities. When Wan Rong started smoking after she came back, she gradually became sleepy. Shen Feng quickly thought of the key point, pinched her thigh hard with her fingernails, the sharp pain cleared her brain, and she decisively got up. Also without speaking, picked up the bag and stumbled towards the door. Cooperation? Business? None of them were as important as people. Seeing Shen Feng's unsteady walking appearance, Wan Rong's heart was happy. The drug effect came up, but it was a lot slower than imagined. The cigarette was almost burned out. Mr. Shen, what are you doing to go? Said Wan Rong directly got up and walked over, ready to forcefully pull Shen Feng and press her on the chair. Immediately call Lu Feng, cannot let this woman run away. Shen Feng's mind was dazed, subconsciously tugging on her bag strap and flinging it towards the inside, sweeping down quite a few plates on the table. Bang! The plates fell to the ground and shattered. Wan Rong took 2 steps back, fearing that the broken porcelain would stab her leg, and the expression on her face became sinister. Solely not going to chase, sat back again, quietly lit up a cigarette, as if waiting for something. The sound of the plate breaking caused the attention of the 2 male models outside the box. Immediately pushed the door in, saw the mess in the room, and was not too surprised. Sister Wan? Wan Rong held a cigarette in one hand and beckoned, put her over there and bring her cell phone. The 2 male models had lewd smiles on their faces. When this woman struggled in a while, they could still take advantage of the situation. However, looking at this Mr. Shen, with her flowery face and figure, the same are both female bosses, how come the gap is so big? The 2 male models couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Lu Feng, who they hadn't met before. A moment later, when this Shen completely fainted, to have a good time. They are all male models, what kind of innocence do they pretend to have there? And this is not the first time to do this. Encountered a small company, their own boss to play male models, they can also take the opportunity to play the opposite boss, anyway, after drunkenness do not know anything. The boss has the money and power, the small company cannot resist. Originally the beginning of the male models were still very resistant, but after a long time, they gradually addicted down. Anyway, it is to pay 100 million points of innocence and dignity. Come to this kind of drunken environment, enough to make people lose everything. The 2 male models, one on the left and one on the right, intended to clip Shen Feng. Mr. Shen, you're drunk, let me help you, don't bump into it. But without waiting for the 2 to get close, the door of the box was kicked open with a bang. Lu Feng rushed in with a gloomy face and kicked at the nearest male model, as if he had been hit by great luck. The male model flew out directly backwards. Then a hand directly to the second male model, horrible hand strength, the male model's face was swollen high, directly ahead fainted and died. Lu Feng stepped forward and took Shen Feng's shoulder with one hand. Sister Shen, it's me. The familiar scent, the sturdy arm, made Shen Feng instantly burst with a sense of security, directly giving up all her defenses and leaning on Lu Feng. Little Feng. Instantly, that reassuring body fragrance ran into Shen Feng's nostrils, and the dizziness in her brain, surprisingly, disappeared quite a bit. The strike was nothing more than a flash of lightning. After Wan Rong was stunned, her eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Feng. He was Lu Feng. The real person was even more handsome than the photo. His stance was upright and his muscles were powerful. There were a few moments of the young man's frivolity and a few moments of the mature man's steadiness. Especially the way he struck out just now, it was simply too manly. Wan Rong had even begun to fantasize that it wasn't Shen Feng in his arms, but herself. How good would that be? As for the 2 models who were beaten, let's just take the beating. They looked feminine, had a twisted posture, spoke in a girlish manner, wore their hair parted in the middle, and wore makeup that was even thicker than her own. In comparison, these 2 male models are disgusting. What a terrible life they had in the past. Wan Rong casually threw away the cigarette in her hand and showed off the various expensive jewelry in her hand. Her eyes were undisguised admiration and desire. You're Lu Feng, right? What a handsome young man. How about it, do you want to come to sister's company? How much your Mr. Shen gives you, I'll give you 10 times. Serve your sister well and she'll give you whatever you want. Hearing this, Lu Feng's anger couldn't help but rise, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Still really looking at me. So blatant, not even hiding it? What a abstraction. Seeing Lu Feng frozen there, Wan Rong thought he was thinking and couldn't help but increase the strength of his chips. How's that? I can also make you famous, do you want to be a star? I can also help you package in, you have such a good image, it's easy to make a debut. As long as you follow me, all of these can satisfy you. After returning to his senses, Lu Feng's body shivered violently. He wasn't afraid when he was fighting gangsters, and he didn't have any fear when he was rescuing people at the scene of a car accident, but he was truly disgusted now. Yanking over a clean chair, he helped Shin Feng to sit down gently, and watched Wan Rong frown straight away. Because the door opened and gushed in fresh air, coupled with smelling the body fragrance of Lu Feng's body, Shin Feng was now mostly awake, but still had little strength in her body, and could only pull at the corner of Lu Feng's coat with worry. Little Feng? It's fine, Sister Shin, you rest here first, leave the rest to me. Wan Rong frowned even tighter. She had now seen Lu Feng as her own toy. How could her own toy go and make out with other women? Lu Feng, either you follow me or I'll bankrupt your Mr. Shin and then let you follow me, choose for yourself. Her patience was really running out. Lu Feng's eyelids fluttered, not only looking at me, but also threatening himself and trying to bankrupt Sister Shin. There was also the fact that he rushed over just now because he heard Shin Feng's heart. Use the smoke to confuse Shin Feng, and then do some other misbehavior afterward, right? Men know men best, what they think. Lu Feng's heart is clear. Good. Lu Feng walked towards Wan Rong and picked up another case of beer under the table. What do you mean, you want to adopt me? Wan Rong sat steadily in her chair, nodding her head even though she didn't know why this handsome man was carrying a case of beer over. That's right, it seems like you understand. What, come over and toast me? It's okay, but next time drink white beer will make the body out of shape. Hearing this pretense of a delicate voice, coupled with this fat head and greasy appearance, Lu Feng's heart burst with nausea. Simply have a kind of journey to the west to descend to the devil chapter pig just hyena show pig head, with Lin Dayu posture to speak, the key voice is still damn hard to hear. Convinced, magic attacks cannot be defended. Lu Feng came to her side, picked up a bottle of beer, flexed his fingers and flicked it, and the cap fell off. Then the bottle was upside down on Wan Rong's head. Wow! An entire bottle of beer poured onto her head. A moment later, a pig-killing squeal rang out. You, playing nasty with me, huh? In the next second, Lu Feng raised the empty bottle and ruthlessly smashed it on Wan Rong's head, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Chapter 74, The Aftermath of an Interview. 3 empty beer bottles smashed down in a row, and the room went quiet. Blood flowed down from Wan Rong's forehead. She was also resistant to the beating, her body swayed, didn't faint, and looked at Lu Feng with fierce eyes. Constantly screaming. How dare you hit me? You're finished, the rest of my life is finished. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Feng slapped him again, then wiped his hand with a paper. What? Want to call the police? I can help you. Lu Feng said lightly. Calling the police is saving you, you wait for me. I'm going to kill you, and that Shin Feng, I'll kill you both. Wan Rong screamed with her cloaked head. Lu Feng snorted, fine, I'll wait. Then another bottle smashed down, this time directly knocking Wan Rong unconscious. Lu Feng didn't plan to call the police. Calling the police could be too cheap for her, besides, it wouldn't be of much use to this kind of rich person. He had his own ideas. Today, he just obtained into the dream, it is just right to try it out. The male model who was kicked in the stomach at the very beginning was still awake, with severe pain coming from his abdomen, constantly vomiting. When he saw Lu Feng looking over, his legs stirred chaotically as he moved backward, a look of fear on his face. Lu Feng gave him a disgusted look, picked up a bottle of wine, this time he didn't bother to pour out the wine, and casually smashed it down. Calling the police? The male model subconsciously nodded, then desperately shook his head again. Lu Feng sneered, took a plastic bag from the table, and took the cigarettes out of the other's pocket. The male model was in a hurry, there was something hidden in the cigarettes, but it couldn't be spread out. But Lu Feng casually copied a beer bottle smashed down, the other side suddenly stopped. Then, as in the same way, the other person's cigarettes out, put in a plastic bag to save, and even 2 people just smoked half of the cigarettes also picked up, put together. Be prepared. Lu Feng took a beer bottle and knocked the male model's head. Remember to double compensate for damaged things, understand? A sharp pain came from the male model's head, but he was wide awake. I'll compensate. Only then did Lu Feng put down the bottle in his hand and turn towards Shin Feng. For everything Lu Feng did, Shin Feng didn't stop him, and a trace of sweetness rose in her heart. This was her man, daring to stand up for her. If the cooperation collapses, then it collapses. If something happens behind, the big deal is to sell the company and go somewhere else, definitely not to let little Feng suffer. Lu Feng heard this heartfelt voice, his heart warmed, picked up Shin Feng and stroked the broken hair on her forehead. Let's go. Before leaving, he also told the restaurant owner that the person who compensated was lying inside. As for whether any passers-by called the police, Lu Feng didn't care. At that time, it wasn't certain who was in a hurry. There were some things that could not be put on the table even if one had status and assets. The Primera was parked in a space on the side of the road, and the two of them, hand in hand, strolled on the bridge by the river, just like many other couples. Moonlight was rubbed into the river, and cruise ships with flashing lights passed under the bridge. The evening breeze was gentle, blowing the hair of the two. Lu Feng sighed, "What a surprise." "What?" Shen Feng froze for a moment. "I didn't expect that the one who ended up staring was me," Lu Feng said helplessly. Shen Feng couldn't help it, and with a derisive expression, she wrapped her arms around him. "Who made you so handsome? However, it's good that you came over in time, otherwise. Alas, really didn't think that there is this kind of saying inside the smoke." She sighed, with gratitude and fear. "Yeah, it's also the first time I've seen it in reality. I usually only see this kind of thing in novels and TV shows," Lu Feng said. "By the way, little Feng, how did you know that something is wrong with me?" Shen Feng leaned on Lu Feng, tilting her small face curiously and asked. Lu Feng smiled. He was originally waiting at the door. But when he heard Shen Feng's heartfelt comment that she seemed drunk, he then realized that something was wrong and directly entered the restaurant. Luckily he came in time. "Maybe it's a heart-to-heart. You sent me a message. I felt that the opposite side was not a good person, then I rushed in to find you. How do I say I'm also a man?" Shen Feng nodded approvingly. After so many years of practicing, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. It was really abstract. "Still dizzy?" Lu Feng touched Shen Feng's long smooth hair. Shen Feng pasted over and had an epic overlung, with a face of enjoyment. "When I smell your flavor, I don't get dizzy anymore." Lu Feng lowered his head, looked at the attractive red lips, and pecked gently. If it wasn't for the crowd around, he really wanted to kiss for a while longer. At this time, Shen Feng's cell phone rang. The caller ID was Chiu Wen, the secretary. After connecting it, the cacophony of exclamations kept coming from the other side of the phone. "Mr. Shen, something's wrong," Chiu Wen said eagerly. Shen Feng was stunned and her expression grew serious. She didn't expect Wan Rong to move so quickly, and it had only been less than half an hour since she left. "I already know, I was at the scene. I'll go find a lawyer later. You stabilize the company first." Chiu Wen on the other end of the phone was confused, a bit not quite understanding what her own President Shen meant. Why did Mr. Shen want to find a lawyer when he was on fire overnight? Moreover, this interview was also with Mr. Shen, but Mr. Shen was at the company all this time. "Mr. Shen, why are you looking for a lawyer? Did you misunderstand something?" Chiu Wen said carefully. Shen Feng was equally baffled by this. Misunderstood what? Isn't there a problem on Wan Rong's side? It's not that. A few hours ago, Yunxiang Group released an interview video that had something to do with Lu Feng's car accident rescue, and the hot search exploded, and along with it, the video we shot for Lu Feng before also caught fire. We've been diverted. Chiu Wen excitedly finished this paragraph in one breath, afraid that Mr. Shen would misunderstand something. "Huh?" Shen Feng looked confused. "That means the company is fine?" Chiu Wen paused for a moment and hesitantly said, "Well, good things count as things." Shen Feng. "I know." After hanging up the phone, Shen Feng looked at Lu Feng with a complicated face. Originally, she thought that the company was going to have all sorts of negative problems. At that moment she even thought about selling the company and taking little Feng to which city. As it turned out, it wasn't a negative issue now, but a positive one, a big positive one. Shen Feng pursed her lips and spoke, "Little Feng, the company has rubbed off another wave of heat because of that interview video of yours." Lu Feng touched her head. "That's not very good. I helped you again." One sentence once again broke Shen Feng's inner defense. No longer caring about the crowd around her, Shen Feng stood on her tiptoes and kissed her fiercely. A moment later, Shen Feng's forehead pressed against Lu Feng's chest, tears hanging in her eyes. "Originally I thought I could raise you, but I didn't expect to be protected by you again and again. Little Feng, it's so good to meet you." Chapter 75 Kissing Don't Drive. The two of them blew in the wind at the riverside again, then prepared to go back. On the Primera, Shen Feng sat in the co-pilot and watched the interview video that topped the hot search. But in a few hours, the likes had already exceeded 1 million. There were even several official comments in the comments section. The most notable one was the comment at the top with over 100,000 likes. Posted by the official Linhai Fire Department, the comment was not long, just 4 simple words. Disaster relief heroes. The following are also neatly arranged in formation. Perfect rescue of more than 20 people on the bus. This feat, placed in the present, the gold content is self-evident. At the moment, this hero was sitting next to her. Feng leaned over and pecked Lu Feng. Reward you, hero. Sit tight, the hero is about to drive. Lu Feng's face was a smile that he couldn't hide. There were many titles that men couldn't resist. Hero was one of them. Feng continued to watch the video, and of course she noticed Lin Shua and Hong Guqiu in the video. During the car accident rescue, netizens had similarly filmed the two women driving the expensive luxury car in as a ladder. For a moment, she didn't know whether to sigh in admiration of bravado or courage. Hong Guqiu she did not recognize. But Lin Shua she knows, the president of Yunsheng Group. I did not expect it to be quite a coincidence. After all, the neighborhood she lives in is the real estate under the name of Yunsheng Group. It's that in this video, these two women whose posture is no less than hers, the way they look at Lu Feng's eyes doesn't seem quite right. But thinking about the kind of heroic deeds Lu Feng has done, it doesn't seem strange. Who wouldn't love this kind of man? The corners of Feng's mouth rose, and she continued to scroll through the comments. The following was hotly discussed, and many people were shouting. Isn't this my husband? This courage, this face value, this body, I'm shouting for my husband. Don't say, this dude is indeed handsome, my man Manuel Doghead. To give you the highest praise from a man, you're awesome. This dude also beat a robber. 2 slaps knocked him out. Slap the immortal. Lin Hai Batman? Brothers, the hero peak even shot Hiroko, I'm going to support it. The savvy netizens quickly found things Lu Feng had done before, including bravery in beating up muggers and shooting promotional videos. Many people expressed their support below. Feng rushed to open her company's account. The video that filmed Lu Feng had already been topped, and the number of likes had already exceeded 500,000 and was still rising rapidly. The flow exploded. Seeing this situation, Feng was inwardly surprised and a little helpless. The company had operated so many videos, and as a result, their combined influence was no match for Lu Feng's one video. Even if the cooperation with Wan Rong collapsed, with the traffic brought by this video, there would only be countless companies coming to the door to cooperate. The crisis had already been subconsciously resolved before it even appeared. Feng tilted her head to look at Lu Feng, her eyes shining brightly. How should I repay little Feng? I don't know what little Feng likes. Send a car? Why don't you give me a house? At night, ask little Feng what clothes and toys he likes me to wear, and have some fun together. As if thinking of something indescribable, Feng's face inevitably flushed, but because the car was dim, she wasn't afraid of Lu Feng seeing it. After all, this was the surprise. However, Feng didn't know that all her heartfelt thoughts were secretly heard by Lu Feng. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth rose. Sister Shin, you crotch-playing son of a, I'll have to educate you at night. But what is going on in front? The car gradually stopped. Lu Feng tilted his head to look at the front and realized in his heart that he was checking for drunk driving. What's wrong, little Feng? Feng also felt the car's speed slowing down and asked suspiciously, did something happen in front? Lu Feng put one hand on the window, it's fine, the DUI check. Soon, it was Lu Feng's turn. 2 traffic police came over, one of them holding a breathalyzer. Here, DUI check, cooperate. The traffic police side, not much performance, a surprise check tonight. As a result, an hour passed without a single DUI. It's a good thing, but there's no more performance. Well, no performance is no performance, after all, safety first. May the world know drunk driving, check this on the end of the work. Thinking of this, the alcohol tester in the hands of the traffic police drip 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 rang up. Look down, the data show 35. Frozen. 4 people froze. 2 traffic police outside the car, after a short period of concentration, happy. Before the end of the shift, the shipment. The car inland peak in Feng also froze. Feng naturally drank, but Lu Feng heaven and earth, he didn't drink at all. Come on, comrade, pull over to the side of the road, get out of the car hard to cooperate and blow again. The traffic policeman's expression became serious and knocked on the roof of the car. The other traffic policeman moved his body back a little, blocking Lu Feng's retreat. Lu Feng parked his car and simply got out of the car. He didn't drink, just blow. But when he got out of the car, the strong odor of alcohol emanated from his body with the wind. At the restaurant, when he smashed someone with a beer bottle, although he didn't get wet, he was still stained with a lot of alcohol odor. The two traffic police got serious. Drink a lot. Ah. Comrade, I really didn't drink, I was stained with the smell of alcohol. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. How can you blow out the odor of alcohol stained on your body? The traffic police adjusted the alcohol tester and handed it to Lu Feng. Come on, test it again. Lu Feng blew again. Drip drip drip. The alcohol tester rang again. The data showed 30. Both sides looked at each other. Traffic police, a little lower, not too much to drink, but it's over the limit. Ah, take a trip. Lu Feng's eyes glared. No, I really didn't drink. Later. I seem to know what's wrong. His brain turned fast and knew where the problem was. Comrade policeman, can you wait for me? I'll rinse my mouth, I know what's wrong. Lu Feng asked. The traffic cop with the alcohol tester nodded. Okay, rinse your mouth. Lu Feng blew out a low level of alcohol, and the second time was lower than the first. Plus, some food and daily necessities may also contain alcohol, so it was possible to give the opportunity to gargle or blow out on the side, and then test again after a few minutes. But if the first blowout of the alcohol content directly over 80, then the two comrades estimated that it is not so good to talk, if serious, may first take back to drink some sobriety tea. Feng got off from the passenger side, handed Lu Feng a bottle of water. She is firmly believed that Lu Feng did not drink. After repeating several times and using up a whole bottle of water, he looked at the traffic police. It should be okay, I'll blow another mouthful. The traffic police handed over the detector. Lu Feng blew a mouthful. This time the detector did not react. Lu Feng blew several more times, still no reaction. The traffic cop was surprised. What's going on here? Then he let Feng blow on it again, and the detector directly soared to 120. It's not broken. The traffic cop was stunned. Lu Feng blinked. Comrade traffic cop, I know what's going on. After saying that, he directly kissed Feng's small mouth in front of the eyes of the two traffic police. 2 seconds later, he blew again. Drip drip drip. The alcohol detector rang again. Lu Feng spread his hands with an innocent face. That's how it is. Chapter 76. Girlfriends love me. The two traffic policemen looked at each other in disbelief. What was going on? You try again. Lu Feng exhaled several times and blew again. The detector didn't respond. I'm kind of long in the tooth here. The traffic cop lost his smile and nodded his head, then teased. Then you've been kissing for quite a long time. Feng shyly lowered her head. Lu Feng, on the contrary, greatly embraced her. Alright, if you're fine, let's go. Remember to drink and don't drive. The traffic police reminded. Lu Feng was just about to get into his car when another traffic cop stopped him with a pensive face. Wait a minute, why do I feel that you look a bit familiar? Hearing this, the traffic cop with the detector stopped and looked at Lu Feng with a slightly off look. To be able to make a cop say that, there was a high probability that he had hit the jackpot. It was possible that he had encountered a wanted criminal. Lu Feng was happy. He probably understood why the other party looked at him familiarly. You should have swiped that video. I'm the one who saved people from the car accident. The eyes of the traffic policeman who was contemplating lit up. Right. It's you. I even swiped to that car accident and interview video just now. I said, why does it look more and more familiar? The traffic police officer with the detector in hand was also energized, his eyes glowing. Brother, hero. With such a straightforward compliment, it was Lu Feng who was embarrassed by the whole thing. Our team was just discussing you, that figure of you rushing in, so handsome. So what, Lu Feng, let's take a picture, so I can show it off to the team. No problem, come over here. The three men laughed heartily, and the distance instantly closed. Feng took the cell phone handed over by one of the traffic police and took pictures of the three men. You stand in the center. The three men adjusted their positions. Lu Feng stood in the center, and the two traffic police subconsciously held his arms. Lu Feng. How did it feel like there was something strange somewhere? In the end, the position didn't change and changed to Lu Feng's hands resting on the shoulders of the two traffic policemen. The three were about the same height and looked quite harmonious. Click. The shooting was completed. The two traffic policemen happily looked at the photo in their hands and asked their companion to send it over. Quick, send it over. Lu Feng spoke. Alright, then I won't bother the two of you on duty, I'll leave first. Upon hearing this, the two traffic police officers had serious expressions and stood straight. Salute the hero. Lu Feng saluted back with the same salute, and then got into his car and left. The two traffic policemen were once again on duty. In the car, Feng covered her mouth and smiled. I didn't expect that this would also be detected by the detector. It's not because you sucked too hard just now. Lu Feng teased. Feng blushed. Yikes. Don't say it. Hong family manner. In the kitchen, Hong Guqiu was stewing bird's nest. A few hours ago, her parents were relieved to see her return in one piece. When her mother, Xia Yunluo, saw the abrasions on her feet, she also did not hold back her red eyes. Put in the heart of the hand baby daughter, cannot see a little hurt. But thinking that this wound was to save someone from a car accident, Xia Yunluo's heart rose again with a hint of pride. Daughter grew up. I don't know what master is doing right now. It shouldn't be on a date with Shu Yu. Hong Guqiu glanced at the time and brought out the bird's nest, taking a small taste and nodding in satisfaction. The flavor is just right. Anyway, my relationship with master has skyrocketed. Master can only be mine. Hong Guqiu's eyes flashed with a smug light and greeted the housekeeper. The bird's nest can be served out. Okay. The butler signaled that the food could be served. Dining room. Xiuqiu, come, sit beside me. A kindly old woman beckoned. It was Hong Guqiu's grandmother. Coming. Hong Guqiu bounced over. Although her feet were injured, it didn't delay her skin. Her father, Hong Yulong, slatted his face. Don't bounce when you walk, you're so old, be more stable. The next second, Hong Guqiu came to Grandma Hong's side and pouted. Grandma, look at my father, talking about me again. Grandma Hong spoke. Yulong, don't be so serious at home. It's not easy for Qiuqiu to come back once. Put your paralyzed face away, don't take the company's set. Hong Guqiu made a face, slightly. The elders in the family, she and Grandma were the closest, because just Grandma supported her as a cook since she was a child. At that time, she asked, Grandma, is it okay if I want to be a cook in the future? Grandma replied, yes. As long as Qiuqiu likes it and learns to cook well, Grandma will be blessed. The other elders, including Grandpa Hong, didn't want Hong Guqiu to be a cook and wanted to train her to be the successor of the company. Although the direct line elders and her relationship has eased a lot, but that's no way out, and do not agree, Hong Guqiu ran to another city. Hong Yulong. I should have known to have another one. Grandma, quickly taste it, the bird's nest I stewed for you, it helps you sleep at night. Hong Guqiu brought over the bird's nest she had stewed herself and served a spoonful to Grandma Hong. It tastes good. Grandma Hong smiled and squinted her eyes. He, it's good that Grandma likes it. Hong Guqiu had a happy face. Ahem. Grandpa Hong coughed from the side. Got it. Hong Guqiu dragged his long voice and poured another bowl for Grandpa. Instantly, a smile also bloomed on Grandpa Hong's face, his beard trembled, and he glanced at Hong Yulong again rather smugly. Hong Yulong. Here, this is Mum's. Hong Guqiu poured another bowl for Xia Yunluo. Then sat back in her seat. They were all family, they didn't understand things when they were young, and when they grew up, Hong Guqiu could understand why they did what they did. Although she had always opposed her becoming a cook, she hadn't actually used strong arm tactics to force her to give up. Hong Yulong looked around the circle without moving and frowned. Why isn't it my turn yet? It should be my turn this time. There's still quite a bit of bird's nest left. Why isn't it pouring for me? Could it be that my expression today is too serious and not amiable enough? It can't be. I've asked Yunluo to look ahead several times. Hong Yulong was in a hurry. This is the bird's nest that my daughter poured, how come I'm the only one who didn't? Hong Guqiu sat in his seat with an old spirit, as if he had forgotten something. Hong Yulong's face was expressionless and he was a bit disheveled inside. Still angry? At this time, Xia Yunluo finally couldn't help herself and snorted out a laugh. Qiuqiu, quickly pour a bowl for your father as well, he's about to die of anxiety. Hong Yulong's body stood up, his eyes drifted towards Hong Guqiu's side every now and then, and quietly pushed the bowl towards that side again. Hong Guqiu couldn't help it either, and laughed out, then boarded up his face in the next second. No rush, it's all there. After pouring, looking at the bowl full of bird's nest in front of him, Hong Yulong didn't move and swept a glance at the bowls in front of the others, and was instantly proud and comfortable. I have the most. My daughter loves me. Chapter 77, not good, there's Xiaodeng. At the dinner table. The family ate in harmony. Despite being a wealthy family, there weren't any of those harsh eating rules. Xia Yunluo opened her mouth and asked, Qiuqiu, stay home for a few more days this time, don't run out again. Hong Yulong's ears perked up. No mom, I found a job, I'll have to work normally from now on, but I shouldn't leave Linhai for a while. Hong Guqiu said. Hearing about finding a job, the entire family's gazes looked over. Xia Yunluo was a bit stunned. You don't take over the family's tens of billions of dollars of business, you go out to work? What kind of job did you find? Working as a chef in Shuyu's hotel, I also worshipped a very powerful master, my cooking skills can rise again. Lin's girl? The crowd was stunned. Xia Yunluo looked at her daughter, feeling that she had changed quite a bit this time back. Didn't you and Shuyu always disagree? Why did you run to her? Hong Guqiu showed a smug look, puffing out her chest and raising her head. Shuyu's hotel catering had a problem. Knowing that I'm a good cook, I kept requesting me to stay there as a chef. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, always feeling that this is half true or half false. But it was good, this way at least they didn't run around. At this time, Hong Yulong's phone rang. After answering it and hearing the words of the secretary on the other side, the expression on his face changed again and again. Finally, he said I know and hung up the phone. Something happened to the company? Xia Yunluo saw that his expression was not right and opened her mouth to ask. Hong Yulong nodded, don't worry, it's a good thing. After saying that, he looked at Hong Guqiu with a somewhat strange expression on his face. Just now, the secretary called, because of a video released by Yuncheng Group, his company had saved more than $1 billion in advertising fees. And the reason for that was that the video featured his own daughter and was personally involved in a car accident disaster relief. So it became one of the hot searches. Hong's Pharmaceutical Group's $1,000, driving at the scene of a car accident and rescuing people. What are you looking at me for? Hong Guqiu was a bit uncomfortable. Hong Yulong coughed lightly and slowly spoke under the gazes of the crowd. Yuncheng Group released a video interviewing the heroes of the disaster relief, and one of the people who appeared in the video was Zhou, and the rest of the people were the Lin family's girl and that youth named Lu Feng. For this reason, it's equivalent to giving us a free advertisement, saving more than $1 billion in advertising fees. Damaging a Bentley in exchange for more than $1 billion worth of advertising fees. A blood profit. Grandma Hong and Grandpa Hong looked at Hong Guqiu in shock. They didn't expect the little girl to do such a big thing without saying a word. Hong Guqiu froze for a moment, and immediately became godly. What a fuss, how do you say I'm also a part of the Hong family? It's only natural to help the company make money. In the future, maybe the Hong family is going to be glorious in my hands. Hong Yulong nodded his head, but was a bit tense again. Splendor in your hands, forget it. Just don't bankrupt me. I can't help my daughter up, so I can only wait for the future to support my grandchildren. Luckily, he was in good health, and it wouldn't be a problem to last another 20 years or so. However, Zhou, compared to over $1 billion in advertising and your safety, I still prefer your safety. Seeing justice and saving people in a car accident, you did a great job, Dad is proud of you. These words came down, leaving Hong Guqiu a bit at a loss for words. He could only cough dryly to hide his embarrassment and muttered in a small voice, I know. Xia Yunluo's face was filled with laughter, arrogant husband praising his daughter. This scene was really rare. But it was going to be her turn to gossip. Zhou, this Lu Feng, do you know him? Xia Yunluo asked with a smile. Of course, he is my master. Cooking is the best person I've ever seen. People are also good, handsome. Said Hong Guqiu on Xia Yunluo's and smiling expression, suddenly blushed, stepped on slippers de left. Oops, I'm full, going upstairs. Hong Yulong was immediately alert when he heard this. Not good, there's Xiaodang. Chapter 78 Super Powerful Ability Entering Dreams. The entrance to the Fairview Mansion. Good evening, Brother Feng. Tough on duty. The Primera drove into the underground garage in the envious eyes of the security guard on duty. Worthy of being Brother Peak, this soft rice tastes too good. The two of them got out of the car and went upstairs. Just after closing the door, Feng couldn't wait to stand on her tiptoes and kiss them. Outside so little time enough who kissed It lasted until it was a bit suffocating, and only then did Feng parted with a sense of exhaustion. With her mesmerized eyes and seductive red lips, she looked like she wanted to take a bite. The body is full of wine breath, I'll go take a shower first. Feng said. Lu Feng, however, had a serious face. According to some video number nonsense, global water resources are a bit strained, so in order to conserve water resources, let's get together. Feng revealed a flirtatious smile, her long tongue licked at her lips. Since water resources are so tense, it can't be helped. 2 hours later, inside the house. Feng had a flushed face and rubbed her half-dried hair, but she opened her mouth with some worry. Will it be too much? It won't affect your body, right? That's just where it is. Lu Feng smiled crookedly, took 2 steps forward, picked up Shen Feng and bit her earlobe. You don't think this is the end? With Lu Feng's current strength, holding Shen Feng was simply effortless. Shen Feng gave a cry and buried her head on Lu Feng's shoulder. Hoo hoo hoo. Lu Feng took the hairdryer and helped Shen Feng blow her hair. Little Feng, you don't need to worry about today, no matter what happens, everything has me. Shen Feng spoke firmly. Definitely won't let little Feng be wronged, big deal, sell the company. Lu Feng's heart warmed, okay, don't worry, but maybe they didn't put this at ease and won't come to trouble us. I hope. Shen Feng said this on her lips, but in her heart, she had already begun to plan a countermeasure. Lu Feng continued to blow on her hair, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Looking for trouble, that had to have the opportunity to look for trouble as well. 20 minutes later, Shen Feng looked at her smooth hair and nodded with satisfaction. Blowing is good, hey, not worse than Mr. Tonio. Alright, time to sleep. Lying on the bed, smelling the nice aroma around her, Shen Feng's heart was incomparably stabilized, and in no time, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lu Feng next to her also slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Feng was standing in a bright starry sky. Around him floated dream bubbles that shimmered with different lights, of different sizes and colors, and they could vaguely see the scene inside through the surface film. Lu Feng looked around, he was in the middle of the void. Up and down, left and right, near and far, there were all these dream bubbles floating in the void. The dream bubbles that were close by were the size of a fist or a glass ball, while the ones that were far away had all turned into dust and stars, constantly flickering. He had a feeling that as long as he moved his mind, these dusty dream bubbles would instantly come over, and he himself could instantly arrive in front of any of the dream bubbles. This is the dream realm? It's practically the same as the universe. Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel. A few minutes ago. After irrigating Shen Feng, Lu Feng went to sleep and unleashed his ability, Dream Entry, to come to this place. Is this Enter the Dream? What a magical ability. Lu Feng strolled through the void. Although his feet seemed like an abyss of 10,000 feet, he didn't have any fear. Instead, it was supposed to be like this in general. Lu Feng casually beckoned and a colorful dream bubble floated over. It then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into it. A middle-aged man with somewhat thinning hair was working seriously in front of his desk. Lu Feng circled around him a few times and even floated cross-legged in front of him, but the man was oblivious. Working even in your dreams, you're really curly, but you're lucky to be the first one to run into you. Lu Feng's mind moved, and his surroundings changed instantly. The original office building disappeared, replaced by a grassy field, a few high school-looking students playing soccer, and the middle-aged man with thin hair also became a high school student. His hair was still thin, but it looked a lot happier. Inside a bedroom, the middle-aged man with thinning hair was lying on the bed asleep, his original slightly wrinkled eyebrows slowly stretching. This ability is really good. Lu Feng turned into a stream of light and left this dream bubble, continuing to observe the other dream bubbles. TSK, this is cultivating immortality, not bad, but why are you stepping on leaves and can't even afford a flying sword in your dreams? This parachute. Stimulation battlefield. But holding a Gatling is not a little excessive. Holy, how is this still a sex dream? Or Mr. Hashimoto, didn't look at it less, that's not cheap, change it to your homeroom teacher. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and changed the person when the dream bubble owner was about to get on base. Snap. The dream woke up. Inside the dimly lit dormitory, a dumbfounded boy slowly opened his eyes, a little dazed. When he felt the difference in his pajama pants, his face changed, and after realizing that his roommate was still sleeping, he quietly got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Fun. Lu Feng explored other people's dreams like a curious baby, and the dream and reality were detached from the time limit. A day or two or even longer passed in the dream, the reality might be less than a minute. But soon, a strange feeling rose in Lu Feng's heart, like a reminder and a warning. This is danger precognition, reminding me that I can't indulge in the dream world, is it? Lu Feng rubbed his chin and looked around. This kind of ability was indeed mesmerizing. In dreams one is an omnipotent god, waving one's hand can change the world and manipulate everything. If one is addicted to it, one might not want to come out. Dangerous precognition, big kudos to you. Let's see what kind of dream Sister Shen had. Lu Feng's mind moved and a dream bubble glowing with white light floated over, and after taking a look, he nodded. There was no dream. It seemed that the quality of sleep was good. There were times when even if one had a good dream, one would still be tired after waking up. In that case, it's time to settle the score. Lu Feng sneered, having slapped Wan Rong at night, he had also marked a spot. With a thought, a pink and yellow-colored dream bubble appeared. Lu Feng turned into a recluse and entered it. Chapter 79. This soup is a little salty. Lu Feng floated in the air to take a look, and he was left with a disgusted look on his face. Below, Wan Rong was lying in a huge hot spring, and there were quite a few handsome boys standing respectfully both inside and outside the pool. A few pinched shoulders, a few pinched legs, and a few fed fruits. Tisk, it's still a beautiful dream. Lu Feng couldn't help but curse, since you like dreaming so much, let's have a few nightmares first. Let me see what you're afraid of. Lu Feng focused his mind. Soon, the surroundings began to change, the hot springs disappeared and quickly turned into high-rise office buildings. Wan Rong's company's benefits began to decline, the capital chain collapsed, and the male model she toyed with turned out to be her master, constantly beating and abusing her. Sure enough, bankruptcy is indeed terrifying for capitalists. After the short experiment just now, Lu Feng had already figured out the wonderful use of the ability to seduce the opponent's greatest fear in a dream. It was also possible to utilize the realism of the dream to trap the person in the dream forever. Trying to trap someone in a dream was simple because most people didn't realize that they were dreaming when they were dreaming. By utilizing this and continuously deepening the layers of dream reality, one could trap a person in a dream forever. The outside world becomes similar to a vegetable. After a long time, the person would die in the dream world and the brain would be brain dead. However, Lu Feng didn't intend to directly trap Wan Rong in a dream. Now that she couldn't wake up, it was expected that the people around her would associate him with Xin Feng. After all, after beating someone tonight and not being able to wake up the next day, there were suspicions any way you think about it. Let her and those two male models have nightmares for a few days, torture them first. The taste of not sleeping for a long period of time can drive a person crazy. Splat! Lu Feng snapped his fingers, and the male model who was beating on Wan Rong ended her with a knife. In the next second, the dream bubble shattered. Inside a luxurious bedroom, Wan Rong woke up violently from her bed, gasping for air, her body in a cold sweat, her head still bandaged. After waking up, not only were the images in the dream not forgotten, but they became even more real, so real that they could even feel the pain on their bodies. Damn, it must be the relationship between being beaten by Lu Feng at night. Wan Rong glanced at the two sleeping male models beside her. After leaving the hospital at night, she recalled two male models to come and accompany her. Mard, I even let you guys be my masters. Thinking of this, Wan Rong's heart was a burst of anger, and she kicked the two male models beside her to wake up. Get the hell up! The two male models got up in a daze, their faces displeased. Sister Wan, what's wrong? You tell me, get the hell over here. Isn't it going to be over? One of the male models was a bit resistant, coming over in the middle of the night, being nauseated. It was hard to go to sleep, how could they still want it? Slap. A slap loudly slapped on the male model's face. Wan Rong pointed to her nose and cursed, did I give you face? You don't want to work anymore, right? Go down and kneel. Seeing that the male model didn't move, Wan Rong slapped her mouth again. What? Do you want me to tell your parents, your girlfriend, what you do every day? The male model succumbed, slowly getting off the bed and kneeling down in humiliation. And you, continue from earlier. After a few minutes, Wan Rong was finally satisfied and comfortable, intending to go back to sleep. But just seconds after lying down, the familiar nightmare appeared again. This night, it didn't matter if it was a pill or a massage. As soon as she entered sleep, she would be awakened by this nightmare. For one night, there was no sleep at all. Lu Feng stood in the dream space and watched as Wan Rong's dream bubbles appeared, shattered, and repeated over and over again. This is just the beginning, slowly experience the days behind you, time is running out. Then with another wave of his hand, two colorful dream bubbles appeared in front of him. These were the dream bubbles of the two male models who were with Wan Rong at night. One wasn't dreaming, and one was dreaming about playing a game. Lu Feng didn't bother to explore, his mind immersed and guided the most feared thing in the other person's mind, changing the sky and the scene instantly changed. However, after only one look, Lu Feng felt spicy, directly mosaic. The things that the two people were afraid of were surprisingly the same, both of them were having intimate contact with Wan Rong. Didn't dare to look, didn't dare to look. After increasing his strength, Lu Feng left the dream bubble here. Almost at the same time, the two male models woke up violently. This dream was too scary and too real. Even if it was disgusting during the day, they had nightmares when they slept at night. After slowing down for a while, the three of them fell asleep one after another. But just like Wan Rong, as long as they just entered sleep, the horrible nightmares would follow them like a shadow. It was impossible to fall asleep at all. Lu Feng was wandering in the dream space when he suddenly thought of something. Right, let's see what they're doing. Snapping his fingers, a green-colored dream bubble appeared in front of him. It was Lin Shua's dream realm. Lu Feng stepped in, the scene around him changed and saw Lin Shua reading a book in the president's office, with paper roses on the table. Lin Shua looked up as if she sensed something. Her face had a somewhat surprised and fluttering expression. Lu Feng, why are you here? Came to see you. This was Lin Shua's dream. Lu Feng did not hide his figure, nor did he intend to change her dream. He also wanted to know how her dream would evolve with his arrival. Just in time, go shopping with me. Lin Shua walked over and directly wrapped her arms around him. In the next second, the scene around them changed, and the two of them arrived at a shopping street in one place. Next, Lin Shua pulled him along to go shopping, eat snacks, and watch movies. What the hell? Dating me in a dream? Lu Feng was a bit confused. There was a bit of truth in the saying that the daytime thought about the night. Lin Shua always thought about Lu Feng during the day, so when Lu Feng came to her dream, this kind of thing logically appeared. But the dream didn't last long and the dream shattered. A person might not dream, or might dream a lot in a night, and it was normal to not dream after having a dream. Lu Feng also had no intention of intervening. Although the dream was good, a dream was just a dream. Next. Honggucho, the fiery red dream bubble. Going in, Lu Feng almost didn't strain himself. A large red hot spring with a large amount of chili peppers, scallions, and ginger floating above it. Then Honggucho coiled her hair and soaked in the hot spring, her two balloons slightly exposed to the surface of the water, and behind her, she leaned against a piece of mapo tofu. The face is still a look of enjoyment. Cooking yourself, this is too fiendish. Lu Feng muttered, deepen the dream for you, and savor it when you wake up. Immediately afterward, Lu Feng floated down and strutted over to the hot spring. The clothes on his body had turned into a bath towel casually wrapped around his waist. Say, is this considered a hot spring, a soup, or a bathwater? Ah. Lu Feng cupped his chin, thinking. Yikes. Master, you're here. Honggucho got up to say hello, and the two incandescent headlights shook Lu Feng's eyes. I boiled a pot of soup, come and taste it. Saying that, Honggucho reached into the hot spring, took out a spoon from somewhere, and sopped up a large spoon in front of her, handing it to Lu Feng. With her body slightly leaning forward, the inverted snow mountain trembled and the spicy soup flowed down from above, her big eyes blinking and blinking with anticipation. Lu Feng glanced at the blooming beauty, then looked down at the spoonful of soup and fell into deep thought. It smells quite fragrant, then. Taste it? Taking the spoon, he sent it into his mouth and barfed. It tastes good, just the right amount of spice, but I put too much salt in, it's a bit salty. Stupid master, it's not that the salt is put too much. Honggucho's face flushed red, picked up a piece of chili and threw it. It hit Lu Feng precisely and smashed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing. Honggucho laid back down again and continued to start boiling the soup. Lu Feng stood in the dreamland starry sky, smacking his lips, recalling the flavor from earlier. Still annoyed, it was already very salty. P.S. Great people, the 78th chapter is already out, does not affect the plot. Interested greatly can go back and take a look again, the plot package satisfied. Bow. Chapter 80, The Last Time. Lu Feng stepped out again and came to Chris's dream realm, a streaming dream bubble. Surveying the surroundings, the environment was familiar to him, it was Chris' home. Walking into the living room, Chris was having a fitness workout when he saw Lu Feng appear. Chris' eyes lit up. Lu, do you want to have a competition? Compete for what? Lu Feng asked curiously. This big foreign girl was working out in her dreams, it was really overwhelming. Chris came to the sandbag and punched out. The sandbag shook violently. How about it, Lu Feng, aren't I great? Chris had a proud face. Lu Feng blinked, was this her own inch punch stimulating her? That said, even materializing a sandbag in her dream was too much of a fight. Then let's put some more intensity on you, grow up. Saying that, he came to another sandbag, without storing up his strength and without a forward swing, he punched out. Bang! The sandbag was directly burst, and sand flew all over the sky, even drenching Chris. Blah 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 blah. Chris wiped a handful of sand from his face, stunned and dumbfounded. Snap. The dream was shattered. Lu Feng? Playing? Reality, in Chris' bedroom. The big blonde foreign girl was lying on the bed, opening her eyes in a daze. It seems like I dreamt about Lu Feng, something shattered. Chris woke up a little and went to the toilet with some chagrin. Half an hour later, Chris comfortably returned to the bedroom and continued to sleep with a smile on his face. Lu Feng strolled through the void as points of light streamed past around him. This is Miao Yong and Guahong Yuan's dream, go over and take a look. Miao Yong's dream was very simple. He was walking with a good-looking girl in the university playground, looking quite harmonious and loving. Miao Yong is much more handsome at this time than he is now. It's true that men are only the most handsome when they're just in love? With a turn, he came back to Guahong Yuan's dream, and after seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately felt a bit out of touch. God of War, Missy is in trouble, please return home quickly. A little brother wearing a suit and holding a phone in his hand hurriedly came to report, with warriors standing straight on both sides, the aura of solemnity austere. The man in front, clad in black robes and with his back to the crowd, slowly turned back and angrily roared. What? Quickly locate me and return to the country quickly. Hurry! After seeing the man's face, Lu Feng was stunned. It was none other than Guahong Yuan. Guahong Yuan, you didn't do this dream in vain at all. The scene shifted, more than a dozen armed helicopters went straight up into the sky, and more than 20 SUVs rushed into the distance. Lu Feng looked dumbfounded and muttered beside him, this is going back to the country? It's only strange if the border defense doesn't knock you down. You really don't need logic in your dreams, you didn't miss a thing in Return of the God of War. Lu Feng withdrew from his dream. He was afraid that if he watched any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from waking up laughing. Another dream bubble floated over. This one is Chen Tai's? Going in to take a look, Lu Feng's face instantly darkened. This dead fat man is still dreaming. The crowds of security guards stood in front of him with fawning smiles, taking turns to give him cigarettes and alcohol. Tisk, dreams and reality are opposite, aren't they? The great god of dreams gives you something fun for a change. Lu Feng waved his hand and the scene suddenly changed. Chen Tai appeared in the forest and was bewildered when a fishy wind appeared and a large spotted tiger appeared behind him. With a hiss, it opened its bloody mouth and rushed up, frightening Chen Tai so much that he screamed miserably, snotting and turning his head to run. Pa! Dream bubble shattered. Being scared awake. That's being scared awake. Lu Feng had a disappointed look on his face. However, he didn't intend to torture Chen Tai, just come over to scare him once in a while. Right, let's see what that painter Hu Yun is dreaming about. Lu Feng came to be interested. Would this kind of painter also have bad dreams in her dreams? However, he searched around and didn't find Hu Yun's dream bubble, and was suddenly confused. She can't be still sleeping. Inside the bedroom, the curtains were drawn to death. Hu Yun was wearing a small plaid skirt and was looking in the mirror, constantly adjusting the angle. She had wanted to roll her eyes, but she couldn't see herself in the mirror after rolling her eyes, so she had to give up. Not bad, really good, inspiration has appeared again. Ugh, I'm a girl who loves my body. Hu Yun hemmed and hawed, although she used a complaining tone, her face was full of smugness. After memorizing this pose and getting inspired, Hu Yun relaxed and sat on the floor, smoothly taking down a bunch of drawings from the table and muttering to herself. Very good, it feels like there are still a lot of places where this portrait can still be finely optimized. Hu Yun spread out the drafts, on top of which was a full body drawing of a drawn character, with a perfect golden ratio. On the top, a familiar handsome face appeared. The previous drawing was only 6 or 7 points similar to Lu Feng's, but now, it was almost exactly the same as the photo. It can't be helped, Lu Feng handsome, if you want to blame it, it's because you're too handsome, it has nothing to do with me. Before, she would still apologize to the portrait across the room, but now she directly opened the pendulum. It's not like he knows about Lu Feng anyway, he. She picked up a pencil and just leaned against the wall, drew out a brand new A4 paper and started swishing and drawing again. It feels bad though. But it's okay. It's a secret, I know. Lu Feng's side didn't know that he was being fantasized about, and after he was almost done playing with it, he suddenly thought of the girl on the rooftop looking at the stars. Su Shingu, what kind of dream would she have? With a movement of his mind, a light blue bubble appeared in front of him. Lu Feng turned into a wisp of recluse light and entered it, landing in a small amusement park that looked somewhat dated, surrounded by passing passers-by. Familiar music sounded, and Lu Feng looked inside to the carousel grounds. A cute little girl with a twisted braid was sitting on it, giggling happily, and constantly waving her hand towards the outside. Is this the Su Shingu from her childhood? Needy and so cute. Then she's waving at. Lu Feng looked in the direction that little Xingyu was waving. A woman who looked 7 or 8% similar to her was standing outside the field. Her temperament was dignified and gentle, and she always had a light smile on her face, someone who could tell by looking at her that she was very gentle. At this moment, she was also waving, responding to Little Star Moon. Chapter 81 Mom, I miss you so much. This should be Su Xingyu's mom, she's so good looking. Lu Feng marveled, hereditary from such a mother, it's no wonder she's so good looking. However, Lu Feng frowned slightly, he didn't know Su Xingyu's family situation. But the last time he happened to accompany her to look at the stars, he noticed something. Coupled with the takeout order, Lu Feng made a bold guess. There should be something wrong with Su Xingyu's family. Parents not getting along? Broken relationship? The worst-case scenario was that the mother was gone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let a child with a disabled leg live on her own. Although Su Xingyu didn't lack money, the suffering of a limb couldn't be compensated with money. Lu Feng clasped his arms to his chest and looked around. The environment and characters were real and lasted for quite a long time, but he could sense that this dream of Su Xingyu was not stable. It was possible to wake up from sleep and forget about it, or even not wait to wake up from sleep before this dream shattered and then quickly turned into other dreams that disappeared into the depths of his mind. It may be that with luck, you will have the same dream the next day. If one was unlucky, it might be a long time in the future before one would have a similar dream again, or even never have the same dream. Alas, it can't be helped, Elder Lu is too kind-hearted to see this. Lu Feng sighed, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Instantly, this dream world that was originally somewhat unstable became solid. The environment became lifelike, the characters became clearer and more three-dimensional, and the colors on Star Moon's mother became rich. Seeing the changes around him, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction and even took a marshmallow from a man's hand in passing. The man rejoined his girlfriend and was a bit bewildered when he saw that his hand was empty, and he immediately turned his head and prepared to buy another one. But his girlfriend pulled him back, and with a mysterious smile on her face, she took out 2 marshmallows from behind her and handed one of them to the man. Lu Feng smacked his lips. He could eat dog food in his dreams. Sure enough, a decade or so ago, there was still harmony between men and women. Taking a bite of the marshmallow, chewing on it. It tastes good, it's quite sweet. Then it's your turn next. Lu Feng unleashed his ability, tugging on Su Xingyu's subconscious mind, causing her to become awake and begin to realize that she was dreaming. Little Xingyu, who was originally waving her hand hard on the merry-go-round, suddenly froze. There was less childlike innocence and more clarity in her eyes. This is the carousel? Su Xingyu looked at her shrunken hands in confusion, as if she thought of something. This is a dream? A dream of clarity. Thinking of this, Su Xingyu's body trembled. The dream just now became clear at this moment. No, it wasn't even a dream, this was something that had happened when she was a child. When she was a child, she sat on the carousel, constantly waving to her mom, telling her that she was having a great time. That. Su Xingyu slowly raised her head and looked towards the field, her breathing suddenly stopping as tears came to her eyes. She saw the face that she had longed for. Mom! Lu Feng looked at the excited little Star Moon and unleashed his ability on Star Moon's mother, pulling her out of Su Xingyu's subconscious and making her more vivid. She wore a low ponytail and a plain light blue dress. In this way, it was no different from the real person. The merry-go-round slowly stopped under Lu Feng's control. Su Xingyu used the fastest speed in her life to rush down, over the fence, and pounced on the figure she had been thinking about day and night. With a light smile on her face, Xingyu's mom opened her arms. In one fell swoop, she caught Su Xingyue, who had flung herself over. Mom! Su Xingyue's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, her cheeks pressed tightly against that remembered temperature, greedily breathing in the scent of her mother's body. Mom, Xingyu misses you so much, Xingyu misses you so much. The woman gently patted Su Xingyu's back and whispered, Xingyu, Mommy misses you too. Mom, I miss you so much, do you know that after you left, they all bullied me? Su Xingyu bawled, her light voice becoming a little hoarse at this moment. She was complaining loudly to this woman she would never forget. Mom is here, Mom knows all. Feng Jing hugged Su Xingyu, and 2 lines of tears flowed silently down her face as well. She didn't know why she was here, but the moment she appeared, she knew how much her daughter had suffered since her departure. But there was nothing she could do. She had died in a car accident when Su Shingu was young, and Su Shingu's leg, too, was paralyzed because of the accident. Mom, I miss you so much. I have so many words, so many things I want to say to you. Su Shingu pulled Feng Jing and walked to the grass next to her and sat down. Feng Jing tenderly stroked her hair. Mom, listen, you tell Mom everything. Mom, I'm great, I've moved out on my own. I'll make my own money, I'll protect myself, I'll go eat good food, and I'll live well in the future. Look, I've grown up. Lu Feng stood not far away, quietly watching this scene. What happened in this scene was not under his control, and although he had the ability to change it, he wasn't that born to ruin it. Rather, he was quite happy to see this scene. The mother and daughter talked for a long, long time. Lu Feng also stood and watched for a long time. Until Su Shingu was tired of crying, biting her thumb and falling asleep on her mother's leg. Feng Jing just looked at her, stroking her flowing down hair over and over again, gently caressing Su Shingu's face, her eyes joyful and sad. Mommy, Su Shingu murmured. Mom is here, always. Feng Jing placed a gentle kiss on her sleeping daughter's face, placed her carefully on the grass, got up, and walked towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, it was with awareness. Feng Jing arrived in front of Lu Feng and bowed deeply. I don't know what kind of existence you are, I'm very grateful to you for letting me see my daughter once again. Lu Feng spoke curiously, what kind of existence are you now? Feng Jing shook her head a bit at a loss. I don't know, but when I met Shingu, I had some more memories of her in my head. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Was it because this was Su Shingu's dreamland? But looking at Feng Jing's independent thinking like this, it wasn't like Su Shingu's subconscious mind had manifested itself. Rather, it was very much like a saying. Dream entrustment. Lu Feng shook his head, too lazy to think that much. Things were good as long as they were good. Bug ran the show, he could still annihilate it or not. Please also unlock your control over Star Moon's dream world. Although the dream world is good, she has to live in reality after all. Feng Jing said softly. Lu Feng clasped his arms over his chest and spoke, undoing the dream realm, you might have disappeared forever. Next time, I can't guarantee that you'll still show up. It doesn't matter, Shingu has grown up, even without me, she can still live a good life, one can't always dwell on the past. Feng Jing turned sideways and looked at her daughter who was curled up on the grass, her eyes full of reluctance. Lu Feng did not say anything, silently lifting the control of the dream realm in his mind. Without his help in stabilizing this dream realm, this place would soon dissipate. Feng Jing bowed to him again and returned to Su Shingu's side, gently stroking her face and humming an unknown song. Chapter 82. I want to make progress so badly. Early the next morning. Su Shingu slowly opened her eyes, and in her blurred vision was the familiar ceiling. The things in her dream were still clearly seared into her brain. Wiping her face, the sides of her cheeks were covered in traces of tears, leaving dark marks on the pillowcase. Mom! I'll be strong. On the other side, several other people who had been entered into Lu Feng's dream also woke up one after another. Lin Shua woke up from the big bed, a flash of bewilderment in her eyes, her mind still recalling the image of her date with Lu Feng in her dream. A moment later, a hint of redness appeared on her cool face. Is it because I always think about him that I dream of dating him? Hong Gucho's legs were sandwiched between the quilt, and her playful feet scratched her legs as she gradually opened her mesmerized eyes. When she recalled last night's dream, her eyes instantly widened with an incredulous expression. I actually made Master drink my bathwater. Master even drank it. Did I turn out to be so perverted? Hong Gucho buried his head into the quilt and rolled around on the bed continuously. There were those who slept well, and naturally, there were those who didn't. Wan Rong and his two male models didn't sleep much all night, yawning. But this fat woman still remembered what happened last night. Immediately called the company to interrupt all cooperation with Shin Feng. Shin Feng ignored it. With the traffic Lu Feng brought, countless partners were waiting to work with her. Good morning, Brother Feng, what are you doing? Hua Hongyuan came over refreshed and handed Lu Feng a breakfast. It was so cool to be the god of war in my dreams. Morning. Lu Feng greeted without looking back, he was rubbing the bread in his hand and throwing it towards the front. Feeding the birds? Hua Hongyuan crouched down in surprise, a group of sparrows in front of him were hopping around and eating the bread crumbs. The birds that would normally fly away when they get close are now feeding not far away. Where is your vigilance? When he turned his head to look at Lu Feng's wrist, he was even more startled. 3 sparrows with smooth fur stood on it, pecking at the breadcrumbs in Lu Feng's palm. Brother Feng, these sparrows, it can't be that you raised them. Hua Hongyuan was surprised. Having seen parrot raisers, pigeon raisers, and eagle raisers, raising sparrows was really rare. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right, it's me who raised them loose. All the animals in the world were raised by him, he just hadn't gotten to meet them yet. As they were chatting, the cell phone rang. Miao Yong called. Brother Feng, there are a few police and media at the entrance, saying they want to interview you. Okay, I'll go over right away. Lu Feng stuffed the remaining half-piece of bread in his mouth and finished it, getting up to leave. Hua Hongyuan hesitated for a moment, didn't get up, and took 2 steps towards Sparrow's direction. Swish! A large flock of sparrows rushed up to the sky. Hua Hongyuan. Really, you are pets raised by Brother Feng. I am Brother Feng's #1 little brother here, we are the same. Still not allowed to touch. Doorway. Lu Feng saw several people in police uniforms chatting with Miao Yong from afar. Yesterday, he had already made an appointment with the official to conduct a publicity interview with the people's hero of Linhai City. Because it was an official from the city council, there was no way for a private company like Lin Shua to stop it. After approaching, Lu Feng also saw a familiar face. Officer Li? Li Yanmin smiled and took 2 steps forward, handing over the 2 brocade flags in his hand. Young hero, after the last time you saw the righteousness and courage, this time you saved people in a car accident, the word hero, it deserves to be called. Lu Feng glanced at the banner, too? Car accident to save a person to send a banner to reasonable, the remaining one side? Li Yanmin clenched his fist with one hand and covered his mouth with a dry smile. This kind of ordinary police officer in the precinct naturally has little qualification to come over to participate in the interview. If you save 1 or 2 people, it will not alarm the city council. But this kind of large-scale car accident, save more than 20 people, the leadership of the municipal bureau has been completely valued. In the second half of the year, they were worried about not having any outstanding performance. As a result, the city has a disaster relief hero. Absolutely positive image. At the end of the year to report to the province, that is not the head of other people. And it's not just about saving people, it's about saving the future. When Li Yanmin learned of this, he knew that he had a chance to improve. The last time I saw the righteousness, that is not his own team to solve the problem. Immediately introduced himself, Lu Feng I know, familiar. I even made a good banner overnight, the 2 things a merger, and the leadership of the city council photo, that the future may have the opportunity to further Leader, I want to progress too much. Lu Feng smiled meaningfully, how to say that he has also seen the full episode of In the Name of the People, and he still understands a little bit of the curves in it. He also did not say anything, selling a favor, maybe it can be used in the future. Lu Feng shook hands with the leaders one by one and greeted them, and the official media following the scene next to him captured this harmonious scene. The leader opened his mouth and said, "It's lucky for Linhai City to have a citizen like you." Lu Feng also knowingly responded, "I merely did what everyone should do. I'm not the only one present to save people, there are also many people who see the righteousness and courage, and likewise thanks to the professional rescue of the firefighters and paramedics, and here is a reminder to everyone, driving must abide by the rules of the road, and be safe and sound, the most important thing." Several leaders looked at Lu Feng with some surprise. Little comrade, very professional. Modest and courteous, not inviting credit, and even pointing out the topic at the end. Not bad, I think you can make progress. The interview was quick, plus these leaders were short on time, and left in less than half an hour. Holy, I just purposely got a little closer, and the camera seems to have captured me as well. I'm going to be on TV. You don't count as, Brother Yong and Brother Yuan dabbled in the light and were interviewed twice, that's what being on TV is all about. Yeah, envy, I'm already tired of talking about it. Miao Yong was smiling like a little cutie on the side. He was really on TV, even though it might only be for a few seconds, but it was a great event to shine. Hua Hongyuan couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising, but he still kept saying low key, and in his heart, he secretly marveled at his own cleverness. I am too far-sighted. In fact, interviewing the 2 of them was to find out how Lu Feng was normally like and get closer to the masses. The 2 of them were so excited that they almost didn't praise Lu Feng to the heavens. He works dutifully and is very popular among many owners. Lu Feng was listening to a big speechless next to him. Is this me you are praising? And Chen Tai next to him was about to pee in fear. In case someone said a slip of the tongue, the first time he received a gift to say out, then he is directly finished maybe directly a dragon to bring back. Fortunately, until the end, this did not appear, and when relaxed, Chen Tai's back was already wet. Wang Lang, on the other hand, stood aside with a calm face. After knowing that Lu Feng made a car accident to save a person, he never felt jealous of Lu Feng again. In that situation, if it was him, would he be able to do it? He couldn't guarantee that he would rush up. There was really something to be said for being able to be looked at by a rich woman. Got to learn. If I can learn a trick from Brother Feng, when I become good, then will I be able to gain the favor of a rich woman as well? Wang Lang thought so, and inwardly he was already convinced by Lu Feng. Brother Feng, I want to get better so badly. Chapter 83, What's Between Us Can't Be Measured by Money. At noon, Lin Shua's villa. Looking at the documents on the table, Lu Feng was a bit surprised. What's this? The transfer agreement of Yunqing Security Company. Lin Shua said, her cheeks reddening a little as her afterglow swept Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng, she thought of the date in her dream last night. Damn it, I woke up before I could feel it properly. If only I could be able to date in reality. Lin Shua continued to speak. The company has calculated that the revenue from that interview video is higher than expected and will probably continue to rise in the coming years. A company's thank you gift is far from enough, so I gave you another villa, right next to my house, and this card with $100 million in it. I know these are far from enough compared to the help you gave me, but I don't have anything but money. Of course, I'm not saying that I want to use money to measure our boundaries. Between us, it's not something that can be measured with money. I just feel that I should do something. I can't let you give unilaterally. As Lin Shua spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller, and her face became redder and redder. The usual sober brain was already pulpy. The more she spoke, the dumber her mouth became. Lu Feng saw that it was a bit funny. The normally thunderous and cool imperial sister had such a cute side. There is nothing but money. Listen, what is this called? Teasing her. Lu Feng dryly coughed. Shuyu, I didn't help you for money. Hearing this, Lin Shua's face went white with a swish. It's over, Lu Feng must have misunderstood me. I don't mean that. This broken mouth of mine, why can't I speak well today? Lu Feng, I didn't mean it that way. I know you're not in it for the money. Then I'll take it back, and you take it as if what happened today never happened. Can I cook for you? Lin Shua was so anxious that she couldn't speak. Lu Feng shivered, thinking of the shredded potatoes that turned into black lumps last time. Cooking for me, you want my life? At that moment, he pressed Lin Shua's hand. Don't, I'm teasing you. Of course I know what's in your heart, don't worry, it's very pure between us, not mixed with all this money. Lu Feng hurriedly comforted. Lin Shua froze, and didn't withdraw her hand. She just looked at Lu Feng. Really? Of course. After all, isn't it just about being grateful to me? I understand what you're thinking. Receive your gratitude, La. Lu Feng said with a smile. A bright light flashed in Lin Shua's eyes and her whole body sighed in relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Just now, thinking that Lu Feng had misunderstood her, it was as if she was panicking about something important leaving her mind. But if you say that you don't have anything but money, that's not true. Lu Feng said slowly. Lin Shua's heart tightened, not knowing what Lu Feng was referring to. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth rose. Of course it's you. Lin Shua froze. No matter how much money there is, in my opinion it can't compare to you. Look at you, you have a good figure, good looking, you know how to read books, you work thunderously, and you know how to be grateful, and you are sincere to your friends. Knowing you and becoming friends with you, this is the best gift. Lu Feng finished unhurriedly. As Lin Shua listened, her cheeks had involuntarily turned red, and her head felt like bubbling. Her onion-white fingers stirred in her lap. This. Me. Lin Shua's mind went blank as a set of sincere consecutive moves directly disarmed her. The corners of her mouth, however, were curling upwards uncontrollably. The panic in low spirits just now, to the joyful shyness now, the mood was up and down. Me. Knowing you is also my best gift. Lin Shua said in a small voice, feeling that her entire body was giddy, or was her usual thunderous temperament. Lu Feng laughed out loud. Lin Shua beamed and slapped him. No laughing. Lu Feng froze in his tracks. A petulant imperial sister can't stand up to her. At this time, the system that rested for a few days came out again. Mission: take Lin Shua shopping. Reward: unforgettable eyes. Do you want to go out for dinner and shopping at the mall in a while? Lu Feng shook the card Lin Shua had given him. I just credited an extra amount of money, giving you a chance to rip me off. Lin Shua's heart began to race. Eating together, is this a date? I think so. No, it's definitely a date. But to confirm, Lin Shua still asked, just the two of us? Of course, or you can also call up Chocho. Lu Feng said. No, just the two of us. Lin Shua hastily refused. Her own cheek was not as thick as Hong Gucho's. If she came, she would definitely pester Lu Feng the entire time, and after a long time, Lu Feng would definitely be taken down by her. She herself had to be a bit more proactive. Then wait for me to put on some makeup and change my clothes. Lin Shua had already started thinking about what she was going to do in the afternoon, while getting up and walking towards the bedroom. Okay, no rush, I'll wait for you. Tip, please be careful to imitate the above pulling, it requires modeling and good sensu. Lu Feng played Dreamland Smash in the living room for an hour. It was very enjoyable, ranked this kind of thing, stopped playing a long time ago. It's just that the diamond consumption is too severe, and when you can't pick your favorite randomly selected heroes, you have to hardwire diamonds to brush them out. Ta. The sound of high heels came from the stairs. Lu Feng looked up and a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. Lin Shua was dressed in a burgundy satin halter dress, wrapped in delicate curves. The high-waisted skirt emphasized the wasp waist and buttocks, the hem of the skirt stopped until the knee, revealing white and tender calves, and her delicate jade feet stepped on a pair of black high heels. Red lips and the cold white skin reflection is very eye-catching, long black hair draped over the shoulders, the whole person looks full of the temperament of the stranger do not enter. However, it was such a cold imperial lady who showed a smile to Lu Feng, came to the living room and slowly turned around. How is it, does it look good? Lu Feng stood up and took a serious look before speaking. Very nice, it suits you. Lin Shua revealed a smile of satisfaction, then picked up a lady's suit jacket and wore it on her body, covering her two snow-white jade arms and shoulders. You have to dress nice for dinner with you, but even better, only you can look. Lin Shua said, with a hint of teasing in her smile. Then didn't I just have a feast for my eyes? Lu Feng said. This action of Lin Shua putting on her jacket simply penetrated into his heart. Yes, only I can look. Alright, let's go. Came to the garage, did not choose two ostentatious Rolls-Royce, drove a Big Ben, out the door, straight to the city's largest shopping mall. Chapter 84 Fishing the President out of his mouth. The Big Ben was traveling smoothly on the road. Lu Feng opened his mouth and asked, Shuyu, what do you like to eat? Hot pot. Lin Shuyu answered without thinking, but after the words were out of her mouth, she regretted it a little. Life and work had made her develop a straightforward personality, saying things and rarely squirming. It was true that she liked hot pot, but she didn't know if Lu Feng liked hot pot. What if Lu Feng didn't like it? Hot pot, so picky. Lu Feng was surprised. I like it too. Lin Shuyu sighed in relief as a wave of delight surged through her heart. The mere fact that her hobbies were the same made her jump for joy. The two chatted idly and soon arrived at their destination. Let me hold your bag for you. Lu Feng spoke, I just looked around, it's the peak dining time, if you're not hungry, we can go inside the mall first. Lin Shuyu's pretty face flushed, she let out a new and obediently handed her bag to Lu Feng. He's still quite attentive. Today wasn't a weekday, the mall was still quite crowded and held quite a few activities. The two are tall, Lin Shuyue is wearing high heels, full of aura, walking side by side, male handsome female beautiful, appearing to be two people extremely well matched. From time to time, people on the road turned around to look at this high-color couple. There were also many men and women who wanted to ask for their contact information, but after seeing each other's face value, they lowered their heads in frustration. This made Lin Shuyue's heart constantly steal joy, and she leaned towards Lu Feng again. When the backs of her hands brushed against each other, it caused ripples in her heart again. Because Lin Shuyu was wearing high heels, Lu Feng's footsteps were slow. After Lin Shuyu noticed this, her heart was filled with small sweetness again. Hands touching again, so happy. Closer, touching again. Shuyu, there's a cat cafe over there, want to go and take a look? Lu Feng asked. Before, when he was in the Yunsheng Group president's office, he had seen some ornaments in the shape of cats, and the computer desktop was also a cute cat, thinking that Lin Shuyue should like cats. Lin Shuyue didn't respond, still immersed in the marvelous feeling of the back of their hands touching from time to time. Shuyu? Called again, still no response. Lu Feng grabbed Lin Shuyue's small hand and pulled her over. Yikes! Lin Shuyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and she was a little overwhelmed. Lu Feng, what's wrong? Lu Feng brushed towards her neck. Lin Shuyu subconsciously closed her eyes, but Lu Feng's voice came from her ears. Shuyu, like cats? There's a cat cafe over there. Ah? Lin Shua opened her eyes, a little dazed, and then turned to look in the direction of Lu Feng's finger. It was a rather large cat cafe, and there were quite a few couples inside who were teasing cats. Only then did she return to her senses, her cheeks tinted with a scarlet color. Oh, let's go take a look. Who would have guessed that she had just taken 2 steps when Lu Feng pulled her back, smoothing her bangs with his hand before pulling her to step towards the cat cafe. Lin Shua pursed her red lips behind her and touched the hair that Lu Feng had touched, her cheeks burning and her heart beating fast. Not far behind her, a girl with a camera watched the entire scene. The expression was joyful, revealing an ant's smile. So handsome, so pretty, so well knocked up. The two arrived at the cat cafe and there were a few people in line in front of them. The clerk was handing out shoe covers, sanitizing the area, and talking about the do's and don'ts of jerking off cats. Every cat had forbidden areas, such as not touching the cat's stomach, buttocks, and such. After entering the door, Lu Feng noticed that Lin Shu's gaze kept falling on the cats inside, almost as if she couldn't take her eyes off them. Shuyu, do you like cats a lot? Lu Feng asked. Lin Shu moved her gaze away fondly and nodded, yes, it just looks cute, right? But it's also limited to liking obedient cats and kittens, otherwise they'll mess up the house and be worried to death. In her case, obedient cats and kittens came first, and face value came second. She wouldn't like a disobedient cat even if it was good looking. If it was obedient and had a high face value, what a wonderful cat it would be. Unfortunately, she was afraid of getting a disobedient cat, and she always swiped videos of disobedient cats messing up the house, so she never got one. Although there was a nanny to clean the house, it was also upsetting to see it. It's hard to end up with a disobedient cat that you've raised and spent all your effort on. Might as well not raise it in the first place. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully, liking obedient cats. Soon, it was the clerk's turn to sterilize them and formulaically talk about the precautions of jerking a cat. Both guests, when you go in to jerk the cat in a while, you can't make loud noises, fight randomly, you can't smoke, you can't shake the cat's eyes with a flash, you can't force to hold the cat. If you want to hold the cat, you can look for our professional staff. When jerking a cat, you can first let the cat smell your hand, do not go away. You can slowly touch the head, after familiarizing yourself with it, you can slowly touch the chin. To tease a cat, please take a cat teaser, don't tease the cat with your hands. I wish the two of you a good time with the cat. After everything was done, the clerk took a step back with a smile on her face, signaling that the two could go in. Lin Shu rubbed her fists, it had been a while since she had been to a cat cafe, let's see if she could meet a good cat this time. However, Lu Feng paused for a moment, turned his head to look at the clerk, and opened his mouth to ask, hello, may I ask, if a cat jumps into your arms of its own accord, is it okay to hold it? Of course it's possible, this proves that the cat loves you, but please also pay attention, don't make excessive demands on the cat. The clerk politely smiled and nodded. In reality, she was inwardly spitting, every day the customers come in and ask this, and she hasn't seen any cat take the initiative to go up and ask to be hugged. If it was that easy to be hugged, wouldn't it make us look incompetent? Lu Feng nodded, thank you. The two pulled open the cubicle and officially entered the cat cafe. The glass outside blocked a lot of the view inside the house because of the decorations, and only after entering did they realize that the house was even bigger than it looked on the outside. There was no odor inside the house either, the air change was done well, the litter box was also placed in a place that was almost invisible to people, dozens of cats were casually strolling in the hall, and there were also some cats that were resting on their backs in a comfortable place. No wonder there were so many guests, there was a reason for the fire. The house was with 2 doors, the other door led straight out of the mall, a bar in front of the entrance, a middle-aged couple was sitting there, explaining something to the guests, it should be the store manager. A few cats were lying lazily next to them, and there were a few guests jerking off the cats. Wow! Lin Shu squatted down and gently petted a passing silver gradient, and scratched its chin. The cat sniffed her hand, rubbed it a few times, and waved its tail and walked away. So cute! Lin Shu got up and saw cat petals nailed to the pillars in the center of the hall, spiraling up to the very top. A long-haired 3-flowered cat with a harmonious distribution of fur colors was sitting there upright, its gaze sweeping below like a high-flying empress. Chapter 85 Cats and Kittens, Your Emperor is Back. Wow, what a beautiful 3-flowered cat, I want to pet it. Lin Shu's eyes were about to sprout stars. The long-haired 3-flowered cat at the top had 3 coat colors evenly distributed. The 2 ears were orange and black, each extending to the back, orange and inky colors intertwined, like a haloed ink painting. The lower body is snow white all the way down to the belly, and every now and then he wipes his face with his paw, revealing pink and white mats of flesh. The fur was neatly combed and fluffy, smooth and shiny, and the eyes were one blue and one yellow with different pupils, a bit sly and dainty, and a bit exotic. That Three Flowers is very high-strung, doesn't listen to anyone except the store manager, and usually just sits up there. A male sales clerk came over to chime in at the right time, holding a ragdoll cat in his arms. You should be here for the first time, right? Newbies just coming to the cat cafe can choose some tame cats, such as this ragdoll cat in my arms. Would you like to try it? Saying this male shopkeeper made a handing cat gesture towards Lin Shua, but his eyes were looking straight at her. His name was Lu Jia, a store clerk who had joined the cat cafe for less than a month. However, he didn't come to work here because he liked cats, but by chance, he came here once to accompany his girlfriend on a shopping spree and found that this cat cafe was often patronized by many beautiful women. When the clerk guided the customers to jerk the cat and hold the cat, there would inevitably be some physical contact. This watched his heart flutter. Especially since the customers who patronized this place did not lack rich white women, so he thought of coming here to work, using the excuse of consulting about pet cats and kittens or the new cats and kittens coming to the store, and taking the opportunity to add the contact information of a few girls. As one of the largest shopping malls in Linhai City, there are a lot of rich women who come here to shop and play. In less than a month of employment, he had already added the green bubbles of 8 girls. However, it wasn't that there were fewer customers, but he only picked the rich and good-looking customers to add green bubbles. With his skillful technique, he was chatting with these girls, and a few of them had even been asked out. And just now, he saw Lin Shua. He was stunned to see such a good-looking girl for the first time. In comparison, the girls he added before all paled in comparison. Must get it. Lin Shua frowned slightly, took a step back, her hand sat on Lu Feng's arm, and said in a cold tone, "No need, let's just take a casual look." Lu Jia froze for a moment, the movement of handing the cat froze in the air. This routine is tried and true, holding a docile and cute cat over, chatting with the girl you like, and then handing the cat over. The other 90% will not refuse. At least this month he has not encountered a girl who does not accept the cat. Even if some girls had boyfriends by their side, they wouldn't be an exception. But what kind of person is Lin Shua? The president of the $10 billion group is not the kind of stupid white sweetie who is uninitiated. She saw through this male clerk's ruse with a single glance. However, Lu Feng did step forward and picked up the ragdoll cat, placing it on the ground and spoke indifferently, "You're holding it in pain, pay attention." Although the ragdoll cat was not in pain, it still conveyed an uncomfortable emotion. With all 4 feet on the ground, the ragdoll cat was much more at ease, meowing as it came to Lu Feng's feet, rubbing against his leg, its big fluffy tail standing up, sweeping around, scratching Lin Shua's calf, tickling it. Cute little guy. After landing on the ground, Lin Shua didn't have so many inhibitions, squatting down and carefully following the method the shopkeeper said, letting the ragdoll cat sniff his hand, and then carefully touching his head and scratching his chin. The ragdoll cat also rubbed her hand in turn, the fluffy feeling causing Lin Shua to reveal a smile. A flash of gloom flashed in the eyes of the shopkeeper Lu Jia, but his face was still full of smiles, and just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Lu Feng opening his mouth. "Shuyu, want to pet that 3-flowered cat?" Lin Shua got up and nodded, yes. Knowing Lu Feng until now, the impression she got was not the kind of person who talked big. Since Lu Feng had said so, then he must have a way. However, she couldn't figure out how Lu Feng was going to get that cat to come down. Couldn't it be that he had to find the store manager? Lu Feng smiled mysteriously and beckoned, "Attach your ear and come here, I'll pass on your secret technique." Calling the cat down by himself is not as fulfilling as letting the girl call it down herself. Lin Shua nodded her head and leaned over, her body almost attached. Lu Feng whispered in her ear, his hot breath exhaling on her ear, causing the tip of Lin Shua's ear to gradually redden, and her heartbeat couldn't help but beat faster. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Shua was a bit surprised and even felt a bit incredulous. But since it was Lu Feng who said it, even if it was unbelievable, she still wanted to try it. Next to her, Lu Jia was looking jealous. He just stood in place with his arms hugging his chest. He wanted to see what Lu Feng wanted to do. He had naturally moved towards this 3-flowers cat. This 3-flowered cat was the face value of the entire cat cafe, and there was no guest who came here who didn't like it. He naturally fantasized about holding this 3-flowered cat, and then being surrounded by a group of good-looking girls, adoringly asking him how he did it. But fantasies are always fantasies, and this 3-flowers didn't even give him a chance to hug, and even the cat hair couldn't be touched. So Lu Jia has already prepared to watch the show, and even put a moment of mocking words or thought of. He had seen many of this kind of bravado man, waiting for his girlfriend to make a fool of herself in public in a while, then he would go back to comforting. "I'm simply a genius." Lin Shua stepped forward, her eyes burning as she looked at the 3 flowers above, waved her hand, and spoke, 3 flowers kitty cat, will you come down and let me hug you? Saying this, Lin Shua herself felt shy, her cheeks hot. Where had the normally cool and collected female president ever spoken in such a cute way? At the same moment she spoke, an invisible fluctuation spread out from Lu Feng as the center. Animal unification activated. Cats and kittens, your emperor has returned. In an instant, all the cats in the room looked like they had sensed something and raised their heads, looking towards Lu Feng's direction. Lu Jia covered his mouth and held back his laughter challenge. Interesting. This is considered a method? Relying on shouting ah. Do you think you are the Monkey King? Shout, wind, cloud, thunder and lightning 4 gods, quickly show yourself. And they come down? A few passers-by also looked at this side with interest, interested in the method of calling down the 3-flowered cat. It turned out that the method was by shouting, by such a sentence. To their great disappointment. However, in the next second, their idle voices came to an abrupt end, their feet stopped and they looked at the mid-air in shock. The 3-flowered cat, which was originally sitting on a high place, got up and ran down the steps, reached the center, and directly leapt over towards Lu Feng. Lin Shua looked at the leaping 3-flowered cat with surprise on her face, then leapt into Lu Feng's arms. She was a bit confused. Wasn't it me who called? How did it jump into your arms? But it's not that bad. Lu Feng scratched 3-flower's chin, causing the little guy to squint comfortably. Shua, you try it, it's a very good cat. Yeah. Lin Shua leaned over and gently stroked Sanoa's head, then gently scratched Sanoa's chin as well. So cute. Fluffy, docile and adorable, it simply made her hidden girlish heart flood. Chapter 86 Cat Tamer. Looking at the 3-flowered cat lying meekly in Lu Feng's arms, Lu Jia's eyes were wider than copper bells, and his mouth was so wide open that he could almost swallow a light bulb. How is this possible? He hurriedly turned back, and there was no longer a cat at the highest point. Impossible. Just a shout, how could it run down? With that, Rouge intended to move closer over, wanting to see what was going on. But when he took a step, the 3-flowered cat that was originally in Lu Feng's arms, enjoying Lin Shua's petting, suddenly bared its teeth towards him and made a state of huffing. Lu Jia was so scared that he didn't dare to move. In order to pick up girls, he had supplemented a lot of knowledge about cats. The way this 3-flowered cat looked, it was clearly in a position to attack. If he was really scratched, it would be more than worth it. The other guests who were spectating around looked at this scene in shock, and really shouted it down. You didn't even call its name. A few guests who had been pining for this 3-flower cat quietly walked over and also wanted to touch it and get over it. But without exception, the 3 flowers made a gesture of baring its teeth and breathing, forbidding anyone from approaching. And when Lin Shua and Lu Feng touched it, this little guy again half squinted his eyes with a face of enjoyment. At this time, noisy voices came from the side again. Hey, why did the rice cake leave? What's it going to do? Gold coins too, why are all these cats going over? Don't run cat strips don't eat? Not all the guests were enamored with the 3 flowers, they came to jerk the cat, and if they can't jerk it, it's useless to look good. And the other cats in the cat cafe were also very good looking and well behaved. But now, these cats, whether they were receiving petting, eating cat strips, or playing with a cat teaser, all stopped, and one by one, they walked towards the feet of the handsome man holding the 3-flower cat. Surrounding the circle, there were a few bold cats rubbing against Lu Feng's legs. Lu Feng, the cats are all coming over, hey. Lin Shua was surprised and shocked, squatting down to pet the cats one by one, and the cats didn't look the least bit rebellious, obediently rubbing against her hand. Holy, this dude innate cat sucking holy body ah. It can't be the reincarnation of Nangong Qinya. Why do I feel like it's coated in catnip? What brand, on the link? Urban Druid, but how do I feel this dude looks a bit familiar? It seems like I've seen it recently. You feel that way too? I got it too. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before, I just can't recall. The crowd continued to be surprised and disgusted. Even the shopkeepers were a bit overwhelmed, not knowing what to do with this scene. They were professionals and could tell at a glance that these cats weren't attracted by the catnip to come over, instead it was like they saw something of interest. Also not right, like they were making a pilgrimage. Pilgrimage like their king. Finished, can't hold it over. Lin Shua struggled to pick up the 2 cats, but there were dozens of other cats surrounding her at her feet, their tails sweeping over her calves and insteps, itchy and numb. How about it? It feels good to be surrounded by cats. Lu Feng laughed. Originally, he wanted to put the three-flower cat on the ground, but this three-flower just wouldn't go down, and in the end, he was put on Lu Feng's shoulder, obediently lying on his back. Simply too happy. Well-behaved, not noisy. What a dream scene. Lu Feng, you're amazing. Lin Shua's eyes were filled with adoration. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth rose slightly. Pick whatever you want, touch whichever you want. At this time, the store manager couple finally came over. First, they frowned at Lu Jia before looking confused at the cats and kittens gathered here, and then put their eyes on the three-flowered cat on Lu Feng's shoulder. What's going on? Ju Kai actually came down? The three-flowered cat's name was Ju Kai. One of the shopkeepers whispered the story. The male store manager looked at Lu Feng as if he had seen a ghost. It was the first time he had seen this kind of thing in all the years he had opened the store. It was important to know that the only reason they were able to open a cat cafe was because they were naturally attracted to small animals, coupled with the fact that they also liked cats. They operated the store carefully and gradually opened it up. But they thought they were already very much liked by cats, and as a result of the scene in front of them, it completely subverted their cognition. Could this be the legendary cat tamer? The male store manager carefully walked over from the gap between the cats and said in surprise, "Brother, are you specialized in cat training?" How else to explain this scene? Born. Lu Feng laughed. The district's supernatural ability was just that. The store manager was secretly surprised and gave a thumbs up. Awesome, bro, awesome, eye-opening. He didn't think too much about it, the world was so big, there was nothing strange about it. He had also read a lot of bloggers on the internet who trained animals. There were cats who let cats voluntarily go back to their cages and lock them up. There were chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs who were trained to dance. There were even white pillow cranes that liked people. Having seen all of these, and looking at this scene, it didn't seem unacceptable. Still, seeing it for the first time in reality surprised him. But man, why do I seem to have seen you somewhere? You look a bit familiar. The store manager scratched his head, a little confused. If it isn't the car accident hero. The person next to him snapped to the video he swiped only a short while ago. In an instant, it was as if the crowd had flicked a switch and all remembered. Yeah, I even swiped his video. Hey, then isn't this beauty the president of Yuncheng Group who was interviewed together that day? Wow, I'm starting to knock it up, handsome man and beautiful woman. Lu Feng rubbed his nose, not expecting to be recognized outside. No wonder you look so familiar to me, hero. The male store manager came to a realization and gave a thumbs up. Alright, you guys play first, I'll take care of something. After saying his words, the male store manager coldly looked down at Lu Jia with an unkind tone. Lu Jia, pack up your things in a while and leave your job on your own accord. Chapter 87 Robbing a Man. Lu Jia's body shook as he spoke incredulously. Why? I didn't break any rules. The male store manager's expression was unkind, but because he was in a cat cafe, he still controlled his volume. Didn't violate discipline? You take me for a little cutie. Harassing female customers here every day, people are calling me. I'm in a cat cafe, not a nightclub. Lu Jia was instantly speechless, unable to retort. Lu Feng didn't hold back and let out a snort of laughter. Seeing Lu Jia looking over, he waved his hand. Don't look at me, I just thought of something happy. The store manager said impatiently, hurry up, don't delay me from opening the store. Lu Jia's chest rose and fell violently, but being caught, there was nothing he could do about it, and just as he turned around and prepared to go change his clothes, his body stiffened in place. A JK-wearing, cute-looking girl was standing there with anger and disappointment in her eyes. My friend said you cheated on me, I don't believe it, I was the one who was stupid and helped you. Break up. After saying that, the girl turned towards the outside of the mall and left. Lu Jia quickly ran up and pulled the girl's hand. Xiao Yun, listen to my explanation. The girl obediently turned around and slapped him, growling, crawl away. Don't let the old lady catch you again the second time. The crowd shuddered, the slap was loud. Chuan's sister But. Lu Feng proofed another laugh, the crowd looked over, he pursed his lips hard. It's okay, thought of another happy thing. Lu Jie glared fiercely at Lu Feng, then quickly changed the clothes on his body and directly chased him out. Seeing him go out, Lu Feng's mind moved. Instantly, the bugs, mosquitoes in the lawn outside the mall all followed, quietly hiding in Lu Jie's pockets, pants, legs and unseen places. Waiting to go home to give him a big surprise. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth rose, this time it was something really happy. Let's go, standing is too tiring, find a place to rest for a while. Lu Feng pulled Lin Shua and walked to the chair next to him to sit down. There were many cats following around. Lu Feng told the other cats to go back and do what they needed to do. After all, they were employees of the cat cafe, and they couldn't exactly please the two of them. Just leave the best-looking few cats. However, the other cats still had their ears perked up, but whenever their cat king gave the order, they would come flying. Lin Shua was holding the three-flowered cat, Jukai, in her arms, and there were cats on the table, on the chairs, and at her feet. Lion cats, Siamese cats, ragdoll cats, Maine cats. The highest value cats in the whole store are all here. The male store manager poured a glass of water for the two men and sat down as well, picking up a Maine cat in his hand and stroking it in his arms. The Maine cat comfortably squinted its eyes and swept its tail around. Lu Feng looked in his eyes and could feel that the Maine cat was very comfortable, and it was obvious that the store manager couple genuinely liked cats. Make a roll. Lu Feng said towards a golden gradient layer. The golden gradient layer rolled obediently with a silly face. Lin Shua's beautiful eyes lit up, pursing her lips, her heart was dumbfounded. So powerful, if only I could be like this too. She didn't know that Lu Feng had the animal dominance ability, and only thought that it was because Lu Feng attracted cats to him that he was able to do these things. If she said to Lu Feng to let her do such things as well, it would be like making things difficult for people. Lu Feng hooked the corner of his mouth, coming out on a date. Of course he wanted her to have fun. Shuyu, I'm actually a hidden cat trainer. I've already told the cats and kittens to listen to you. Want to try commanding them? Lin Shuyu let out an awe and pointed at herself. Can I? She was a bit nervous. She had signed billions of dollars at work when she said she would, yet she raised all her spirits when faced with this kind of thing. Sure, as long as it's not a complicated gag. The store manager next to her subconsciously sat up straight, husky and pointing at the man. Spill the beans, I knew you were a cat trainer. Lu Feng laughed and didn't answer him on this. Lin Shuyu solemnly placed the three-flowered cat in her arms, Jukai, on the ground, then spoke tentatively, Jukai, turn around? Zhaokai meowed, then obediently turned in a circle. I don't know what the Great King's lady is up to, but she made me spin around anyway. Spun around. It really spun. Lin Shuiwei grabbed Lu Feng's arm with a look of surprise. Jump onto the stool. Zhu jumped onto the stool. Jump down. Beckoning Kai jumped down again and sat there like an elegant princess. So powerful. There's even more awesome. Lu Feng cleared his throat, beckoning Kai, do a backflip. Kai meowed, catapulted up, did a beautiful backflip, and then landed firmly on the ground, a maneuver that was simply too easy for three flowers. Wow! Not only Lin Shuyu, even the store manager couple was surprised. Kai was very smart and could understand some basic words, but they had never let Kai try a backflip before. Worthy of being a cat tamer, it was awesome. Thinking of this, the store manager squirmed a bit. That brother Feng. He was older than Lu Feng at first glance, but he didn't feel the slightest bit awkward calling him brother. Do you still accept disciples? Lu Feng seemed to smile. I definitely don't accept disciples, but I can help you train the cats in your store. When he casually chatted with the store manager just now, he knew that there were some cats here that were originally stray cats, but they were all adopted back by the store manager, cleaned up, vaccinated, and became employees of the cat cafe. This is also the reason why some cats in the cat cafe are more aloof and have few relatives. The store manager was a kind-hearted person, 100 times better than the kind of person who only loved cats online. So Lu Feng could help him train him, just in passing anyway. What do you want to train? Lu Feng asked. Simple, just the backflip you did just now. The store manager said excitedly. This time it was my cat who really knew how to backflip. Lu Feng nodded slightly and clapped his hands, and in a flash, all the cats in the house ran over. Neatly lining up, they squatted and sat in front of Lu Feng. Everyone, from now on, when you hear the 3 words backflip, come and do the backflip once. Kai, come, be an example and do a backflip. 3 flowers made an example and did a beautiful backflip. And then the other cats followed suit and did a backflip. The animal unification ability was awesome, but it also had a drawback, which was that if the animals weren't highly intelligent, they wouldn't be able to accomplish complex commands. They may know that 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but they don't know how to derive it. Cats, I order you to get into Hua Qing University. Cats? I feel like you're giving me a hard time. 3 flowers performed it, so it was easy for the other cats to learn. Alright, try it, just call the name. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair and signaled the store manager to start his performance. The store manager sat upright with a serious expression. Giant lion, do a backflip. Giant lion, that was the name of the main cat he had just petted, large in size and with very stern eyes, hence the name. Hearing the store manager issue the command, the giant lion directly did a backflip, watching the crowd of onlookers gasp in surprise. It's done it. The store manager was surprised and couldn't stop talking. Brother Feng, it's too powerful, thank you. Small thing. Lu Feng laughed and continued to accompany Lin Shua to jerk the cat again. One cat after another lay on top of the two of them. It was almost like they were surrounded by cats and kittens. Lin Shua took the opportunity to take a picture of herself and Lu Feng being flooded by cats. Then she posted it to her friend circle, with the caption, "Today I was flooded by cats and kittens." At the same time, the Hong family villa. Hong Guqiu was lying on the sofa, chatting with his family elders and swiping his phone. The friend circle has a red. Go in and take a look. When she saw Lin Shuya's friend circle, her eyes widened violently and she sat up straight. Lin Shuyu. Hong Guqiu gritted her teeth and squeezed out these 3 words, then directly got up and went back to her room, changed her clothes at light speed and walked out of the house aggressively. Xia Yinluo froze and subconsciously said, "Joshio, where are you going?" Hong Guqiu opened her mouth without looking back. To rob a man. Chapter 88, Daddy's the doggiest. An hour and a half later, the two left the cat cafe. How was it? Did you have fun? Lu Feng asked. This isn't my first time going to a cat cafe, but it's the most fun I've had going to a cat cafe. Lin Shua had her hands behind her back, her cool and ascetic little face full of joy. Obedient cats and disobedient cats, jerking them off was a completely different feeling. Not to mention that all the cats in this cat cafe had a high face value. Halfway through, Lu Feng also helped the store manager take a few videos, and the store manager gave him a few special VIP cards for the cat cafe. He could come over and play for free in the future. Let's go, hungry? It's time to go dry dinner. Lu Feng pulled Lin Shua towards the hot pot restaurant that he had ordered in advance. The timing was stuck well. After waiting at the entrance for a few minutes, it was their turn. The location was inside, a private room. There were no more people. Lin Shua took off the lady's jacket on her body and put it to the side, the burgundy long skirt wrapped around her figure. Her cold white skin made the box a lot brighter. Jade hands gently rested her fragrant cheeks, exuding infinite charm. The two of them ordered their favorite dishes, and the soup base chose the mandarin duck pot at Lu Feng's suggestion. Soon, the bottom of the pot began to gurgle and bubble. Lu Feng with his culinary proficiency could release the flavors of the ingredients perfectly. The turning time, seasoning flavor were all grasped just right. Mmm, it's so delicious. Lin Shua had a face of enjoyment. Eat more if it's delicious. Lu Feng methodically placed the dishes while interspersing them with a chopstick of his own. Shrimp sliders are ready, taste it. Lu Feng picked up a piece of shrimp slip and handed it to Lin Shua. In which bowl? Lin Shua blinked, her jade hand grabbed Lu Feng's wrist and gently lifted it up to her mouth, blew and ate the shrimp slips on her chopsticks in one bite. After chewing and savoring for a few seconds, she looked at Lu Feng with a smile. Well, I declare that the flavor of this shrimp slip is the best. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who was still smiling and looking at him even though she was shy, Lu Feng's heart was a bit tickled. Bad, teased by this woman. The two ate quickly. Lin Shua's appetite was on the small side, but because Lu Feng made the hot pot so delicious, she ate a little more. A small stomach bulged that was visible to the naked eye. It seems like she ate a bit too much. She needs to exercise properly at night. You eat, I'll help you fish out the meat inside. Lin Shua said. At first feeding each other was a bit shy, but after feeding each other more, the two got used to it. Soon, Lu Feng winded up solving all the meat. Anyway, no matter how he ate, his perfect body wouldn't make him gain weight. After eating and resting for more than 10 minutes, the two left the hot pot restaurant and continued to wander around the mall. After almost half an hour of wandering, a burst of exclamations and laughter came from the crowd not far in front of them. Shuyu, that side seems to be bustling, want to go take a look? Lu Feng slightly tilted his head and asked. It should be college students setting up stalls, there are several universities in this neighborhood, go take a look. Lin Shua looked over as if she thought of something and raised her interest. The two of them went over. There were quite a lot of people, surrounding a large circle, and there were many others like the two of them, attracted by the lively scene. Suddenly, there was a cry of regret from the crowd, followed by a male voice on a megaphone from within. So close, too bad, almost to the end. But it's not a loss, the quality of our dolls and toys are very good, it's not a loss to buy them. Feng pulled Lin Shua into the huddle, and when he saw what was laid out, he was suddenly enlightened. It's a game. Right in front of the floor was placed a board similar to a flight chessboard, almost 10 meters in length and width, with a runway-like path in the shape of an S on it. Inside the path were palm prints and footprints printed in red and blue colors. The colors were not regular, the last palm print was blue, but the next one turned red, giving a visual interlacing. The person who had just failed shook his head and swept the code to buy a doll. It's quite difficult. At that moment, another person who had volunteered came over to join the race. Coming to the starting point, he started walking according to the position of the palm prints and footprints. But after only walking less than 3 meters, he simply failed. The people around him let out a laugh. Come on, let me say the rules again. Within 1 minute, walk according to the place of palm prints and footprints without making any mistakes, and finish this S-track, then the challenge will be considered successful. You can pick any gift from the ones behind me and get a $1,000 shopping cart in the mall and a $100 movie card in the studio. If the challenge fails, then you need to spend $30 to buy a doll or toy behind me, which is of good quality and is not a loss. Participating in the game is free. That is to say, as long as you have confidence in yourself and complete the challenge, you can take away this $1,000 shopping cart for free. Think about it, $1,000, you can make your mom happy by buying her a gift, you can get a sincere righteous father by treating your roommate to a meal. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. The college student who set up the stall shouted with a small b, looking at more and more people gathering over, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes, he could make another fortune. It looks a bit difficult, but in reality it's not simple at all. Feng said. Yeah, I've been watching for a while now, there are already more than 10 people who have failed. A big brother next to him who was holding his daughter said, it's hard, even if you manage to walk through it first, but later on, he'll approach you and start counting down. This is not the most dog, he will also tell jokes to make you laugh, directly bring people to the ditch, nowadays college students, thieves. But it's still fun to watch from the side. Ha 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 ha. At this time, the daughter in the big brother's arms innocently spoke, Dad, what does most dog mean? Big brother was confused for a moment and said, well, it means witty, smart, pretty much. The daughter suddenly realized, patted her own old man's shoulder, Dad, you are the most dog. Big brother. Daughter, this word can't be used for dad, go back and use it for mom. Daughter, okay. Then I'll tell mom later that she's the most doggy, just say dad told me to say it. Big brother. Daughter, I think I'm still the most doggy. Feng and Lin Shua didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. What a quirky little girl. Quite a smart game, free to participate, the gift package for winning is big enough and attractive enough, and failure is just spending $30 on a doll, so that the person who loses will be partially comforted psychologically. Lin Shua rationally analyzed. However, it's hard to follow the pattern on here. For example, there was a line of patterns where there was a footprint and 2 palm prints, and in moving forward it became a footprint, making it difficult to maintain balance. Yeah, I guess only those kind of dance students or gymnasts can do it, but he'll also make you laugh, so the average person can't stand it. Feng said indifferently, quickly skimming through the pattern on it again. Pass to get a gift, a $1,000 shopping card and a $100 movie card. Well, not interested. Just have perfect body and fighting mastery and don't want to waste it. By the way, take Lin Shua to the movies. Chapter 89, Smashing the Scene. It's so cool. Sure enough, making money with your brain is the most enjoyable. The college student who set up the stall was wearing a smile on his face, but inwardly he was already roaring with excitement. Today's business is very good, already sold 12 dolls and toys, cool profit 360 yuan. According to this progress go on, to the evening closing, good luck can also have a few $100s into the account. The school part-time job serving dish is only a few dollars, a month is not as much as I earn a day, right? As for those dolls that cost money to buy, they are not substandard, and they cost $10 to buy, so I'll return them when I can't use them all, and save a fortune. Genius. Of course, the $1,000 shopping card and the $100 movie card were real, and could be spent as much as he wanted in the mall. But he didn't think anyone could get the prizes through this challenge. Because really, it was too hard. Since designing it, he spent 3 whole days practicing it constantly from morning to night before he barely managed to pass it, and his legs even cramped up after he passed it. The process of getting through was recorded on video, which meant that it wasn't an impassable challenge. What? That I'm cheating you out of money? No one can pass it? Please watch the VCR. I wonder, when will the next unlucky person come on? Hello, let's try. Lu Feng raised his hand, and the people around him instantly projected their eyes to watch the show. Another unlucky kid had taken the bait. No, old brother, come for real. The big brother holding his daughter by his side looked surprised. The young man looked quite stable. How could he still fall for it? This is not only college students fall for it? Try it, maybe it will work. Lu Feng smiled lightly and pulled Lin Shua's hand to the center of the field. Lin Shua was also a bit confused at the moment. Aren't we here to watch the movie? How did it turn into being watched? She knew that Lu Feng had a good figure and was quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't have managed to save a car full of people. But that didn't mean he could accomplish this kind of challenge, and even Lu Feng's height and leg length would be a disadvantage. It was more or less the same for her to give it a try. After all, she also had practiced dancing and had good body flexibility. Hearing Lin Shua worrying about her heart, Lu Feng smiled bashfully. Don't worry, I'll take you to the movies later. Go for it. Although she was a bit confused, Lin Shua still supported Lu Feng unconditionally. Yo-ho, still chatting. Take you to a movie in a while? The stall college student raised an eyebrow. I like this kind of eye-catching confidence of yours. But you're not college students, right? There are really people other than college students who can be fooled. No way, no way. The dolls he sells are all bought by college kids in the neighborhood. Adults don't participate in this. Okay, since you have to give me money, I'll take it. Handsome, you have to pay a deposit of $20 to give you gloves. The stall college student held a pair of white gloves and said with a smile. Last week, I was also skipped by a freshman college student, and he robbed me of a pair of gloves. Bastard. Lu Feng was just about to scan the code when Lin Shua had already taken out her cell phone and paid the deposit. With a drop, the payment went through. I'll cheer you on from the side, we'll go to the movies later. Lin Shua started cheering for Lu Feng. The college student who set up the stall? The surrounding melon eaters? Long-legged imperial sister aiding and buffing the main C handsome guy, is it? The eyes of those present turned into the shape of lemons. Lean on it. But don't let people down, time A. Brother, go for it. An onlooker college student shouted. Bro, go for it. Give him hell. One of the college students shouted, and they almost had a doll in hand. Then several others followed suit and the atmosphere began to become anxious. The college student manning the booth looked puzzled. No, dude. Why does it feel like I'm trying to defeat the villainous Demon King? I am the villain? The corner of the stall owner's mouth twitched, so I'm going to have to do what only villains can do. Handsome guy, let's start. Oh, stupid eaters, let's see how I'm going to ruthlessly explode this couple's gold coins. As long as I win, I won't be the villain anymore. Lu Feng craned his neck, didn't hesitate, and directly started breaking in. Hands and feet slowly and precisely stepped on the corresponding positions, and the onlookers next to him did not look favorably on this handsome man even though they had refueled. The hands and feet need to land on the ground, there are requirements for the waist. The colors are also not regular, easy to form visual illusions. Key palm prints and footprints also need to stagger forward, the body coordination requirements are too high. Moreover, there are also dog stall owners next to the harassment from time to time. Difficult, too difficult. Especially Lu Feng's first few trembling steps. Lu Feng's afterglow swept the expressions of the people next to him. The disappointment of the passers-by, the confidence of the villain, and the worry of the heroine. What a familiar sense of immediacy. Back off, I'm going to start pretending. Lu Feng began to accelerate, his perfect body plus fighting proficiency allowed him to precisely control every muscle on his body and easily perform all sorts of difficult maneuvers. It's accelerating. So fast. It's also walking steadily, the first one is finished. Going to turn the corner. Passers-by exclaimed out in shock. The stall owner's face changed. You acted me? Doesn't matter, the stall owner will step in. Just now there was also a sister over to challenge, was interfered by this kid failed. Born ah. The stall owner's eyelids jumped, anyway, already shameless, once again, directly came to Lu Feng, raised his voice, trying to scare him. Very good, already passed the first path and came to the corner, the back is getting harder and harder, can he make it? Lu Feng crossed his arms and legs at this point, his head tilted and replied, of course there's no problem. Talking didn't affect the advancement, and in so many seconds, another distance was traveled over. The stall owner's eyes glared. You're still talking to me? This head can still be crooked? You are the rubber fruit human pillar power? Seeing Lu Feng still advancing, he glanced at his stopwatch. It had only been 15 seconds and he was almost halfway through the journey? No way, the villain is going down. The stall owner rushed forward, making faces along the path and speaking in a pompous tone, saying paragraphs. Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng was amused and burst out laughing. But he was still moving forward, the joke not affecting him at all, not even a pause. Brother, don't tell me, you have a bit of a talent for telling jokes. Lu Feng even teased as he advanced. Walking is walking, laughing is laughing, don't make fun of the stall owner. Between the jokes, he had almost arrived at the finish line. The people around him watched the scene with excitement. The stall owner stretched out his zircon hand with a horrified face. Boheo! My gift! My shopping card! My movie card! A few seconds later, Lu Feng successfully passed and got up easily. Lin Shua came over quickly, her face full of leaps of joy. Amazing, you really passed the level. Lu Feng was on cloud 9, the level is too easy, no difficulty, suggest doubling the length. The stall owner almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood. Too easy? No difficulty? My cramped leg still hurts now. This is your shopping card and movie card, just pick any gift you want. The stall owner shakily handed over the card. He was still thinking of using this card to ask out a schoolmate tomorrow. Now, snap. It was gone. Lu Feng gently tugged on it, but it didn't move. He tugged again, and it didn't move. Lu Feng looked at him with a smile. Stall owner, you shouldn't have any challenge times here. How about I do it again? Fried intestines? Deep fry my intestines? The stall owner immediately shoved 2 cards into Lu Feng's hands, his tone pleading. Brother, please, take your sister-in-law to have fun. Give a living to a small business and send you 2 more dolls, please. Chapter 90 Special Stalker Man. Lu Feng put the shopping card on his middle finger and played with it like he was spinning a poker card, making the stall owner look dumbfounded. Kind of handsome. Lin Shua didn't take much and picked 2 relatively cute cat dolls. The workmanship was average, but she played with them lovingly. Brother, awesome. The big brother who just held his daughter's face was in awe. This stall owner is going to lose his money, right? $1,000 of shopping cards are just gone. Lin Shua on the side casually said, it won't be, on the contrary, after someone passes the level on the spot and gets the prize, it will greatly increase the realism of the game, and it will only attract more people to participate in the game, especially the nearby college students, who are at the age where they like challenges. Losing money is only temporary, within 2 days this money will be earned back. As expected, she had just finished speaking. The stall owner turned disheartened and spoke with an uplifted expression. Good, our first passer has appeared and successfully taken the final prize, a shopping card worth $1,000 and a $100 movie card. Think I don't have any prizes? Indeed, I didn't think anyone would pass today, so I prepared these 2 cards. So next I'll change the final prize. The conditions for clearing the level will remain the same. If you succeed in clearing the level, you can directly receive $1,000 red packet. Transferring money on the spot. The onlookers began to stir again. $1,000 red packet could be much more attractive than $1,000 shopping card. Sure enough, in no time, another person walked up and started participating in the challenge. The big brother who was holding his daughter began to enter the watching mode again. The 2 of them went to the mall theater hall and looked at the screen above them. What's good to watch? There doesn't seem to be any good movies. Let's watch this one then, Sinister Spirit, the Cantonese version. After picking out the movie, a double snack of buckets of popcorn and yay potatoes was purchased. 10 minutes later, the 2 entered the theater. Because it was an old movie, there weren't many people and the seats were empty. But the actors had high face value and the plot could be beaten, so it was fun to watch it again. Lin Shua watched very seriously. Even Lu Feng handed over the popcorn did not notice, opened her mouth and bit on it. Lu Feng was stunned. He just wanted to remind not to forget to eat the popcorn. Why did he lick my hand? However, feeling the wetness and softness of his fingertips, Lu Feng was a bit tempted. Lin Shua also blushed a little bit, watching 2 fascinated, handing over what to eat. Soon, the movie was finished and the 2 left the theater unfulfilled. Downstairs at the mall, the shopping street. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Lin Shua had her hands behind her back and was in a great mood. The usual time was almost all work, until Lu Feng appeared, and the daily routine was suddenly a little different. Happy. But after walking for so long, my feet hurt a bit. Never mind, we'll be going back in a while anyway, just hang in there a little longer. Lu Feng glanced down at the jade feet in those high heels and pulled her to the bench to sit down. I'm going to buy something, wait for me. Lin Shua nodded, go, and come back quickly. Oh. She herself didn't even realize that the tone of her speech was a bit more pampered. Lu Feng nodded and turned his head to leave. Just now he saw a store over there, buy a pair of slippers and change them for her. Just as he turned to leave, a system prompt appeared. Mission completed. Reward issued, unforgettable eyes. A cool sensation appeared in his head out of nowhere, instantly dispelling all the exhaustion. Lu Feng felt as if the world in front of him had changed, and his brain became incomparably clearer. Looking around, whatever he had seen was clearly imprinted in his brain. Lu Feng smacked his lips. If he had this ability for school, studying should be a lot easier. Coming to the store, he chose a pair of black sandals, paid and left, returning to Lin Shua. Walking in high heels is tiring, right? Change into slippers. Lu Feng squatted down, holding Lin Shua's ankles, taking off her high heels. A pair of white jade feet were revealed, the rounded toes were a little reddish, and the heels were a little pink. One look and you can't forget it. Lu Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Wouldn't this be able to be viewed over and over again in his head? So that's how Overwatch is used. Feeling a pair of big hot hands holding her feet, Lin Shua subconsciously curled up her toes and her cheeks burned. Just change your shoes, why are you inhaling? Is there a smell? Hearing Lin Shua's heart, Lu Feng subconsciously sniffed again. Lin Shua bit her red lips and her toes curled up even more. Lu Feng coughed dryly and got up as if nothing had happened. Stroll around some more and go back. Lin Shua gave a mosquito like him. Changing into slippers, she was obviously much more comfortable. The two of them continued to stroll around, buying some snacks every now and then. Half an hour later. The two stopped at a bead stall. Lin Shua curiously looked at the crafts on it. Lu Feng, on the other hand, looked around in front of him, seemingly casually, but his line of sight always stayed on the two spots not far away. Lin Shua noticed his abnormality and followed her gaze to see that it was a girl in a short skirt who was broadcasting live with a selfie stick. No way, her legs aren't as long as mine, they're not as white as mine, and they're not as straight as mine. Lin Shua moved closer to him and said quietly. Lu Feng froze and spoke in tears. That's true, but I didn't look at her legs. That girl, she's being followed. It's that skinny, neck-tattooed man in the back that's been following her. Lin Shua froze, subconsciously about to turn her head to look over, but Lu Feng pressed her head. There's a mirror here, just use it to look. Half an hour ago, in the store where he bought slippers, Lu Feng had seen this live short-skirted girl and also this skinny tattooed man. At that time, he didn't care. After all, a big shopping center, what kind of people are there? But when he gained the Forgotten Eyes ability, he realized that something was wrong. The commercial streets under the mall were all over the place, but even so, the probability of going the same way was high. However, the probability of going into the same store consecutively was relatively much reduced. Especially the kind of places that sold knickknacks, boys who came out alone to sneak around basically wouldn't go in. Moreover, with the Unforgettable Eyes ability, Lu Feng had already built up a memory palace around him in his brain, replicating everything he had seen one by one. He realized that this tattooed man's gaze was stuck on this short-skirted girl for almost 90% of the time period. It was already confirmed as stalking. There was also a bulge in his jacket pocket. What could it be? Intuition told him that something was wrong. Lin Shua used the reflection of the mirror to sneak a look for a while and also found an abnormality. Whenever the short-skirted girl went into a store for a little longer, this tattooed man would also follow her in. Going to another fork in the road, the tattooed man would also follow. Not normal. Lu Feng, what should we do? Should we go and remind them? Lin Shua asked nervously. At this time, the tattooed man got up and followed again, revealing a cut in his bulging pocket. Lu Feng's pupils shrank. That looked like a syringe. Chapter 91 Blood in a Needle. Pang Jiazhou was holding a selfie stick and weaving her way through the crowd. She was an outdoor anchor, and her daily live broadcast consisted of looking around for interesting places and introducing them to her fans. The live broadcasting track is very voluminous, and tens of thousands of people join the live broadcasting industry every day. But without enough attractive features and luck, you can basically say goodbye to this industry. She was lucky, with her cute looks and sweet voice, plus her love of sneaking around and the high quality of her live broadcast content and edited videos, so in less than a year she had become an anchor with over 600,000 followers. However, because she lived in Linhai, most of her fans were also people from the neighborhood, and there was relatively less competition. At least in Linhai City, in the female outdoor live broadcasting track, her ranking was still good. As long as she started live broadcasting, there would almost be 2,000 to 3,000 online fans watching the whole thing. Today, she was here for her outdoor live broadcast. Although she had been here many times, she would come here every once in a while because there were quite a few stalls in the commercial street, and every time she went, there would be a new pattern. There are really more and more people here. Walk further inside, there might be a surprise. There are strings for sale here, they don't look too bad. Pang Jiejia said to the camera, seeing a stall selling strings and stopping to stop. At that moment, her shoulder was touched by someone. Turning her head to look, a handsome man with a serious expression was holding a cell phone, signaling her to look at the screen. There were a few words written on it in a memo. Don't be nervous, you're being followed, don't speak. Pang Jiejia subconsciously looked towards the face of the person. So handsome. It was also a bit familiar. But isn't this way of hitting on someone a little strange? Pang Jiejia was just about to speak when the handsome man tapped the screen and another line appeared. I know you suspect me, you can turn off the live microphone first and I'll talk to you, the person who is following you should be watching you live. Pang Jiejia frowned slightly, but just turning off the microphone would be fine, right? She turned off the microphone and also turned on the live broadcast privacy mode, and spoke, it's already turned off, what do you want to say? The handsome man with the cell phone was naturally Lu Feng. Lu Feng pretended to ask for contact information to confuse the stalker, but his mouth said, there is a person behind you who has been following you for no less than half an hour. He had met this anchor half an hour ago, but he didn't rule out the fact that she had already been followed at an earlier time. Pang Jiejia felt that the person in front of her looked a bit familiar, but wasn't what he said a bit too odd, thinking of those videos she had seen, where two traffickers sang in unison and tricked people away. She couldn't help but be wary. Where? Why didn't I see it? Then I'll just call the police. Lu Feng sighed, he just knew it would be this reaction, so he had to take out his identity as a disaster relief hero. I know you suspect me, that's right, I don't know if you're handsome or not, I was the one who rescued the people in the bus crash rescue incident not long ago. Lu Feng was a bit helpless, by himself saying this, he was still a bit shy. But this should be able to slightly lower the other party's guard. Sure enough, after saying this, Pang Jiejia's eyes widened slightly as she recalled the video she had seen in her mind. It's really you, your name is Lu Feng, right? That means there really is someone following me. Pang Jiejia's face gradually turned pale. Normally live broadcasts would also encounter fans, but the word stalking was something she never thought she would encounter one day. Lu Feng nodded and raised his phone. Come over here and pretend to take a picture together, I'll tell you which one it is, maybe you can remember. Pang Jiejia leaned over, Lu Feng turned on his cell phone's selfie function and adjusted the angle just enough to take the tattooed man in. It's this guy, do you have any impression? Lu Feng said. Pang Jiejia tried to recall, it seemed like the few stores she went to, all had this person figure in them. Her face became even more ugly. What should I do? Can I call the police? Lu Feng, you can call the police, but he might be gone before the police arrive. Or if you walk to a place where no one is around, I'll help you catch him and then call the police, and this person, it's not as simple as stalking. Pang Jiejia swallowed her saliva, if she called the police first and scared this person away, she might suffer retaliation in the future. It would be better to follow what Lu Feng said, first capture this person, then call the police, at least first implement the name of stalking. But can Lu Feng capture this person? Seemingly seeing Pang Jiejia's worry, Lu Feng took out money to buy a string of beads at a stall and pinched it in his hand. When he opened it again, it had turned into powder. The stall owner? That's not worrying anymore, and I know a little bit of grappling technique. Pang Jiejia nodded, then what should I do? Lu Feng raised his chin, he should be watching you live so he can determine your location, and he should have seen me coming as well. In a moment, say in the live broadcast that you met a fan and took a picture together, it should be able to dispel his doubts. I'll be waiting for you in the alley in front of me, your live stream can be on all the time, so as to ensure safety and to watch out for me in the meantime. The frank and honest words eliminated the concerns in Pang Jiejia's mind again. Good, I know. After all, she was an anchor, her mindset was very good, she immediately adjusted her expression, although her face was still pale, she couldn't tell when facing the camera. Lu Feng smiled and said hello to her and left. Pang Jiejie closed the privacy mode of the live broadcast and opened the microphone. At this time, there were already countless pop-ups scrolling on the screen. Back. I just met a fan and asked for a signature and a photo, but the other party didn't want to show their face. The pop-up screen was relieved, and the live broadcast room returned to its original joyful atmosphere. Not far behind, the tattooed man was holding his cell phone, and when he heard Pang Jiejie, who was live streaming, say this, his gloomy face became a bit hideous, and a touch of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He was jealous, revolted, and disgusted by such happy-go-lucky people. Why can you all be so happy every day, but I have to be as unpopular as a gutter rat? Laugh more, and right away, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Seeing Pang Jiejie start to advance again, the tattooed man hurriedly followed. Pang Jiejie almost strolled around for another 10 minutes or so, counting the time, it was almost time, and opened her mouth to the live broadcast. It seems like there's a new shopping street next door, I'll take a shortcut over there. Said, she turned a corner and walked into the alley. The tattooed man following not far behind flashed a flash of joy in his eyes and hurriedly followed. Pang Jiejie's heart was in a panic. Lu Feng didn't know where he was hiding, he wouldn't sell his teammates. Please, don't sell me. I've never been the first one to run when I play assist. Behind him came the sound of heavy footsteps. Pang Jiejie did not dare to turn back, and continued to walk forward as previously agreed. Seeing this, the tattooed man put his hands in his pockets and quickened his pace. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the corner of the wall next to him. The tattooed man froze for a moment, and without waiting for him to react, in just one look, he felt himself being tackled. Both arms were clasped backhanded and pressed against the wall. As long as he moved a little, intense pain came from his joints. Lu Feng was wearing gloves, one-handedly clasping the tattoo's two wrists, making him unable to move. Glancing at the other person's bulging pocket, the small half of the syringe was exposed until he saw what was inside. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Rushing to roll open the other party's sleeve again, on his arm was a large red spot that gave him a creepy feeling just by looking at it. Coldness filled Lu Feng's eyes. A hand knife knocked on the other party's neck. The tattooed man's eyes went black, only to feel a sharp pain in his neck before fainting. It really isn't that simple to track. The syringe in that pocket had a small half-tube of bright red blood. Chapter 92, Maliciously Spreading Infectious Diseases. Pang Jiejie shivered and walked over, glancing at the tattooed man who had fallen to the ground and was a little scared. Thank you, did he pass out? Lu Feng glanced at the other party's selfie stick and pointed to the other party's cell phone, signaling to turn off the live broadcast first. Pang Jiejie had the hindsight to casually use an excuse that her cell phone was out of battery to go off the air, which might have been a bit unfair to her fans, but things were urgent and there was nothing else she could do. Seeing this, Lu Feng pulled out his cell phone, which was showing that he was on a call. Shuyu, come over here, it's been resolved. Lin Shua on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved. Okay, I'll go over now. More than 10 seconds later, Lin Shua carried her high heels in her hands, panting and running over. Seeing Lu Feng standing there safely, only then did she truly relax, taking off her mask and sunglasses, holding onto the wall to rest. The mask and sunglasses were Lu Feng's temporary request for Lin Shua to put them on. For safety's sake, in case there were other people next to her, at least she wouldn't be involved. The call, on the other hand, was something that Lin Shua requested to be left on. She knew that she wouldn't be able to help if she went, so she left the call on and waited outside, at least to know Lu Feng's situation. Pang Jiejie didn't seem to have gotten over the shock. Seeing Lin Shua who suddenly ran into the alley, she subconsciously took a step back and vigilantly clutched the selfie stick in her hand. Lu Feng walked straight over and took out a tissue from Lin Shua's bag to wipe her sweat. Seeing this, Pang Jiejie was relieved to be on her own. However, when she saw Lin Shua's looks, a touch of marvel rose in her heart. Tall, curvy, cool temperament, such a pretty girl. Isn't this one of the two girls interviewed with Lu Feng? It seems to be the president of some group to come. Lin Shua walked over and glanced at Pang Jiejie, a cute and delicate girl. Then she looked at the unconscious tattooed man on the ground, with only disgust in her eyes. She looked sideways at Lu Feng and said, "Is it the same as we guessed?" Lu Feng nodded and picked up a branch from the side, fiddling with the syringe in the other man's pocket. Well, no surprise, it's the malicious infectious disease poison. Yelp. Lin Shua had a disgusted look on her face, and hurriedly took out the alcohol spray from her bag and directed it at the air in front of her to kill the poison. Then she helped Lu Feng to sterilize it, and pulled it to the back to hide away. Lu Feng didn't stop him. The danger precognition didn't activate, which meant that he wasn't infected by the virus, but this was also Lin Shua's good intentions. Pang Jiajia instead became bewildered. The distance was a bit far away, didn't quite hear the two of them talking. What are you talking about? What malice? Lu Feng took out his cell phone and found out Li Yanmin's number. They exchanged calls in the morning and explained it to Pang Jiajia in passing. This person is not an ordinary stalker. There is blood in the syringe. There are large red spots on his body. No surprise, it should be spreading the disease maliciously. I just don't know why I'm staring at you. At that, he paused. TSK, the brain circuits indeed couldn't overlap with this kind of vindictive society. Pang Jiajia's face gradually turned pale. Infectious disease. She had brushed up on these types of posts, and there would be people who had contracted the virus, becoming self-absorbed and vengeful against society, using their own blood to spread it. Hided with toothpicks, razor blades, on public sofas, shared bike seats. Buying clothes online and returning them. And the man he met today even held a syringe for preserving blood. So epileptic. If I had not met Lu Feng, myself. Pang Jiajia didn't even dare to think about it. Inside the police station, Li Yanmin sat in front of the computer, carefully writing the summary material. After the interview with the leaders of the city council in the morning, the above asked him to write a report material to hand in. While writing, the cell phone next to him rang. Li Yanmin frowned slightly. He is seriously writing the progress material. Who is so unenlightened to disturb him? Until he saw the caller ID as Lu Feng, frowning stretch. It turned out to be the progress itself called, that's fine. Habitually saving the document, Li Yanmin answered the phone. But just before he could chat for 2 sentences, the smile on his face gradually converged and became serious. I'll bring someone to arrive right away. Pay attention to protecting your safety. Lu Feng hung up the phone. Alright, Officer Li will be here in a while. Lin Shua stared at the unconscious tattooed man from the side, a little worried. Lu Feng, will he suddenly wake up? Why don't I go look for a brick and patch it up? Saying that, she really looked around, looking for a handy weapon. Lu Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth, liking to mend knives, good habit. But there was no need for it. He had good control over his strength, a hand knife striking the carotid artery in his neck, without external stimulation, just relying on himself to recover. It would take at least a few hours. But this action was dangerous. If it was not well controlled, it could directly cause someone's arteries to bleed and put them in danger. Lu Feng glanced at Pang Jiajia next to him. I guess it's going to scare the child. Tattooed man plus stalking man plus maliciously infecting diseases, being stalked by such a person, let alone a girl, even a boy would probably panic. Don't worry, this kind of person will probably be sentenced. Stalking plus maliciously spreading diseases, can't get out without 7 or 8 years. Lin Shua comforted. Hearing the sentence, Pang Jiajia's heart settled down a little. Lu Feng looked at the unconscious tattooed man on the ground. The sentence of 7 or 8 years is still too short. Is there a longer way? There are brothers, there are. Tonight, you will enter the dream, and when you go in, let you fall asleep all the time. Alas, I am still too good. Thank you guys today, otherwise I might. Pang Jiajia squeezed the selfie stick tightly, and her nails were white. But am I interrupting your date? Lin Shua glanced at Lu Feng and revealed a smile. No, I had a great time on my date today, and besides, resolving this kind of thing at the end of the date is a good thing, isn't it? In today's apathetic society, it wasn't a bad thing for everyone to protect themselves, but if someone could still give a helping hand to a stranger in such a situation, then that person would really be like a beam of light. Pang Jiajia's cell phone was constantly vibrating. Because of her sudden off-airing, many of her fans in the live broadcast room were a bit worried, so they kept at her in the group. There were also a few of her friends that sent messages asking about it. She hurriedly showed up in the group and briefly said that she was being stalked, that she had called the police, and that she might have to rest for a few days, so that everyone didn't have to worry. The fans blew up even more, but she closed her phone and didn't care anymore. Not a moment later, the sound of a police car came from outside, and Lu Feng's phone rang once again. Chapter 93 Rub Then Kiss. Li Yanmin had a serious face, followed by 4 policemen. Upon seeing Lu Feng, he quickly walked a few steps over and his sight fell on the tattooed man on the ground. Is that him? Lu Feng nodded. Yes, knocked out by me. The syringe is in the pocket. Be careful when you guys take it. Li Yanmin beckoned. 2 people from the appraisal center went up, gloves, masks, professional equipment. When the people from the identification center rolled open the tattooed man's sleeve, everyone present frowned. Large red spots, looking at a kind of physical discomfort, nausea. The appraisal personnel was unchanged. This is all child's play. They have encountered more dangerous and disgusting things than this. Another appraiser carefully put away the syringe and began to take pictures of the scene. Lian went up and asked, "How is it? Is it an infectious disease?" Symptoms like, but the specifics have to wait to go back to the laboratory, but the knock on this neck. The appraisal personnel saw the bruise on the tattooed man's neck and showed an interested expression. Lian's eyelids jumped. "This is a normal counterattack, it's fine." The appraiser looked like he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him, then looked around the circle and opened his mouth to ask, "Who knocked?" Feng raised his hand. "I knocked." The appraiser gave him a curious look and nodded. "Awesome, very professional maneuver." Feng. Lian. You're quite humorous. The two appraisers continued to collect things for a bit and then left. They took a step ahead and went back to test this tube of blood and produce a report. After that, they would wait for the person to come back and then proceed to test the other items. There was no way to do that. The precinct police station, the equipment was not staffed enough. Before they left 2 pairs of gloves, although the only ways of transmission are mother to child, sex, blood, but still avoid touching with their hands. Psychologically can't get past that either. The tattooed man was taken away. Lian looked at Pang Jiajia. "This is the victim, right?" Pang Jiajia nodded. "Also needs to come back with us, need to make a record, also need to understand the other party's motives," Lian said. Pang Jiajia continued to nod. Feng and Ms. Lin, please also bother to make a trip back with us, it'll be quick and won't delay you too much. Lian couldn't help but use a respectful tone. If these two didn't want to go, then honestly, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the two didn't refuse either, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. But hero, this has done another good thing, worthy of being a hero. Came to the police station and made a record. The record was nothing more than asking Feng how he found out that the other party was following him. Feng said that he had a good memory. This tattooed man had been following for half an hour, and inadvertently saw the syringe in his pocket. After tackling the other party, he found that there was blood inside and red spots on his arm, which knocked the other party out. After staying for less than 10 minutes, Feng and Lin Shua left. Pang Jiajia was the only one left to stay at the police station and ask for relevant information. Seeing Feng leave, she moved her lips and still didn't speak. Back on the Big Ben. Lin Shua leaned the car seat back and rested her left foot on her right leg, kneading it back and forth. The date was quite a walk. The high heels rubbed her feet, then she changed into slippers and felt a little better, but then when she trotted, she rubbed her toes again. "The flexibility of being able to dance is indeed very good," Feng lamented. Looking at the white and tender jade feet and the long legs that were revealed after slipping off the hem of the skirt, it was a bit hard to move one's eyes. "Does it hurt?" Feng glanced at her feet and asked. "It still hurts a bit." Lin Shua felt a little strange. She had never expressed this kind of vulnerability-like reaction before, and besides, it wasn't like she hadn't had foot pain from wearing high heels before, and applying some medicine would be fine. But somehow, this time she spoke her true thoughts. The tone of voice was pitiful and a little teasing. "Let me help you rub it." Feng's tone was sincere and his eyes were upright. Lin Shua looked up at him and bit her lip. "Okay." The slender jade leg that was so white that it reflected light rested on Feng's leg. Feng adjusted the position of this beautiful leg. The white and tender little foot was so playfully placed on his thigh, the abrasions adding a few more shades of red. The lights in the car were dim, giving the beautiful legs and feet a few more visual impacts. "Bad, Dao Xian is unstable." Feng put his hand on her heel and gently kneaded it. "Jade and slippery. Wouldn't these legs be top-notch if they wore black silk?" When Feng's large hand touched her foot, Lin Shua subconsciously shrunk back a little. "Don't move." Feng spoke seriously. "Could this be moved casually?" Lin Shuya's body tensed up, her cheeks rose a faint pink color, and she really didn't move. Feng continued to rubbing the heel for a while, then the ball of the foot for a while, and finally moving to the toes. He was really rubbing. Fighting proficiency brought him comprehensive knowledge of the human body's acupuncture points, and it was not too much to say that he was a good massage master. Unclogging the meridians, massaging, and pushing oil. There is no other, only the hand is familiar. Looking at Feng's bowed head, earnestly and carefully pinching, Lin Shua's heart rose a touch of sweetness and warmth. The heart, again, began to beat rapidly. "Change legs!" Feng yelled. Lin Shua didn't put down this leg and put up her other slipper-clad foot. Feng continued to rub it. After needing almost as much, he put these two beautiful legs down and put the slippers over. Doing this action, Lu Feng was up and bent over, and after putting it down, he happened to notice Lin Shua's red lips. The dim lighting, the charming atmosphere, the two could even feel the breath on each other's bodies. Lin Shua just wanted to open her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. Well. Lu Feng pressed the car window with one hand and wrapped one hand around Lin Shua's thin waist. Lin Shua's mind went blank, her petite body became limp, there was a kind of electric tingling on her body, her eyes were already closed, only raw responses remained. After a long time, the lips parted. Lin Shua opened a pair of mesmerizingly beautiful eyes. And then, Lu Feng kissed again. How could one time be enough? In the end, Lin Shua had no strength left in her body and could only lean on Lu Feng's arms. Half an hour later, Lin Shua was replenishing her lipstick, her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes were moist, and from time to time, she looked at Lu Feng with a bit of shyness and a bit of love in her eyes. Lu Feng, on the other hand, pursed his lips and started the car. Inside the police station, Pang Jiajia ended her questioning, and before she left, she still couldn't hold back and asked towards Lian Min. Officer Li, do you have Lu Feng's phone number? I want to treat him to a meal afterward. If it wasn't for him, the rest of my life would probably be ruined. Big Ben was traveling on the road. How is it, does your foot still hurt? Lu Feng asked with a smile. It doesn't hurt anymore, Master Lu's technique is very good. Lin Shua teased. Then remember to be nice to me next time. Lu Feng said. Lin Shua blushed, good. By the way, the matter of encountering a stalker, when you're on your own, don't bother. Lu Feng reminded, it's still dangerous, when you encounter something wrong, call me. Lin Shua was sweet and happy in her heart. He's worried about me, he's worried about me. Good. Lin Shua responded obediently. The Dasun drove smoothly on the road, the two of them casually chatted, and the sound of silver bell laughter came out of the car from time to time. Soon, the car drove to Fairview Mansion, all the way back to the villa. Chapter 94, Lao Deng, Explode Some Gold Coins. Hongguchio was sitting on the living room sand in a puff of anger, brushing Lin Shua's friend circle. Going to a cat cafe, without me. Going to eat hot pot, also without me. Bad master, stinky master, stupid master, pig-headed master. Hongguchio, wearing a slim skirt and sitting on the sofa with her two jade legs crossed, threw a clunking punch at the pillow next to her. The center of the pillow dented with flesh. Seeing her masterpiece, Hongguchio grunted in triumph. Then he held the hugging pillow in his arms and directly lay down on the sofa with his head back, looking at the ceiling muttering. I also want to play with Master One. I also don't know when they'll be back. It's not like they won't come back. No, it won't. As he was thinking, his stomach growled. Forget it, it's over, let's eat first. Hongguchio got up, went to the kitchen to prepare for cooking, and just as she got up, she saw two long beams of headlights shining out of the window. She narrowed her eyes, put on her jacket, and stepped on her slippers to walk out crookedly. The Big Ben slowly pulled into the parking ramp. Lin Shua got out of the car with her bag and doll. Just in time to see Hongguchio leaning against the villa's front door. With her arms wrapped around her chest, like a parent waiting for her daughter to come home, this cook royalty opened her mouth with an aura. Back? Lin Shua was a bit vain as she placed her doll behind her back, thinking that she had kissed Lu Feng only a short while ago. She pursed her lips again and became even more vain. Lu Feng, on the contrary, walked out frankly, good evening, Xiuqiu. Hongguchio pouted, have you guys eaten yet? I just happened to be cooking, come over and eat together. Half an hour later, a few small home-cooked dishes were placed on the table. Slightly out of the box, it was colorful and fragrant. Lu Feng sat in the middle of the two women, not waiting to eat. Hongguchio's small hand was put on his waist, wanting to twist it, but the result was of course not twisted. Angry, she stepped on Lu Feng with her intact foot. A meal was finished seemingly calmly. However, Lu Feng's mind was filled with Hongguchio's heartfelt words. Damn it, I also want to go to cat cafe, I also want to eat hot pot with master, I also want to take pictures. Damn Lin Shua, even trying to steal master from me. Why don't we just make a chili pepper stir fry, and spice up Lin Shua to death? I'll go back first. Lin Shua was a little nervous. Before in the hospital she knew that Hongguchio liked Lu Feng, but now the two of them kissed first. No blame for the lack of will, only that Lu Feng was too charming. Master, there's a dish I don't know how to cook, teach me. Hongguchio used a petulant tone, but his face had little expression. Lin Shua gave him a look, signaling to comfort her properly. She didn't know how to comfort people and slipped away first. Taking her bag and doll, Lin Shua quickly returned to the villa next door. Inside the house, it was once again quiet. Lu Feng took the lead in packing up the bowls on the table and putting them in the dishwasher. Hong Guqiu had nothing to do and sat down on the sofa to sulk. "Master, come and talk to me." "Ha, does Master not know that I'm angry? Should I not be like this?" "Master doesn't know what I'm thinking either, why don't you just say it clearly?" Hong Guqiu's little head was rambling. After packing up, Lu Feng sat next to Hong Guqiu. Hong Guqiu moved her but towards the side, Lu Feng stuck over again. Hong Guqiu moved again, Lu Feng pasted again. And again, and again, and again, and again. Finally, Hong Guqiu moved to the very edge of the sofa, Lu Feng again pasted over, Hong Guqiu again moved, and then fell down. "Yikes!" Hong Guqiu exclaimed. Lu Feng was quick to catch her waist. When Hong Guqiu returned to her senses, she was already being held by Lu Feng. Hong Guqiu's face gradually turned red and she tilted her head up again, but didn't come down, just sitting there like a proud swan. Seeing her like this, Lu Feng smiled dotingly, proud little disciple. "Xiuqiu, because of the interview, she saved a large sum of money on advertising, so today she gave 100 million yuan, and also gave me a villa, and by the way, she gave me the security company as well. As a courtesy, so I took her to dinner today." Lu Feng's hand was placed on Hong Guqiu's back waist, touching the waist socket, and said slowly, $100 million? A villa? And a company? Hong Guqiu turned her head in surprise, she's so generous. But thinking about the huge amount of money saved on advertising, it didn't seem surprising. Comparing the two, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a drop in the bucket. Yeah, what she gave was just too much. Lu Feng said flirtatiously. Hong Guqiu grunted twice and forgot about it. Lin Shua had given so much, she herself couldn't lag behind. After all, Hong's group also saved a lot of advertising money because of this interview. Because the family was in the pharmaceutical business, it took up even more of the benefits. In reason, one should thank Lu Feng. I should have known better than to ask Dad for some money before I left. Lao dang. Explode some gold coins. Buy my husband a new ghost fire. Hong Guqiu was a bit chagrined. In fact, it wasn't that she had forgotten, she had already given all of herself to Lu Feng. As long as Lu Feng wanted, as long as she could give anything, plus she didn't have much of a business mind, so she didn't think of this level. Lu Feng saw the chagrined expression on her face and heard her heart. He was a little amused, a little arrogant and cute. He pinched Hong Guqiu's small face. "Not angry anymore?" Hong Guqiu raised her head again. "I'm going to be angry for one more minute, half a minute, Her chin was turned around by Lu Feng's pinch, and she kissed him hard. 5 minutes later, Hong Guqiu opened her mesmerized eyes and shyly hammered Lu Feng. Next door villa. Lin Shua returned home and went to remove her makeup and take a shower at the first opportunity. Soon, she forgot about the heartbreak of facing Hong Guqiu just now, and was still humming softly in the bathroom. She had a great time today and was in a good mood, especially with what happened in the car at the end. Enchanted and intoxicated. Lin Shua pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rising. After washing, her delicate body wrapped in a bath towel came to the table and carefully rubbed her skincare products. Even the prettiest girl had to take good care of her skin. Rubbing her toner, Lin Shua recalled the kiss she had just received, and a rare touch of dainty smile appeared on her cool face. Straightened her waist, that was where Lu Feng had touched. Pursed her lips, that was where Lu Feng had kissed. Opened her hand, that was where Lu Feng had held it. She even smoothed her hair, an action that made her heart beat faster in front of the cat cafe store. At that time, she was still wondering if it would be too intimate, but it turned out to be even more intimate at night. After doing a series of skincare, Lin Shua looked at the exquisite pretty face in the mirror, and then rested her fragrant cheeks, and opened her mouth a bit unconfidently. I'm also pretty good looking, right? It should be his favorite type. Will my character be too cold? Will he like a bit more lively? Just like Xiuqiu. Thinking of Hong Guqiu, Lin Shua's heart was a bit complicated. After all, Hong Guqiu was the one who had said in front of her that she had a crush on Lu Feng. She understood Hong Guqiu's character. Having a good feeling was basically liking. You can't hide liking someone. Lu Feng, if you like more than one person, you have to hide it well. Alas, I don't know if Lu Feng has comforted her. She likes cooking so much, and Lu Feng's skills are so good, so she should be able to do it. Slightly letting go of the worries in her heart, Lin Shua blew her hair half dry, changed into loose pajamas, came to the study, and started working. Chapter 95, Seriousness, So Handsome. Hong Guqiu was washing up in the bathroom. Master, next time take me out too, okay? She turned her head, her red little face, pure and lustful. When your feet are better, I'll take you out to play, otherwise you won't be able to play a lot of things, you won't be able to stand just walking, and you'll cry out then. Lu Feng put on his clothes and helped her make up the bed in the meantime. I'm not going to cry. Hong Guqiu said defiantly, making a face at him. Right, I'll go look for Shuyu later, she's also worried that you're angry. Okay, but you don't want her to find out. Hong Guqiu's mouth was full of toothpaste smears and said vaguely. After all, the two were neighbors. Just now, Lin Shua was weak-minded, and now it had become her. Both being women, she could actually feel that Lin Shua had a soft spot for her master, and now was not the time for a showdown. Don't worry, I'm resourceful as hell. Lu Feng said. Master, I won't see you off then. Good, go to bed early. Lu Feng left Hong Guqiu's villa, came next door, thought about it, didn't ring the doorbell, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Shua. Lu Feng, Shuyu, Xiao was no longer angry. Lin Shua, who was concentrating on the keyboard in the study, heard the sound of vibration, picked up her cell phone, and when she saw the message, a touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Lin Shua, it's been hard on you, where are you? Lu Feng, in front of your house. Lin Shuyu's eyes lit up, immediately put down her jade legs sitting sideways, stepped on her slippers and clattered downstairs, opening the door. Seeing Lu Feng. Good evening, beautiful woman. The corners of Lin Shuyu's mouth rose. Good evening, handsome, it's late night outside, quickly go inside and rest a bit. Lu Feng put on a scared look. You're not a dark store, are you? Lin Shua leaned on the door, her arms wrapped around her chest. It's not a black store, it's better than a black store, maybe there are man-eating goblins inside. Then poor Taoist will have to go in and subdue the demons. Lu Feng had a righteous face. Lin Shua was amused. Then master please come in. Entering the house, she asked again, by the way, is Xiao all right? Lu Feng nodded, comforted, but later when her feet are better, I'll have to take her out to play. Lin Shua nodded, didn't say anything. What character Hong Guqiu was, she also knew. She guessed that she was pestering Lu Feng again, normal. All the way followed Lin Shua to the study. Seeing the glittering glowing screen, Lu Feng was surprised and asked. It's so late, still working? Lin Shua nodded and sat back in front of the computer. Yes, there are a lot of documents to be processed for approval, otherwise the work below can't start. Lu Feng casually found a place to sit down. Okay, you continue to work, I just missed you and came over to see you. The books on the bookshelf can be read right, I'll look at the books and stay here with you for a while. Probably because of the relationship of just moving over, there are not many books on the bookshelf, only a few. A warm current flowed through Lin Shua's heart, and she said softly, you can read all my stuff, then if I'm bored after working, there's a PS5 and a movie room outside, you can go and play. Good. Lu Feng nodded and scanned the bookshelf, picking up a copy of the South China Sutra and sitting down to read it slowly. The South China Sutra was a book he learned about from his language teacher because it contained a very famous literary text. Prosperity Tour. He studied science in high school and didn't know much about literature, and his language was only moderate. When it came to ancient poems and literary texts, it was straight rote memorization. But according to what the language teacher said, it was knowing what you know and not knowing what you don't know. There is certainly no problem with getting test scores. There were even times when he couldn't sleep and would memorize these literary texts with his eyes closed. But these are not the things he remembers most. What he remembers the most is a sentence said by his language teacher. When the words are free from the shackles of the exam, the true emotions will slowly emerge. It was only now that he realized the emotion of the language teacher who had been powerfully reading aloud the literary text in class at that time. In no time at all, he became addicted to literature. The only sound left in the room was the sound of a slight keyboard strike and the turning of pages. Half an hour later, Lin Shua finished processing another document. Looking up at Lu Feng, she was slightly stunned. The warm yellow light hit Lu Feng's face, and the look of concentration on the book made her heart pound. Serious men are so handsome, and Lu Feng is even more handsome. Seeing this scene, the fatigue from work just now was swept away, and Lin Shua regained her composure and entered the working state. Half an hour later. Lu Feng finished reading a part of it, raised his head and craned his neck. After noticing Lin Shua's serious expression, he paused slightly. With a serious and earnest face, frowning and thinking from time to time, it was very different from the delicate Lin Shua who would be pampered during the day. There was a different kind of charm. Sure enough, a woman who works seriously is also very handsome. After another half an hour, Lin Shua finished her work and Lu Feng also closed his book. Seeing Lin Shua who was craning her neck, Lu Feng beckoned, "Come here, I'll help you press it." Lin Shua obediently walked over with her back to him, her black hair smoothed out in front of her body, revealing her snow-white swan neck. Lu Feng pinched it up, the touch was cool and silky, like fine satin. Gently pressing the acupoints, a little painful, a little tingly, Lin Shua didn't hold back and hummed out softly. But the effect was obvious, the stiffness of the neck lessened quite a bit. Lin Shua turned around, craned her neck and lifted her hair behind her. "Master Lu, the technique is good. There are better techniques out there." Lu Feng gradually leaned in. Lin Shua's heartbeat gradually accelerated, and she didn't dodge, she could already feel Lu Feng's fiery breath. After a long time, the two figures gradually separated. Lin Shua's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy. This feeling was suddenly a bit addictive. However, today's date had made her a little tired, and the massage just now had made her so comfortable that she wanted to sleep again. Lu Feng gently stroked her long hair and softly said, "Tired for the day, sleep." Lin Shua gave him another peck on the lips. "Okay, good night. P.S. Bad news, I'm in the small dark room. Good news, we'll still keep updating. Please Hikari, Yiffy, and the great ones, click to urge for more updates, leave a comment or two, and help to keep the book active. Thank you, Bao, or the little author will starve to death." Chapter 96, She is Different from Others. Lu Feng came to the villa that Lin Shua had sent him. It was complete with all the necessities, the whole thing was on the side of minimalist style, and the cleaning had cleaned inside and out. You can move in directly. Took a shower, went to bed, thought of the tattooed man he caught today. Lu Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep in no time. Opening his eyes again, Lu Feng's feet stepped on the void, surrounded by a dream space as bright as the starry sky. He didn't look for the tattooed man in the first place, but instead glanced at the dreamscapes of the women and found that they were all sleeping smoothly without nightmares. And then he found Wan Rong and the two male models, continuing to inflict nightmares. Sleeping is so enjoyable, can I let you guys use it? After doing all this, Lu Feng snapped his fingers and a grey dream bubble appeared in front of him. Sleeping quite well, staying in the bureau is peace of mind. He then turned into a recluse and entered the tattooed man's dream bubble. This kind of people who maliciously carried out infections were either contracted because of indiscretions in their lives, or they were also maliciously spread by others, and then gave up on themselves and took revenge on society. He would like to see which kind this tattooed man was. Lu Feng landed beside the tattooed man and started tugging on his subconscious, gradually restoring what he had experienced about this part of his life into his dreams. The into dreams ability was even stronger than he thought. Not only could it create a real world comparable to reality in a dream, allowing people to sink into it, it could also pull the subconscious mind of the dreaming owner and restore the things that he or she had experienced, while forgetting everything in the dream after waking up. Even the kind of things that had been forgotten could gradually evolve. This was still something he knew from Su Shingu's dream last time. Unfortunately, such a powerful ability could only be performed when the target was asleep. Soon, this piece of dream changed. A solitary bedroom, tattooed man. No, Lu Feng knew through his subconscious mind that this person was called Li Chang, and that he did not have a tattoo on his body at this time. Li Chang took his cell phone to turn on the black and play the game, and from time to time, a female voice with a clamped voice came out of the earpiece, and was constantly praising him. Wow, brother is awesome, 5 kills hey. Brother come help me, I can't beat the opposite side. Brother is great. Words like these made Li Chang flutter, the corners of his mouth could grin up to his ears. After that the two added green bubbles, chatting day and night, good morning and good night never fall. From school to work did not have much contact with girls, he began to have a good feeling about the person on the other end of the phone, and grew stronger. He also learned that the girl on the other side is called Cha-Cha. When Li Chang, who is already working, occasionally encounters something bad, Cha-Cha will comfort him and send him a red packet to buy him a cup of coffee. Li Chang actually think he is quite smart, part also worried about the opposite is fraud. But over time, the other party has sent him hundreds of red envelopes, and has never borrowed money from him. He then knew that he had misunderstood Cha-Cha. What has she cheated herself? Nothing. She wasn't that kind of person. She was different. After he figured it out, Li Chang confessed his love for Cha-Cha, who didn't say yes the first time and considered it for a few hours before agreeing to his confession. After another month, Li Chang is more and more sure that Cha-Cha is his true love. Do not take the initiative to ask for things, encounter difficulties to comfort him. The key is to send a very nice photo. So Li Chang took the initiative to propose a meeting. TT readily agreed. Because they met people in the neighborhood who hacked together, the two met quickly. As for vigilance? Precaution? Long ago left behind, she a girl can do what to me? After meeting, Li Chang was a bit surprised. In addition to Cha-Cha, there is also a burly man. Cha-Cha said that this is her cousin, afraid that she is not safe, so first meet. The burly man nodded and patted him on the shoulder with a kind of indescribable satisfaction. Have fun these days and take care of Cha-Cha. Li Chang nodded. It was indeed unsafe for a girl to come out and meet, it was right to be cautious. Doesn't this show more that the other party is serious? Cha-Cha's burly cousin instructed a few more words and left. Looking at Cha-Cha again, she did look good, exactly like the photo, tall and dressed conservatively, except that she had quite a few tattoos on her neck. Li Chang didn't say anything, inwardly comforting himself that the tattoos couldn't prove anything. She is not a bad girl. Met and talked very well. In order to this meeting, Li Chang even went to Perm, changed new clothes. In the evening, Cha-Cha proposed to eat barbecue, and by the way, he drank a lot of wine. Li Chang's heart snickered. Drinking is good, drunkenness is the only chance off. But in the end it was him who drank himself into a daze. Afterwards, he went to the hotel as a matter of course, drank a little more wine, and then slept in a daze. The next day Li Chang but feel a little pain in the butt, TT but a sheepish face, said, is last night he was drunk, hit the sharp corner of the cabinet. Coupled with the fact that he would have had hemorrhoids, eating barbecue or perverted spicy, so Li Chang did not take it to heart. Have been playing for 3 days, the two only separated. Li Chang went back to work normally, but soon, his body began to be uncomfortable. Fever and dizziness. At first, he thought it was a fever, and only went to the hospital for a checkup after a few days of medication that didn't work. Until he saw the doctor's pitying gaze and the report card positive for AIDS and syphilis, there seemed to be a thunderbolt exploding in his brain, and his whole body did not stand still and collapsed to the ground. In just an instant, a large cold sweat seeped out of his back. Li Chang squeezed out a forced smile. Doctor, it's the report that's wrong, it must be wrong. The doctor shook his head. It won't be wrong, there are only a few transmission routes, just look at what you've encountered recently. Li Chang's body shook. Almost instantly he thought of Cha-Cha. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then he violently thought of something, as if grasping the last straw, he eagerly spoke, yes, blocking pills. Doctor, isn't taking blocking pills a cure? I'll go buy it. I'll buy it for any amount of money. The doctor sighed, time has dragged on too long, blocking pills aren't a cure-all, arrange for treatment in time. The doctor's last words poured over his head like a pot of cold water. No wonder Cha-Cha had offered to play for 3 days. No wonder TT kept sending him red packets without asking for anything in return. No wonder. Li Chang's face was ashen, and he rolled open his sleeve again. There was a short wound under his arm, which he found after the second day of his meeting with Cha-Cha, and he thought that he had accidentally scratched somewhere. Now that he thinks about it, he guesses that Cha-Cha scratched it while he was sleeping. At the moment, he hadn't thought of the other layer. At this time, the cell phone message came. It was Cha-Cha. Only a short sentence. Welcome to the new world. Chapter 97. The Dark Door of the Nightclub. Dreamland. Lu Feng leaned against the wall of the hospital and smacked his lips when he saw Li Chang. Internet access is risky, online dating needs to be cautious. Not only did you not get laid, but you got yourself involved. Moreover, according to Lu Feng's observation, the transmission route could be more than just a wound. It wasn't like his but hit the sharp corner of the cabinet. Too unlucky. Was this a reason to give up on oneself? Lu Feng continued to look down. Li Chang was furious when he saw that message from Cha-Cha, and directly made a phone call. The opposite party connected quickly, as if they had expected Li Chang to call. Cha-Cha, are you? Hysterical curses resounded throughout the hospital hall, and because it was a dream, no one looked over. Li Chang almost spewed out all the vicious curses he could think of in his life in one breath. The other end of the phone was silent. It was only when Li Chang finished cursing under his breath that a burst of laughter came out, and it was obvious that Cha-Cha wasn't the only one on the other end of the phone. There were men and women, and there was a cacophony of voices. Why, where exactly did I offend you? Li Chang cursed fiercely. That's not because you can't control yourself. Cha-Cha ignored Li Chang's curses. She was one of them. This painless verbal attack had no effect on her. Li Chang gasped for air, his eyes gradually turning red. He knew that his puzzling future was over. Brother, do you want to come over? Cha-Cha spoke again with that clip sound. I'll give you an address, come over, there's a surprise. The phone snapped and hung up. Li Chang looked at the address directly, rushed out of the hospital, quickly came to a nightclub called New World. This place he knew, a night's consumption is tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Feng, who had been following alongside, looked up and remembered this place. Li Chang directly rushed in, according to the address just given by TT, to the end of the second floor stairs. A gangster with a cigarette in his mouth waited there, and when he saw Li Chang, his eyes lit up. This is the new friend, right? Come. Where is TT the one? Cha-Cha? It's inside. The gangster waved his hand at the camera, a dark door opened, he took the lead and walked in. Li Chang's eyes were red, and he followed without thinking. He only wanted to get this death now. Lu Feng glanced at the surrounding decoration. Unfortunately, I don't know if there is a password. After walking into the dark door, the sound of lively and crazy music faintly emanated from inside. Walking to a wall again, he opened the dark door and blinding light shone out. A lavishly decorated hall, a group of people gathered here, both men and women, and there were more than 10 rooms next to it. Li Chang looked around, saw that soulful figure, gasped and rushed up, drafting TT. Cha-Cha was wearing a small undershirt, full of smiles, and did not hide, just leaning on the sofa. Not waiting for Li Chang to get closer, a familiar burly man appeared, revealing a hideous smile, and kicked Li Chang over. Next to him, a few gangster-like men copied the rubber bat on the table and viciously swiped it up. Crap, I'm afraid this isn't the main North Division. Lu Feng next to him was shocked, this action was to the death. And he looked around the room, his expression grew serious, this matter might be more serious than he thought. There were 20 to 30 people in this hall, male or female, all infectious patients. Some had excited expressions, presumably it wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of scene. There were people with pity in their eyes, with injuries on their bodies, presumably they hadn't been in for long and had given up on themselves. After fighting for a while, Li Chang looked like he was woken up by the beating, crying and wailing for these people to stop. Almost on the line, we are all family from now on. Cha-Cha said casually as she sat on the burly man's lap. The gangsters hemmed and hawed, stopped beating, and affectionately went forward to help Li Chang up. Bro, cool or not, I've been here before. One of them said with a smile. Li Chang shivered, his eyes gradually sobered up, the words sounded a bit scary, what the hell had he come to? He looked up to the front, the burly man had his arm around Cha-Cha, behaving intimately, and the latter was enjoying herself quite a bit. Li Chang took 2 steps forward in a bit of disbelief. Isn't he your cousin? Cha-Cha shrugged. Yeah, what's the problem? Li Chang looked at their intimate appearance, a little hard to accept, pointing at the burly man hissed, he forced you right, he forced you. Saying that, he was ready to charge up again. The gangsters beside him swarmed up and once again pressed Li Chang to the ground. Seeing his wretched appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. This expression, this look, this voice, it's almost the same as when they first came here, they need to be fixed properly. Let's use the same method that was used on us in the first place. Tradition can't be lost. Cha-Cha was playful and crossed her legs. My strong brother, tell me something else you don't know. Do you remember after we met, you said your butt hurt and I said you hit your butt on the sharp corner of the cabinet? Do you really think that's what happened? Could it have been anything else? Besides, it's too bad you didn't even touch me that night. Saying that, she eyed the burly man, and the people in the room laughed out loud. Brother Luan Kuei is blessed. Just came to be Brother Kuei's man, boy, don't retaliate against me in the back, ha ha ha. Li Chang was at a loss. After a few seconds, he looked like he thought of something, his face gradually turned pale, his stomach churned and he kept dry heaving. He felt a wave of nausea. He even had a thought in his heart, in the end, I turned out to have gained nothing, not even a woman. Lu Feng next to him also felt a wave of nausea. This kind of person is already psychopathic to the extreme, the first person to meet you will beat you up first so that you can disgust me. Li Chang staggered to his feet and walked towards the way he came. However, he was stopped by the gangster. Brother, why go come here now, we are family. Cut the crap, keep fighting. Luan Kuei said impatiently, after the fight and then sent to the house, I will go over to personally clean him up in a while. Li Chang was yanked back, the rubber batons rained down on his body, beating him to the point of screaming. At this time, the door of one of the innermost rooms opened, and a youth in a golden-colored robe walked out with an impatient face. It's noisy, what's going on? Stop fighting. Luan Kuei chortled and hurriedly came in front of the sleeping robe youth, fawning and smiling. Dai Xiao, there's another newcomer joining, he's just a bit stupid, he's being educated. Another newcomer. The eyes of the youth known as Dai Xiao lit up and hurriedly walked over. Not bad, but how many times have I said, don't fight, we are all brothers and sisters. A family. Saying that, Dai Xiao helpfully chang up, thoughtfully patting his clothes, revealing a kind smile. It's alright, they're just a bit impulsive, thinking of themselves back then, don't take it personally. Here, this is a rubber mallet, look at whoever you don't like and whip them back.